dude, you guys are just delusional, bro. I'm so sorry that you guys. It's so unfortunate that you guys
I'm being
believe
Projection.
in flat Earth, dude. You guys got to be
okay.
trolling. This is rage bait, right?
No, do you actually want to do math and talk about it? Are you driving your
No,
truck right
dude.
now?
We
Do you
have.
need to wait till you have
Yeah, I'm
time to sit
driving my
down and
truck. Let's
actually do
not
math?
listen. We've been through the numbers and all that. I'm still not convinced.
Dude, let's teach them all the math.
Okay, so here's the math. The radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles. That means that there's an average of an 8-inch per mile squared drop over distance, right? So that means that at 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature blocking anything that is 66 feet or less. You should not be able to see it. You can claim refraction, that's okay. But when we measure longer distances, like for example, I personally have an observation of 229 miles looking due north at 13 degrees at Mount McKinley at the Peak Denali, right? From 229 miles away. There should be 34,000 plus feet of curvature. Given refraction, there should still be over 22, even the maximum refraction tested on any day there. Put that in, and you'll still find that there's 22,000 feet of curvature. You shouldn't even be able to see the peak that is 20,310 feet tall. Yet you can see the entirety of the mountain the same way you can see it from 30, 50, 60 miles away. None of it's blocked. Looking over a distance of 88 miles of water and the rest adding up to 229 miles of land, you can still see the shore from the other side of 88 miles. You can see the base of the mountain and you can see the peak of the mountain. So what's going on that there's no curve over that distance? Because if there's no curve, if that's just the one specific
Perception.
flat spot, you said what?
Perception.
I got something to show
Where
you
you
guys to
are.
prove that the Earth
Okay,
is
what
flat.
part of perception is allowing me to see that? I'm at a 12-foot viewpoint. Even if I was at a
Could be a
1,000-foot
mirage.
viewpoint with the map, here's the thing. Yeah, but that's what refraction is, right? That's what you're claiming refraction is. Would be a mirage. It'd be
As
the
you can
light being
see,
bent.
my
And I already
cat is
brought that
spinning
into
around in a circle, which proves that the Earth is flat.
if you stood on the beach and the Earth was a globe, in the center, you would see it would be it would be called the vertex in the center. It'd be the highest point of the point that you're looking at. And if you looked right or left, it would look like the Earth was dipping downward. Yet you do not see that.
Yeah, it's just flat, bro.
You can take a panorama photo, you can take a wide angle photo, and every time it's still just flat. Every single
Yep.
time. That's not perception. That's not refraction. That's not the Earth curving. That is a flat plane.
That's math. Yep.
Let's just hang on, everybody, a second here. We're gonna do some room cleanup here. Weldonator, you will not interrupt this conversation. This is a one-on-one. Mute yourself or be muted now.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you
Go
have.
ahead.
There has to be a little timeout period after you flat smack yourself.
If you want to wait until you're not driving and sit down and actually do the math for yourself, you're very welcome to. I'll send you all the measurements. I'll even send you the coordinates where I was standing, the coordinates of the mountain, which is public information.
Listen.
Direction
The
that I was
the best argument I've got for a globe Earth. The best argument I've got for a globe Earth, and I'm sure you guys are going to try to debunk this, but listen, if the Earth was flat, we would all have sunlight at the same time. You know,
No.
we would all have.
Oh,
Yes, we
holy
would.
shit, bro.
Oh well,
Dude,
are you still believing that the hold on, are you still under the assumption that the sun is 93 million miles away? Because that's not how it works on a
Yes.
flat Earth.
Your
Here's the thing.
theory's
Us
already
flat
been
earthers,
debunked.
us flat earthers do not believe in a model. We don't believe that the Earth is a flat disk floating in space. We don't believe that. Okay? I don't know if there's an edge. I've never seen it. I'm not claiming that. There could be no edge. All I know is that the space and reality that we live in is on a flat plane. Okay? And even talking legally, you can't go past the 80th lateral south. So, I couldn't go prove that for you, nor could you prove that for yourself. There's a distance at which it has been made illegally through the Antarctic Treaty for us to be able to go past for reasons that we don't know. All right? So you can take that as it is, but the true way that you would be able to test is get in a plane and fly directly south and see if you go over the South Pole and start going north, and if you go in a circle, boom. But no one has ever done that. There's no, in the history of Earth, anybody who has tested or done that.
My dad says that the round Earth theories have been debunked.
Your dad's wrong.
You're not talking to his dad, you're talking to me.
It's been debunked, bro. The Earth's flat.
No, it hasn't.
You
No, it
can't even
hasn't.
fly straight west forever. When you fly west, you have
Bro,
to
it's been-
change your angle to stay due west. You have to
Dude, it's-
continuously
Because the
turn.
curvature of the Earth.
No, you're not turning down. You're turning left or right, depending on if you're going east or west to stay.
Because of the
due-
curvature.
That's not wouldn't
Because of
make
the
sense.
curvature.
No, that doesn't make sense. If it was curved, flying east or west, you would not have to change your direction at all. You would just fly east and make yourself all the way back to east, or fly west and make yourself all the way back to west. You don't experience that. What we do experience is flying west. You'll start flying southwest at a point, or southwest-west, right? And so you have to turn more north to be lined back up with west. And as you keep going in that straight line, you'll realize that it happens again. Oh, my compass says that I'm going southwest-west. Okay, now I have to turn a little more until I'm just going straight west again. You would not experience that on a globe. And first of all, no airliners, no airline companies, no planes fly like that unless they were specifically going to test for that. They fly from point A to point B in a straight line.
No, they
And
don't.
oh, you're right. You're right. If let's say I was leaving Idaho and heading straight to Alaska. You're right. They don't, because there's no direct flights that go from Idaho to Alaska. They go from Idaho to Oregon or Washington and then to Alaska, so they can avoid going over the airspace of Canada.
No. What a troll
No.
argument, dude.
No. What do you mean no? I'm literally giving personal experience that I have personally
The
gone.
planes curve around the Earth with the curvature of the Earth. They don't just go straight to their destination.
That's not how gyroscopes work. The gyroscope would be upside down if you flew halfway around the world if that was the case, but that's not what we experience with gyroscopes. A gyroscope holds its place in space.
Let's be specific here. Flights, they follow flight corridors. It's all that's how it is. Highways in the sky. Sometimes they fly different ways to get to a
So
point.
they
have to
they rig it
follow it.
they rig it to make it look like it's a globe Earth that they're flying over.
How do they rig it?
Like, have you seen a map
How are they
of
rigging?
like
have you seen a air traffic map of planes that they have to go in a curve?
I've been at 41. Yeah, that's a map. That's a literal made up map.
Yeah, so they're rigging it. They're rigging it.
Yeah,
That's
dude. And hey, Eric, have you ever noticed that on flight radar, prior to the plane, there's an arc in front of the plane, and then after the plane is passed by, it's straight lines that are connected to each other. Have you ever noticed that?
No,
Eric?
I have not.
Well, check it out next time you're on flight radar.
Dude, I'm driving
There'll
a
be an arc
fucking 18
in
wheeler
front
right
of
now.
the plane, but as
This
the plane
fucking retard
travels,
almost hit me,
that
bro.
arc becomes straight lines that are connected to each other.
This retard car almost hit me, dude. Excuse
Hey,
me.
you're in a truck.
Well,
You're in a truck, man. Just smear them. Cream them into the fucking asphalt. Who cares?
Right. Well said. Anyways, I'm sorry. Can you repeat what was just said?
I was
I
saying
almost
on
got
the
in a wreck
flight,
just now.
you're talking about flight radar apps, correct?
Yeah.
So they'll show the plane because from time to time, when a plane flies over, I'll check it out on the flight radar. The path in front of the plane, the path which the plane has yet to travel, will be an arc. Behind the plane will be a series of straight lines that are connected.
Okay.
Check that out on the flight radar.
That doesn't prove anything. There's still an arc.
Well, you're the
because
one
they're
crying
following
about.
the
You're the one
curvature there.
crying. You see arcs on flight radar.
They're following the curvature of the Earth. Why is it so hard for you guys to just believe in the globe? You know, what's wrong with you guys? This is a troll
I
channel?
grew out of it. It would be like you crying that I'm not a Santa Claus believer anymore. Same thing.
Bro, that's not the same thing at all, dude. Okay, somebody asked a question earlier that never got answered. What's the benefit from hiding the fact that we're on a flat Earth from humanity? What would the governments get out of that?
Yeah, dude, listen to me
We're going
carefully
in a
now.
full circle, dude.
Yeah, we're going to go back to it.
Yeah, no, that question was never answered. That question was never answered.
I'm going to answer it for you now then. Your third grade teacher, do you think she knew she lived on a ball in space, or do you think that she told you that because somebody else told her? She had no idea. It's tradition, dude. That's all it is. They didn't have the tech we have today. They couldn't check it. They didn't have lasers, high-powered zoom cameras, infrared cameras, and stuff like that. It's all tradition. I do not think that somebody is intentionally lying to you. They fully believe that they live on a ball in space, just like you do. You're going to tell your children that they live on a ball in space, not because you know it, but because you believe it.
Yes, I will.
Okay. Still, I mean, why would they hide it? Somebody's got to know. The government.
They're not hiding it. Are you hiding it? You fully believe
I'm not.
this
No,
shit.
I fully believe it.
And so do they. Nobody is actively. I don't think there's anybody who's actively.
We fully know it.
No, dude. Donald Trump would know, right? I mean,
they're telling you what they believe.
If aliens are real, Donald Trump would know about it, right?
Dude,
so he would also know.
This is your cognitus talking. Fight through it, dude.
He would also know that the Earth is flat, right?
Why would he know that? He's been told his whole life that he lives on a ball in space. He probably believes it just like you do. If there were people who were lying about it back in the 60s, they're all dead now. Not even people at NASA. Everybody who works there probably 100% believe they live on a ball in space. And that's what they're going to tell people. They have to.
Yes, the truth.
Jared Isaacman, who's the NASA administrator, said, we're going to show the American people that we can do the near impossible. We're going to land on the moon again. We're going to show them that we're the greatest country in the world. It's all propaganda. They have their reasons, okay? He doesn't know that he doesn't live on a ball. He probably thinks he does. And his boss told him, we're going to have to go to the moon. So he's like, let's shoot the rocket up and give the boss what he wants. They can fake all of that shit just like they did in the 60s, okay? Dude, you cannot believe in the moon landing if you're a real conspiracy theorist, right? So you know that they have been lied about this before, and they're going to lie again because it's propaganda. But they fully believe that they live on a ball, okay? So they're not lying intentionally anymore. It's all tradition.
Even Buzz Aldrin stated multiple times through, I guess, in a parabolic way, through parables, like not directly stating, but making motions that he and they have never actually even been to space, let alone the moon. Literally, one of his comments was from a little girl that asked him, well, how did we go to the moon? And he literally said, well, we didn't. And then he laughed, and that was the end of the interview. Actually, I lied. First, he said, well, that's not a question. He said, what did he say? That's not a question for a fifth grader. And then he said, we never actually did. So if you want to believe these scientists and these people that you're believing, maybe you should look into what they're actually saying.
By the way, he didn't say we didn't go there. He said we haven't returned. He was getting a question about if we've not gone back yet.
Oh, yeah, that's right. She said, why have we not gone back to the moon? And I'm pretty sure that he did say because we never went in the first place. I don't think he referred to a future tense. I think he was referring to past tense. I'll pull it up right now. I'll double check. I'll fact check myself.
I believe he said because we didn't, and that's the way it happened.
The Earth is still round.
True.
In your dreams.
Can I say something just real quick?
I don't know. Can you?
Well, I don't know if
Can
I'm
you?
allowed. If you don't believe that the Earth is like a globe, which it is, then that would have to mean that you would have to disregard all the measurements, all the geodetic survey measurements, every measurement that's publicly available when you search for them. You have to disregard every single one of them
I'm
because you can't
going
have it both
to
ways.
I'm
That's
going to
all.
read the transcription of the video. So the little 8-year-old says, "Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long
Yeah,
time?"
let's not talk about that.
And oh, don't even bring it up because I mean, all these scientists are saying and all these people are saying, and I'm just trying to state that they're not.
Skeptic guy, we can address that. Geodetic surveying, they use planar surveys. They measure Earth as flat, okay? And then they apply something called the WS84 transform to put you on a ball. But you can transfer those measurements into any kind of shape. You can have a dinosaur nugget shaped Earth, and it'll work. We have over 200 different transforms, like map projections and
It's
so
inside
forth. So,
chat.
so skeptic guy, uh, geodetic surveying doesn't prove anything because they already put you on a globe with math, right? So if you have
It's
some measurements from planar surveying that shows that it's round, please post them.
it's not about proving whether the Earth is like a shape or anything like that. It's the fact that we have all this information available that we could use to verify that we live on a globe.
Please post some of it
And it
then if
would
you
be
have
nice.
all of it. Yeah,
It would be nice if we can go over it though, but I don't think we will because we're gonna just go off topic anyways.
no, if you
I'm
post it,
just
we'll
saying.
go. You said all of it. There's tons of it, you said. So post just one example. All right, didn't think so.
Believing the Earth is flat is like believing the sky isn't blue. You know,
Okay, Eric, why is the
or
sky
like
blue?
because it just is.
Why were you taught the sky was blue?
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, am I colorblind? Is most of
Why?
humanity colorblind when they
No,
say
no,
the
I'm
sky is
asking you.
blue?
Why is the sky blue? I want to know why you were taught the sky was blue. I know why I was taught the
Dude,
sky was blue, but it's been taught in multiple
okay, why were
different
you
ways.
taught?
No, I'm asking you first. I'll tell you why I was taught, and then I want to hear it from you though
It's
to see if it
it's
lines up with
not
what
I
I was
don't have
taught.
to be taught. I don't have to be taught that the sky is blue. I can look up and see that the sky is blue.
Well, we were all given reasoning as to why the sky was blue. Do you remember the reason that you were given?
Because of oxygen reflecting off of sunlight, something like that.
I personally never searched it, but when I was in school, I was taught because it was reflecting the color of the water,
No, that's not
which
it.
then was
It's the
the
oxygen.
same
It's the
years later.
oxygen. It's the oxygen and the sunlight reacting and creating a blue sky.
Let's not derail. This isn't the Blue Sky channel. It's the Flat Earth channel, right? So let's stay on the
Yeah,
ground
because
here.
you guys don't believe the sky is blue, right?
No, let's not derail, dude.
No,
If you have
no,
any,
it's a
if you
valid
have any
question. Do you
evidence,
guys believe the sky is blue?
don't worry about it, Eric. If you have any evidence that the Earth is curving, that water is curving, you can present that.
We already went through all this.
The only thing that matters, since this is the flat Earth channel, not the flat sky channel or anything like that.
The sky isn't flat. The sky curves with the Earth. So, and the sky is blue. If you didn't know that.
Judge, I've got some documents here. Yeah, I need to fucking stay home.
Does anybody here actually believe the sky isn't blue? I'm very curious now, please. Do you guys actually believe the sky isn't blue?
I could
I've
look
seen
up and
pink
tell you I
skies.
know that the sky is blue.
Okay, majority of the time the sky is blue, right? No clouds in the sky is blue.
Yes, Eric, the sky is blue. Now we're going to talk about Earth.
The Earth is round too.
Very good.
And I don't need, dude. There you go,
Present
dude.
the
When
best.
have you?
That's it.
Okay, you've seen blue skies. When have you seen the round Earth?
Present
When
the best
ships disappear
evidence,
on the
Eric.
No,
When
that's
ships
you would be
disappear on the
that
horizon.
would be an inference. That would be your circular
No, it isn't.
logic. That's illogic, bro.
How is it illogical? I should be able to see a ship, hundreds of miles away if the Earth was flat.
Eric, if you're on a straight road and there's another truck backing away from you, it's going to go away,
Bro,
even though that road is perfectly flat. Do
that
you understand why?
that
It's going to
straight
go away in
road
the
might not.
distance?
Yeah, the straight road goes away in the distance because of the curvature of the Earth.
No, it's a straight, perfectly flat road. Like a
Yeah, but
landing
you
strip
can't.
for an
Like,
airplane.
let's say it's like 200 miles long, right? I can't see the whole 200 miles of it because of the curvature of the Earth.
No, because you can't see that far, and it's going to become smaller and smaller until you can't resolve it anymore. It has nothing to do with curvature. You can
Yes, it
test this
does.
next time. I don't know if you ever stay in a hotel when you're out driving or a motel or whatever. Sometimes they have really long hallways. You put a little piece of Lego at the end of that hallway and walk to the other side and put your head on the floor. You're not going to see that, even though the hallway is not curving. It's called perspective, Eric.
Okay. Doesn't change the facts. You guys are never going to convince me. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. I'm just.
Don't be
There's just
sorry.
no
We're not
way.
trying to convince you. You
There's
got
just
into
no
this.
way the Earth is flat, dude.
Yeah, I understand you. Look, I was in the same position. The problem here is we're not trying to convince you. You can only convince yourself, right? But we're giving you good methods. We told you the math, and you can go out and fact check those things yourself. You should not believe us. That's how you got into trouble with other stuff, right? If you believe people, you would have believed in 9/11 and all the other shit. And now you believe people that you live on a ball. You never question it.
Yeah,
So
you guys
don't
want to
do
talk about
that.
9/11?
Don't
You guys
no,
want to
we're
talk
not.
about 9/11?
No, not in here. Maybe at some other
Yeah,
place.
I have one
I'm
question.
just
How many
telling you.
planes were there? I want to see how tuned in you are, Eric.
Let's not.
There were drones, bro. There were drones.
Yeah,
The answer is no
very good.
planes. Planes only on
Yeah,
television.
exactly.
Okay.
There were drones. There were drones.
No, there were no planes. They were only on television. CGI.
Nah, bro. There were drones.
Yeah, bro. Okay,
Yeah,
so that
bro. There were drones.
conversation's over.
So you
Dude, there
have
were drones. Dude.
No, there were no
There's
drones,
plenty
no
of video
planes.
evidence. There's
No,
plenty of video
okay.
evidence.
Okay, I
Dude,
have a bridge to sell you. Remember the Brooklyn Bridge you brought up earlier?
all these
I'd like to
videos
sell it
are
to you,
wrong.
sir.
All these videos are wrong, bro. Are you serious? There's thousands of videos of footage. You know?
Yeah, any video with a plane in it, yes, is wrong. Fabrication.
Wow, that's crazy. In 2001, they had that
I
fucking
thought you were
ability
the
to
big.
make
Hold on, I thought you were the big
CGI.
conspiracy. I thought you were the big conspiracy guy.
Bro, no, that's just outrageous. That's like thinking there's a flat Earth, bro. There's no planes. Are you serious?
As
I mean, I
Eddie
agree.
Bravo would
There
say,
were
look
bombs,
into it
bro. There were bombs in the buildings, okay, but there were planes.
on TV.
7 was brought down with a demolition, you know.
All right.
And no, not just on TV.
Let's
No,
not derail.
listen,
Dude.
this is good conversation right here.
That chapter's over.
That really what that just told me is that you're delusional, just like a flat earthers are. You know,
what it tells me is you're
there's no
conspiracy light.
planes. There's no planes that were in 9/11. Like that's such a delusional, outrageous idea. Just like a flat Earth. Truly, it's crazy. I'm sorry. You're like this. Okay,
I'm
I really
sorry
am.
you've been
Now you're
tricked.
making stuff up, Eric. You're just making stuff
I'm
up. That's
not
really
making
annoying.
anything up. I'm not making anything up. This guy just said there were no planes on 9/11. What the fuck?
No, they were on TV.
They were in real life too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What about the holes in the buildings? The hole in the North Tower. It looks just like a plane. Telling me a bomb made that perfectly plane-sized hole in that tower? That's crazy.
Believe what you need to believe, Eric.
Great, dude.
Believe
This
what
has
you
been
need
great,
to.
dude.
Yeah, believe what you need.
I'm being so trolled right now. This is crazy, bro. Holy shit.
You're not being
Good
told.
job, bro.
This
I
is
am.
Eric,
the
man,
9/11 channel, right?
I got
So
some
let's not
documents
talk
for you,
about
Eric,
that
that you might be
anymore.
interested in.
Dude, of course some flat earthers would think there were no planes on 9/11. That's fucking crazy, bro.
Can you hear me?
Man, I regret
No,
I brought it up. Listen, I'm just telling you, you have beliefs because you believe people, right? And that's how you got into trouble. Now you
No.
think
there's
you live on a
evidence.
ball in space, right? We're not going to
There's
talk anymore about
evidence.
9/11. If anybody else
There's
talks about that,
evidence.
I'm muting.
There's evidence for both things, okay?
So
For
here's the thing.
9/11 and a global Earth.
Shut up about
There's
9/11.
evidence.
No. We're going to talk about Earth in here. If you have any more questions or if you want to present
Space doesn't
evidence
exist.
that you live on a
Earth
ball in
doesn't
space, you can
exist.
do that.
Space doesn't exist, bro.
Everything's a construct. It's all fake. You're dreaming.
Yeah.
Stuff.
So where are we right now? Where are we right now?
We're giving you crap, bro. We're
Oh.
giving you crap. Calm down. We're
Eric,
just giving you crap.
listen.
No, dude.
Eric, listen.
Where are we right
Yeah.
now?
We're in
Listen.
the Earth system. We're not in a fucking solar system.
The
We're in
mole
the Earth
people.
system. Earth is the
Oh, so the sun
foundation.
the
Earth
sun
the
is revolving
floor
around
of this
us.
system you live in. And
The
the
mole
The
sun
sun is
people.
revolving around us.
it circles above us.
The sun is revolving around us. Dude,
No, it
you
circles
guys,
above us.
Dude, you've got your own story mixed up.
Listen.
that's
The
what y'all
mole
said.
people. It's a psyop. Globism is a psyop by the mole people.
I'm driving in a fucking storm right now. In the Tennessee mountains.
Rodel, you can talk when it's your turn, but you're not going to interrupt the conversation that's ongoing. Sorry, I had to mute you because of that.
Who's interrupting? I'm interrupting?
No, you're doing fine. I'm just telling you, don't believe what we say. Go out and check it for yourself. We're giving you the method now.
So can I talk about the mole people now?
You cannot talk about the mole people or I will mute
But it's
you again.
related.
Stay to the topic. You will stay on topic.
Yes, this is the topic.
Say mole people one
I
more
want to.
time.
I want to hear about
Hold
the
on.
mole
Welcome
people.
back, Strudel. Welcome back, Strudel.
Listen. Hey, old Hoss knows I'm a good one. Like,
Don't start talking about what you ended talking about yesterday. I'll mute you, but start over.
Start over about it.
Just what is it you're going to say? My thumb is hovering over your mute.
Well,
FYI.
Can you let me finish my thought process first, right? Okay. They're very real people. They're called.
You got muted,
Classic.
dude. I wanted to hear about it though.
It has nothing to do with the topic at hand.
Why not?
Because it doesn't.
What if it does?
I knew. And the reason I muted him is because I knew what he was going to say. It doesn't.
Says who? What if the mole people can prove the Earth is flat for you guys?
Has anyone seen my hands? I'm looking for my hands.
I don't know what to do with my hands. Hey, Judge, can you hear me? Anybody hear me? Is my mic fucked? What's wrong?
We can hear you.
Oh, sweet. Cool. Okay. Hey, so well, it's quiet. This is about the topic at hand. Strudel was blasting me last night for not believing in space. So I just wanted to mention personally my favorite doubt about that whole thing is based on what I was taught in school. I was taught that the whole solar system model, the heliocentric model, um, that the planet is spinning around at 1,000 miles an hour, and we're rotating around the sun in an orbit at 67,000 miles an hour, while the sun is rotating around the Milky Way at 450,000 or 500,000 miles an hour, while the Milky Way is shooting through the universe at like 670 million miles an hour, real close to the speed of light, while the universe is expanding at nearly the speed of light. But in 6,000 years, there's been absolutely zero, not even a hair's breadth of parallax movement between the constellation stars. So that doesn't work. And according to Tycho Brahe, over 6 months, there would have been 5 degrees or half a moon width of parallax between the stars that we would have seen. And in 6,000 years plus of recorded history on those constellations, there's been absolutely no movement and no difference in their frequency and their schedule of repeating themselves. So this just doesn't, none of what I was told works, just none of it. And so that's where a lot of us are. As you know, I was taught the same as everybody else. That's where all of us are, is we just refuse to be okay with that not working and being lied to like that, or being told, not even lied to, because we don't like that word, not even lied to, being taught the wrong thing or being told the wrong thing, or accepting society's definition based on just a belief, based on what we're told versus what we experience in ourselves and with our eyes and in our lives. So it's all love. We do want things to do better for you, just so you know, Strudel.
Well said.
You know, one of my new sayings that I've been telling people is, if we're going based off of, what is it, common sense, and the majority of the people believe the Earth is a ball, and the majority of people have zero common sense, then the Earth is definitely not a ball.
Common sense.
That's next level contrarianism, and I'm totally for it.
Well, I mean, like Indio and AI and DJ and Yoder and a lot of other people have all said, what evidence have they given me to show me that the Earth is a ball, right? Like they didn't do that. All I was ever told my entire life was the Earth is too big to see the curvature. It looks flat. That's what I was told. Even before I was a flat earther, when I would fly in the plane, I would look out the window and say, "Wow, I can't believe how big the Earth is. It still looks flat." And just to stir the hornet's nest, there's hundreds of testimonies that say that there was no plane to hit either of the towers in New York. There's no evidence to say a plane crashed in the middle of Pennsylvania. There's no evidence to show that a plane hit the Pentagon. So,
Hey, good to hear your voice, Sheepdog. Haven't heard you in a little bit.
yeah, thank you, man. I've been working like 70 hours a week. So,
Yeah, same. Yeah, it really humbles you. Like, I don't know if you travel in planes a lot, but when you actually get up there and you like ponder and think about our Earth and where we are, and you like kind of lose yourself looking out the window, it really humbles you on how vast our Earth really is.
well, people conflate the horizon with the curvature, but even as a child, before I even learned that we lived on a globe, I flew in planes and I looked out the window from 30,000 feet, 27,000 feet. And when the teacher told me we were on a globe, distinctly remembering, but I've been in a plane. I've never seen curvature. Oh, that's because you're too small and the Earth's too big. But it is a ball. I was like, oh, okay. I was like 8 years old. Like, oh, okay. Now I have to divide my mind from reality.
Yeah, right. You got to fight all your senses just to buy into it. All your senses, you have to fight every single one of them. It's crazy.
I think it makes sense why the constellations aren't shifting. They're just so far away. If you don't put it in terms of like miles per hour and you convert it to like light years per year, it's like 0.0001 light years per year. And all the distances to these other stars are like tens to hundreds of light years. So it's just a
I
matter
mean,
of
it's a cool story. I mean, you can justify anything with enough faith. I mean, just look at like this whole murder trial that happened down in Texas. Everybody's seen the same thing. Everybody got the same facts, but two different sides come to totally different outcomes.
right, but I'm just saying I don't know anything about this murder trial you're talking about. But in terms of should we be seeing the stars change their relative positions, it would take thousands of years to even
Well,
notice
here's the
anything.
problem. No one's ever recorded the stars being in a different position to say, oh, look, we've seen it move like a half a degree. And this is how we recorded it. This is how we calculated the motion of the stars. No one's ever seen that. The stars are always in the same location every year throughout all of history.
Right. I mean, recorded history is only so many thousands of years. So like in that
Right, like 6, 7, 8. So why would you believe that we're moving in a universe when no one's recorded any motion of the Earth?
these stars are so far away.
But you have no evidence for that. You only have what you're observing from the Earth, nowhere else. Say, yes, sheepdog, you're right.
Sorry, I got cut off again. I don't have evidence. I don't understand how they calculate the distance to these stars, but the claim was that the heliocentric model, as it's been explained, it doesn't make sense because of these because of the motion and what we should expect. But that we shouldn't expect to see the stars changing position based on the model, like just because the speeds seem like
Let me ask you this. If you're in a car going 60 miles an hour and you don't know you're going 60 miles an hour, why would you think you're going 60 miles an hour?
well, you could look at the speedometer, you could get out the window and see things moving.
Okay, do we have a speedometer on Earth showing the Earth going in motion?
From what I understand, yeah, we have these gyroscopes that can detect the 15 degrees per hour rotation.
Well, that's the
Or
spin. It's not the motion around the sun. Chuck, try again.
you can still see the relative position of the sun in the rest of the celestial sphere change. So either it's we're orbiting the sun or the sun is orbiting us because the sun
So why
seems
would
to
you
track
pick something?
across.
Why would you pick something else then? Why would you not say the sun is orbiting us? Why would you pick something else saying we're orbiting the sun when there's no evidence to prove otherwise?
There seems to be plenty of evidence, but we're just going to go back in circles around with that stuff because I've already been through that stuff with you guys.
You haven't given any evidence. You just say there's plenty of evidence and then you don't give evidence.
Well, when you say the sun in your model, the sun is above the earth and it's going in these giant circles, right, around
I don't
the
have a
north.
model. I just say the sun moves over my head because that's what I see.
Right. And so you think that
Right.
when a sunset happens, it's happening because the sun is just moving so far away, but
I
we
don't know
don't
why it's
notice
happening. I
anything
just
on
I
your
just see
side.
the sun move above my head. I don't have a
Right.
story attached to it.
We
Why do I
don't
need a
we
story
don't
attached to it?
that's up to you if you want to have some explanation for the reality of
I
things.
don't
But
need an explanation.
well, we don't. You asked me a
I
question.
go
We
by what
don't.
I see, what I observe. There's nothing else that's any different. That's it.
What I observe makes makes sense to me with the heliocentric model. The way the stars are moving, the way the sun is moving, it
So
all
it's
makes
just a
perfect sense.
belief then. You choose to believe something different than what you observe with your own senses.
No, I think that what my senses
You
observe
choose
align with the
delusion
model.
over anything else.
What about my senses is telling me something different from what I think is happening?
You see the sun move.
Right, but if I see things move outside the window of the car, does it mean that they're moving or am I moving?
How obviously, if you have nothing to tell that you're moving, you could be moving, but you have nothing to tell that you're moving. So therefore, you have no reason to believe that you're moving, that everything else should be moving if you're in this car. Because you know what else feels like you're not moving in a car? When you're fucking parked in a car. It's the same thing. You can't tell you're moving because you don't know you're moving.
You're telling me that I'm denying my own senses by
Yes, you're delusional.
nothing
Literally the
about.
definition of delusion.
No, it makes perfect sense to me what I'm saying, what my senses
It
observe,
makes
and
sense to be delusional. Okay.
you can say that, but I'm just telling you, it doesn't disagree with my senses do not seem to disagree with any of that.
I gotta go drop this order. I've basically said all I can say to you, man. Like, all you're just gonna do is continue to repeat the same thing. You have no desire to take what you observe and say, oh, that's what I see. So therefore, I should go with what I see, not with somebody else's story.
Have a good one, man.
Yeah, hold on, Dylan. What did you do? I was doing something. I was you did you bring up the whole moving car thing? Looking out the window of a moving
No,
car?
I did. I said if you were
Okay.
going 60 miles an hour
Yeah.
and you were at a constant speed, right, zero acceleration, and you didn't know you were going 60 miles an hour, right? What would give you the inclination of the idea that you were going 60 miles an hour? He's like, oh, well, we could look at the speedometer and we could look at all those. I said, okay, show me the speedometer of the Earth going around the sun.
Right. If I see
Yeah,
everything moving,
that's
if
what I
I
was
see
wondering.
every
Why do you use something that you already the people who do use this example of why did they use an example of something they already know is in motion to attempt to prove that the earth is in motion, the very thing they're attempting to prove?
it's a strange analogy. I didn't bring it up, but I'm
No, okay, I
comfortable.
know, but it's brought up before.
Yeah, like I said though, I mean, what I was trying to say, if I see everything outside the window of the car moving in the same way, then I'm gonna say that I'm moving in the car. If one of the things is moving
Or the
and they're
stuff
moving
is moving.
What if a bird
like
is
if you see
flying next to you?
something's moving to the left and something's moving backwards, like if they're moving in different directions, then I would think, oh, they're the things that are moving, right? But if everything's moving the same way, then I'm thinking that I'm moving and that I'm moving through this.
Yeah,
Um,
they do that in the movies all the time, where they have a car and then they have a background in cartoons too that just keeps moving.
That's what I'm saying. You pick delusion over reality, man.
it doesn't violate my senses at all to think that we're the ones that are moving. I think it's kind of egocentric or something, like to think that all of these things are moving as one. Like why are they moving so specifically together, like in the same way? And if they're so far away, like what is the speed that they're moving? It makes much more sense to say that we're rotating. To me, it makes more sense to say that we're the ones that are rotating and everything else is relatively stationary. instead of saying that all these things are circling around us, it's such incredible speed that they would have to be. So that's why I say like I don't feel like I'm denying my senses at all.
You're not even using your senses. You're just using your feelings.
He's not even using his feelings. He's just trying to ignore his own senses and prefer delusion over reality. I don't feel like I'm moving, but I'm just going to go with that I'm moving. Fuck it.
Old Haas, can I bring something back up from earlier?
Yeah.
The
Go on. Yeah.
we were talking about perspective, and you guys wanted me to flat
Oh
smack.
yeah. You were talking about you flat smacked yourself, and then you showed us pictures of boxes of like perspective.
You guys have all the perspective figured out and everything else,
No,
right?
I wanted you to do like a stick figure drawing.
Right. Well, it's much easier than that. I have a much better way of like explaining why I think the horizon's supposed to rise with on a flat plane. So if you're on a flat plane and you look at the horizon, um, where do you imagine it would be if you're just standing up, right? If you're looking at your eye level and it's an infinite plane, like if you look down even 1 degree, isn't that line of sight going to hit the ground?
What do you? I don't know what you're really getting at.
I'm saying like if
you're looking at the horizon, you're looking at the ground at a distance, at the ground where the ground meets the sky.
Right. So that should be at eye level, right? Where the ground meets the sky?
Feet level, foot level. The ground is foot level.
I'm saying on a flat plane.
No, the ground is foot level.
Right, but when you look out,
and your eyes, remember the anatomy lesson. Your eyes are above your feet.
But if you look down from eye level, which is horizontal from where you're looking, wouldn't you see the ground? If you look 45 degrees down, you're going to see the ground, right? If you look 1 degree down from the horizontal, aren't you still going to see the ground on an infinite plane? That line of sight is going to hit the ground. Even if you look down at even any amount downward that you look, you're going to see the ground. If it's an infinite plane, the line of sight will hit the ground. If you look up any amount, that line of sight will never hit the
infinite
ground.
plane.
This is what we were talking about before, and I got mocked for saying it, and I was told I was wrong. But I think that with this way of explaining it, I think I can get Old Haas to realize it, and anybody else.
I'm actually kind of busy right now, but yeah, I wish you would make that drawing. When I'm unfettered, I'll be when I'm able to have the unfettered conversation. I'll go into what you think you're not confused about, but I can't at the moment. Just give me a few minutes. But yeah, just make the drawing. It'll take you fucking 45 seconds of what your original thing was, if you even remember it.
I do. I don't have a good way of making drawings though, and I don't have a way.
Get a pencil and a paper.
Okay,
and then
I guess
take a picture of it and post it.
Fuckers. Pencils and paper. Can someone unhush me so I can post it? I've got a drawing here, but I can't post it without being unhushed. Just a sketch. But it's pretty easy to explain if anybody wants to engage. So the whole point of the argument was I was trying to bring up horizon dip as evidence for the globe, and the sort of prerequisites are on an infinite plane. It doesn't matter if you what your elevation is, the horizon is still going to be at the horizontal eye level. And the explanation I have for that, because it seems like a bunch of flat earthers I was talking to about it wouldn't accept that proposition, and to me it seemed like basic perspective. Took me a while to get a better explanation for it, but the whole explanation for it is basically when you instead of talking about parallel lines converging at the horizon, if you are looking horizontally at eye level and you look down any amount, then that means that that line is going to converge with the earth. So that's, and if you look up at any level, that line will never converge with the earth. So that's why the horizon is at eye level, because it's horizontal. And if you increase in elevation, it doesn't matter what elevation you are. If you look down from horizontal, that line will still converge with the infinite plane. So you're still going to see the horizon at horizontal. So again, if it doesn't matter what your elevation is. If you look down you're going to see the ground on an infinite plane. And so the horizon rises with you at any elevation and stays horizontal. But on a globe, the horizon dips because of the curvature. And so when we go and we check reality, does the horizon rise with you at any elevation? No. We see horizon dip. Therefore, the Earth is curved and a globe.
You've obviously never been in an airplane.
What part of the precedents that I was stating do you disagree with?
So the horizon doesn't rise to eye level.
Okay. I just explained though, if you're looking horizontally and you look down on an infinite plane, aren't you going to see the ground?
All right. So since this is going to turn into a dumb conversation, when I look down, am I not going to see the ground? Like, what part of down do you mean?
I mean, any angle lower than horizontal.
Ground is down, so yeah. It extends all the way out to horizontal.
It extends all the way out to horizontal because even if you look down 1 degree, that line is still going to converge with the Earth. And if you look up even 1 degree or any amount of angle, you're never going to see the Earth because that line will never converge with the flat plane, right?
I don't even think you know what you're talking about, man.
It's pretty simple. I think you're evading here.
Which line are you talking about?
The ground,
Which line are you talking about?
we're just talking about a
See,
flat
this is
plane.
why I begged him to draw a damn picture.
I drew a picture and I can't post it. But it's pretty
this was
simple. If you look
explained.
down, you see the ground. If you look up, you see the sky. So that's why the horizon is.
DM it to me and I'll
where's
post
the
it.
line at?
DM it to me and I will post it. You are confused, dude. We're gonna get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, it was explained to him yesterday at great lengths. I don't know why he keeps repeating it.
Like here's the problem, right?
You guys aren't agreeing with
on
the
the
basics.
x-axis,
Looking down, you see the ground. Looking up, you see the sky. Like
on the x-axis,
so simple.
listen, man. On the x-axis, that forms a circle all the way around you, due to how perspective works. You literally are looking. Your vision will form a circle all the way around you. That's literally the definition of a horizon. Is the optical limit of your vision extended all the way outwards? That's the horizon, right? So when you look at it, the x-axis might be curved, but it's only curved at the edges of your eyes. And when you turn, it's still curved at the edges of your eyes. You don't see it dive off and curve off into the side like you would expect to see on a ball or whatever. But anyway, so what we're looking for is z-axis curvature. Do you know what z-axis curvature is? Do you know what z-axis curvature is?
Z-axis curvature. Now, if Z is vertical, then you mean like curving around the
No, it's
vertical?
depth. It's depth. Z is depth. You know, you remember when you did algebra and your x-axis was horizontal and your y-axis was vertical, and then the z-axis was depth.
Generally, when we describe like curvature, you use an axis of rotation, and if the axis of rotation is Z, then you're talking about curvature in the XY plane.
This dude literally heard the word axis and then tried to talk about something else. This is hilarious.
That's just how it's defined mathematically. But you're talking about something
Here, I'll
specific.
tell you what. I'm gonna post an image. Okay, I'm gonna
plane
post an
dropping.
image for you in the side chat, and I bet you still won't get it because you're literally incog. Either that, or maybe you're just too dumb to get it.
You won't agree that
My
the
money's on number
horizon is
2.
horizontal. I've explained it to you. If you look down from horizontal, you're going to see the ground. If you look up from horizontal, you're not going to see the ground. So the horizontal is the horizon. That's pretty simple.
The horizontal is just perpendicular to plumb.
But if you look down from the horizontal, from eye level, then you're
Well,
going to see
this
the
is
ground.
Grandpa here. It's an honor, and if anybody has any questions or comments or concerns,
No, we
feel free
don't.
to
We don't.
We'll
go.
let you know.
Thank
We'll
you.
push
Go
the
ahead.
button,
What
Grant.
questions we got
Yeah.
for Grandpa? Go ahead.
Hey, so Dylan
Go ahead.
and
Show
Dr.
me
Jordan, if you look in the side chat, this is what I'm talking about.
You're talking about like the drop over distance, right?
Yeah.
Right. You can have drop over distance. I'm talking about horizon dip. So, I've talked
Yeah.
about the drop
Do
over
you know
distance.
what the horizon
Sounds like
dip is from? Do you know what the
the
horizon dip is
horizon,
from?
the horizon dip is from the fact that we're on a globe.
No, that's not
Wrong.
what it's from. It's from your elevation level above the surface of the earth.
Right. Elevation over a globe.
No.
That's my point, though. You guys are not agreeing to some basic
Well,
principles
you're wrong.
of
No, this is
perspective.
celestial navigation. This is how they navigate. When they measure the dip angle, they're measuring it from like the bird's nest in the ship. It's the elevation from your eyes above the surface directly beneath you at zenith. Or
Generally, they're not
at all.
measuring. They're not measuring the horizon dip when they're at sea because it's hard to level a sextant on a boat that's bobbing in the water. So usually they use a calculation in order to remove the horizon dip from their sextant readings because they're measuring a height of a star over the horizon, and they're using and if they don't account for that dip, then they don't get an accurate reading for the star. So there's tables in the
Only when
navigation.
they're at altitude. If they're at like on the dock of the boat, they don't have to account for the dip because the dip is unnecessary. They still measure a flat baseline, regardless.
Right. When you have very low elevation, the dip angle is very low. It's very small.
Right, and the dip angle is to basically bring the horizon back up to where it would be if they were on the deck of the ship.
Up to horizontal, yeah. And that's my point, is that on a flat plane, the horizon, on an infinite flat plane, the horizon will always be at the horizontal eye view, no matter what your elevation is.
No. I
Okay,
told
well,
you. It
let's
has
say
to
you're
do
at
with your elevation. It has to do with the elevation of the optic above the surface of the Earth.
Okay,
I
what
already told you
surface of
that.
the Earth, what elevation would you like to be at on a flat plane? Give me some elevation.
What are you talking about, dude? The only
Come up with
reason the dip
what
angle gets brought
elevation on a
into
flat
this
plane
is because
do you think
if
you'll
you're
have horizon
200
dip?
feet in the air, you have
Okay, let's say you're 200 feet in the
account
air.
for the 200 feet in the air that you are for the horizon.
Okay, let's say you're 200 feet in the air and you're looking out horizontally. When you look down from that horizontal angle, are you going to see the ground?
Oh my God, bro.
Just answer the question. It's a simple question. If you look down from horizontal,
if you look down from the horizontal, you're going to see the ground.
okay, and if you look up from the horizontal, you're not going to see the ground, right?
And if you look up from horizontal, you're not going to see the ground.
That's why the horizontal is the horizon. And it doesn't matter what your elevation is on a flat plane.
That's not true.
You just agreed. You look down from horizontal, you see the ground.
No, you took what I said and you said that can't happen on a flat plane. That's what you said. You have no
Horizon
measurement.
does not happen on a flat plane, and I just explained it to you. And you just admitted that you look down, you see the ground, and you look up and you don't see the ground. So that's why the horizon is horizontal on a flat plane.
No.
You just
What are you
admitted it.
talking about, dude?
None of
I
this makes
don't
any
even know what
sense.
you're talking about
No,
anymore.
none of it makes any sense.
If you look down from the horizontal, you see the ground.
Yeah, that's where your feet are on the ground.
And you know what? I'm
Right.
going to change my answer. When I look
Does
up,
it matter if
when I
you're
look up
looking
from
at 1
horizontal, I see the
degree
ground. Now
or
what?
less than a degree? Any angle downward that you look at any
When I
elevation, that line
when I
of
look
sight is
up,
going to hit
I
the
only see
ground
the ground.
on an infinite plane.
When I look up, I only see the ground.
You're just being
That's how
absurdist now. You already admitted
that's how retarded you're being,
That's
dude.
called projection, dude. Absurdist.
He's saying he looked up and he sees the ground. He's not being reasonable at that point. He knows that if you look down from horizontal, you're going to see the ground. If you look up from horizontal, you're not going to see the ground.
The horizon is literally defined
hold on, dude.
as
If
the
you look
apparent
straight up,
location where the sky and the earth meet. Of course, down is the ground. Like, I don't understand, like,
yeah, you can look
where
up.
your
You
logic
can
is.
see. You can look up and see a plane and still see the ground while looking at a plane.
I'm talking about the exact angle that you're looking, what you're specifically
Well,
looking
I'm
at. I'm not
giving you.
talking about
I'm giving you an example. When you're looking up, if you're looking angularly up to look at a plane, you can still see the ground.
right. I'm talking about a particular line of sight. We're talking about a line of sight, not a whole
Yeah, this
field.
is why I begged you. You already flat smacked yourself. This is why I begged you to draw the picture.
I did draw the picture and I sent it to you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
It's just basically like a triangle with a little, looking up, you don't see the ground. Looking down, you do see the ground. So it doesn't matter if you're looking 1 degree lower than the horizon, you're still that line of sight is still gonna impact the ground. If you're looking 1 degree up from the horizontal, you're still not gonna see the ground. And so that's why the horizon is horizontal from the eye view at any elevation on an infinite plane.
I think he's just arguing with his own feelings at this point.
Yeah, did you see that I posted your picture? So what's the guy looking at?
I just have a horizontal line.
Okay.
Representing the horizontal eye level.
Okay.
I have a flat plane of ground, and then there's 2 angles of line of sight.
So are you conceding? Are you conceding that the ground and the eye level are parallel?
The ground and the eye level are parallel.
Okay. Well, welcome to flat Earth.
We're
Exactly. I
describing
don't know what we're
what
arguing
would
about
happen,
anymore.
where the horizon would be on a flat Earth. Yes. This is a purely geometric.
The horizon would be where the sky appears to meet the ground, and the
which
ground is below your feet.
Horizontal eye level. If you look at the horizontal
eye level and feet level are. Where's Jim Z when I need him? Because this is nonsense. Eye level and feet level aren't the same thing.
I'm saying looking downward from eye level, do you see the ground?
Well, yes. You're going to have to because the ground is below your eyes.
All right. So any line of sight that you draw below the horizontal is going to hit the ground. So any angle of line of sight below the horizontal is going to hit the ground.
Hold on. Do you think people have like tunnel vision? I don't have tunnel vision. Do you?
We're just talking about a line of sight here. Of course, people have a field of view, but you've agreed that if you look down from the horizon, down from horizontal,
what does that even mean? What does that mean? If I look down from the horizon, what the hell does that even mean?
The whole point we're trying to get at is
no, dude, just stop. Answer. The whole point is to alleviate your confusion. So, what the hell does looking down from the horizon mean?
it means you're looking at the ground.
And this proves that the Earth is a globe?
We're going to get there. You have to agree that the horizon rises with your eye level on a flat plane. So that
No,
it
right?
doesn't matter
Don't
what
you?
your
Are you?
elevation.
Do you have dude? Do you have amnesia? Remember earlier when I said the
I told
the
you we
term
just
the
agreed to
dude? You
disagree
do have
earlier. You
amnesia.
guys
When
mocked
I
me about
addressed this earlier, I explained to you rises to eye level and has risen to eye level are two different things. Rises
saying
to eye level, rises to eye level. That term, that phrase, is is used in reference to demonstrate that the Earth isn't curving away.
what we observe when we go out and check is that the horizon dips with elevation. What I'm trying to show
The
you is that
horizon dips
on a
with
flat
elevation. What the hell does that even mean? Yes, when you go higher above the floor, you're higher above the floor.
but on a flat
This is like
plane,
deja vu.
on a
Your picture
I
didn't
showed you
help
the picture.
anything.
I showed
Your
you the
picture
picture on
really didn't help anything because you're ignoring what your picture demonstrates.
the picture demonstrates that
You said the eye level. You said that the eye line, the dotted line, and the ground are parallel.
I'm saying that the horizon doesn't dip with elevation
Hey,
on
hold on.
Yeah, now he's talking on both sides of the map.
plane.
Ask him about the GIF I just posted in the side chat. See what he says about that.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it too. What do you think? What do you think, Dylan?
I think that is kind of showing my point.
Well, what do you have you ever been on a hot air balloon? Or what do you actually see?
We see the horizon dip from the
Which one, the
horizontal.
left or right?
What we see is what's happening on the left when we go out and check in the real
No,
world.
you've lost your freaking toodle mind.
You haven't even agreed what this shows what I'm talking about though, that on a spinning or on a round earth you would get a drop in the horizon. This white line that's going across represents the horizontal eye view, right? And as you're increasing in elevation, the horizon doesn't drop from the horizontal on the stationary flat plane. It stays at the eye level. It stays at horizontal from the eye view. So even though you're increasing in elevation, you're still looking down, you see the ground. Looking up, you see the sky. It's pretty simple. And we already were talking about how the horizon does dip with elevation. So there's curvature, there's a round earth.
No, dude, that's no. I hate to break it to you, that's no globe proof. If you look out the window of a plane, the ground is below you. That's not proof that the Earth is a ball.
The horizon dips though.
It proves you're above the ground.
The horizon dips with elevation because it's on a globe. On a flat plane, the horizon doesn't dip with elevation because you look down. Your eye
That's
level
not
is
true.
parallel
You're
to the
looking
ground.
parallel to the surface of the earth, and your feet
Right.
are however many feet up in the air. So your eyes, your optic is, if it's 100 feet up in the air, if it's 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, that dip angle is going to match parallel to your vision.
The eye
It
level,
doesn't match the
it
ball
doesn't
earth.
matter what your elevation is. Your eye
It
level
doesn't match
is
the
still
ball earth.
parallel to a flat plane. If we're talking about a flat plane here, right? So looking
That's not
down
true.
from that
That's not
parallel,
true,
you
man.
see the ground.
You're
You
looking
don't
parallel
agree
to a
that
flat plane.
horizontal eye level is going to be parallel to the ground on a flat plane, right?
No, it's going to be eye level is going to be parallel to the horizon. Correct.
Parallel to the ground.
Parallel to the ground, going to the horizon. Yeah. So if you go up in altitude, you're going to go up higher above the horizon, and so it's going to dip down because your eyes are going to be looking parallel to the to the Earth.
All right. So if you go up in elevation and you look down any amount, do you see the ground?
Yeah.
Okay. And
You're
if you
looking
look up,
parallel to the Earth.
so the horizon is still at your eye level on a flat plane.
Define parallel.
The lines never meet.
It's two straight lines that never meet.
Yeah. Okay. Two straight lines that never meet. But if you go down from that horizontal eye level, any amount, it
Can you
does
have
meet.
parallel lines on a circle?
Let me answer my question. If you look down from the horizontal at any level, does your eye hit the ground? Does your eyesight line of sight hit the ground on a flat plane?
Yeah, when you look directly under your feet, your eyes hit the ground, dude. What the fuck are you
I'm
talking
saying
about?
any amount below the horizontal, which is
Yeah.
parallel with the ground.
When you look in a deer, you're
any
fucking
angle
looking at the
downward,
ground, dude.
it's no longer parallel. Exactly. So any amount that you look down from the horizontal, you see the ground.
Bro. You're special
Right?
kind of stupid, man.
You're saying that, but you're also
because your eye again, because your eyes are above your toes.
If you look down from
You need to
horizontal,
make an
you see the
expanded
ground.
drawing, dude. You need to make a drawing that encompasses all this that you're attempting. You need to make something at the other end, not just a stick figure with a dotted line coming out of his eyes standing on the ground. What is he looking at? I
He's
told you that
looking.
drawing would only take 45 seconds. So continue the make it more, add more to your drawing. Because your words the words aren't working.
It's pretty simple. You guys are kind of evading the point here. If you look down from the horizontal, you see the ground. That's simple enough, right?
Yeah, because your eyes are above the ground.
Right. So you look down and you see the ground from the horizontal. So that's why the horizon is at the horizontal on a flat plane. If you go up any elevation, it changed that fact. You still look down from the horizontal, and any amount that you look down at any elevation on a flat plane, you're still going to see the ground. Right?
I hate to break it to you, dude. You're not making any sense.
I don't think I can make it any simpler, man. If you look down from horizontal, you see the ground.
I didn't say it was too complicated. I say you're not making any amount of sense at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, add to your
If you
drawing
can't get
because it's just not happening.
I mean, not only
think
that,
you're
but it doesn't make the Earth curve either.
the whole argument is that on a
You
flat
have no
plane,
argument, bro.
at any elevation, the
We're gonna
horizon
keep
is
going.
still at horizontal because when you look down, you see the ground. When you look up, you see the sky. On a globe, you at higher elevations, the horizon dips. And when we go out and check, does the horizon dip at
Okay,
elevation?
so
Yes,
hold
the
on,
horizon
dude.
does.
When you see the horizon in the distance, correct? When you see the horizon in the distance, are you with me?
Okay, you got to ask a real question here.
Okay.
What about it? What about it?
Well, the ground that appears to meet the sky, is that ground above your eyes?
No.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Okay, so let me ask you, when you're at elevation and you look down from the horizontal, do you see the ground? Any angle, like 1 degree down from horizontal, isn't that line of sight going to
Yeah,
hit the
of course, because you look. Yes, dude.
Okay. Okay, so that means that on a flat plane, as you raise in elevation, you don't see the horizon dip because any amount that you look down from the horizontal, you still see the ground. Just like in the gift that
because you're above, because you've raised up above the ground.
Yes, you're above the ground. So looking down, you see the ground.
So why should it be surprising to you?
It's not surprising.
When they climb Mount Everest, do they look down at Tibet or up at Tibet?
You look down, I suppose. It's the same.
Why is that? Because you've climbed a mountain, not because the Earth is a globe.
Do you agree that at any elevation, the horizon?
You agree that your argument is just nonsensical?
I don't agree with that. It makes perfect sense, actually.
So I'm glad you said actually at the end, because I was wondering there for a second. Oh, you actually it actually does make sense. Okay, never mind. Perfect.
On a flat plane, any elevation, you look down from the horizontal, which is parallel with the ground. You look down any amount, you're still going to see the ground, and so that means the horizon is going to be at horizontal on a flat plane at any elevation.
No, I just got you to agree that when you look out at the horizon, the ground that meets the sky is still beneath your eyes. It's at foot level. It's foot level. Describe foot level.
1 foot above.
I figured it out how to get you out of the maze. Describe foot level.
1 foot above the ground? Is that what you're talking about?
No, dude, your feet. What are your feet?
Level. Okay, I thought you were talking about like the measurement of distance.
No, I'm not talking about jumping level. I'm talking about foot level when you're standing.
Okay, so you basically mean ground level.
Ay. So foot level is ground level. What is eye level? What's eye level?
Whatever your height is. Your eye height above your.
Well, no, your eyes aren't at the top of your head. They're like they're down a couple inches. Are your eyes on the side of your head? This might actually. Okay, so your eyes, you have eye level, and now you have foot level, ground level, correct? And you've agreed those are parallel, correct?
This conversation just got better.
I'm almost there. What'd you say?
I said this conversation just got a whole lot better. We got eyes on the side of our face.
Yeah, someone's gonna bring up David Icke now. I know it. But are you following me, dude? Dylan? Earth to Dylan.
Sorry, I got cut off. Foot level.
I'm sure you did. Yeah. And you've agreed that those are parallel.
That my horizontal line.
Going back to your drawing that you made. Remember when you said the eye level and the ground level are parallel, correct?
Yeah, the horizontal line.
Okay, so I'm almost there, dude. I'm almost there. It's like Niagara Falls with the barrel going over the falls. We're almost there. So when you see the horizon, in the horizon, we agree is where the sky appears to meet the ground, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What is the ground? Is it at eye level or is it at ground level?
Below eye level is going to be we're talking about.
No, dude, I'm asking about the horizon. The horizon line where the ground appears to meet the sky. What is that? Is the horizon ground level or eye level?
It's at eye level.
No, it's where your feet are, ground level.
No, what
now
you
I'm going to ask you. Now I'm going to ask you: are you standing on your head?
What you see as the horizon is at your eye level.
No, dude, you're gonna have to re-listen. Go re-listen to how you just answered that.
When you look down from eye level,
where the ground appears to meet the sky. We'll go back. So, what is foot level? What is foot level?
He's too busy with hand foot mouth.
I got interrupt. I was paged on the intercom.
I don't know why.
You better get a rebriefing right now.
I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you.
Okay, so what? So so foot level. What is foot level?
The level of your feet.
No, what'd you say earlier? You know you've been had. What is foot level?
You're talking about ground level again, right?
Yeah, ground level. So what is the horizon?
The horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground.
Okay, so what would the horizon line be?
The horizon line is going to be horizontal from your eye level.
And what is it? Is it the
Foot
ground?
level.
Remember, the horizon is just
Is it the ground?
what you appear to see.
Hold on, your whole your whole argument was what you were appearing to see at the horizon.
Right, you're not making any sense. It doesn't make any sense to say the horizon.
Yeah, dude. What you think when you say the horizon is at eye level, that doesn't make any sense.
It makes perfect sense.
No, because your feet are on the ground and your eyes
It
are
would
above
only
your
make
feet.
sense.
We don't.
It would
We don't
only
use
make
that
sense, Dylan, if
argument.
you're kissing the ground.
What's that?
It would only make sense if you've got your melon on the ground.
So when you look
doing a headstand.
horizontally from your eye level, do you see the horizon? Because it doesn't make sense to talk about like how high up the ground level is in feet. It makes sense to talk about
You're hell bent. You're hell bent
angle
on
of your vision.
insisting that the horizon is at eye level. It is not.
It appears to be at the horizontal from your eye view. That's where you see the horizon at on a flat plane.
Hey, Dylan.
No.
Dylan, do you
Yes,
believe we live on an idealized infinite plane?
No, I don't.
With no
So excellent.
atmosphere.
Do you
I
believe
said
we live on
infinite
an
plane like
infinite
7
plane?
times earlier.
Do you believe we live on a horizontal flat plane?
Horizontal flat plane. Yep.
You gotta be the
Right.
biggest
So when
idiot
you look
ever
out from
to know.
eye level and you look down from horizontal, do you see the ground?
When I look out horizontal, I look above the ground because I'm above it.
Right. But if you look downward from the horizontal, don't you see the ground?
I have to look down to see the ground, my friend.
Right. And if you look up from horizontal, you don't see the ground, right?
That's because I'd be looking into the sky. You're doing quite well at the moment.
So then the horizon is where the ground meets the sky, which it should be horizontal then.
It's an optical effect. You
Yes,
can't
it's an
seem to grasp
optical
that
effect.
idea at all. You seem to
No,
think that the
I'm
sky
grasping it.
is ramping down to the ground and the ground is ramping up to the sky.
No, it says when you look down, you see the ground, and look up, you see the sky. So in that sense, yes, it's an
Yeah, that's
optical.
congratulations. You know how to tilt your head. Good boy.
Right. So can you
Dylan,
agree then
you
that
have
the
been
horizon
stuck
is
on
at the
this for the
horizontal?
last, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours. When is your head going to get around the fact that it's planar? There is no curvature. If you're claiming dip, angle dip, is the horizon, as in a boltard, then we should be able to measure this. Full
Right.
stop.
We can measure horizon dip,
Excellent.
and
And when we go
that
out
only
to measure for this, there's no measurable drop. Is
there
there?
is actually there is horizon
Excellent.
dip.
So, show it. Side chat.
You gotta unhush me in the chat if you want me to do that, or I can just send it to you guys directly
I
again.
didn't hush her.
So again, I will go and gather a measurement of the horizon dip. So are you denying that the horizon
We're
dip
not after
develops?
horizon dip. We're not after a dip angle. We're after measured drop over distance.
Well, now you're
If
changing
your
the
dip
subject.
angle, listen, Dylan, if your dip angle is the curvature of the Earth, then we should be able to measure drop over distance.
So you're going back to drop over distance because you don't want to talk about the horizon dip?
If your dip angle is truly the curvature as you claim it to be, then we can measure drop over distance at your claimed dip angle position. So if you and me go to the west coast of the United States and you claim there's my dip angle, it's X amount of degrees, and I go, right, you've just measured out 5 miles, your dip is X, I'm happy with that. At 5 miles, I'll punch in the earth curve calculator, there should be this much drop. We set a straight line, a laser, we measure the deviation from that. That's it.
Sounds like you're trying to change the subject from
No,
the
dude.
horizon dip
Besides,
to the drop
by the
over
way,
curvature.
you were attempting to use drop angle. Drop over distance would be the same thing.
That's why I'm bringing it up.
Okay, so it's not changing the topic.
So you should see both the
It
same.
is though.
Because the true horizon and the astronomical horizon should both be measurable together.
What do you mean by true horizon and astronomical horizon?
Give me a second, I'll post an image.
Because I'm just talking about the apparent horizon. It's a pretty clear argument. The horizon shouldn't dip on a flat plane, and it should dip on a globe. And when we go check, we do see horizon dip. So if you guys can get around your head that on a flat plane, the horizon should always be at
Look in the side
horizontal, regardless of your elevation, then
That is incorrect. We told you this morning there is optical effects. Can you see infinitely? Yes or no?
you cannot see infinitely.
Excellent. So you claiming that the horizon will always rise to eye level is a falsity. The reason for this, it will only appear to go as far as your optical limitations will allow it to go to. So on your perfect day, you are only going to see about 300 miles. That is with absolute perfection. So if the horizon happens to be beyond that 300-mile limit, guess what? I'm glad you just put 2 and 2 together. Well done, young fellow. Well done.
So that's what you're claiming the horizon dip is from, though? Because it doesn't change the fact that we do witness the horizon dip, and that should happen on a globe.
The horizon
The dip angle is your difference between your elevation and sea level. The reason they use dip angles is because all of celestial navigation is based upon sea level. If you're up in the crow's nest of a ship, you are not at sea level, you are above it. That is what the dip angle is for the difference between you and sea level. So if you're 50 foot in the air, that's what the dip angle will allow for, that 50 feet.
The dip angle isn't measured from sea level. The dip angle is measured
it
from the
is.
horizon.
Oh,
No, it's
you don't
not.
Horizontal.
understand,
It's
bro.
the horizon
It's
to the horizontal.
from your
No, it's
eyes
from sea level.
above sea level. That's what the dip angle is for. It's your eyes above sea level. That's why the closer you are to sea level, it doesn't matter. But when you get higher up, there's a dip off in the distance because of your height above sea level.
Yes, your height above sea level is your elevation. But when you measure the angle of dip, it's measured from the horizontal. It's not measured
Right.
from the sea level.
You're claiming it's the difference between the astronomical horizon and the true horizon, which I posted an image of in the side chat for you. If it is, then you should be able to measure drop over distance as well. If you claim refraction, then you have no dip angle to fucking jump on.
So this is you're talking about the image at 1045.
Yeah, whichever one you want. There's 2 of them. The dip angle is because of how high you are above the ground level, right? So your nadir elevation, right?
your direct elevation above the surface of the Earth, when you look out over the distance, you're looking above the surface of the Earth, and you're looking parallel to the surface of the Earth. You're not looking out and seeing a dip and it curving down and away. You're looking parallel to the surface of the Earth. It's under you. The Earth is under you. That's the
I
whole
get
point.
the fact that the Earth is under me. Like, I don't.
It has nothing to do with
Without
curvature. If
time.
it did, it would be measurable drop over distance. The horizon would be in the location it's supposed to be.
If the ground is under your feet, why would it be up by your eyes?
Because when you look out, it's just perspective. If you look
Why
any
would it be
amount
up by your
downwards
eyes?
from the horizontal, you
If
see
the
the
ground
ground
is
on a
under
flat
your
plane.
feet, yeah, if the ground is under your feet, flat plane or ball plane, why would it be above at your eye level?
Because if you look down from horizontal, you see the ground, and if you look up from horizontal, you don't see the ground. So what you see as the horizon is at horizontal. Do you agree that when you look down from horizontal, you would see the ground?
Down from horizontal? What the hell's wrong with you?
It's a pretty simple question. You're looking out horizontally from your eye level. Yes, you have some
Yeah,
elevation.
so
What's a
yeah,
dip
you're looking
angle?
at the horizon. You look at the horizon.
What's a dip angle?
Just saying, looking horizontally. Let's say we don't know where the horizon
What's
So
a
we
is.
look
dip angle?
horizontal should not be
From your eye
directly in
level
the
from the
center
flat
of your
plane.
eyeballs. You get that, right?
What?
I don't
If
think
you're
he knows what
looking,
a dip
oh
angle
my
is.
God, hold on. If you're looking horizontally, that line shouldn't be directly in the center of your eyeballs, should it?
The line being directly in the center of your eyeballs?
Yeah.
Like, doesn't make sense to me, no.
Yeah, I know, because the
Well,
ground is
look at your
below your
picture.
feet, so why would it be in the center of your vision?
I'm saying something pretty simple here. If you look down from horizontal, you see
Okay,
the
I'm looking
ground.
at the ground. Okay, I see the ground when I look down, and then when I look up into the sky, I don't see the ground. Okay, I got it.
Okay, so when you look straight ahead at
Uh-huh.
horizontal, the ground meets the sky. And so the
No, it
horizon on a
doesn't.
flat
It
plane.
No, the
doesn't.
ground's below your
We
feet. You know
just
that, right?
agreed that looking down, you see the ground, and looking up, you
Uh-huh.
see the sky. Even 1 degree difference from the horizontal, any amount you look downward from the horizontal, you're going to see the ground.
And
any amount that you look upwards from the horizontal, you see the sky. So that means that the horizon where the sky meets the ground, apparent to your vision, is going to be at horizontal on a flat plane.
I mean, right in the center, you mean?
No, your eyes are above your feet, remember?
Yeah, your eyes are above
The
your feet. So where the
5,000th
sky
time.
meets above your feet, right there is below your eyes.
Where
I
the
know it's
sky meets your
hard to
feet
understand.
above your
Yeah.
eyes?
Yeah, so
That doesn't make any sense.
you have the ground under your feet and you project it out in front of you, it's still going to be below your feet. It's never going to raise up to your eye level.
But you agreed that when you're looking horizontally and you look down, you do see the ground.
Dylan,
I
It's
don't
just
look
apparent.
horizontally and down at the same time. That's why that hurts when you
Dylan,
say that.
I want Dylan
This
to
is so
define
simple.
dip
This
angle.
is
I
so
want
simple.
him to tell me what a dip angle is.
The dip angle is the angle below the horizontal that the horizon appears to drop to.
What the hell does that mean?
That's fucking hilarious.
That's exactly what it is.
It's your eye height
Here, I'll
above
show
sea
you guys.
level.
I'll post the
And we
measurement
don't
of
need
it.
some AI overview. It's not your eye height above sea level. And since you don't really need it in an airplane, you shouldn't really need it on a boat anymore. To be close enough, you'll see the land.
Isn't the dip angle isn't it subtracted from the angle you measure in celestial navigation? So if you're measuring the angle to your observation point, the star, the sun, whatever.
What if you're in an airplane and you have to do it? Then where's your angle? Oh, that's right. In an airplane, they don't use dip angles.
They measure from
Are you
vertical,
asking
right?
me?
No, I'm just telling you guys facts.
Where should I send this measurement of the dip angle so you guys can see?
You already know what it is. It's your eye height above sea level. What's the difference? You don't even need it. Just call it 0. Then you can you remove it completely. Then you don't have to worry about it anymore.
So I just sent old Haas a video of somebody measuring the dip angle.
You don't measure the dip angle. Measure how high you are off the ground.
That's your elevation. The dip angle is not the same as your elevation.
What's a dip angle?
The angle below horizontal that the horizon appears to be.
How is there an angle below horizontal?
Well, just check the video that I showed. It's exactly what I'm talking
No, you
about.
tell me what it's in there. I'm not going to go back and look. I'm on my phone. So you tell me how you do it.
Well, you take your theodolite or total station and
No, you don't do that. I'm talking about a sextant.
Well, this is Grandpa here, by the way. You need to have a curved ruler. You could go to Amazon.com.
Glad they announced their names.
Okay, I mean, imagine you just got a protractor, right? And you got a plumb bob on your protractor.
That requires a flat surface, okay.
And so 90 degrees from the plumb bob, the vertical is going to be the horizontal, right?
Yep, that's parallel with water.
So when you look out at the horizon, however much below the horizontal the horizon is, you measure that angle.
Horizontal is the water.
The horizon dip is when the angle is below the horizontal.
How can it be below the horizon?
Oh my god.
I didn't say below the horizon. I said the horizon is below horizontal.
What's the horizontal?
90 degrees from vertical.
Wow. You guys make things so difficult. That's why you guys get lost at sea and die on islands.
It's pretty simple. You guys are jumping all over the place here.
No, we don't need to jump anywhere. You're just making triangles. You can't do that on the surface of a ball. So if you're making a triangle, that's it. No ball.
You already agreed when you look down from the horizontal, you see the ground. When you look up from the horizontal, you see the sky. The horizon on a flat plane.
Hey, dumbass, you never told us how far we were looking down.
Hold on. He already said Earth is flat when he said 90 degrees to the vertical. So that's you can't do that on a ball. So there you go.
Horizontal can't be perpendicular to vertical on a ball?
No, there's no such thing on a ball. Are you crazy?
Well, that's just silly.
That's just silly. Now you're gonna make me go in the garage, grab a basketball, and go get a carpenter's square and set it on the side of a basketball, and you're gonna tell me what angle that is?
If you want the description of it, yeah, normal to the surface is going to be vertical, right?
No.
And tangent to the surface is
No,
going to
we're
be
not talking
horizontal.
about normal to anything. We don't say that. That's gay to say that.
It's just a mathematical term. Maybe you don't know it.
You don't need that. You don't have a ball to work with.
You're saying you can't have vertical and horizontal on a ball. I'm just describing vertical and horizontal on a ball.
How would you have horizontal on a ball?
You guys are totally evading the basics
you've
here.
made a claim of your
AI
vertical on a
actually
ball.
had a good point about the
Dylan,
limit of
before you have a break,
how far
and
you
I know
can
you're
see,
soon.
but that still
How are you getting your vertical on a
doesn't change
ball?
the point.
Dylan, how are you getting your vertical on a ball?
Normal to the surface.
Normal to the surface. So you're affirming the consequent then.
I mean, you
You're assuming
understand.
you're on a
You
ball in the
understand the
first place.
globe model. This is silly. You guys understand
You're
how vertical
assuming
works on
you're
the
on a
globe model.
ball in the first place. So how are
No,
you
you guys
getting
brought
your
up the ball.
vertical line?
So if you stand on the side of a mountain and you hang a plumb bob, doesn't it have to point at the mountain so it would be normal to the mountain?
Correct.
So we're gonna go hang one on the side of a mountain, and if it's not pointing at the mountain, then your shit's wrong, dude.
Well, you brought up a basketball, like a smooth surface. If you want to define the
No, it's
vertical with a
you
plumb bob,
don't know
so
what
gravity is
basketball is
defining
either. You've
vertical,
never
then
played
sure.
sports in your life. You think a golf ball is smooth too?
Yeah, basketballs are
Relative to a
bumpy.
mountain, yeah.
No, there's about the same roughness. You can walk up to a side of a mountain and feel the dirt. It's pretty much feels like the surface of a basketball. They're dirty.
This is all just ridiculous at this point.
I know, because you're just trying to
We
just
know.
say it with anything to cope, dude.
No, you are. I'm not. I'm trying to stay on
Dude,
point,
it's
and you're
measured
talking about
flat.
every other thing.
You can't do anything about it.
You won't agree that the horizon rises with elevation on a flat plane, and I've just
I
described
did
it
not.
to you.
Nobody
So there's
said
really
that.
no
Who
way.
said it rises to your eyes on a flat plane? Whoever said that?
I'm saying that,
Oh,
and I explained how.
don't make up shit. If the ground's under your feet, why would it rise up to your eyes at a distance?
Because when you look down from horizontal, you see the
No, then you're
ground at
looking
any
down. It's
elevation.
not looking out.
You asked me a question.
I know, and I'm
You said,
asking you when you're looking out,
would the
why would
horizon?
looking down, why do you have to add looking down in?
Because when you look horizontally from your eye level, and you look any angle down from the horizontal, you still see the ground on a flat plane. Any amount
You gotta
angle
look
down, you
down to
look,
see the ground, right?
and any amount up, you
Not
don't
straight
see
in
the
front of
ground.
you.
That's why
Yeah,
the
right.
horizon is at the
Not
horizontal
straight
on a
in
flat
front
plane.
of you. Down.
Dylan,
What?
you're not helping yourself there.
That part seems pretty simple. I just keep repeating myself.
Yeah,
He agrees when you look down, you see
you're
the
not
ground. When you
helping
look up, you
yourself.
see the
Dylan,
sky. The
Dylan, shut up
horizon
for
is
a second.
horizontal.
Dylan, just silence for a second. If I look out and then I look down, whatever's below me is going to be below me because I'm looking down. What do you think, you idiot?
We don't need
You're
to
the
get
one that
into
said it.
insults.
If I look out and then I look down, what do you think I'll see? Well, if I go out and might tilt down, I'm going to see the ground. Me looking down and then saying, oh, look, I see the ground, and then me looking up saying, oh, look, I see the sky, has absolutely nothing to do with what you're yapping about.
Got cut
And
again.
notice how he drops out at the most inconvenient times.
It is very inconvenient. I'm very frustrated too.
Get it fixed.
I don't even know what the issue is. It seems to only happen when I'm actually talking. Like I can listen to you guys for a while on mute and it doesn't seem to happen. And then while I'm talking, it just seems to, and I
Oh,
don't
I
even,
guess you need to charge your Bluetooth.
that does happen. Yeah. In the car when I'm on the Bluetooth. Yeah.
No, it's telling you what's wrong. Believe it or not, that shit wasn't invented a couple of years ago. It was invented by flat earthers a long time ago.
Bluetooth?
Yes.
Fascinating.
Oh shit.
Well, I've pretty much said my point. If you guys still don't get it at this point,
Yeah,
I
get
don't know
it.
what to do.
Yep.
Your point is a straw man account. Your point is, if the earth is flat, then blah, blah, blah.
Right. I
Stop
said
telling
no.
us if the earth is flat. We know it's flat. We go out and see that. We can measure that. You just don't want to grasp that idea. It hurts you. I don't know why.
And then you
I'm
come in every day to
advocating for the
argue with
globe for
people.
sure. My argument was that on a flat plane,
No, you
Your
can't make up
horizon
your
Yeah,
own
dude.
flat Earth.
is horizontal
You
at
You
think
the
eye
cannot
level
elevation.
is
make up
ground
your
level?
own flat Earth, dude.
It's not my own flat Earth. I'm just
You
explaining
just
what
did.
happens on a flat plane.
You just did on a flat plane. That is you telling us what is happening. That is a straw man
It's just a geometrical claim.
by you on our behalf. That is a straw man.
No, I'm not trying to say this is what you're saying. I'm not putting a
Okay,
claim in
so
your mouth.
Dylan, one step at a time. Who is saying that the horizon must rise up if the Earth is flat?
I'm saying that.
So that is you telling us what is going on. You are projecting an argument on our behalf so then you can attack it. It's called a straw man.
No, I'm not saying that it's your argument. It's my argument.
Yeah, but you're doing it on our behalf.
Why do you think I'm doing it on your behalf? What do you mean by that?
Because
So you've
that's
got
not what
something
we
to
think.
attack.
You're like Professor Dave. He draws flat moons in the sky and people standing on a flat disc floating in space, and that's not us. So
No,
who's he?
you think
Who's
we're
he
on a
Hey,
flat
debunking?
Dylan.
plane?
Who's he
Hey, Dylan,
debunking?
slow down.
His own shit. He's debunking his own imagination. That's what you're doing.
Hey,
You're debunking your own imagination, Dylan.
so Dylan, a
You guys
straw
are being
man
pretty
is when
aggressive
you
here.
create an
Shooting
argument.
people.
Dylan, just hold up. The straw man is when you create an argument for the specific purpose of burning it down.
And I'm not doing that.
Yes, you are.
How am I doing that?
If the earth was flat, the horizon would do blah, blah, blah. You're telling us what your argument is so then you can attack it. And that is what you're doing.
No, I'm saying that
Yeah,
that
dude.
is true. That the horizon.
You were saying that eye
I'm not
level
going
and
to
ground
attack
level
that
are the
claim
same.
afterwards.
No, dude. You're saying that eye level and ground level are the same level.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm saying that the horizon appears to be at the horizontal because on a flat plane, if you look
But it's
down,
the
you see
ground.
the ground, and if you look up from the horizontal, you see the sky. And
Oh,
so
you're.
that means that the horizon is at the horizontal. Is there
Yeah,
anything wrong with that
you
particular
do think
argument?
that you see in tunnel vision.
Let me see if I can get this logic. The horizon rises to eye level,
The
right?
horizon stays at eye level at any elevation. Yeah.
Okay, and then when you're at, are your eyes above the Earth or are they at the Earth level, or
It
horizon
doesn't
level?
matter on a flat plane
Why doesn't it matter?
because the horizontal eye level is parallel to the ground.
Right. So why would it rise to eye
Oh
level?
man, he's making that up.
Okay. The horizontal is eye level no matter what your
No, you're
elevation
making
Actually,
is.
that
this
shit
It's
up.
still going to
bullshit that
be
he's
You're
parallel to
spooling
the
making it
us
ground.
up.
now,
If
this
the
shit that he's
ground is
spooling
below
us now,
your
just so
feet,
you know, was what he got from AI this morning about 5 hours ago, maybe 6 hours ago.
anyway, if the ground's
No,
below
it's
your feet,
not.
how is it going to rise up to your eyes out in the distance? Son, answer that so I don't have to slap you in the face.
Go ahead and ask the question a little bit
I
more.
already asked him 20
Oh my
times.
God! If you're standing on the ground and then the ground goes out in front of you perfectly flat, why would it rise up to your eyes?
Because your eye horizontal level is always going to be parallel to that
Above
flat
the
plane.
ground, yeah, parallel, above the ground, right? So not the ground doesn't rise to your eye level; it just appears that way because you can't
It
see
just
that little
appears
bit.
that way. It just
Yeah,
appears that way because
yeah,
when
it
you look
only
down
appears
from
that way. You can
horizontal, you
measure
see
it's
the ground.
actually not. It only appears that way. You can actually measure that it's not. How do you like that?
I think you're conflating this angle of your
No,
vision with the elevation here. These are
dude,
not. It's not a reasonable
dude,
argument what you're making.
I would have asked you to leave and get in your car and go home for the day already at work if you would argue with me like that.
You already agreed that when you look down from the horizontal, you see the ground, and when you look up from the horizontal, you see the sky. That's all I need for you to agree to in
No
order to
shit.
agree that
Looking straight out
the
doesn't mean
horizon.
that the horizon line is split in between your eye level. That's your made up shit.
If you agree that looking down from your eye level hits the ground and agree from that looking up from your eye level you don't see the ground, then the horizon is at your eye level.
So this is why the next generation of people coming up, the United States isn't going to be here in 20 years, you guys. So get ready now.
It's a pretty simple.
Dylan is
it's
the
a pretty
bridge
simple
to
argument.
complete illiteracy.
Dude, you have no argument at all.
Do you mind if I ask a question real quick?
Yeah, please, because Dylan
Okay,
is
it's just something it's something a little different, but it's about the angle perspective. I've been here like the whole time, but I just haven't been talking. So my question is this, to Dylan: when you look out and you see the sky and the ground meet, like how high up are those clouds? Anybody? Dylan? Anybody?
I don't know. Maybe we should measure the dip angle.
Yeah, totally. I'm just wondering because again, if you combine that question with like the long distance, zoom in stuff, camera and stuff you've done, if you zoomed out, it looks like the clouds come down and meet the ocean or ground or whatever, coming up to your horizontal eye level or whatever. And then when we zoom in, it's like goes, "Woo," and then the clouds actually, almost like lift up and like separate out, like almost your mouth. It's like a mouth opening up instead of being shut, like a stork bill opening up, and the clouds just go woo, and they just stretch out at whatever the cloud deck is. They say 10,000 feet, and it doesn't matter. Like they're still at their level. It's the same as the ground. It's still at its level. It's not that difficult to understand. He just thinks that the clouds are actually curling down around a ball. And it's not what we experience and not what we see. So I just don't know what the argument is with it.
Well, maybe we should ask him if he sees the clouds on the horizon. Does he think he's standing on a cloud?
That's a good question.
Because
they're at the same height as the Earth, apparently. That's what it looks like. I mean, so
they're the same height as your feet, according to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm confused this whole time. I mean, I'm fucking late to school all day, but like, I just trying to make sure I'm not that dumb.
You guys are the ones straw manning my argument at this point.
What is your argument?
No, that would be a steel man.
You don't have an argument, dude. You can't make up your own flat Earth rules and then debunk them on here because we're just going to say, nuh-uh.
I'm not trying to debunk the claim that the horizon stays at eye level, that on a flat plane.
That's your made-up claim.
You've agreed to all the prerequisites.
No, I agreed. If you look down, you see dirt. If you look up, you see clouds.
Okay, and so if you look at horizontal, you see where the dirt and the clouds meet, or the sky meets.
Roughly. It's really below your eye level.
It's below your eye level? How much below?
Of course it is. This ground is below your feet. How would it be above your eye level? Unless it was curling upwards.
I'm saying, what angle do you have to look down to see the horizon on a flat plane?
Oh my God.
Oh, dude, I think I just might have figured something out. Again, I'm stupid, but like, did we factor in, or anybody, especially Dylan, did factor in any sort of gradient in the topography and where this thing was measured? Because that might actually make a difference. I mean, I live in the mountains, and
No, he's talking
it makes
about
a
water.
difference. Oh, water. Okay, cool.
I believe.
Thank you.
I think that's where we. Well,
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
we only talk about over water in here because
we do. I just don't know where he was coming
otherwise it's
from.
wasting people's time with these guys.
Yeah,
Right,
that's why I asked,
say,
because I wasn't sure
because
where he was at.
he can't tell me why if you hang a plumb bob next to a mountain, it doesn't point at the mountain.
That's straw manning me too.
So Dylan,
You said that's how you get it. You pointed at the ground. It's
You can
supposed
get
to be
vertical from
normal.
a plumb
It's
bob.
supposed to
Yeah.
be normal to the bumps in the ground. Remember?
No, when you asked about a basketball, I said, where would you define vertical on a basketball? I mean,
There's no
I
such
could say
thing.
vertical is
Basketball is
vertical.
a sphere. There's no such thing as vertical or horizontal on a sphere. You know that. I know that. We all know that. But for some reason, you guys pretend there is.
Yeah, it's amazing that the whole globe Earth seems to be able to
Are
get
all
along with
brainwashed into thinking that
horizontal.
horizontal and vertical exist on a ball. And I don't think that way. That's probably why I get farther in life than you guys will.
Well, Tim, you want to hang out?
You guys are just straw manning me all over the place. So,
Dude, don't whatever you do, don't get a job where people's lives depend on it.
I work on jet engine control systems.
Quit doing that. You don't even know what a control system is.
I did my master's in controls and
You don't have
electromagnetics.
a master's in it, or you wouldn't be talking silly shit on here.
You can look me up. I'm published in the Journal of Electrical
I don't
Engineering.
need to look you up. I can
I do
hear
have
it
a
in your
master's
voice.
and a
You would
bachelor's
be
in engineering,
fired.
and I work
You
in
could not
aerospace.
work with me. Masters or none, you can't work with me if you're gonna lie and make up shit.
I would not want to work with you, no.
Because I call out your bullshit. I do it all day long to guys. They don't like working with me because I call out their bullshit.
You
They
work
know
in a
we
machine
can't-
shop, right?
No, I don't work in a machine shop.
Where do you work?
I'm not gonna tell you where I work.
Well, what kind of a place do you work?
Oh, it's a manufacturing company.
Okay, so you do manufacturing. Okay, you're a
Yeah,
manager.
I don't. I'm getting rid of people. That's my job. How do I eliminate all these jobs? And then they ask me, and I say, well, we can do this, and then they ask us as a group. There's 12 of us, and we get them a plan, and then they send us in with our little guys underneath us, and we all have them do their shit. Then we move on to the next place, and
So you
then
don't do any.
all those extra
You're not an
people get
engineer.
moved to another building.
You're not an engineer.
Mechatronics, do you know what that is?
That's the company you work for.
No.
You work. You do
You know
work
what
with.
electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, computer sciences combined? That's one
Okay.
degree now.
Okay.
3 degrees in one. Do you like that? Actually, got 4
Professor,
degrees in one.
Professor, is it kind of like control and instrumentation engineering, which is kind of a hybrid degree as well?
Yep, that's another one.
That's what I do.
Yeah, so I don't do the little ignition designing the boards anymore. That's when we first got it. We have teams of people now that do all that. So when I started, I was the only person in that position. Now there's 60, 70 of us now.
But you don't have spatial reasoning.
Yeah, I don't think if I'm standing in a warehouse, I don't think when I look at the end of the warehouse that end of the warehouse is up by my eyes now. You're right. I don't have that kind of thinking like you guys.
We're talking about on an infinite plane.
No such thing.
Well, you guys
Infinity
think
was made up for globe.
Where do you
Infinity
think
was
we're on
made
a
up for
pretty straight plane?
globers. Infinity
The
was
only
made up for you guys to have a universe.
The only reason you would see the horizon dip on a flat plane is if you were looking at the edge.
Wow. So if I go into my garage and I put my phone on the floor and I can't see the end of it, but I see a horizon line, does that mean that's the edge of my concrete?
Can you see the horizon in your garage?
Jesus.
It'll make a horizon. I put my phone down on the ground, flip it upside down so the lens is right next to the ground. I'll get a fake horizon.
There's no horizon in your garage.
Why not?
Horizon's where the sky meets the ground.
Yeah, where the sky would meet the ground. My ground is the garage floor, right? And the sky is the air above it.
You can see the sky in your garage?
Yeah, I can see the sky from my garage.
You mean with the door open or something?
Of course. How else are you going to see it?
Well,
It wouldn't be a garage, would it, if you could see through the roof?
why are we in your garage now?
It would
I
just
don't
be a
understand.
parking space.
It seems like you're just
I'm just telling you that I can make a flat horizon using my phone on a flat surface.
Well, I tried to make my argument with you guys. I don't know if there's anything else I can say.
There's
So
not.
I might,
You can't.
I might have to,
There isn't an argument. You don't have one. You realize that now,
No,
right?
not believe
no,
in
I do
infinity.
have an argument. I tried to
What?
make my
You made
argument.
up your own
You guys
flat
couldn't.
Earth, and then you tried to debunk that in here, and it doesn't work
No, I
with us.
didn't. The whole point of the argument
Yes, you
was
said if you
the
see
horizon.
forever on an infinite flat plane where you can see forever, which none of us ever said anything like that. So that's a straw man. So what do you want us to do? Agree anyway?
No, if you guys don't understand that the horizon rises with your elevation on a flat plane, then there's nothing else I can do. I've already described it. You already agreed. Looking down, you see the ground. Looking up, you see the sky. So the horizon should be at horizontal level at any elevation on a flat plane. And the horizon
So if
should
I
dip
look
on a
up and I see
globe.
clouds and I look down and I see the ground, directly in the middle should be the middle point.
The middle point of where the sky and the ground meet should be at the horizontal from those.
Even though the ground's below your feet.
Even though the ground's below your feet.
Wow. Can you prove that it would be that?
Yeah, I pretty much proved it. It's a geometrical claim.
It's a geometrical claim that a plane, standing on a plane, looking straight ahead, that it meets your eye level.
Yes, when you look out from horizontal from your eye level, that you see the horizon where the ground meets the sky. Because looking down, you see the ground, and looking up, you see the sky. And on a globe or on a curved surface, you
If
would
your
expect
eyes
the
are
horizon to
5.5
dip with
feet above the
elevation.
ground, how far is the horizon really below the eye level?
Yeah, dude. So when you're looking at the horizon, you're looking at the ground.
You're looking at the point where the ground and the sky meet. Yeah.
Yes, the ground.
We've covered all of this, so there's really
so snap out of it.
But you guys are just straw manning
It's
me.
not
So
at eye level. It's at ground
How can
level.
we straw
feet
man
level.
you? You didn't come up with anything.
the
You made up your own
horizon is at
shit.
eye level. The horizon is at eye level. When you look down, you see the ground. When you look up from the horizontal, you see the sky. So the horizon is at the horizontal eye level. That seems like easy
What's
to
your master's
comprehend.
degree? How would I
You're
represent
nuts.
that on a gauge?
You wouldn't.
Thank you. So stop talking in circles. This is the kind of shit I got to deal with you kids at work that think you have master's degrees and shit. I have to quiz you guys all the time. That's why the new guys, they either like me or don't like me. The newest one is absolutely. He might be my son. I'm not sure. I'm going to ask him now because that's how much I get along with him. Because he only speaks pure smartness.
Pure smartness.
And I noticed that nobody at work ever talks about globes and horizons. It's weird shit. You guys do though.
That's
Are
all
we
you
done with
guys
that?
ever talk about in here is globes and horizons. You very rarely talk about the actual properties of the flat Earth, right?
Well, the
Yeah,
Earth
but
is already flat and stationary. Can you debunk me?
I can actually.
Oh, well, go ahead.
So I've only got about half an hour, but my method is GPS. And using GPS, we can do two things. We can show that the surface of the Earth is spherical, and we can show that the Earth is rotating compared to inertial references.
How come you're the only one that can do that?
Oh, I'm sure there are others that can do it.
Nobody else is able to. You're the only one that can prove the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum.
Yep, it's relatively straightforward. And there's a lot of it that you can do yourself.
Okay, so you're going to prove it's a spinning ball in a vacuum, right?
Okay, yep. I can't
Okay,
prove it's in
go
a
ahead.
vacuum. I can't prove it's in a vacuum, but I can prove
Oh,
it's
so
a
we're not
rotating
going to do
sphere.
that then. Yeah, right.
I can prove it's a
So
rotating
it's just
sphere
a spin. Okay, it's a spinning ball in water.
just in space. We just say
So
that.
space
All
a
right?
vacuum.
Okay, so let's.
Don't believe in
Well, I'm trying to
space.
get all my notes straight. Is space a vacuum so I can write this down?
So let's start with the spherical part of it, right?
That's a great place to start.
Yeah.
That's
So
a good place to start. Yeah.
you'll be good. You'll understand, because I think we've had part of this conversation before, Red One, right? That we are able to.
And you're trying it
and this is
again?
almost indisputable, right? If you take a GPS receiver and cross an ocean with it, the track of the GPS receiver in the GPS native coordinate system,
Which you've never done before.
I've
Oh, don't
done
interrupt them.
significant.
No, you haven't.
I've done
I have a
significant.
GPS receiver in my hand. It's the size of my pinky nail.
Yes, I know. We've talked about this. So I've done this kind of stuff over very extensive ranges. So hundreds of kilometres across the ocean and a few thousand kilometres in the air. So in both cases, the raw ECF Cartesian data that my location plots fits on the surface of a sphere. And you can do that anywhere on Earth, and you will be able to demonstrate that all of the GPS surface points lie approximately on a sphere to within less than 1%, including all mountain ranges and stuff like that. So that's something that is essentially indisputable, right? Because it's what GPS directly shows. The challenge now is to show, is GPS real or not? And that's pretty straightforward to prove as well. So you with me so far?
I guess. We're waiting for the rest of the story, the punchline.
Right, cool. So I've got all of these points in 3D space. The next stage is to show, does GPS actually correctly measure points in 3D space? And you can test that in a number of ways. So you can measure objects on Earth that you know the dimensions of and the distances between using other techniques, and GPS will give you the same distance measurements between points, whether they're...
And who's done all that?
So you can verify the GPS correctly measures geometry, and its geometric positions are accurate and repeatable. So the last remaining piece of the puzzle is GPS real? Are they faking?
How come my GPS just changes, fluctuates? Like 1 minute I'm down the street, next minute I'm in my living room, next minute I'm 100 feet higher than I was 5 minutes ago. Can you tell me why that happens on GPS?
Yep. So every single individual fix. So each at any point in time, you'll resolve your position based on the current information that you have. There's a lot of noise, right? So we have multipath interference. There is noise from different atmospheric effects. So different GPS satellites will have different.
So it's not accurate.
Oh no, it is accurate. It is accurate.
Well, it's close. It's close. I can see my house. That's close enough to let me see my house.
So if you get a professional grade GPS receiver with a calibrated antenna and let it sit in a location for 8 or 10 hours.
Not a GPS from the Dollar Tree? I can't use a GPS from the Dollar Tree?
Sorry, I didn't even hear what you said. But if you let one of those receivers sit in place for 8 or 10 hours or even more, you can narrow down the position to about a centimetre. And it will, and then that's repeatable. You can go back the next day, the day after.
A centimeter?
Yes.
Dude.
It's called precise post positioning. So you collect hundreds of thousands of GPS sample points across a very long period of time, process them down, manage all the variables, and you end up with a repeatable position to about 1 centimetre precision.
And who does that?
The people doing the USGS resurvey, they're using this precise point positioning technique.
So they're not just taking one reading and moving on, are they?
No. They're taking hundreds of thousands of readings over 10 or 12
Beautiful.
hours.
So if you're going to sit there and take a picture of a mountain in front of you, we'd just do it one time or thousands of times and make sure it's right.
That's not relevant to discussing GPS.
Oh, did it? It's just relevant to all kinds of stuff. Because
No,
I'm going to have you say, yes, you should repeat that over and over, and we're going to eliminate some people off TikTok. Go ahead, say that.
So you're just using a red herring here because you don't want to discuss
No,
GPS any further.
dude, you're just talking about cell towers to me.
Come on, you know better than that. You know that cell
No, I
towers cannot
know
provide.
how they work off towers.
Okay, so tell me then, because I know we've had this conversation. I know you understand GPS and you've used GPS modules before, right? So tell me how you would determine if your signal was coming from a cell tower using the GPS raw information. So not the processed location that pops out of the chip, but the raw timing information and the raw phase information. How would you determine whether
I'll
or
have
not
to look at it, and I'll get back to you.
No, you should know. You know this answer.
Oh, I'm not
already.
at my computer. I'm on my phone.
No, I know you know the answer because the timing information is
You're
dependent on
talking about
location.
the other guy that knows everything off the top of his head,
No,
not me.
you know this. You've discussed with me this a long time ago, but we've discussed it in the past. And you know how GPS works. I know you do. And you will know that if those transmission sites are not where they claim, which is visible in every message that you get, you cannot get a location fix. You'll be all over the shop. So they cannot be on the ground.
Where's the zero on a GPS? Where's zero on GPS satellites?
Zero of what?
Zero. So it knows where 0 point is. So it
The
knows how to
origin.
calculate. Yeah, it knows how to calculate its height.
So the origin of the coordinate system, is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the ECF coordinate origin is the orbital center of the satellites, which is the center of mass of the Earth.
Oh, so yeah. So since we don't have any curve, how can we say there's a center?
Okay. So you can do this as well. And this is something I'm working on at the minute, is that you can take 3 or 4, you probably need 5 to be true, 5 GPS receivers, lay them out in a polygon on the ground, separate them by about 100 meters each, and collect all of the GPS data that you can. From that data, without knowing what its contents are, you can actually determine the orbit of GPS satellites by using the time difference of arrival. You can use it, do a hyperbolic.
I mean, I can determine how fast they're moving overhead?
And how high they are and what their path is.
Well, it doesn't. There's no curved path.
No, it does show a curved path. You can actually, because you can work out the range, you can work out the angle, and you can work out.
Yeah,
their
angles
position.
only work. Angles only work on a flat surface. You can't have an angle from the surface of a ball.
Oh, that's
Dude,
very. That's
I've
a very
already
low
debunked you
bar
on this
argument,
years ago, and you
With-
ran away for like 2 years because I pulled this one on you.
You know that we can measure the angle from vertical, right? And that's a physical property of Earth.
You need to have a center of a ball to get any kind of an angle on the surface of a ball.
You don't need to know where the center is. You can work out where the center is from points.
No, you have to project from the center.
Sorry, what was the question?
I didn't say a question. I gave you a fact. You have to project from the center.
Project what?
Your lines, so that you can get degrees on the surface. They have to come from the
turn it into
center.
that long elevation. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't have that on your Earth because you guys don't have a center yet.
So we're working in the GPS ECEF space. We don't care about the Earth at this point.
You did. You told me the center point is the center of mass of the Earth. And I said, you don't have a center of the Earth because you don't have a ball. And you wanted to go somewhere else with that.
So here we are, right? So here's what you can do. And you've probably got the gear to do this. So you lay out your receivers in a polygon. Got to be slightly randomized so you don't get issues with symmetry in signals. And you can collect GPS data. If you collected, say, 24 hours worth of GPS data, then you can take that data, so just the timing information about when the signals arrive. You can take that data and you can work out what the path of those satellites is relative to your position. You'll see that relative to your position, they appear to be orbiting a spot that's 6,000 miles, or wherever it is, below you, the center of the Earth. And they'll be traveling in elliptical shapes, almost perfectly spherical, and that you will appear to be rotating relative to their path every 24 hours. So you can actually determine a lot about the nature of GPS just by listening without even knowing what it is.
So is the Earth rotating or are the satellites moving?
So compared to an inertial reference frame or any inertial thing, like the stars, if you look at all the stars and uses them as a reference, the Earth is rotating compared to any inertial thing. So the satellites are traveling as projectiles. Their plane is an inertial plane. It always faces, they all have their own North Star, effectively.
Did you say if I look at the stars, that determines that the Earth is spinning?
Relative to the stars. So if you consider the stars to be fixed, the Earth is rotating.
No, I don't consider them to be fixed because you can't prove that. Because in
well,
your
that's
universe,
fine.
in your ever-expanding universe, there is no such thing as a fixed star or planet.
For the period of our lifetimes, there is.
Oh, you can't use that.
Stars are pretty
can't use
stationary,
period of our lifetimes. How are we going to prove that? How are we going to?
Certainly for the period of our observation.
It's future proof. We don't allow future proof here.
And certainly for the period of our observation over 24 hours, those stars haven't moved, right?
Yeah, they're never going to move, are they?
They're a good reference for us.
They're never ever going to move, are they? In your ever-expanding universe, there's a contradiction there. You say they don't move, but your universe ever expands at the speed of light.
So we've got our reference anyway, right? That we can say if we treat, and you can also do these experiments, right? If you treat the stars as relatively stationary, projectiles behave as expected. That there's no apparent acceleration relative to the stars, and yeah, so you can pretty well determine the orbits of the GPS and the shape of the Earth just by observations you can make yourself without trusting the government. It's pretty bulletproof.
So I can put 5 receivers on the ground on the flat Earth, and then in 24 hours, it's going to tell me I live on a ball. Because I'm going to go do it, dude. I've got 5 GPS receivers. I just happen to have 5.
Good. Do they support raw measurement?
They're going to support whatever I tell them to support. I'm going to go ahead and do a printout for you, and you'll be able to tell what they support. But I got to get my LoRa network working first so that I can hook them all up with ESP32s, and they can all communicate at the exact same time. So that we're not all fucked up in your experiment. I want to make sure it's really accurate, not pretend accurate. Because you guys don't know how to do what I'm talking about.
So you don't need to use LoRa or any other wireless network.
Yes, I will when I want to collect all the data live streaming into Ignition. Yes, I will.
Okay. Well, then in that case, you can do that, but it's not required for the processing. That the actual
it's required for me to see it live.
Yeah, but you need to post-process it. You can't.
No, I need to just historize the 5 units for 24 hours. Then I can go look at everything. Not write it down. Not go out there every 15 minutes and write numbers down.
Oh no, you'd have to record it.
That's why people we get rid of people. I don't want people walking around with pen and paper anymore. So you got to go. We got to put robots in place. That's how I am at work.
Yeah. So we have to collect the data, and it has to be complete. So yeah, you can record it wirelessly in real time, or you can put it on SD cards. But in any case, it's got to go.
How is this going to determine I live on a spinning ball?
So this part doesn't determine the ball. It determines the spinning, and it determines the orbit of the satellites. Then you have
either the Earth is spinning or the satellites are orbiting. Which one is it going to determine?
It'll determine both. That compared to an inertial, compared to an inertial reference, it will show that the Earth is rotating, and it will show that the satellites are moving about the center of mass of something, which is the Earth.
Or they're just balloons overhead moving around, right? Because we're going to see that
this
too.
as well. One of the observable things that comes from the GPS raw data is Doppler. And the GPS satellites have particular orbital speed, which means their Doppler is predictable. So you know how fast they're going.
Oh, how do you know how fast?
Because of Doppler shift and transmission frequency, you get a shift in the frequency.
So now that they're flying overhead, and we got Starlink flying overhead, how long do you get the internet for when you have Starlink? And do you know? And why do they make Starlink extenders for farms? Can anybody answer that question?
Starlink extenders.
Yeah. So if you have Starlink and you want it out at your barn, you got to get an extender for it. You can't just say Starlink is at my house now.
You can put another receiver on your barn.
Well, you got to put an extender or pay for another account, I guess.
Yeah, another receiver. Yeah, yep.
Yeah, that's not something I would want to do. Would you?
No, but that's also irrelevant to this conversation.
I'm just wondering. So when Starlink flies over, you have internet. When it goes away, you don't have internet?
Oh, no, you'll have internet by other means. You could have terrestrial internet. You might have cable.
No. When you only have Starlink satellites flying around and that's your internet, when the light string goes away, does the internet go away?
Light string. That's not normally
Yeah,
only
the
during
string of
Rogers'
lights. That's called Starlink.
So,
haven't you seen it, Phase
I've
Ranger?
seen a couple of them. Yeah.
Okay, when that goes away, do you still have internet? Does it stay there?
Yeah.
So the internet comes down, shoots out from the satellites, and it stays there till they come back around?
The Earth is round. Changed my mind.
Is that when your AOL signs on after the string of lights goes across the sky?
That's right. You got to plug it into the string before it goes.
I'm still lost at how he figured out the Earth was moving independent of all the other stuff that we already know is moving.
I want to be educated. Why is the Earth flat?
Well, then use your ears for a little bit.
Well, use your mouth and tell me.
Why are you already angry? You haven't even talked to me yet.
I'm not angry. I'm being direct.
Go ahead, prove your globe, Directy.
No. I said educate me.
Well, I mean, I was trying to get
educate you. We can't educate you.
I was trying to get clarification from, I think that's Rufus.
Yeah, that's Rufus.
So, from my perspective, as I was seeking clarification, and your random blurting would seem like anger to me as well.
No, that's not anger. I just hopped in here. I saw it said flat Earth and just wanted to be educated on why it's flat.
Well, you have to first realize that the whole term flat Earth was more of like an ad hominem from a cult. Started in the early 1900s. They had to manufacture a term to then attach to somebody who doesn't believe in their cult religion, and then they attack the name that they created, and we kind of just use it as a term to keep everything going, right? So.
Okay.
The Globers are the ones that coined the term flat Earth, not us. We just said it wasn't a ball.
Globers are also the ones that draw a disc in space with ice falling off of it and water falling off of it. That's not us. That's Globers.
Okay.
I still don't know how. Like, okay, I got RC helicopter flying around. I got an RC drone, and I got an RC plane. Right? How do I know that I'm moving in circles when those three things are moving around me? Right? And my feet are planted. This is where I'm lost, because if my feet are planted and the other stuff in the sky not attached to the Earth is moving, well, that doesn't mean the Earth is moving, because if any of it stays stationary and hovers, in line with me, then what? Because then at some point those things would have to be going backwards or forwards based on the rotation at a hover.
Where'd Rufus go?
Oh, he doesn't like dealing with me.
Ah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were talking to me.
I literally said your name.
Yeah, I'm not Rufus.
That's fascinating. And I directed a question at you. That is also insane. How do I tell that the stuff that's moving is not just the stuff just moving and not me and the stuff moving, right?
What stuff?
Well, the stuff in the sky that's clearly moving.
Such as
RC plane, regular planes, real planes, satelloon, stars, sun, moon, birds, stuff.
Oh, so you're asking about what is relative velocity and how do we know what's moving and what's not? Is that right?
Well, no, you said the Earth was moving, which is a positive claim. So I'm wondering, with all this other stuff that's moving, like satellites and the stars and the moon and all this other stuff, how you know you're the thing instead of just that stuff moving.
So I can tell you that the Earth is rotating compared to an inertial reference.
Which is what? Which is what?
An inertial reference.
Yeah, which is?
So in classical physics, an inertial reference frame is one where the normal laws of physics apply. Einstein's got a slightly different take on it, but essentially it's anywhere that if you lob a projectile, its path will appear to not be deflected by anything. So, if you shoot your cannonball and it travels in a straight path, you know that you're in an inertial reference frame.
So cannonball shooting straight equals Earth spin.
No. Well, we've got the ultimate cannonball, right? A satellite.
He the way I'm hearing it, he just said cannonball straight line stationary Earth.
I think he meant cannonball straight line Earth curve.
It's the cannonball was an analogy, right? So the satellite's a better one because we can observe them for a long period.
I can touch a cannonball. I can make a cannon. I've made plenty of them. I just had to get rid of them. Get rid of the evidence. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've never touched a satellite.
No, but you can measure.
I've made plenty of cannons.
All right.
What?
He wants us to use our imagination and use satellites.
Well,
we have to imagine. We have to imagine that we live on a ball. Then we have to imagine a rocket shoots it up into the sky sideways. Then we have to imagine it goes around the planet. Then we have to imagine it lets it go at a certain speed. And then that thing continues to just go on forever. And we have to pretend that. Or you get so good at it, you set it and you open up your door and it just sits in place. And then your rocket, I don't know where it goes.
I
just explained to you how you can determine the path of a GPS satellite.
Well, no.
I'm trying to figure out how they got there in the first place.
It's not important. They're up there now, right?
It is important. How are you going to get them there in the first place?
It's not relevant. How we get them there is irrelevant to what they actually are now.
No, because it's 100% relevant, because most of the lies been told were that we're shooting rockets somewhere, and if they're using helium balloons, that is 1,000% relative or relevant.
So explain, Cuddles, how we can tell they're not balloons, right?
By you touching it?
No, by listening to them, the Doppler of the radio.
That's just a radio broadcast signal. I could send you a signal that says that flowers grow from the sky and not from the ground. That doesn't make it true. All you're doing is making a baseless assertion with no proof.
Gotta look
There's
Claude
no
what
way.
to say.
There's no way that he's typing and asking ChatGPT for his next response. There's no way.
He was.
This is all non-ChatGPT. I was typing someone else. So Cuddles, we know about Doppler, right? Have you heard about, Sputnik, right? The first fake satellite that was up there. They were able to learn a lot about the shape
All right,
of the
if
Earth.
you want to talk about things in the sky, let's talk about airplanes flying north to south.
Why?
I want to ask you a question about it.
Go.
So if we start at the North Pole, we'll just call that 0 miles per hour. The Earth is spinning from there. And then we take off and we go towards the equator, and that should be 1,046 miles per hour. How does the plane catch up to the Earth's spin?
Okay. So how fast is our plane flying?
500 miles an hour.
Okay. Is it following a ground track?
It's
So
just
we fly
flying straight south.
straight south. Okay. So it's just heading south and just flying.
Yep.
What can we assume about the weather conditions? Can we say that there's no wind today anywhere? It's perfectly still?
This is your cannonball analogy.
No, cannonball won't work here because we've got wind.
Nope.
So we've got no wind. It's all hypothetical, right? Because we haven't actually got an aeroplane flying from the North Pole. So we've got no wind, perfectly still day. We've started off at the North Pole and we're heading south, just facing south.
Plane's not flying sideways yet, but eventually when you get down to the equator, it's going to have to be moving 500 miles an hour forward and then sideways at 1,046 miles an hour to hit the runway. At what point does the plane catch up to that speed?
I'll ask you another question. At what speed does the aircraft ever get away from the Earth's rotational speed by more than its airspeed?
There's no such thing as Earth rotating.
Well, our conversation's over then. We can't have this then if you're not even going to suppose that.
It's a problem. Rufus, that's what I'm asking you to prove, and you're just saying that it exists, and I'm asking for proof, and you just keep saying it exists. It's like, bro, you talking
And then if we say
isn't
no,
proof.
he says, "Oh, it's over." If we say no, it doesn't exist. Oh, well, then we can't. We can't do anything.
Well, you just ended the conversation by saying there was no rotation.
No. You ended it when you said something you couldn't prove.
So
you said something, and I asked for proof, and you went, "Well, I don't need to prove it." It's like you do, or you need to stop saying it.
0 or 1 mile per hour, we'll say, to 1,140 or 1,046 miles per hour, flying straight south. How does your plane start flying sideways? At what point does it start flying with the speed of the Earth?
Well, it's always picking up speed of the Earth.
How?
So if we're traveling 500 miles an hour due south, and we're in an airstream that is rotating with the Earth, then we have a constant drag sideways with that airstream. And over the 10 or 12 hours that it takes to go from the North Pole to the equator, we will pick up about is it a couple of kilometers per hour every 5 or 6 minutes is all we need to gain from that point of view of somebody watching us move. It's a very
So you're
small
telling me that when I take off and I just head straight south, my plane is automatically just going to go sideways 1,046 miles per hour and 500 miles per hour forward.
Yep. So
it's amazing.
So you imagine you put this through your head, right? If the aircraft is flying through the air and the air is still, what is the maximum speed difference that we can have between the aircraft and the ground?
What's that got to do with anything?
Now, answer the question. What is the maximum speed over the ground?
You got to tell me how the plane catches up to the speed of the Earth.
How does it ever get behind is what I'm saying.
What's pulling it along?
Just air drag.
That would slow it down.
So we've got air drag from the side as well. The total vector of the air is our forward velocity plus.
So when you're flying, which way does the air blow on an airplane when you're flying south?
And we got a still day still?
It don't matter, does it? You told me there was some kind of jet stream 5 minutes ago.
No, I'm saying I didn't mention the jet stream.
Maybe you don't understand this. maybe you don't understand this, Rufus, but I think your name's Rufus. I don't know. Is it?
It is
Um.
Ruhif.
Ruhif. Hey, what's up, Ruhif?
It's not Ruhif.
You're not understanding that at the North Pole your tangential speed is 0, and then at the equator your tangential speed is 1,040 miles an hour. That's the whole point he's trying to get at. How are you getting
I
this lateral speed?
I understand his point. What I'm saying is,
Well, why are you going away from it then?
How does the aircraft ever get behind? Is what I'm saying. That if you're flying
Because
through
the
the air
tangential
and
speed
the
was
air is
0 to begin with, laterally.
Because if you were on a merry-go-round and holding a ball and you let go of the ball from the merry-go-round, the ball just flies off. It doesn't stay with the merry-go-round and go around in an arc around it and then hit the ground.
We are not rotating at 1 revolution a second here. We're doing 1 revolution a day.
So if I was going really slow, it would arc with the merry-go-round?
If the ball had some frictional force, like a roller, if you roll a toy car down the merry-go-round, what would that do?
Do what now?
If you had a car and you roll the car from the center of the merry-go-round to the edge, what would happen?
A car?
Yeah.
We've set things at the equator. None of them move. So what are you talking about? Like, what you're saying is I should be able to go to the equator on what we call level concrete, and I should be able to set a ball there with, no forces, and then let her rip, right? Let go of the ball completely. It should start moving with the rotation or against the rotation of the Earth. Should.
No.
Doesn't, but it should. No. Well, it should, because it's transferring energy, isn't it?
If you're rotating with the Earth and you let go of the Earth, you will continue to rotate with the Earth.
Okay. I'm going to set a basketball on a tire on a car, right? The car's you're going to let off the brake. The car's going to start rolling forward. The ball moves, right? So if Earth is moving underneath the ball at the equator, then the ball will move, but it doesn't happen.
No, your scenarios.
No, the Earth isn't moving, or no, you don't know what you're talking about.
We're not starting the Earth moving with a big stationary ball sitting on it. Everything is moving already.
Well, that's a molecular thing. That's not a directional thing with your orbital mechanics.
So everything is already moving with the spin of the Earth. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah.
So when a plane takes off, it's already going with the spin of the Earth.
At its point, yeah. At the point that it takes off, it has the same spin as the Earth. Yes.
So when I take off going north from the equator, going north, I'm taking off. I'm starting off going at 1,046 miles per hour sideways. Then I take off 500 miles per hour to the north. How do I get to 0 when I land without crashing?
So I'll ask you the same question. How do you ever get out of sync with the Earth?
Well, in reality, the Earth's not moving.
But if
that's why you don't get out of sync with it. That's why you don't get out of sync with it.
How would you get out of sync if the Earth was moving?
Because you're not touching the Earth anymore.
This is where the problem with the gyro.
All you have to do is make a left turn. Yeah, make a turn any direction. Make a turn any direction, and you're no longer attached to the Earth, are you?
So the other thing I'll make a comment to make about this is that flying in these scenarios, you cannot tell whether the Earth is rotating or not.
So you can't tell if it's rotating.
There goes your positive claim. You can tell whether Earth is rotating or not. So then you can't say that it is.
By the flight of an aircraft, you cannot tell from the flight of an aircraft like this.
You can't tell from anywhere either. You can't. You don't have anything else because the balls don't roll. The planes are in lockstep with the atmosphere, according to you. So there's literally no way for me to actually tell without leaving the surface of the Earth and landing on another celestial object.
No, you can do it. You just have to leave the Earth far enough that you're not influenced by.
No, I need to land on another celestial object because otherwise I'll just be caught up in the whirlwind known as orbital mechanics.
How come when I take off and I'm going towards the north and then I decide to go to a different airport completely, I'm not going to land at the North Pole anymore, the Earth still has me going with it, even if I turn around and go a different direction? How come if I go against the spin of the Earth, it actually takes me backwards?
Again, because it's physically impossible for the aircraft to get away from the Earth by any more than its rated airspeed. So an aircraft can do a maximum
Wow.
airspeed.
What is this shit you're making up, dude?
Oh, you would know this. You work in
Dude.
some kind of space industry, I believe. the
So what speed is a hovering helicopter traveling at?
Well, what reference point do you want to measure the speed?
Yeah,
from?
It's on the equator.
So for somebody
You have a hovering helicopter.
Yep.
What speed is it traveling forward?
From whose perspective?
Well, from anyone wanting to know the speed of it, because you're talking about the maximum speed. You're trying to convince us that the things in the air are going with the spin of the Earth. So at what speed is this hovering helicopter traveling?
I think he was claiming the wind blows you along. So if you were actually hovering, what would the wind speed be also?
The wind speed will be 0 relative to the Earth, and your speed is relative to the wind is 0, and also relative to the Earth is 0 if you're hovering on a still day.
So wind speed, so airspeed and ground speed are the same thing?
In this situation, if you're hovering and still over the ground and there's no wind, yes.
So at the equator, what, the Earth is spinning like over 1,000 miles per hour?
It's 1,000 miles an hour compared to an inertial observer.
Okay, so are you going to go on the record to say that the hovering helicopter is traveling at 1,000 miles per hour?
If you were in an inertial reference frame watching,
no, I'm just saying. Would you say that? Would you say that a hovering helicopter is traveling at 1,000 miles per hour?
From the perspective of somebody in
no, just yes or no.
It's not a yes or no answer.
From looking from the moon.
Yes or no question.
From the moon, dude.
Speed
From
is
the moon.
relative. All velocity measurement is relative to something.
From the moon, yeah, relative from the moon. We're on the moon. We have our helmets on. We're staring at Earth, and we can see the helicopter. How fast is it really moving?
So, from the perspective of somebody on the moon, the helicopter would be rotating once a day. Its tangential velocity on the surface would be about 1,000 miles an hour. From the perspective of somebody watching,
so a hovering we're learning today that a hovering helicopter is actually traveling at 1,000 miles per hour.
From an initial.
That's not what the tower says. The tower says their airspeed when they're at hover is 0. So somebody's wrong here.
So how's the tower measuring their speed?
Based off of the instrumentation that's calibrated to the Earth, and then the fact that the GPS satellites are pinging and he's not moving. All of this works together, by the way. So the gyro stabilizer is set to Earth, so you have an orientation to know direction, so that if you get over a magnetic pole or a magnetic flux area and your compass goes wonky, you still know what freaking direction you're supposed to be traveling. It's why we made that device in the first place, so that when other devices fail, we have something that's redundant.
That was so hilarious, I've even forgotten the question now.
Yeah, I know, the truth is funny, right? So funny. You don't start up your gyroscope and get it set to a rotating Earth. You get it set to a stationary Earth and you rotate it up. Rotate the gyroscope so it holds orientation.
I just remembered your question. How do they measure the speed of an aircraft from the tower? With radar or something, right? So it's relative to the tower. So we have a fixed reference for our speed measurement, which is the tower or the surface of the Earth. So that tower will show the helicopter as 0, but somebody in an inertial reference.
So the tower's moving at 1,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, well, nailed it. If the tower's moving at 1,000 miles an hour for the external observer and the helicopter is, you can say that the tower will measure the speed of the helicopter relative to it as 0. So you're getting the hang of relative velocities here. This is pretty groundbreaking for you, I'm sure.
Is it groundbreaking? Yeah.
Yeah.
If somebody hijacks a tower at a decent sized airport, right, tall tower, and I'm in a helicopter, say I'm facing north, what direction do I have to point the rifle other than at the tower and at the bad guy in the tower to hit the bad guy because of the Coriolis?
Well,
Because the bullet's going to curve around the curvature of the Earth and the spinning rotational mass of the Earth. The bullet's not in lockstep, right? It's separating lockstep because of gunpowder. So the bullet can't be in lockstep. So which direction do I have to shoot to hit him, since I can't shoot directly at the guy from a hover?
So the bullet has much more inertia to its path. It's unguided. It's a free flying projectile, only affected by wind drag. And yeah, it's one of those questions. I don't know enough about bullet trajectories to determine whether or not we'd have to account for Coriolis. It would depend on the orientation, the velocity, how high up we were, all sorts of shit like that. I don't know.
Well, normally you guys say that you have to account for it, but here's the funny thing. When you're shooting out of a stationary helicopter, you don't. When you're hunting 500, 600, 700 yards, you don't. There's actually zero time in any of my hunting where I've ever had to use Coriolis.
Yeah, that's true, right?
Ever.
And you couldn't if you wanted to. The only time you'd have to apply Coriolis is for long range ballistics, like ship cannons,
you're like 700
ICBMs,
yards,
things like that.
dropping a black bear
traveling
across the
100
field.
kilometers or 20 kilometers, not 100 yards.
Well, no, you can't say that because we still don't have guns that shoot 100 kilometers.
Oh, ICBMs in their projectile range.
That's not a gun. It's not a gun. Artillery is considered a large gun.
Yeah.
We do not have artillery that shoots 117 kilometers. So all of the Narnia that you're making up, you're proving that we don't have a way to actually know the thing.
Any long range projectile, like a naval cannon or an intercontinental ballistic missile,
those operate on a shorter range of up to like 27 kilometers, maybe 30 miles.
But an
so
ICBM,
you still don't have your 100 and something miles that you need, right? Buddy. Well, right, but you're missing the baseline of what you said. You don't have your baseline to say that Earth is moving. You have a shorter baseline. It still doesn't account for Coriolis. Most of our artillery only shoots like 8 miles. Max.
I was on mute. Yeah, so 8 miles.
Very few large guns shoot further than that.
Yeah. So we're talking about the easiest and most obvious case is an ICBM, right? It's got a few thousand miles of upper atmosphere trajectory where it's just being lobbed. It's not powered. It's not being steered. It's just
it is. It's literally being steered. That's why it's called a missile and not a rocket, because missiles are steered.
In their cruise phase, they're not being steered. They get launched, they're a projectile, and then they...
And it corrects its trajectory, yeah, and then if it has an issue in flight, it corrects the trajectory. Or if they change targets, it changes trajectory. So it's steerable, 100%.
But it's got limited capability. But during the parts where it's not being steered, that's when we would have to account for Coriolis. But anyway, like I said, I'm not a gunnery expert. That's why I stick to GPS.
Well, you're not a GPS expert either.
Relative to most people here, I think I am. But I'm not an expert by any shot. I'd agree with that.
Buddy, I've installed radio antennas. I've redone tower equipment, coming in, putting up new stuff. All of it works on line of sight. When you climb up a tower, you can see tower to tower to tower to tower. If you were hop from each tower to another tower, you can see every tower. So straight line.
We just went through this in depth with F.E. Warden, and you can capture the messages arriving on GPS, and you can determine where they came from. And you have to do that before you can work out your location. It is not coming from terrestrial towers. That is a provable fact.
GPS by definition is a ground-based positioning system. It's tower, radio tower positioning.
No, that is incorrect. You have
That's
no
in the
evidence of
damn
that.
install booklet, bro. You're talking to a guy who reads the manual, who installs the stuff. Ground-based positioning. You're telling me it's global. Global means worldwide. Doesn't even have anything to do with a shape. So it still doesn't make any sense.
You're full of shit, Cuddles.
Global means worldwide. Look it up, son. Grab a dictionary. Learn some words. Doesn't have anything to do with a shape. It's just insinuating that there's a shape. But you guys, because you guys gotta wave your banner, your religion everywhere you go. With artillery, all you're worried about is the drop over distance. 10 times out of 10, which is your ballistic coefficient. Which you should know about since you're talking crap about ballistics and guns and missiles.
Like I said, GPS is my thing. We got distracted to the Coriolis of bullets. I had a crack at it, but I can stick the GPS and I can tell.
No, you can't. Because the towers are all mounted to the damn ground.
Okay. So
the original towers were all mounted to the ground, and guess what? The majority of them are still mounted to the ground. It's still ground-based. You say nuh-uh, but then where's the proof? Where's you touching anything in the sky that you're claiming is there?
So have you ever worked with software to decode GPS positions from the radio signals?
No, I've never touched a satellite. No, I've never recovered one, and I've never put one up.
Sorry, you're not worth talking to, Cuddles.
I know. I'm not going to be pigeonholed with something that's a non sequitur. I'm not dumb enough to let you do that. No. And you don't like that. So go ahead, throw your tantrum, buddy. You can't drag me off into the deep end and try and drown me and win, because I know you don't know what you're talking about, no matter what part of the subject matter we go to.
He stuck his fingers in his ears.
Yeah, I know. I thought he stuck them in his nose.
So you're saying that the things that send the GPS signals to my phone are towers?
Yes, everything that you have, even your old cable, right? Your cable TV, it's all ground-based satellites that shoot line of sight from one tower to another.
Well, not satellites, towers.
Satellite dish, man, dish.
Oh, okay.
You know,
So
a satellite isn't necessarily something that's not attached to the ground. A satellite can be something at a distance that's still attached, or it can be something in the air. Categories, man.
yeah, like a satellite office.
Correct. And this is the problem everyone ends up with the GPS stuff, because it's ground-based. Oh, it's satellites. Yes, that tower on a hill is a satellite tower. Correct. Because it is
I've been
not
saying
near
that.
anything and it is carrying the signal.
I've been saying that for years. Satellites are just repeaters.
How does GPS work in the middle of the ocean, 100 miles from any transmitter?
Other ships, other buoys. It's all
Well, hold
interconnected.
on. The buoy isn't 100 miles away, and that in and of itself has a repeater on it now. Most of them do.
Not in the
So,
middle. Yeah, not in the middle of the ocean though. There are places that are more than 100 miles away from any buoy.
yeah, there's buoys 100 up to 100 miles away from shore, depending on where you're at, bro. So you're not really making a whole lot of sense to me.
There are places where you are more than 100 miles from any cell tower or any buoy, yet GPS still works. That's what I'm claiming.
Yeah, there's no
Yeah,
mountains
'cause-
to block the signal out on the water. That's another thing.
yeah, there's no trees across the top of the water, buddy, to block the signal. That Earth
What about
curve just disappears when we get over water. Ain't that strange?
the other place that it still works is in mountain valleys that are as far away from any city, and the mountains block all cell towers and radio signals and stuff like that. So where do those signals come from?
Yeah, because I've never seen a large antenna at the top of the mountain ever. When I drive around a mountain and go into a valley, I'm like, oh, I just drove past this fucking 50-foot antenna.
Yeah, there are some antennas. I'm saying that there are places where there aren't any antennas nearby.
Yeah, you're not getting phone calls when you're down in that area, but you're damn sure getting your little GPS ping.
Right.
Because you're operating on a different frequency, bro. Jesus Christ.
How much energy does it take to give a ping to from one radio to another?
Well, typically for broadcast, the broadcast transmitter has to have quite a bit of power, but the receiver can run on pretty low power.
I mean, a ping is just a ping, right? So like a broadcaster would be like your cell phone that has a lot of power, and then you send out a ping, right? And the receiver, being some little antenna at the top of the mountain, says, "Hey, you're right here."
Yeah, I'm not talking about when your cell phone is transmitting. I'm just saying that GPS devices and cell phones can receive signals.
Well, I'm just giving you alternative options, right? You say, "Oh, it can only work on a globe." Hey, Ruhiv, thanks for teaching me that refraction only happens on a flat Earth. Matter of fact, is he on the same account? I can show you the last messages that we had. No, he's not on the same account.
I'm not Ruhif.
He might as well be.
I mean, I didn't mean to hurt his feelings so bad that he didn't try to prove, the Earth curve and stuff.
Show me data is right. GPS doesn't involve the ping.
What happened?
Well, it involves packets. Like if you're generous, it could call it a ping. Their broadcasts.
Right.
Yeah. But it's not two-way. Most people consider ping the request response ping.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah. But
I
it's
guess
a
It's
one-way
going.
ping, if you like. Yeah,
It's going from
broadcast.
the GPS satellites to your phone or to your GPS receiver.
One way.
I think I have a theory on the people
If,
that are trying.
if the Earth was a bowling ball,
Listen, right? I have a theory on the people that are trying to put forward this globetard propaganda.
And that's me. What's your theory about me?
Listen, wait, are you a mole man? Are you one of the mole people?
No, I'm not one of the mole people. I deny. I do not admit being a mole person.
I mean, you kind of look kind of moley in your profile picture, dude.
Exactly what a mole person would say.
Exactly.
Listen, I'm neither going to confirm nor no. I'm going to actually deny being a mole person.
Right. Let's think about it a little bit. Who controls the textbooks?
The educators
Yeah,
and the
and
publishers.
where is it? Where are they published?
In
Predominantly.
publishing houses, and usually in South Korea and China because it's cheaper
Mm.
there. But some published in the U.S.
No, I'm talking about Israel.
You know something that really scares me?
Oh yeah, the Israeli textbooks are published in Israel, but I'm talking about the American ones. I live in the United States.
The educators. The educators. That's just like normal people. That's like 1 million normal people. What's up with that?
The mole people.
The education system in the U.S. Is pretty decentralized.
Right.
I think that's why it's so bad.
Maybe K through 12, but our higher education and grad schools are the envy of the world.
Were. Sure. Historically.
You know, most people think that education stops after high school, right?
Nobody thinks that. What do you mean? Who would say that?
Well, I mean, if you're saying that it's decentralized, then that's why our education system sucks. I guess you're thinking that we stop learning after high school. Because I learned more after graduating from high school.
Me too. But I think
Yeah, I would hope you don't stop learning at high school.
So my whole thing is like this whole idea of decentralized education, right? Like once you graduate from high school, if you go out and explore the world, you get to share what you learned. Somebody else gets to share what they learned from a different location. And then the two of you can put your minds together and do something different, right? So to say that our education system sucks because we're not all learning the same shit, I think you're wrong, man. I think propaganda has screwed over our education system more than anything. Saying you can only be this, you can only do that.
Yeah, the propaganda has not been healthy for the education, but I don't know, like, how much propaganda is there in the oh, shit, never mind.
Oh. And who controls that propaganda? Makes you question things.
Look, I do think that...
And which group of people was recently found digging tunnels, or vast ranges of tunnels underneath New York?
The tunnels are between San Diego and Mexico. They don't go all the way to New York. You're talking about like the drug runners, the cartel?
No. I'm talking about in New York City. They found a
Oh.
range of tunnels underneath
Like the
synagogue.
subways? The subway engineers are the ones that built them.
No. They were digging tunnels from the synagogue underneath New York.
That sounds like it's not real.
Google it. This was like a big thing a couple of years ago. It was funny as fuck. There's footage of them crawling out of the like manhole covers and getting caught doing it. There is. And the police went in and basically found the source, and it was from a synagogue. And what was inside the tunnels was a very small feces-stained mattress and a high chair. At least those things were items of note. So I think the mole people, right? I'm gonna call them mole people. They have quite sunken-in eyes, they wear glasses, and they dig tunnels. I think they have underground bases that they're trying to cover up with the globism. And they control all of our history books, our geography books, and they're the main proponents of the globe Earth.
Oh, no, everybody, like all education systems are proponents of the globe Earth. Like
No,
every high school,
this is just what
college.
you were taught to believe by the mole people, dude.
No, I'm talking about every college and university in every country on the entire Earth teaches the globe.
What's your second name, Matthew?
Weathers.
Mike Weatherstein. Knew it.
Steam?
Weatherstein.
But wait, the tunnels were like steam tunnels? What are you talking about?
No. Can't tell if this guy's running with the joke or he's senile.
He's really naive.
No, I'm pretty smart. I'm not naive.
Fuck me. Oh. Matthew, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, I don't want, I
It's
think really
fine.
smart is a bit generous.
No, Tristan, it's fine. I have an autistic older brother. I get it.
On the afternoon of January 8th, a group of yeshiva students reported to be Shabbat Messianics attempted to protect the hidden passageways after a cement truck arrived to fill the tunnel. The men were seen tearing up wood paneling and throwing wooden pews, while others ran into the tunnel to stop it from being filled.
Telling you, bro, the mole people are real.
The New York City Police Department responded after receiving reports of a disorderly group outside the building. Many refused to come out of the tunnel, and as a result, police arrested 9 people. Those arrested were between the ages of 19 and 22.
So he cracks me up every time. When you're just walking down the street and
I didn't believe you.
just pops out of the sewer.
I did not believe you.
You should.
The 5 men who were described by their lawyers being Israeli citizens studying to become rabbis all pleaded not guilty and were released without bail until a future court date.
Interesting.
Yeah, you got to get a permit for that stuff. It's a real pain too. They don't want you to dig underground.
Why were they digging underground?
Well, but without getting into that, I just wanted to do my thing, which is underground homes are more efficient. It takes less energy to have a home underground. It costs more to make.
Penny pinching.
Well, no, it's not what
What are you saying?
I'm talking about my thing. I'm not talking about mole people.
That's more offensive than anything I said.
I'm not talking about mole people. But I'm not saying it's not the mole people that's stopping us from digging underground. But I'm just saying, like, when we are obsessed
to find the bottom of the planet, bro.
The West is too deep ones. The West is obsessed with single-family homes, and they're notoriously inefficient structures. That's what I'm saying.
I think the core reason they gave was they wanted to expand the synagogue.
That is what they said.
But the tunnels were like massive, winding. They had multiple entrances. One was in the Central Park. It doesn't make sense. Their excuse. Well, why was the mattresses in the tunnels? Why was the high chairs, baby high chairs? Stained mattresses, may I add. And there was very small mattresses. Like for like a half bed or a child's bed. Very, very weird coincidence. Basically, these people are the main people that put forward the idea of the globe. They're protecting that. I'm telling you, they control the banks, they control the media. Think about it.
Let me think about it for a sec. No, you're wrong. There are all kinds of people believe in the globe.
Matthew.
Africans do, Asians do.
No, Matthew.
South Americans do.
Yeah, but that's because the more people told them to. They produced the geography and the history textbooks about it.
In Africa?
Oh yeah,
in South America?
Yeah, actually, yeah, because there's a lot of aid drives.
In Australia?
All of their books come from the West, and and the West books come from Israel. So yeah, no, you're right. I am right. Yeah, okay, yeah.
All the books, all the Arabic books
Australia,
and Arabic textbooks in the Islamic countries come from the West?
A bunch of them, and I'm pretty sure there's a decent amount of Arabic people who believe in a flat Earth. My guy, what are you saying?
I don't know. It's just an extraordinary claim that one small group of people writes all the textbooks.
There's a lot of coincidence. I said the history and the geography textbook specifically. They have a big. They produce like 95% of them.
Yeah, this century sucks. You all suck.
Really? I'd rather be alive in this century than any other previous one.
Yeah, me too. But probably the next one will be better. I hope.
Yes, that's true.
I'd prefer if I was at the end of the 19th one. Sorry, 18th. 20th, sorry.
You want to go back to the good old days?
The end of the 20th, 1980.
1980?
That's where I'd want to be.
So you were born in 1969?
I was born in 1998.
Goddamn
1980
millennials.
seems like it was a good play. 1980 to about 2005, and I just wish I died at that point. That'd be great.
I'm not gonna lie, the end of the 80s were the end of everything good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 1980 to 2005, and I just wish I just fucking perished.
No, you take your birth year, add 11 years, and that's the good old days. Doesn't matter when you were born. That's just for everybody.
Indeed.
That's an extraordinary claim. Can you prove that?
Yeah, you said you were born in 98, so wouldn't you agree that if you add 11 years, 2009, those are the good old days?
No, that was shit,
really?
Bro.
You didn't like 2009?
I'm not naive. I'm not naive, like, it's okay.
Okay.
You don't believe the mole people exist, it's okay.
Right, because they don't. There's no evidence for it.
I mean, there was a group of people digging around making tunnels, popping out of them.
Yeah, they were normal people making tunnels.
Their eyesight. They all wear glasses because their eyesight, like, perish. Perish. What's the word? Hindered. I'll use that one. Their eyesight's hindered from being in the dark all the time and reading their book in the dark, And they wear little hats. Mining hats, I'd say. Apparently it's a window, so that might give them, like, the light source in the mines. It all makes sense if you think about it, dude.
But just don't think about it too much, because the more and more you think about it, the more and more you realize it doesn't make sense. It doesn't, like, fit together. But if you think about it and pretend a little bit, then it might make sense.
Why do you take everything so fucking seriously?
It is pretty serious. You got psyoped.
It is serious. Yeah, he got psyoped. I agree.
No, you did.
He's been convinced by the mole people, and I think he did that to you too.
Yeah, I don't think you think it's real at all, but I think you think that anti-Semitism is, like, funny and edgy, right?
I think everything's funny. I think all jokes are permissible.
Oh, yes. It's the future. We can say whatever we want.
I can always say whatever I want.
But you can't say the Earth is a globe.
I'm not a flat earther, you fucking spastic. I was in here yesterday with you. Fucking idiot. What the fuck?
I didn't hear you say it. I didn't hear you say it.
I was literally arguing with these guys.
Still haven't said it. You won't. You won't.
It's the mole people have got to you. It
You
is what
won't.
it is.
You won't say
no.
it. You're
No.
scared.
No. No.
You won't.
No. Oh. Guys, someone say he's making a positive claim and get him into like a 3-hour argument about the globe, please. I don't want to say it. Where is it? Where's the flat
Well, we're just
earthers?
gonna
Just
jump in and
prove what
talk
he
about the
said.
mole people.
But I don't want to talk about the mole people. He's trying to debunk me. Leave me alone.
Well, you won't shut up about it. You know the topic
Yeah,
of the room.
I think I've adequately explained the mole people. What's I saying?
That's the funniest thing I've seen today. Thank you, Toby.
No, I have no problem with the Jews as a whole. I have a problem with the minority of Jews in the Israeli government.
Oh, okay.
That's about it.
I'm on board then. Never mind. I take it all back.
I like to make jokes about everything. Everyone gets fucked. Fuck you. Fuck me.
I like making jokes about globers.
Free love. You know?
See, that's another glober meme. Because they're degenerates.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. Because we are degenerates. Yeah, that's you, Matthew.
Yeah, I fuck everybody. It's over.
Yeah, I'm not a degenerate.
Matt, yeah, then why are you hiding God? Why do you deny his creation?
Why'd you deny God's holy light inside you? Why'd you deny God's holy light inside you? Has he not touched you? Has he not penetrated you with his holy light? What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Explain. That's an extraordinary claim.
Hey, all right, don't be mean to don't be mean to Matthew.
Oh yeah, no, I don't really answer a junior high type level quality jokes or questions.
That's just fucking boring. You must be full of parties. Fuck me. You know what? The flat earthers have a point, dude.
About what?
Nah, you can't have any fun, dude. I don't know. Timbo, is that a picture of you in your profile picture? Is that actually you? Dude, you're swole as shit, bro. I imagine Aussies just look like that. Never actually seen one because I don't think Australia exists.
Another MP psyop.
It's the mole people again, dude. Yeah. They spread that Australia doesn't exist within the flat Earth communities with bot accounts to make it discredit the flat Earth movement.
I've gone on some other parts of the internet lately and I found out about TikTok flat earthers. Oh my.
What about
Yeah,
TikTok?
I don't use TikTok that much. Or do they have like chats like this, or they just post things?
It's like this if this was 1,000 times worse.
You see, you don't use TikTok because you're not a pedophile, a woman, or a child.
So they have
There's no in between.
TikTok Spaces, or no, that's X. I'm thinking of.
Or a Chinese salesperson, like factory salesperson. Yeah, TikTok has.
Yeah, TikTok will have rooms of like 5 or 10 people, and one person will bring everybody up on stage, and they'll have conversation. They can share their video.
TikTok has an interesting economy of conversation because it has, so the normal thing is short form video, which most of you guys know from YouTube Shorts. So it's like just YouTube
Right.
Shorts. Yeah, plus a live format. So you get on TikTok Live, and then there's something similar to a stage, but to get the ability to go up on a stage, you have to have a certain amount of social clout. Like you can't just bring anyone up on stage. At least that's how it used to be.
Could I get on stage?
Which is quite different from Discord, right? On Discord, you can do whatever you want. On TikTok, it'll be like, in order to ask to go up into this TikTok live, you need 100 followers.
That's not true. In order to start a TikTok live, you may need a certain following, but in order to go into somebody else's live, you don't need any following. I've done TikTok lives before and not had any followers.
Show me that. I think he's talking about their own imposed rules to get.
No. So it must have changed. So that's how it used to be. So they must have changed it, which isn't surprising. I'm talking about how it was like 2 years ago. That's what my knowledge is from. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me that they changed that part. But that's like when TikTok was blowing up. That's how it worked. When TikTok Live was blowing up.
It was similar to, oh god, I forgot the name of this other D-Live. It was similar to that. Most people don't know what D-Live is though. It's like Twitch.
I know what D-Live is. I streamed on there a little bit. You get banana tokens or something. Or is it lemons? I don't remember. PewDiePie endorsed it. But it was shit.
So yeah, anyway, TikTok flat earthers are kind of nuts. I shouldn't even call them flat earthers. Like if these guys are flat earthers, they're not even in the same category because it's like the History Channel, but filtered through an idiot, basically.
Are
you saying the History Channel?
You could say the same thing about globe earthers too on that, man. Like the whole thing is full of like pretentious pieces of shit that think they're what's the word? They're influencers. They're all trying to make money off of influencing. That's it. Regardless of what other side it is.
Or make money off of being like anti-FE or something.
Well, it's both. It goes both ways. That's the only reason why anti-FE is on TikTok is to counter the FE argument, and both sides are both retarded.
That reminds me. I wonder how Thunderfoot's doing nowadays. You know what Thunderfoot is.
Yeah, he got really shat on by my circles, by the left.
What do you mean?
Yeah, just absolutely
Leave him alone.
eviscerated. No, fuck that guy.
He's an innocent old man.
No, he's a piece of shit.
Why? Wait, you're far lefty?
Uh-huh.
Oh no. Well, I'm left technically, but Jesus.
Something that we don't talk about a whole lot around here, but I'm always encouraging people to do. I talk to people in person about flat Earth, and people are like, "Oh my God, y'all are real!" Like most people don't even know that there's actually people out there that think the Earth is flat. And
it's a more man psyop.
Once I get to having a conversation with them, man, it's a completely different story being able to talk to somebody in person than it is online when they're sitting behind a keyboard googling everything. I've convinced a lot of people to rethink things. They come back to me and ask me questions later, and just basically like undoing the bad wiring job and then letting them plug the wiring in the way it's supposed to be because they've been told to ignore their own senses and believe something else.
You're repairing them.
No, I'm just unplugging. What's the old saying? Have you tried unplugging it, plugging it back in?
Yeah, I call
What
it
did you,
reset the machine.
Tristan? What was the Thunderfoot thing? What did they do to Thunderfoot? What did he say?
I'll DM you.
All right.
Who the fuck is Thunderfoot?
I imagine you'd be familiar. Running in this these type of circles, he was a big big science guy. All about the science.
Thunderfoot.
He laughs about creationists and stuff and whatnot.
What about them? Does he laugh at?
I mean, you can go look at the videos. There's plenty. I haven't watched him for fucking years and years.
Yeah, he was cool. He was fine back in the day.
What field of science was he in?
Was it when he started going against the feminist rhetoric? You left turned on him.
Yeah.
Ah.
He hopped on the anti-woke bandwagon.
Good.
I mean, everyone should be on the anti-woke bandwagon. I like to joke about everything. 100%. Freedom of speech is paramount to a functioning society and the sharing of ideas and being able to laugh at the negatives and turn them into a positives, kind of like a normal human coping mechanism, right?
Yeah, woke is when no jokes.
I mean, you made the point earlier that the sarcastic point about being not be able to laugh at anything, right?
Can you remind me?
You said, "Oh yeah, this is the future, and we can laugh about everything. Say what we want." Like, well, yeah, you can.
He didn't say we could laugh about everything. He just said you can say whatever you want.
Oh yeah, I remember what I was saying. No, I was more just like trying to shit on Elon Musk. I hate Elon Musk. That's what I meant by that.
Who mentioned Elon Musk?
Well, that's the whole thing. It's like, oh, Elon bought the internet. Now we can say what we want. Like, that was never a thing.
Did he buy it from Al Gore?
Who thinks that? I mean, was that just Twitter? I'm pretty sure you could say whatever you want everywhere else. Just Twitter was getting slowly more and more censored. That was the point, right? I mean, you could always say whatever you want on the internet. And I think the argument was Twitter shouldn't be this place that should be censored because it's a broad place for everyone to speak and it should be protected because that's what everyone uses. I think that was the argument. No?
The argument is that the internet should be free?
No, it's not what I said. The internet is free, but with Twitter specifically, I think the argument was that it was getting more and more censored and more politically aligned, and no one wanted that, right?
Yeah, that's
it's
like
still censored. I don't care what anybody says. It'll always.
Yeah, it's always gonna be moderated and censored, right? But
did you know that 15% of the internet is visible to the everyday person through like search engines, and 85% of it is hidden? You'd have to go to the direct website. Yeah.
You need a Tor browser. You need a virtual machine, and you can get plenty of good drugs on there. But
well, that's just an example of how censored the internet is, right?
I think it's a little bit worse than that. I think it's actually 5%, around 5 to 7% of the internet is openly
there's a lot of crazy stuff in there.
Yeah, so there's 3 tiers, right? So there's 3 tiers. There's the open web, right? There's the deep web, and then there's the dark web. The deep web is just shit that, you can't see unless you have like a password, like a login or something like that, right? The dark web is all the shit,
So your bank balance, where does that fit?
That's in the deep web, behind a
key.
Behind
I wouldn't say that's
it's
not part of the web. That's not part of the World Wide Web.
I find my bank balance on the web.
Guys, technically on the internet. Okay, it's hosted on a server. That server's got an IP address. It's got a domain name. All this shit. This is traditional web technologies. Okay.
Sorry, I got my wing again. Hold up, let me fix that.
That's funny
Yeah.
because I'm like an internet engineer. I
There we go.
understand all of these things. I read the
Yeah.
IETF standards recommendations, but I actually haven't thought about the philosophy of the internet that much. You know, like how we talk about it and how we think about it. To say that your
Yeah.
internet balance
I do this
is
shit on a
on
daily basis. Of course it is.
Sorry, what?
Of course it is. Yeah. If we think about it, if one goofball somewhere over at your bank presses the wrong button, right? Simplifying it, but let's say, they deploy something, bad configuration, whatever. An endpoint is now no longer actually secured. Anyone with the right, URL can fetch your fucking bank statements.
Sorta, yeah.
Like,
So it's on the
duh.
internet.
It always is. It's just whether it's accessible or not. That's
Could we
where that gray area between deep and clear web sort of interlace.
Yeah, I would say all Netflix movies and Netflix shows and Amazon Prime shows would be in there too, because it's not technically on the open web. You have to have an account to access it.
Right. There you go.
You have to. It's like two halves of a key coming together. You need both
You
halves.
could say the same thing about research
domain
articles.
and the user.
What was that, Swole?
He
I
said
said
research articles.
research articles, the same concept. It all falls into the same category. Anything behind a wall
Yep.
is the deep web.
That's
Now
That's why
that's
the
not,
Earth is flat.
yeah, and yeah,
Yeah, true.
I mean, at this
And the
point, like
internet
it's
is
not,
flat.
and there's different degrees of strength when it comes to these walls, but that's another story. It's just the question of whether any Joe Blow can hit a URL and get the information with relative ease, right? That is where it's like, okay, it's clear web.
I would argue to separate the clear web into two categories as well, as the category of things that will be shown to you from search results and things that will not.
Oh,
Even though the things that will not don't require a password or anything like that, I would separate the open web into those two categories as well.
I think it can be further refined, like philosophically or technically or whatever. However, you want to put it. It's just at this point, it's a question of whether or not the resource is accessible by anyone who has the URL. Now, finding that URL is a whole different story. It's like, oh, Google won't show it to me on the first page, but maybe Bing will, or maybe Yandex. You do all these different kind of queries or something, some shit, and then you land on the right address. Okay, now can you access the resource now that you have the address? That's the ultimate question in the end.
Anytime I
You would
search
think
anything publicly, if I don't feel like I'm getting the right information, I just do a colon and then PDF, and I read through the different PDF listings that I get. They'll all be PDF, no matter what you use. There's different code that you can use when searching for things to get the exact file type or information that you're looking for. You don't need to read a blog or a scientific study posted on a website. You can get the actual PDF directly from the source just by adding that in, and same with plenty of other things.
Yeah, that's a good way to refine it. And also, parentheses are your friend.
You guys didn't ask to become cyborgs.
You like fighting. I like fighting.
Yeah, I like fighting.
Sex.
Mm,
Who said
I
they
like that
like
even
fighting?
more.
Not the second guy, the first guy.
Oh, me. I like fighting. I grew up.
We should get in a ring together.
Ooh, I like
fighting too. I'll do it just for fun. I'll spar with you.
Oh,
we can do MMA. We can do boxing. We can do wrestling. I don't care.
How much do you weigh and how tall are you?
I'm 6'2".
Ooh, I'm 5'11".
I got the reach on you, but we could do wrestling.
Oh, I got. Oh no, you don't have the reach on me. You don't. I've got.
Yes, he does.
Digital glove slaps.
I've got the arms of a 6'4" man.
You goddamn
He
orangutan.
still has reach on you.
I am. I'm literally built like an orangutan.
I bet you if we were on the ground wrestling, you'd probably win, honestly.
Are you
But
feeling weak?
I'd be willing
That's
to
not
bet.
really a high bar since everybody here is very, very like unathletic.
How would you wait? How would you figure I'm unathletic? I can do handstand push-ups, guy.
No, that's not really that impressive, right? The average guy could do
What?
that.
That's
The average
that's
guy
not
can do that. Fuck you.
the average guy could
I
do
can't
a
do
hand.
that.
What the fuck? That's
Do
insane,
a push-up
bro.
while doing a handstand. I'd like to see that. You know.
I could do it.
Talking
I can show you.
shit.
I can
No,
dead
I
ass
know
show
you could. I'm not talking shit on you.
I
Whoever's
believe you.
calling you out. I want to see
Wait a
them do
sec.
a handstand push-up.
One sec. Hey Bob,
I'm
is that you in?
phenomenal
Hey
shape.
Bob, is that you in the picture?
Yeah, that's me.
That's you in the picture.
Of course that is.
Oh no, I know that guy.
That's me. You don't know
That's
that.
you.
Yep, that is me.
Hey, you notice how the big tall guy keeps backing away all scared? You know?
No, I don't know who that is.
He's throwing haymakers, that little man. Jesus.
He's pissed.
Throwing fucking haymakers.
I've never seen somebody reach so far back to throw a fucking right hook.
They had to fucking nerf it.
But I was gonna say that, you know, like flat earthers are not only very unathletic, but they are also very stupid. You know, so I'm just saying, like,
why were
it
you?
is.
Why were you?
Huh?
Why
All right, so Bob,
I was flat
I got a question for you, Bob.
What's your question?
Can you prove to us that the Earth is a globe?
Oh,
I've already done this like multiple times. I think we've already had this conversation.
Do it again, Bob. Do it
I've
again
never
for the
spoken
class.
to you, so.
because the nerd joined. Can't have a good time anymore.
You want to talk about
you're having a good time
fighting?
with these flat earthers?
Yeah, they're good chat sometimes, dude.
Dude, these guys, they believe the Earth is like 6,000. I think 6 or 7,000 year old. I'm not even kidding.
They would just shrug.
Wait a sec. Who said that it was?
Yeah, I'll let y'all enjoy your time though.
Okay. So the guy with the
explain to me why it's a globe. No, I don't like this dude now. Explain to me why it's a globe.
Let me
So
confirm
the
with
guy,
my 6,000
so the
year
guy
old
whose
friend.
head,
Hold on.
the guy whose head's bigger than his shoulders is teasing us.
Did he leave? That's pathetic. Why did he
Yeah,
drop
he left.
something like that?
Because I asked him if he could prove the Earth was a globe because flat earthers are stupid. Right?
Hey, that's Bob, man. You know, just gotta let Bob be Bob.
I've never seen that thing before.
Me neither.
What? We've talked to him before. He was in here like 2 or 3 days ago.
He ran away quicker than his hairline.
He knew where the conversation was going.
Yeah, he's the guy that comes in. He's like, "I'm going to destroy you." You know, like he's got that weird voice. Like, fuck.
I'm
Real
surprised you
emotional
guys still
about it,
aren't
huh?
talking to that truck driver that was in here just saying, "Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. The Earth's a globe."
No, he's
What
right.
happened to him? Did he crash his truck or did he end up just leaving because he was defeated?
I don't know, but he sounded extra dumb. I like fighting. I like drinking.
Like fighting.
Do you like drinking?
I like drinking. How much can you drink? Like
Probably.
a lot.
How much do you weigh?
I weigh 70 kilograms.
How long have you been an alcoholic?
5'11" and 70 kilograms. Fuck.
Yeah, I'm not a big guy. I'm very lean and very muscular though for my size.
Fucking 70 kilos. Is
I'm
lean.
60% muscle by weight.
That's fucking skinny.
What?
Yeah. I'm like 5% body fat.
I'm 6'2" and 79, almost 80 kilograms. I'm probably the same build as you, just a couple inches taller, you know?
I can drink more than both of you put together and still fuck your moms.
What are you,
What
fat
do you
enough?
figure? What's the most you've ever drunk in one sitting?
All right,
I'm the
guys.
pub golf champion where I'm from. In my workplace, I'm the pub golf champion.
The most
Uncontested.
The
All right,
most I've ever
let's.
drank in a single setting was one handle of American Revolution vodka, which is, if you don't know, it's pretty much like liquid hand sanitizer. And I got alcohol poisoning, but I refused to go to the hospital, so my heart just hurt for like 3 days.
I split my chin open. I was
Oh my god.
because because I insisted on winning, and I drank about 15 drinks down in one,
I
ranging
went
from
15
Guinness
drunk one time,
to
and
gin and wine.
I can't drink gin. I have an allergic reaction. My body will get all like, I don't get itchy or anything, but it's like, my face, my neck, my chest get really red, like hives. And then my belly is normal, but it'll have these like, it's this patchy transition from my chest to my belly if I drink gin.
These guys must be ballers.
Big
I think the worst experience I ever had with alcohol, I got really drunk and I walked up a stream to go fishing while I was camping, and I got lost. I don't know how you get lost on a two-way stream. You know what I mean? Like you can only go one way or the other.
The stream only goes one way.
Well, I woke up the next morning with like 14, 15 ticks on my body. I woke up like with my legs in the water, and I was laying on the bank, and I was just like, oh, dude, it was bad. It was bad. I had a tick in my belly button. I had like, I was traumatized from that experience.
I hate parasites.
Oh yeah, same.
Yeah, that's the creepiest shit, man. I'm not too worried about spiders or snakes, but anything that can like,
Suck your
puncture my
blood.
skin and crawl inside, or anything that performs intravenous operations on me without my knowledge. Yeah, I'm not
You
a
know
fan.
my eyes are watering right now thinking about it. I have this trigger, the sound of a mosquito near me, like the high pitch, like if it's near me and I'm like laying down getting ready for bed or anything standing there, my eyes profusely start watering just from the noise. Like,
Did you
dude,
have that
like you got
before?
onions in your eyes.
Did you have that before you got the tick incident? Like
Yeah,
before
I
you
had that.
this?
I've had that. I've had that ever since I can remember. Anytime I hear that high pitched like mosquito buzz, my eyes start watering really bad. Even in a movie, if I hear like somebody, a mosquito lands on their neck and they slap it, that high pitched noise makes my eyes water. It's like a trigger.
All right, so that
You got like
mosquito is not the one you have to worry about. That's the male. So
he got
he's distracting you so the female can bite you. So if you hear that noise next to your head, look on the rest of your body.
he got Pavlov conditioned where he just hears the sound
Dude,
and it
I'm
fucks him
getting
up.
groomed by a very weird relationship of mosquitoes. That's what's happening. Like I'm
Yep.
The
This
male's
one's
flirting with
distracting me
you,
so
so
his
the
wife can suck me off. What kind of fucked up like swinger shit is
cuckoldry with
this?
extra steps.
They want to take you back to their place.
I've had older people ask
No,
me
that's
to fuck their
hornets.
wife before, and I mean, like, I can see it now. Mosquitoes be doing that all day, every day.
No, it's hornets that want to take you back to their place. Lay eggs.
I have a irrational fear of hornets and wasps. I love bees, but hornets and wasps, like, I've almost crashed a work van on the freeway because a hornet came crawling out of the air vent. I fucking freaked out, dude. I jumped over through the passenger side over my boss that was in the passenger seat. Like, I literally scrambled out of that vehicle so fucking fast after putting it in park. I can't do them, man. I can't. I've been attacked by too many like swarms, like mowing a lawn and then you run over a ground hornet nest, the yellow jackets, and they just come up and attack you. Like the only way to escape is to get inside and kill the ones that are on you, or jump in a swimming pool and hold your breath for like long enough. You better be ready to run out of that pool when you get up.
Bro, I've
Do
only
like
fought.
do like the bees and shit trigger the same like shit
Nope.
that
Nope, it's
I've
that
only,
specific tone.
I've only fought one yellow jacket colony, but it's one of the most fun things that I've ever killed. And I know people that have the same like trigger as you, where like the wasps attacking, or if they see a wasp, they freak the fuck out. They feel like they're already under attack if they see a wasp at all.
Yeah, that's how I get. Like the other day, I was loading tires in the back of my buddy's truck, and he has a covered shell on his bed. Same with me, and he dropped his tailgate, opened the shell, and there was a wasp just sitting there dormant. It was a cold morning, so it was just sitting there staring at me like head on head, like 2 feet away. And he goes, "Hey, look, a wasp." And I go, "Yeah, I see it." And as soon as he said that, he set a tire up on the thing, and it flew just straight at my fucking face, dude. I fell backwards. I started like scrambling away like a cat getting sprayed with water, bro. I can't do that crap. I'll fight a goddamn kangaroo any day of the week, but I've never fought a kangaroo. I just say I will. I'm like no issues with bigger things, but them little goddamn stinging pieces of shit.
So basically, you're a pussy.
Yeah, you could put it that way. I said it was an irrational fear.
Some people have super irrational fears of cows.
Of what? Cows?
Cows. I've met a few people that are absolutely mortified by cows. And I find it hilarious every time.
Dude, they're just like big dogs. I love cows.
Yeah, I love cows.
I do 3 cows a year on 2
But
acres.
you're more likely to get killed by a cow than a shark.
Yeah, I don't think that's why they're scared of them, though.
Well, there's more cows on land than there are sharks on land. I would hope that.
Not in
a
Australia.
substantial claim. Can you prove that?
Yeah, hold on. Let me go take some pictures of these sharks swimming up and down the road.
Go make sure there's no sharks.
I'm gonna go find me a land shark. Aren't those just women?
If there's a single one, you're wrong.
I think you're getting confused by the practice of sharking.
What is that?
Oh God, fuck! Why? How do you know? Why do I know it?
Why do you know what that is? Why do I know what that is?
I do not know what that is.
It's because I read everything I can on the internet. I think that's why I like Flat Earth so much too.
What is the practice of sharking?
Do you want to do the honors?
Running,
strudel,
basically stripping, wearing in public.
Hold on, you cut out. What was that?
Running and basically stripping a woman by surprise in public, like if they're wearing it.
Yeah.
Like you run up to a woman and you rip her of her clothes?
It was a sort of a youth trend before TikTok.
Wouldn't that be called sexual assault?
Yeah, I never heard of that.
Yes,
I
it's
never
definitely
have
sexual
heard of
assault.
that or witnessed that or heard of anybody talking about that. That
And
must have been an Australian thing.
Nope, it was an American thing.
It's all
Australian thing. He's from England.
Why are you slandering the Australians? Doing that.
I love Australians. I'm just giving them shit because they can handle it.
Yeah, we don't have sharking here.
Just sharks.
Just sharks.
I forgot what we were talking about.
I know.
Sharking. Irrational fear, sharking,
Before
getting
that.
drunk. We were talking about a lot.
Oh yeah,
Different
I like
dangerous
fighting.
animals.
I like fighting. I like drinking.
Calm
I like
down, GG Allen.
I like fighting.
I like fighting.
Who wants to fight? Hoss asked us to settle it once and for all. Who has more stitches from related incidents? I have 6.
You have 6 stitches, like individual areas?
No, in
From
my
what?
chin. All in my chin.
6 stitches from what?
So with that pub golf thing I was talking about, I was fine until the 14th drink, but the 15th and 16th drink, there was a tiebreaker with me and the other northern lad there who refused to lose, who also got every drink down in one, and I was already another person's drink extra on top of that down in one because some pussy refused to drink his Guinness, and I wasn't letting that go to waste. Yeah, so this bitch fucking said, okay, that's be a tiebreaker, and mixed desperados and red wine in one glass, one like serving of each, and I downed that in one before him to win. and then half an hour later, it's like my body realized it was drunk, and I just fell to my knees and hit my chin off the floor.
Oh.
Yeah. The
Wait,
nurses
so
loved me though, because I didn't need like
Sounds like
I
you
didn't need
win.
the numbing. I did win. I got a little medal in it.
A medal, six stitches in the chin. It's a nice lifetime medal.
Yeah.
I've never broken skin enough to need stitches from a fight, but I've broken both of my pinkies.
Oh, it wasn't a fight.
In the same fight.
No, this was from booze related. Anyways,
the fight was with the floor, and I
So
lost.
can we? Anyone
Okay,
want to
I've
even
gotten,
attempt to get back to the? I guess it sounds like this is the locker room after it's been determined that we're not on a globe.
imagine stumbling drunk
how
over
it
a.
happened.
Hey, Hoss, everyone's given up arguing for the globe.
Thrown in the towel.
Imagine stumbling drunk over a spinning space ball. You'd just fall over.
Yeah, true.
Bro, I
proof's
already
flat.
get dizzy enough from spinning around the sun 24/7. Like, don't confuse me.
Yeah. He's
Yeah, we're
right.
spinning way too fast. Days should be longer. I agree.
We just stop spinning.
The most stitches I've ever received was 36 stitches, but they were deep tissue stitches, and the injuries were so big that I actually had to have staples on the surface of my skin to hold it together. I had 26 staples and 36 deep tissue.
Was that due to drinking?
No, it was actually
just-
due to just like having zero care for my life and thinking I'm immune to death. And
Skiing?
no, snowmobiling.
I was close.
I jumped off of a big berm of snow, going about 60 miles an hour, and I didn't angle my trajectory properly. You know, it could have been the Coriolis effect. I don't fucking know, but I flew off this berm of snow, and all I see over the handlebars, about like probably 40 feet away from me, was just the top of a tree. And the sled landed at about 5 feet off the top of the snow at the base of the tree. So I just smacked into it full speed. I was like partially bailing, and my whole foot and whole foot kind of like launched up. What? I don't think you could hear that. My whole foot went up into like the engine bay of the sled and through the plastic. And I don't know exactly what my shin scraped against, but I lost the entire top layer of skin, exposing my shin bone from something, and then whatever shaved off my skin in the engine bay also hit my kneecap, and as soon as it hit my patella, all that pressure just got converted into my femur, and my femur snapped perfectly in half, and both broken ends shot to the right side and tore through all my muscle, and they stuck out of my skin, and I landed about like 45 feet away from the actual incident in 4 feet of snow on my back with my lower body facing the crash incident. So I somehow like flew through the air, spun around, landed on my back, and I didn't think I was hurt at all. And so, you know, first things first, I grab my helmet and I pull it up over my head, and I kind of squeeze my neck, make sure I'm not feeling any pain. Like, I've been in motorcycle crashes before, so I needed to like feel myself, because when you're in shock or have all that adrenaline, you just don't feel anything. And then so I started going down, and I squeezed my chest with both my arms like I was hugging myself, and I kind of got down to my ribs, and I felt like an obstruction on my forearms. And I looked down, and I literally like audibly out loud said, "Oh, my shoe fell off." But no, my leg had broken, spun around 180 degrees, and my foot in my shoe still was standing on my chest, and my toes were pointing at me. And I realized my femur was broken, but I didn't know the extent of the damage, and so I grabbed my shin, I grabbed my like thigh, or not my thigh, sorry, my calf, my lower leg, and I had to figure out which way my leg spun around to orient it right again. And it had spun clockwise. If you're laying on your back, it spun clockwise. So I had to counterclockwise it to straight, and it felt shattered. I swear, it was only the one break, but my kneecap moved, my knee, the bend in my knee moving, the break moving. It just felt like my entire leg was shattered, like goop. And I laid it in front of me, and I let go, and I was trying to hold my leg straight, and my whole lower leg just fell off to the side, and I was like, oh no, oh no. And I just started like packing it with snow and backing up to put tension on it, and then I laid back and thought for a couple seconds, and then I was like, oh shit, I could have hit my artery, I could be bleeding out. So I started compressing my pant legs. I was wearing khakis. I started compressing my pant legs against my leg to see if I could get any blood to poke through. You know, like if I was bleeding, it should have poked through. And I didn't see any. I didn't see any blood in the snow, so I started pulling up my pant leg. And as soon as I got probably 4 inches of exposure on my between my ankle, my shin, up a little bit, it was just all red and blood. And so I just said nope, and I put my pant leg right back over. I called 911 on myself and laid there until the sheriff showed up and got put in an ambulance. And then I got life flighted down. Well, they sent a life flight out. The life flight had to turn around because I was snowmobiling in a storm. Like it was actively snowing. It was too much for the helicopter. So then I was in the first ambulance for probably like 15 minutes to get to the local primary health, and then from there I was in a 2.5 hour ambulance down to the main city, and then I was there for about 20 hours. They flew a surgeon in from Utah to do my surgery, and I honestly, I was perfectly fine until I woke up after surgery. I didn't know who I was, didn't know where I was. The only thing I knew was my dog. I knew my dog's name and that she wasn't there. And I started freaking out and trying to fight people. I thought I was being like organ harvested and tortured. Like I didn't know. I thought the pain that I felt like I got in a gunfight and somebody just blew out my right kneecap with a shotgun, like buckshot. That's exactly the feeling that I could describe it as. But before that, from the crash up till surgery, no pain. 24 hours of zero pain whatsoever. And then after waking up from that surgery, it was hell. You guys want to see the X-rays?
Kinda.
I'll post them inside chat.
I want to see this.
I'll post before and after photos of the sled too.
You got basically turned into a human Stretch Armstrong.
Oh, you'll be surprised at like the quality that they were able to put my leg back together, but it was such a clean break that, I mean, there was almost zero shrapnel. It was just a perfect break. I can find the photos.
Sorry, I had to skip that whole thing, but snowmobiles only work on a flat Earth.
True. It's true.
Oh yeah, because I mean that snowmobile had a centrifugal clutch, and if the centrifugal forces didn't work, I mean, like, I just gotta say, if that's testable and provable, I'd be flying off the earth right now.
Yeah, because if you think about it, if it's curved, constant ramps, you'd constantly going like bounce.
There's the photos.
I'll make
Did they post? I saw them and then they disappeared. I don't see them.
You might be in a different chat.
No,
you might.
No, someone deleted them.
Did they actually?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm reposting them.
Why would they delete that? It's just an X-ray.
Well, no, it's an X-ray, and then there's two that are not X-ray, but they're not horrible. Did that post?
I mean, I had to skip the whole
saying
thing.
you should saying you should DM people.
Oh, AI. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. And
who wanted to see them?
I seen it. Sorry.
Oh, you saw it for a second. Okay.
I think lots of humans have bodily integrity drive. That's why, like, gore is a recognizable element.
It's not really gory. They're.
Oh no, yeah, no, sorry. I didn't mean to say that it was. Sorry, I may have skipped some sentences.
The only gore on it was probably the scab you would see on my shin, but even that was very clean.
Yeah.
I'd do it again, honestly. I almost lost a pinky toe when I lived on my sailboat. Slipped and my pinky toe went on one side of the standing rigging, foot went on the other side, and it shaved up like halfway up my foot. And I was at like almost 300 miles out of the ocean, and I just patched it up myself after pouring like 97% rubbing alcohol on it.
Holy
Most
shit,
pain I've
bro.
ever been.
It
I'd rather
cut
break
in.
my do
It
that.
cut into your foot.
Yeah, like literally completely just shredded the muscle and like tendons, and it was literally your pinky, like your foot's pinky bone, except probably 3 inches longer than it should be. Like separation wise, I had to wrap it together and then put a piece of cotton in between my pinky toe and my other toe to keep the separation where I wanted my toes to be split.
Yeah, you're lucky you lived. You're lucky that healed at all and your foot didn't fall off.
Well, I poured rubbing alcohol on it, cleaned it nicely, and wrapped it up very nice. I mean, yeah, ocean water, salt water, all the bacteria in it. I am lucky.
You just poured rubbing alcohol directly on it, huh?
Straight on it, and I bit a belt. I had 2 friends with me. I passed out from the pain twice. I literally looked at them and I was like, I might die. I think I need to go to the hospital. But I was also the only person that could truly sail the vessel to where. Yeah,
Right.
exactly. Yeah.
But there was a radio. They could have called for help, probably.
Yeah, we had a VHF, but at the same time, I hate the hospital.
Me too.
Yeah, so I was more scared of going to the hospital than I was of losing my foot for sure.
So did you never go? You just
Nope,
let it heal?
never went. I still have the scar up my foot and everything. My foot's they look identical other than the scar. There's no like mess up. It healed perfectly. It's a miracle.
Yeah, you're lucky. The human body is pretty amazing, though.
I also took care of it immediately. I didn't even like give myself time to think about it. I was just like, yep. This is happening right now.
Well, that's good because no offense, but it sounds like you aren't trained in first aid.
No, not like to an extent where I can keep myself or someone else from dying. But
like first aid, but yeah, you aren't trained.
Yep, exactly.
The only training I have is CPR.
Yeah. If I imagine me splitting my foot open and you're just like, hold on, lay on your back, take your shirt off, I'm gonna do CPR.
This is helping, I promise.
Yeah, like I learned this. I'm CPR certified, trust me.
Yeah, I'm glad your foot's okay, man. You're lucky. I wouldn't be surprised if it gives you issues when you're older.
Nah, I mean, it hasn't given. I'm actually gonna look at it right now. It hasn't given me any issues since. Full motion, full movement.
You're still young, bud. It's probably gonna
Yeah,
give you issues.
sure.
Yeah. In fact, I'll bet on it. No, like I don't.
My
wanna
leg will give me issues. It currently still does give me
Yeah.
issues. Like, you know, when the barometric pressure lowers enough, I can. It feels like.
I
It
wish I
feels
didn't
like.
see those pictures, man. I had to skip the whole thing. I no offense, I just like also got smashed by a machine, and I just don't want to think about it.
Yeah, it's very traumatizing. I had dreams for weeks where I was like in crashes and just like tortured in my dreams. It was horrible. Not like physically tortured by other people, but it was just a torture to like be in all those crashes mentally. There was even one where I was riding in the ambulance down. I had a dream I was in the ambulance again, and the ambulance crashed down a ravine while
Holy
I
shit.
already had a broken leg in it, and I thought it was real. There, like, I was on so many drugs and stuff though. Like, I had crazy dreams for a couple weeks.
Yeah, getting smushed is no fun.
Yeah, I mean, especially by some heavy machinery or like hydraulics or stuff.
Also, you can only have barometric pressure on a flat Earth. You know, you're really unique around here, Doss. I don't think it. I don't know of any other 24/7 flirfs that were like brought up flat. If it's okay to put it like that
Oh
way.
yeah, yeah. I was talking about that earlier with other people too. Somebody else in a non-flat Earth channel was asking me questions about it, and they told me that their mom is and has always been a flat earther, but they just thought they were crazy and never put into it because she wasn't open about it until that person had already started like 10th grade in high school. But the basis of me being raised a flat earther was just my father's own observations, like nothing really scientific. He just knew for himself, but was horrible at explaining things. So it was mostly just like, look at how it is.
That's very 24/7.
He mostly just taught me good discernment, to be honest.
Oh yeah, AI Overlord. I just found out that 7/6. I just found out a little bit about the history of 7/6. And I was not happy about it. It's not good. It's not a good look for Team Globe.
Seven over six.
Yeah, and you finally agree that you can't do the shadow math without that assumption as well, right?
I don't think I would go that far now. Like you can't do the shadow math including refraction, right? Because our knowledge of refraction is
No, I shared with you the math that measuring shadows requires, right? I shared it with you last night before I left. You'll notice there's a 360 in there. What does that mean?
You're right. You're talking about the Eratosthenes story, right? Like
I'm talking about the math that would be required for you to do any shadow measurements and attempt to calculate the circumference.
right. Yes, and I agree with that. I agree that the Eratosthenes in his calculation, he assumed a spherical Earth, and then he took measurements to calculate the radius. I agree with all that.
Yeah, the circumference or whatever it was. But yeah, so there is no measurement, right? It's just another assumption.
Well, yeah, no. The measurement is of the shadow lengths.
Yep, that's it.
It'd be the same if I went out assuming, the Earth is flat and did the same experiment. I would come to the same, well, not the same conclusion, but I would come to a proper conclusion for what I believe. So I don't think that it's a really valid argument or test.
Nope.
Okay. Pause real quick. I'll be right back.
Everybody drink enough water today to stay alive?
I'm alive, right?
Any dehydrated souls in here? Make sure you drink enough water.
I'm good
Drank a lot of water, but I also ate 6 grams of salt, so that was a good idea.
Now you just got to drink more water.
True.
No, it was good salt, so I didn't need to drink more water. It structured the water and it was hydrated. It's good salt, so it didn't dehydrate you.
I understand.
Salt hydrates you, bro.
It depends on what salt, depends on how much.
You just said it was good salt.
Listen, you're gonna have to
That's what he's
post a
saying.
link inside chat what good salt is.
Fantastic.
No, but for real, what kind of salt do you use?
Celtic sea salt.
Same salt I
salt
use.
first.
Bath salt. I use Celtic sea salt too. That's the only salt that I use, and I eat a lot of shrimp to make sure I get iron.
I eat red meat from the farm down the road.
Bath.
I just ate so much food that I feel uncomfortable physically, and I think I need to go to bed.
Physically made up by the food he eats and do it.
Yeah. I should have stopped sooner. It was just so good.
D-Town, it sounds like your mic's under your pillow, man.
Who?
D-Town.
I haven't even heard him.
Does it still sound that way?
No.
No, you're good now.
Oh.
You guys know that like almost 8 years ago, the reason why I joined this server was simply because of the 24/7 Flat Earth chat.
It's a funny chat.
It's pretty good reason.
I was invited from a very, I don't even know the right word, a server full of delinquent people that I met a couple good people in there, and I got invited here for like literally I used to spend almost all my time in here, and then I got busy and I wasn't in here for probably 5 years. I went and lived on the ocean and traveled the world and did a whole bunch of stuff.
Did you find the edge?
I did not find the edge. I wasn't able to get close enough, sadly, even if there was one.
Oh, so you think we are on an infinite plane?
I think what?
We're on an infinite.
You think we're on an infinite plane?
I don't even know if I think that. Like, I have not been to
flat,
the.
There's no edge.
I
didn't
have
find
not.
the edge.
I have not been to the known extent of what we believe the measurements of the Earth to be, whether it be flat or round. So I have no claims as to if I believe that it ends at a certain point, at a stopping point. I have no way of saying if it continues beyond. I just simply have not been there. But I do plan to go to. I do at some point. I don't know exactly how I'm going to, but through some means, I will find myself in Antarctica. I'll find myself down beyond the 80th lateral south, and I expect to see a 24-hour sun. You know, I don't actually expect to see it, but I would hope to expect to see one in terms of recording it and putting the information out there openly.
Does
Everybody
that
wants
prove
to like
that it's
go
flat Earth,
south
that
and
you can
stuff,
see the
but
sun 24 hours? That prove that it's flat?
I just want to go north.
Well, I've been north plenty of times. Anything beyond the 72nd lateral north, I'm pretty sure the sun only rises once and sets once a year. I've been in months of daylight, months of night. You definitely experience that.
Why would the sunrise that change? Question.
Why would the sun rise?
Yeah, it depends. Why would that change flat Earth? Beside the season.
Just because of the distance at which you can view it from, right? So if it never goes beyond your perception, if it never goes too far for you to stop seeing it, for the light to hit you, then you're gonna see it.
No, but why would that change throughout the year? Why does it have a
Because
different path depending on time?
well, it has the same path, it just follows that path according to what it does.
Tell me about its path.
Oh my god. I went back and listened to the stream and I sound so retarded. How can you guys stand that?
Don't
Yeah,
judge yourself.
you do sound very nasally.
We weren't gonna say anything, man.
You do
Why do
sound very.
I don't sound like that in my head
You
at
kind
all.
of sound like Kermit.
I don't
Like
sound
what?
how I think I sound at all video. So I don't think anybody truly enjoys their own voice.
I do. I sound beautiful. Thank you.
It sounds
Okay.
different because of the way it echoes in your head. Sounds different. Everybody sounds different from what they sound like in real life. Everybody else.
Is it because my head is round? It's like the noise is bouncing around too much. No,
I know I
I'm
have a
such a flat
beautiful
earther.
audiophilic voice.
My head is flat, guys. Come on.
Mine definitely is. It's got a protuberance from all the crowns I shoved up my nose.
You did that too?
Protuberance? Protuberance? You know what I'm saying.
I don't think
I have the same problem, Tristan, just with my ass.
they're called hemorrhoids.
Oh my god.
I just mean it's also from the crayons. That's what I mean.
What's that one meme where it's like, babe, the earth is not flat. And it's like, yes, it is. You are my world, babe. You guys know what I'm talking about? Have you seen?
Lamau. I've never seen it, but it made me laugh heartily.
Okay, good night.
It gave you a hearty chortle.
It did. I had to mute. Good night,
Hearty
Dossman.
chortle.
Good night. Everybody have a wonderful night.
Night, baby
Yes,
girls.
have peaceful flat dreams.
I'm gonna fly and soar like an eagle over the entirety of the flat surface of the earth in my dream. Take some pictures. Post in the side chat later.
Are you gonna get a giant level out in flat one?
Guys,
I might.
Publish your find.
I don't understand how I sound like this.
I don't know how I sound like this.
Yeah, exactly. It reminds me of how it reminds me of how Debate Daddy sounds. Do you guys know
I
who I'm
don't
talking
know
about?
Debate Daddy. If I was to judge you off your voice, I'd say there's a 50-50 chance you're gay.
I don't think I sound gay. I sound small.
I don't think I sound gay. I sound small.
That's a very gay thing
Oh my
to
gosh.
say.
I need to post.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I deserved that. Oh my gosh. I'm just DMing it to you, Strudel, you stupid. Because I can't post
Strudel's
it
the
in the
goat.
side chat.
Everyone loves Strudel. Even I've grown on Hoss. Hoss loves.
There you go, I sent it to you, Strudel. If you're not doing anything else, you gotta watch it.
Yeesh. Yeah, love this. It's you, bro.
Yeah. Wait, no, it's not. I'm not that guy. I'm way smarter than that guy.
That's what you think.
It is, yeah.
He does that pompous, faggy tone. Let the video start. I'm way smarter than that guy.
I am pompous and faggy. Not like today, not in the future. That's okay, that is true. I think I can grant both of those things, that I am probably pompous and faggy.
Well, you sound it.
I don't know how my voice sounds like that. I do not feel like that.
It's 2026. You can feel and be who you want.
I don't think I need my voice changed. I think you guys just need better, I don't know,
We need
people
to
with
redesign our ears.
Yeah, I may have a faggy voice, but I'm still pretty cool.
Yeah, you see, there you go again.
Pretty cool.
I'm still pretty cool.
It makes sense though. Like, I sound like the kind of nerd that I am. I don't know. I don't feel like that nerd at all. I feel like someone getting crushed under a snowmobile. That isn't what happened to me, to be clear. I got crushed by a car. And that's not why I hate cars
Where's
either.
Flat Earth Judge? He's been here all day. Why aren't these?
Oh yeah, sorry. Flat Earth. Strudel,
Flat Earth.
do you even realize that the Earth is flat?
The Earth is definitely.
The Earth is what?
The Earth is definitely flat.
Okay, good. You know what's up.
Not. I was gonna make a joke.
Yeah. Hate to break up all the sexual tension and everything, but
You're just adding to it.
if y'all don't mind, we can talk about the flat Earth a little bit. And Tristan was going to show me how he's going to measure the surface without assumption. He thought
Go
he
on,
was going to
Tristan.
do it some Eratosthenes method.
How are
but
you
I
going to
think
measure
he's
the
learned
surface?
now that that's not possible. So, what's your next step, bud?
Yes, that definitely was the hype. And I will try not to be too discouraged by the faggy sound of my voice.
That's a good start. So you're admitting that you were incorrect. about that?
Oh, he's admitting he has a baggy sounding voice.
He also said it was all hype. That was a real subtle way for him to say, yeah, what he said was completely impossible.
No. I mean, if you're
talking sarcastic.
Yeah. Well, no.
Using an Eratosthenes method to quote unquote measure, which would be calculation, the circumference of the Earth, you said that you could do it without any assumption. Remember?
Yes.
Yeah. But now you realize that that's not the case, right? Not with that method, anyways.
No. Well, right. Not with the method, because the Eratosthenes method. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have agreed to your previous statement. The Eratosthenes method using only 2 measurements is insufficient to conduct the experiment.
By experiment, you mean, this calculation?
Yeah, a calculation is part of the experiment, yes.
And you think you can have more shadows and then be able to eliminate all assumption?
No.
So you were incorrect. It is not a means to do it without assumption. You cannot get any real insight to the surface of the Earth using that method, no matter how many shadows you have, without assumption, correct?
Okay, like in the sense that we are assuming that it's either flat or curved.
Yeah. So there's an assumption. Yep.
Yeah.
So it's not any good then, right?
Yeah, and my bad. Like I'm kind of like still working on remembering what we were talking about the other night. But I remember I offered you one assumption, which was oh, I don't remember what it was. But the second assumption was that it was either flat or curved. And so
Yeah.
so yeah, you might be right. If you think that it's like an inappropriate assumption to make that it's either flat or curved, my experiment is probably insufficient for you.
Well, we can't find any empirical insight if we're using assumptions, right? We can't have, guarantee any relation to reality if there's assumptions involved. And you were just excited and said, yeah, there's not assumptions involved in that, or you could propose a way to do it without assumptions. But I think we figured out now that that's not possible.
Well, at the time, I went way further and said that the entire heliocentric model is without assumption.
Oh yeah, that's right. That was a crazy thing to say.
It is philosophically hard to defend if you extend the idea of assumption out to things like it's either curved or flat. Yeah, I can't really defend against that. I agree.
Cool. Well, welcome to Flat Earth for now. Unless, you find another way to show empirical evidence of the surface being curved, especially at the rate that we're told.
I'll keep thinking about sticks and shadows, but I'll also think about long-distance observations.
Wait, Matthew, you're very, very, how do I say this? Autistic. You'd have something to say.
I'm very artistic. Why, thank you.
Yeah.
I would put it this way. I think there's plenty of evidence that is best explained by the globe rather than a flat Earth. Things like sunsets and moon phases and seasons and GPS satellites and TV satellite, satellite TV. So I would put it more in the realm of explanation of evidence rather than trying to prove something.
What about the
So
Slipsian eclipse or whatever it's called?
yeah, close.
Yeah,
It's like
eclipses are
Stellarian.
yeah, Salanilian eclipses. So just in general, eclipses are well explained and predicted on the globe Earth model, but the Salanilian eclipse can be explained by a little bit of refraction.
A little bit, he says.
Yeah, 0.5 degrees on the moon and the sun, which is what we think happens just sort of normally, in a regular sunset.
So the sun's always just at an apparent position, as far as we know.
Yeah,
the
we can
sun's
trust the
fixed.
sun. Yeah, the sun is where it looks to be most of the time, but when it gets closer to the horizon, it's probably about half a degree refracted above where it normally is by the time it sets over the ocean. And that's due to the 15 degrees per hour constant angular speed of the sun. That's how we know that.
Not that the
It
sun has
seems like
anything to do directly with the surface, but you said that sunsets is best explained by living on a sphere, right?
That or a flat Earth where the sun goes underneath the flat Earth. Both of those would equally describe how sunsets work.
Now you're just being ridiculous.
No, I'm saying that there's more than one explanation.
No,
all
now
man
you're just being
propaganda.
ridiculous. For as long as you've been here, to claim that the sun would have to go underneath something to explain what we see.
Right, that's what the flat
when you say
earthers
the
from 3,000
sunset,
years ago thought. They thought the sun went under the earth in the netherworld. So for centuries and centuries, that's what flat earthers thought.
That's what all of them thought, huh? That's what
I
everybody
mean,
thought. And
that
all
was the
their different
wide belief. But
cultures.
yeah, now it's different. Yeah.
Or that's what some people
But
said
but
one time.
but I mean, like you do learn stuff as you go on. Right? New evidence arises, right?
Yeah,
So,
fair enough.
That's not.
That's true.
Yeah, but we don't have any evidence, right, Matthew? We just have stories of evidence.
No, the evidence, there's all kinds of evidence, and then we're looking for the best explanation for that evidence. Like I said, moon phases, the constant angular size of a full moon, the success of the engineering of TV satellite transmitters that are in orbit above the Earth, stuff like that.
Yep, everything but the surface itself. Gotcha.
It's hard to tell. Nobody's ever directly measured a curvature to the surface or to an ocean.
Isn't that interesting?
No.
I thought you couldn't measure an angle of a ball. So.
Well, I mean, nobody's directly measured the height of Mount Everest either.
Now, can I just point out you can. It's
But we
more
can
it's more
see
complex
Mount
math.
Everest though, can't we? And we can
Yeah, but
see
we
it
can't.
high.
If you measure it in radius.
How do you know how high it is? You
Can
can't
you see
directly
the
measure it.
curvature of the Earth?
No.
Huh. That wasn't a very good analogy then, was it?
It was good.
You just admitted that they do not relate at all.
No, the point being that
nobody's measured the height of Everest, but we can see Everest and we see that it's high. And you try to relate that to something that nobody experiences or can observe. What you admitted yourself, and then you want to pretend that was a good analogy.
Right, because my basic point was that the
Mm.
lack of direct measurement is not evidence that something doesn't exist. That's all.
That was a weird, horrible analogy to say that.
It's a great analogy. But what, I mean, do you have good explanations for these things? Like, why does for example, the full moon, why does it stay the same angular size, or at least within 2% all night long?
I don't know, bro. I've seen the moon be pretty big sometimes.
Couldn't tell
Yeah,
you.
I'm talking
Matthew.
about measured
It has
size.
nothing to do with falsifying the radius of the Earth, does it?
It certainly does, because we have a good
No.
explanation for it, which is that the moon is far away.
We have awesome stories that we've been told since we were babies, and we really like them. Okay.
Because they work. Therefore, they're more likely to be true.
They work to make you feel comfy. Okay, they don't work for anything else.
You can literally measure how far the moon is away, though, right? Zoom in on. Depending on how much you need to zoom, how much size increases by the zoom, and then work out how far it is away.
Yep, all kinds of awesome stories. Still 2026, no evidence of surface curvature. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, I agree. There's no evidence. I think this man's fed mole man propaganda. He believes it because of that. It's okay. We all got fooled once.
Yep. Some people
So you
are just
see,
cool believing in stories. Some people are fine with them.
He
But
just
some people
proved
like
the
to
flat
measure
Earth.
things.
Yeah, notice how he uses that angle on a flat Earth?
Right. So which one seems more plausible, that the moon is far away and that's why it's the same size? Or that it's close and somehow it appears the same size from two cities with some unexplained phenomena?
You see, it's because the world's flat, and it's actually
Yeah. This is what you got to do. Is appeal to the sky and appeal to
Right.
your stories about the
Do
sky.
you see my two images? One is
Yes,
flat and
I
one
see
is
your
round.
I see your images.
Yeah, so our explanation it has a good explanation for why the moon appears the same size, because it's about the
it's
same
because it's very
distance.
large, right
Right,
above
and
us.
it's about the same distance away from those two cities.
It's very large, it's right above us. You can't discern, obviously.
Right, you don't have to know the actual size. I'm talking about the angular size, how big it appears.
Yeah, that's why it appears the same, 'cause it's right there, dude. Think about it.
Yeah, you
You
can
can fly up
assume
and touch
whatever
it.
you need to about it to make your stories, fit.
Right, I assume the moon
but the
is
flat
a
Earth
physical
assume
object.
the height.
No, but the flat
You can
Earth people
assume
says it's smaller and
that
it's
it's only
closer, right?
apparent when it needs to be, but it's physically where it is when you want it to be. See, you can do all these cool things to make stories fit. That's why stories aren't worth very much when you're trying to figure out reality.
Boogie Woods, you smoke the marijuana. I like marijuana.
Sounds like you like to talk about random stuff to distract conversation and,
No, I'm just tired.
make a mess of the place.
It's against the law where I live here in California.
Tired.
I feel bad for you living in California.
Feel bad for me. I live in England. Worse.
Prices of everything's ridiculous.
California is nice. The weather is perfect all the time.
Is that the only positive?
No, there in Los Angeles County where I live, there are lots of good ethnic food restaurants. I can get good food from like 20 different countries within a 15-minute drive.
You can only navigate there on a flat Earth.
True.
Well, I use GPS, so
GPS can work on a flat Earth.
in the cities, yeah, but the thing about GPS is that if you get far away enough from the cities and the ocean buoys and all that type of stuff, the signal must come from somewhere, and so it's coming from the sky. How do you explain GPS signals? We have a good explanation that they're from satellites in orbit. Same with satellite TV, by the way.
You mean the satellites that run on ion propulsion engines that don't work in the vacuum of space? Those?
Generally, I don't think they have ion propulsion for those, but ion propulsion does work in the vacuum of space.
Now that is a cool story.
Right. Is it your impression that rockets work by pushing off air?
And propulsion and rockets are not the same thing.
Is it your impression that rocket propulsion works by pushing off of air?
Say anything about rockets.
Noted.
How do rockets work, Matthew?
Ooh.
For
I build
every action,
submarines.
there's an equal and opposite reaction. Back to Newton.
The only difference, fun fact, is difference between a
What about
rocket and a
What about on like when they're leaving the Earth? Don't they push against the air?
It's more about the propulsion mass that they shoot out the bottom end of the rocket. The mass times velocity squared. So it goes really fast. The exhaust goes really fast. So the opposite equal reaction is a force that pushes the rocket the other direction. Like if you're sitting on like a office chair with wheels on it on an ice rink or something with no friction, and you throw a bowling ball really hard, your chair is going to move backwards the opposite direction. Is that Newton's first law or second law? I forget which one.
Hmm. Does that actually happen? I've never seen anyone do that.
You'd have to have a pretty slick surface, but in general, yeah. I mean, if you're standing on some surface that has no friction or hardly any friction, like an ice skating rink, and you throw something, you're going to move back a little bit.
It depends on mass.
Newton's third law.
Thank you.
You can also think about it like this. I'm not supporting their argument, and I still think there's problems with it. But imagine, Timbo, like you're in this chair and you want to push yourself away from something. If there's just something that's real little and light, you can't push yourself away from it. You'll just push it off. But as it starts to get heavier, you'll be able to, have the means to push yourself in a reverse direction.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And to be fair, this isn't an argument for the globe. I'm just explaining how reaction works.
Yeah.
That's why you can't have a turbine in space. Supposedly, obviously. Supposedly.
You mean a jet?
Supposedly?
Or a propeller. You can't use
propeller,
propeller in
turbines
space.
just spin a propeller.
You can have a sail.
Propeller.
You can have a sail with bitches.
You can have a sail in space, technically.
Space is fake and gay.
It is super fucking gay.
Welcome, Zenkra.
What's up?
Space.
How are you?
Oh no! I'm just passing through, my boy.
Passing through or falling through?
Yeah.
I'm doing a little bit of both, my boy.
He's skydiving right now. Crashing through the Discord layers.
I don't even know what that fucking means. I'm sorry I did that for you.
Never do that again.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to.
Do you believe you live on a spinning space ball?
That doesn't even make sense, Doc.
I know. That's why I'm asking you.
Do you believe you live on a globe?
If you believe you put a man on the moon, man on the moon.
I thought you said you weren't gonna. I thought you said you weren't gonna do that again.
I lied. Oh my god, somebody lied to you? Oh my god, somebody lied to you? You're probably used to it. Just like NASA lies to all the fucking humans all the time.
That's kind of mean, bro.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my fucking god, dude. People lie to you? You're fucking heard about it?
No?
Yeah, eat a bowl of dicks, dude.
A bowl of dicks? What?
Fucking full bowl, bro. Buttered. Oh, you haven't had. I'm sorry. You haven't
Are you
had.
drunk? Are you drunk or high?
He's
Maybe.
plastered, obviously.
Maybe, but
You
also
just
yeah.
ate a bowl of dicks, I think.
Maybe, but also yes. Like, dude, I'll admit it.
With
Yeah.
butter. What I heard.
He's literally hiccuping in real time. That's crazy.
That is
Yeah, it
crazy.
doesn't mean I can't.
Is that what the slur hick, like
Yeah,
hick
it doesn't mean I
comes
can't
from?
have an intelligible conversation about the fucking. Doesn't mean I can't have an intelligible conversation about the fucking the minutia.
He's so drunk, he can probably feel the rotation of the earth. He probably feels it wobbling, fucking speeding beneath his rolly chair that he's sitting on, probably on an ice rink.
I have not installed caster rails on the ends of my fucking stool.
When
No.
you belch, feel it pushing back.
Newton's third law.
Yes.
Is that it? Was it Newton's third law?
Yes.
Was that? Yeah.
Newton's third leg or something. I don't know.
You know, I'll just stay here until y'all move me, bro.
Okay. Why are you being weird?
I thought we were doing a bit.
Would you like me? Would you like me to move you to the vegan?
I'll
Would you
just
like to
stay
go and
right
speak to the
here
vegans?
until y'all move me. I'll just stay right here.
Would you
How
like
much
to
do you
go to the
weigh?
vegan room? I can put you in the vegan room if you want.
I think that's
You're
hilarious.
gonna take.
Yeah, put him in the vegan room. He'd love that. He'd
I
love
think that's
that.
fucking hilarious.
Dude, I'm
Dump him on the
in
vegan.
Texas, bro. I'm in Texas, bro. Don't put me in the fucking vegan room. Don't put me with them.
Nuke
Don't
the
put me with them.
vegans with him. Nuke the vegans.
It's like it's like the worst insult you can.
No, you don't get it. You don't get it. I'll stay here until y'all move me.
You start loudly eating jerk.
Do you get it?
That'd be funny.
Hey, do you guys get it though? Do you guys get it?
bro?
Like,
Do you get it?
Do you get it? We eat loud and here.
yeah, you don't fucking get it, dog.
We are here with you right now. We get it.
An object in motion stays in motion. Object at rest stays in rest unless acted on by outside force. What's the outside force?
Zenker,
No. Come on now.
gravity affect you.
Yeah, gravity affects these nuts, bro.
Yeah.
Draping across your face, dog.
Oh, well, are they quite distended at this point? Quite old.
Oh, so much gravity, dog. I've been here for 30 years, bro. I've been here for 30 years and my balls are dragging across your face. It's a song
You sound like you're 60.
made up. Look at the fuck, dog.
I don't know. What does that matter?
I don't know. What do you mean? Don't fucking attack me, bro. Without fucking.
Well, you
bro.
said, well, I can, like we were talking about before, freedom of speech. I can say whatever I want, right?
Yes, fuck yeah, dude. You're welcome to that in America. Not where you come from, though, right?
Well, we don't have the same laws as you do, no.
Yeah, no shit. You don't have the same laws that you don't have as I do. All I can say what I fucking want.
You're
And
the drunkest.
you're the fucking twat. I can say what the fuck I want.
You
right?
got the wrong country.
I feel like he's part Irish. I heard the Irish come out.
But at the same time, who's the next
All
one?
right. Well, I'm done listening to a couple drunken high people making junior high jokes, so you guys take it easy.
Well,
Been
who's
better
high?
nice to you. Bye.
Well, who's high?
Yeah, bye.
What?
Learn science, Matthew.
I fucking hate that. My friends, my
You got
family.
friends.
I have 2 sips of beer left, and I'm jealous.
my friends, my family, my
wish
fucking compatriots
I wish I
have
was as drunk
not
as you.
rising up to fucking slander, fucking piss and.
I love while he's shouting, he's also belching.
Humans are a silly, silly creature.
He's just a silly guy. He's just.
I love all the silly things that they do. I love fighting.
I love how his profile picture is exactly how I imagine.
My eyes are too blurry. What is it?
Like a fat, fluffy. I don't even know. It looks like it's a ball. But it's a hairy ball.
Yeah, that's what I saw. It's just like.
That's what I imagine it looks
squiggles. Hello? Oh, hey, it's Juan.
Yeah, that's him. It has an eye
Juan.
on it.
Juan, Trent, gravity with me.
Yeah, what's gravity?
Wait, what?
It's just something we chant.
I mean, it sounds kind of cringe.
What's gravity, man?
What's gravity? It's the name of the force that we observe between two objects with mass. You ever heard of the Cavendish experiment?
Cavendish? What type of food is it?
Oh, so you're just like a troll, huh?
Yeah.
Nah, I'm just joking around. No, you can ask one of the actual flat earthers. That.
Who the fuck are you? I never even seen you before. Who the fuck are you? Fucking Strudel.
Who are you?
Benedict Strudel Humperovich? What the fuck?
Oh,
Are you in Doctor Strange?
Dude, I could absolutely smash an eggs right now.
You could smash what?
An eggs Benedict. Oh, they're so good.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I'll agree on that.
More of a country fried steak and eggs myself with hash browns.
Something more elegant about an eggs Benedict, though. Simple.
Not a bad choice
either. Delicious, but they're both good.
Eggs Benedict only works on flat Earth.
Yeah, you can't get the swirling effect. Curved Earth.
You're outmatched, Wanton. We know your tricks.
Yeah.
Wait, so what? Are all the flat earthers asleep or something?
No, they're here. They're always. They know. Do you want me to? Yeah, I don't know. They have to talk willingly, right?
Explain Eggs Benedict on a globe Earth.
You can't. Fucking knew it.
You can't.
Oh,
You're
God,
a liar.
Fucking Jim.
You're a fucking liar.
So can you explain how we observe gravity?
You want to know about the Cavendish experiment?
Keep talking about this.
You're making me hungry, bro. Like, you're making me really hungry.
It's a name because British people are full of themselves. There's a guy named Cavendish.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, keep talking about your balls. Go on.
What?
The massive balls? You're not about to talk about massive balls?
Yeah, explain the massive balls.
Well, what's to explain? We don't observe what they're putting forward.
Nobody was talking to you, Jim. Please, for the love of
Cavendish
God.
was a lying
Oh
bastard.
no, it's Jin talking.
Excuse my friend.
I have him turned down.
And
I
Cavendish
don't think he's
was
a
a
real
lying
person.
bastard.
Oh, you can turn down people.
Cavendish was just, whenever it was said about Cavendish,
Yeah,
whenever
you just
you
right
visited
click on him.
whenever you
wow.
visited him, right?
Oh,
He
well, I
would,
don't know, because then he's
what's
just
the word?
like
He
a
would not
demented
talk
old
to you
man
to your
talking
face.
to
He
himself,
would
you
turn
know.
his back to
No,
you.
he's
I'm
always
talking
that. That
to the
never goes
people who are
away.
listening in the
Well,
side
no,
chat.
I
Heard
mean,
the quote
And
about
when the
like.
Can you
mods
let
come
him
in, they're going to
finish?
find out that you've
You've
turned me
heard the
down,
quote.
and
Wait, is
you're
Jin talking?
responsible for the. You are responsible for the audio chaos because
Hold on.
you've muted me when you shouldn't have done that.
We
So
haven't muted
basically,
you. We
ladies and
just
gentlemen,
turned you down because you're talking over
ladies and
everyone.
gentlemen, we're talking about the Cavendish experiment, okay? And the thing about Cavendish himself is that whenever he had visitors, you would go into the room, a massive room, because he was a wealthy man, okay? And you'd be talking to the back of his head. He would
No,
never
I'm turning
face
him
you.
back down. I'm sorry, guys.
okay,
I gotta
Okay?
turn him
That's
back down.
Cavendish
okay,
for you.
Jen, hey,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
it doesn't matter, because it doesn't matter, and I'll tell you.
It doesn't matter. We don't observe what's been put down by the Cavendish. We don't observe horizontal mass attracting mass.
Stop
Horizontally. We
fucking
don't observe that.
interrupting me, okay? I understand
No, you
the neural
interjected
path.
whilst I was
No,
talking,
you
actually.
interjected him,
I
Yeah,
understand the neural.
you actually interrupted me. So I
No,
will
Jin, you
complete
did.
what I'm saying. So, ladies and gentlemen, we do not
Understand.
observe horizontal mass attracting mass.
Hey, Jen.
Horizontally. We
Hey,
don't
Jen.
see that
Hey,
at all.
Jen.
We
Hey,
don't see
Jen.
mass attracting mass
Hey, Jen.
anywhere, but
Hey, Jen.
especially
Hey,
horizontally.
Jen.
Don't keep
Hey,
calling my
Jen.
name. I'm talking. When I finish, you can
You
then speak.
interrupted him,
Shut up.
though.
You're calling my name every time. You're
Jin,
interrupting what I'm saying. Remember, this is a
my
live
guy.
stream. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm
the
not.
live stream proves that you interrupted him.
I didn't interrupt him at all. He interrupted me, actually. So shut up. Right, now you can speak. Now. Now you don't want to speak. There you are.
Bro, you interrupted him.
I didn't interrupt him at all. And I'm not
You
your
were
bro.
speaking about the
I'm
Cavendish
not your bro.
experiment.
I'm not
Why
your
are you
bro,
so
and I didn't
angry?
interrupt. I'm not your bro,
Chill.
and I'm not interrupting.
Can
Shut
you
up.
chill out? Fuck me.
No, I'm not going to chill out when you're accusing me of interrupting when I wasn't. I'm not going to chill
Dude,
out.
You literally were.
Shut up,
let me
dude. You're the
explain?
dude. You're the idiot. Shut up.
Can you
I
let me
didn't interrupt
explain?
anybody. Now, the Cavendish experiment doesn't represent what we observe on Earth in the natural world.
Do you think it was only done once?
And how many times has it
Why
not
would I
worked?
ask such a backward question?
The Royal College of London has a benchtop Cavendish experiment. You can just fucking Google it. It's on YouTube.
Yeah, that's great. What about all the times it hasn't worked?
Okay, give me an example.
What's your excuses for that?
Hey, I'll send you a link.
Hey.
I'll send you a link to the
That's great.
that
I'm not
university
interested
Cavendish
about the
experiment.
cherry-picked
You
ones
send
that
me
do
an
work.
example.
I'd
No, you
like to
send me
know
an
about the
example.
ones that don't work. We have
I
had
don't know about the
umpteen
ones that don't
people.
work.
Is
So
this little
you need-
prick rude or something, or is he just fucked in the head? Hey, bro, not talking through people is awesome. Holy. It's very interesting that we've had quite a few people come through this channel, and a lot of them have said, hey, when I did that shit at school, it didn't work. Which I find is very interesting. You guys seem to only go, oh, look at the London one, that one worked. I'll send you a link to the London one. The London one's the only one that seems to work all the time. We're interested in all the data, not your very specific cherry-picked one that suits your requirements.
Yeah, makes you feel comfortable and fuzzy on the inside. Silly.
So there's instances where the balls don't move. There's instances where the balls go in the opposite direction. Oh, so you run away because you don't want to hear the truth. Interesting also. Anyways, we can now undo the other one. And Strudel, stop white knighting for that other idiot. We don't need to hear your commentary whilst Jin's talking. He can make up enough of the room as it is.
Huh?
Yeah.
I wasn't white knighting, dude. I was just literally just explaining.
You were. You were backing up that other moron.
No, I wasn't.
Please don't. Yeah, you were. I was listening
Dude,
on
I'd back
YouTube.
up anyone that's getting interrupted. I'd back up you. What are you talking about? I'm unbiased.
No, I'm not backing up to you. That's not happening. Thanks for the offer,
That's not
though.
what I said. What?
Yeah, but just keep your mouth shut. I don't generally interrupt anyone unless I'm being interrupted. Simple as that. So you do yourself a favor. Keep your mouth shut if you're a flat earther and stand by us and just watch what you say, especially when I'm around. Sorry, mate.
So
I'm not your bro.
anyways, Strudel. No, you're right. Anyway, Strudel, check it out. What is going on with you? It's 2026. You think it's a ball tard. You've got no proof of curvature. What is going on in your brain,
enjoy
bro?
myself. What's wrong with why you asking?
You're here to enjoy yourself. Like what?
Yeah.
The basement isn't good enough
I'm
anymore.
listening and talking to people. I have a full-time job in a house, guy.
That's awesome.
What's wrong with you?
High five. So
Why are
what
you
does a
being mean?
full-time job and a house got to do with the shape of the ground?
I'm listening to the conversation.
Well, if you
Why
want
are
to
you
listen
trying
to
to bring
very
me in?
specific answers, why don't you ask questions?
I'm listening to other people ask questions.
So you're not here to come to a conclusion or learn anything, or
I am learning.
Well, you
I'm
no,
listening.
well, you
That's
don't.
why I'm
Apparently,
listening.
you don't appear to be. Actually, you
Well,
don't
I
appear.
mean, well, you haven't heard anything I've said.
You've said already. You're only here to enjoy yourself.
Yeah, I'm here to, and I can't enjoy myself and learn.
Well, I haven't heard you say anything that you've learned. As Matrix put it, Matrix has put it to you.
How about we ask him, Jen? Okay,
Yeah.
Strudel, what have you learned since being in this channel?
Yeah, there we go.
I'm learning about your perspectives.
Well, we're all different people. Jin's got a different perspective of the world than I do. It's subjective.
Yeah, he's just
through
got
different religion, different upbringings, different jobs.
Yeah. So what have you learned about the flat earthers? What have you learned?
Hey, I can definitely tell you. Last night, I talked to Strudel, and told him that space is fake, and so now he knows I'm retarded.
Well, I don't know about that. That's your position. Let's see what he has to say, Strudel. Apple Strudel. What have you got to say for yourself?
Why can I not just sit here and listen?
Well, the question is, you said you learned something, yeah? We've asked you, what have you learned about the flat
learning
earth?
about your perspectives. Keep talking.
And what are those perspectives? What have you learned?
Well, if I'm going off you, I've learned that if it's just you, you're ignorant about reality and you tend to make it up as you go
There you
along.
are,
And
a baseless claim. Baseless
no,
claim
I
and a
mean
personal
the stream
attack.
tells me that.
Excuse me,
you did it to me first.
A personal attack isn't proving your case. You've learned nothing.
You did
That's
it to
a
me
baseless
first.
claim. That's a baseless claim and a
I
wild
wouldn't have said
assertion.
anything like that to you if you didn't do it to me
We're talking
already.
about what you've learned about the flat earthers from our
Your
perspective.
perspectives, my
What
guy.
you've put forward is wrong. That's a wild claim, baseless claim, and a misrepresentation of me. Thank you. So it's
I
a
don't think that's a
personal attack,
misrepresentation.
ladies
I can
and
look at
gentlemen.
actually. I'm gonna go to the stream.
An ad hom is
Hold
what
up,
he's
this is
got.
on the stream. Hold up, I'm gonna go to the stream and get a clip. Right, of you interrupting
clip.
him while he was talking about the Cavendish experiment and me just telling you, dude, this is out of order. And you just calm
Get
down.
the
and
So
just
let
talk
me
in an
get this
orderly
straight,
fashion.
Mr. Police Officer. One person interrupts, so it's your God-given right to interrupt also and make even more audio chaos.
So clearly he's got nothing, ladies and gentlemen, from what he's learned. He's learned nothing about flat earthers. He's only here to cause and disrupt
Well,
the
actually, Jen,
conversation.
check it out. Hey, Jen, I'd rather him learn about the flat earth as opposed to flat earthers. If people want to learn about me, that's some serious broken in the head shit going on right there.
I didn't learn about your perspectives on flat earth. Learn it. Keep talking.
So what happens on flat earth, Strudel?
I'm not making notes.
But you said you're learning, though.
You should be if you're learning. There's going to be a test on Monday.
It takes a while. We've all kind of just been having fun.
So you've
for a
learned
bit,
nothing.
And then you guys joined and started shouting.
Nothing thus far. He's learned nothing about flat earthers and about the flat earth and our position and what we're putting forward for the last 11 years, ladies and gentlemen.
Before you guys joined.
Don't worry about my chillness. I'm very chilled. We're putting the pressure on you because you made some claims and now you're not backing them up.
What claim did
You've learned nothing. I'm here to enjoy myself. Okay, fine.
You claimed that you'd learned stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm learning. I'm in the process.
What have you learned?
I've learned why you think the gravity doesn't exist. I've learned why you think space doesn't exist.
Okay, let's go with the gravity. Why do you think we say gravity doesn't exist?
Because it's to do with air pressure, right, and density instead of actually the actual gravity.
Gravity's to do with air pressure.
No.
You haven't been
listening.
Gravity
doesn't exist. It's things fall because of density, right? Mass.
So relative density or specific gravity?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've sort of been listening, maybe.
But I have been listening. I just didn't want to fucking be put on the spot, dude. Is that
so? Give us an example of relative
Why are you being
density.
Unreasonable?
No, give us an example
of
relative density.
To deserve this. What's going on?
No, I'm not attacking you. I'm asking you a
I mean,
question.
you did. You both definitely did.
You're
You came in here
telling us
swinging.
about gravity. Give us an example of relative density, or specific gravity, as it's also called.
Okay, so right, if your mother was falling down through a, she was sinking, it's because she would be weighing and be more dense than the water, right?
Yeah, but your mum floats, so it's all good. What's going on there?
She does float because she's in good shape. What are you saying here?
Hey,
yeah, it's because she's
right.
full of air. Yeah, you're right. It's her head's full of air, so she floats.
So that's a case of your mum being less dense than the water.
Yeah, float.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So what would happen if something was more dense than the water?
Like your mother, it would sink.
No, my mum floats. She's pretty cool.
Is that because she's cold? I don't understand.
Yeah, because you don't listen. That's why. We've already
Says she's
established
pretty
that.
cool, so she floats.
Yeah, you're trying to have a crack at my mum. My old man would flog you, boy, for practice.
Try to have a crack at your mum's a wild way to phrase that, dude.
Anyways.
I've been listening.
Something that's
I'm just
more
not.
dense. So,
what the fuck?
okay, let's just slow down. You're yapping for the sake of it. When we talk about relative density or specific gravity, there's two objects. Number one, the object you're speaking of. So, for example, my tin cup in my hand. Now, it is relative to the medium that it's in this case, the air. Now, if I let old tin cup go, and I'm going to lower it down so it doesn't bounce too far, it goes down relative to the medium it's in. Now, if I was to go and drop my tin cup in a big pool of mercury, what would happen?
Probably float, I imagine.
Because relative to the medium that it's in, my tin cup is less dense.
Yes.
So it will float. So that's a really easy
yeah.
example, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, there's another one that's there's a meme, and it's a Glober being smart, trying to prove gravity, and he says something like, "Oh, go jump off a cliff." There you go, gravity proven. And the rebuttal to it is, yeah, and when you land in the water, you'll float, proving density.
I mean,
proving relative density. Class dismissed.
Can you explain why in a near vacuum things fall at the same rate?
They don't.
They do.
Actually, they don't.
We've actually got
no, they don't.
We've got a video of it. It's to do with how much time they've got to fall. So because most of the tests we do are over like 10 foot, they don't have enough time to actually separate. But if you give them a long enough time span, and what is it, the Brennan drop tower? They've actually got video footage where a cradle was dropped with about 5 or 6 different elements in it, and they all fall at different rates.
Yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah, that's interesting. And also some British guys, Peter and Peter, using a 2-meter vacuum tubes proved that different objects of different weights fall at different rates, and that means that the heavier object always hits the ground first. The thing about the Brian Cox experiment is that the vacuum chamber wasn't big enough, or should we say tall enough, to allow the bowling ball to reach its maximum drop velocity. It was shortened to bring the objects to land at the same time. That's the problem with the Brian Cox.
I also find interesting about the tests that Brian Cox and all that do, where they drop something high density, something low density, and then go, oh look, if mass was attracting mass, wouldn't they be pulling together?
Yes, this is what we were thinking about as well. Exactly, it would be attracting together as they were dropping side by side.
In the side chat, Strudel, I've just posted up. So what they dropped, they had this capsule or cradle, and inside this cradle was a camera, and with these elements lined up, what do you got? The lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, something, iron, lead. Anyways, what happens is this tower is like 120 meters high, something like that. Vacuumed out or air evacuated, and they drop this cradle. So camera and everything fall at the same time.
Yeah.
And when you see the start of the video, you'll see the individual elements slowly start rising up.
Yeah.
That's the whole cradle falling, and the bounce at the bottom where they all just go full sick everywhere is when the sudden stop. Any more questions?
Yeah, it's amazing that they're all falling at different rates. That's natural law. The heavier object will always hit the ground first. You can't have an anvil and a feather land at the same time. That would be absolutely ridiculous, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, an anvil that a blacksmith uses, ba-ding ding, ba-ding ding, and you got your feather, and you're going to drop them in a vacuum, and the anvil and the feather's going to land at the same time.
If you're dropping the entire apparatus, is it not imposing its own force next? The equal and opposite reaction law.
What force?
Yeah,
vacuum,
you're dropping
bro. There's
it.
Nothing there.
You're dropping it though.
But there's nothing there to obstruct
it. You're dropping a heavier object, so the mass relative to the object is different.
The little ones aren't connected to it. As you can see, they separate from it.
Few of them, yeah, but a bunch of them are still.
They've all got the opportunity to do the same thing. There's nothing stopping them.
Yeah. Basically, each object has its own inertial mass. The rate at which it will fall is different for every object.
But the apparatus will have a different effect on them depending on their weights relative to the apparatus, right?
So why would the apparatus have a different effect on them?
Because different ones weigh different amounts.
What force has the apparatus got on those individual elements?
It's mass.
What's it applying?
Mass.
No, it's not applying mass.
Falling.
Those items are sitting on the cradle, not the cradle sitting on the items. So if anyone's exerting mass onto this, it's the elements onto the cradle. When the cradle drops, it is now released from underneath of those elements.
When it falls and hits the floor, it's exerting
when it hits the floor,
and opposite force on all of them.
Yeah, look, we're not talking about when it hits the floor. We're talking about the fall. Before it hits the floor, bro.
Yeah, the drop duration.
I'm not seeing a fall in this. I just see a few floating things, and then...
Those floating things are when the cradle gets released.
He doesn't understand, does he?
Yeah.
This is what I mean. They come in here unprepared, totally divorced of reality.
I'm just what's wrong with you?
His claim was that things fall at the same rate. We're showing him that they do not. So that was
why am I being insulted just for listening? And
you're not being insulted.
No.
He did. Just said I came in here unprepared and divorced from reality.
Claim, yep, you were unprepared. That's not an attack or anything. That's stating the obvious.
I'm just listening. Again.
Well, it sounds like you're making a lot of noise for someone who's listening.
You asked me to.
Yeah, but you were unprepared.
We're just informing you of where you went wrong.
Unprepared.
Yeah, you're unprepared to present your case of living on a ball and gravity exists on the ball
I'm
you live on.
listening to you.
You're listening to me, and I'm telling you, you are unprepared to present your case. Okay, you have not. You accused. Hang on, I'm still talking. You accused me of being ignorant and not. You're still interrupting. You accused me of being ignorant and not in touch with reality, and yet I say that's your position.
Well, when did I say that?
Oh, you don't remember saying that?
No, I didn't say that. You said that to me.
No, I didn't. You said that
yes, you did.
Before,
and this is an example of how you are ignorant and divorced from reality because you can't even acknowledge that. And my point on that was, you said it to me and I responded with, no, you are, by example of the fact that you interrupted someone and denied 3 seconds later that you interrupted someone.
No.
And I can give you a clip of you doing that right now if you want.
Go. You should have got it. You were attempting to do that before.
You kept asking me more questions. I was acknowledging from a polite individual.
Again, when you finished, I'll explain what happened. When you finished, I'll explain what happened.
Bro,
you accused me.
I don't need to hear you explain it. I'm going to live stream up.
There you go. You accused me of being. You accused me of being ignorant right, and not in touch with reality. Go for it. But you're still interrupting as I'm speaking. I gave you room to speak. Now it's my turn. Thanks. You accused me of being ignorant and not in touch with reality, right? I've never called you ignorant at all. All I said was you are unprepared to present your case. That's all I said. You've come here unprepared. That's all I said. Nothing else. Not meant to be an insult. No, I didn't say anything about you. But that. Sorry, no. Yeah,
So
you
being
keep laughing
unprepared
because
is
you haven't got a case. Yeah, you don't have a case.
Old horse, go to DM.
He's been here 2 nights doing this, Jin.
Yeah, I know. He's just a fool, isn't he? At the end of the day. Now I said something.
Yeah.
You're now being a fool. Thanks. Don't worry. I keep clean stock of what I say about people. Okay. My intention is not to insult you,
bro.
right? There you go. Look, another insult right there. Look,
I said I think that's not an insult. That's an observation.
But it's not an observation that I have, and I don't display that behavior. I don't display that characteristic.
You wouldn't remember,
or that behavior.
would you?
Sorry, no, you're wrong. Again, you're not presenting your case. Your ad homs and baseless claims are not proving gravity exists, and you're not proving that objects of different rates fall at the same rate. Different rates fall at the same rates. You're not presenting anything there. You're not presenting any proof of your globe. And you're definitely not proving the rotation.
I literally am here to listen to you again. Like I said, I didn't make a claim. You made
no,
the claim.
You're here to heckle. You're a heckler in the back benches. That's where you are, mate.
We're all shit talking and having a good time. You joined, started shouting at people, insulting people, interrupting people.
Actually, you were not. You were there.
I haven't heckled you
squabbling and being swarmy and sarcastic against the British and the Cavendish and everything else. And in the end, I came in and just leveled that out. As a flat earther, we're good at leveling things out, you see. So I leveled that up, tidied up, and
You're reinventing life again, dude. I don't know what you talk about.
I'm a Picasso. I'm a Picasso. Look, as a flat earther, I'm a Picasso. I can deliver the flat earth truth in many different ways.
Picasso? What? Shit everywhere?
Throwing it all over the wall, bringing it together. Yeah, Picasso. Yeah, I'm glad you said
in real time.
We take all that, take all their crap, and we tidy it up and bring you the truth, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we do. And that's why I say I'm a Picasso. I can deliver you to the flat earth truth in many different routes, not just one road. Thanks. So you speak the truth there, mate. You will always lose when you have no case.
What case? I didn't come here to make a
case. He's come to the court case without his papers, ladies and gentlemen. He's left his briefcase at home.
Why are you saying, ladies and gentlemen, like
the briefcase with all the proof of the globe
in the stream?
Actually, there's a reason for it. Hey, Strudel, check it out. The reason for it is because we've got.
Stream,
Holy shit, dude!
I know.
Thanks for talking through me.
I was already talking.
The reason for it, the whole ladies and gentlemen thing, is because he's also in other channels where there's lots of people listening, and they broadcast to, like we do, to YouTube, Twitter, Rumble, and all sorts of other things.
Yeah.
That's why he refers to everyone as ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, yeah. And he's presuming that he has some control over how I speak. The audacity of the fool. Honestly, he doesn't know who he's talking to here.
I don't.
So, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are listening in the live stream, whose time is very precious, once again, you're seeing the psychology of the Globers. They're supposed to be here proving their mustard, but they can't. So what do? They're listening to our concise, precise, empirical evidence that we give you, and then they're trying to see how they can debunk that, but they can't. That's their problem. All right. We got you pegged, mate. We know what you're doing.
Did you have like 11 views on the thing? Why are you talking like you're talking to like a massive audience?
Ladies and gentlemen, if I only have one of you here, or two of you, you will have the potential.
Bro, all 11 of them are in this.
So it matters not the number. If there's one and you reach that one person, I've done my job. So
all
it could only be one. You know, it could even be, ladies and gentlemen, it could even be half a person, got no legs.
1, 2.
But we're still going to deliver the truth to you. 6. Thanks. With the highest respect.
Everyone in here is in. Dude, all 11 people are in this call.
No, don't worry about it.
One of them's you.
YouTube.
Dude, they're all here, bro.
As well. I think we're on YouTube.
They're all in this call. 11 viewers.
Yeah, if we're on YouTube, then it's good news. And don't forget, people can click on this and listen to it later on. So there's always that as well, yeah? That they can listen to that later on.
When I was
So
14, I had more viewers.
I'm addressing them when they arrive. So don't worry. Everything's planned perfectly with me. My psychology and my methods are indestructible. There's nothing you can say that's going to stop me. Nothing. Nothing.
Okay,
you are
dude,
unable
calm
to
down,
prove
Graham.
your globe.
Fuck
That's
me.
the problem. You have no proof, not one shred proof of your globe. No
Why
case
are you
for gravity.
crashing out, bro?
I'm not crashing out at all.
You
I'm
are. You have like
stating
this
facts.
10-minute rant.
I'm chilled. I'm stating facts. You can't respond. All you can do is, why are you this? Why are you that? Why are you this? Shut up then. You don't like what I'm saying to you? Shut up. You know what I mean?
Asked me to
simple.
speak.
I didn't ask you to speak at all.
Your friend did. Your boyfriend that jumped in for you did.
He asked you for some material, and you haven't been forthcoming. Yes, you've dried up.
Dried up? We were just fucking around, dude, before you joined.
You were not doing any of that.
I mean, we were. Everyone says we were. Everyone that was here says we were.
I don't know who the everyone is.
About
anyway.
4 people at private messaged me immediately after you joined.
Oh, private messages now. Oh, right.
Yeah, right,
I
get
that.
Actually, hold up, Jen, pause. Strudel, who were the people that private messaged you?
I'm not going to leak them. Some of them are flat earthers.
So you're full of shit then?
I'm not full of shit. I'm just not going to be an arsehole because they're talking to me in confidence. That's fine.
Yeah, you're being a hole of an ass.
I'm not a prick, dude.
So you're being a hole of an ass and a head of a dick. I see. Okay.
Private message is a private message. I am not going to dox. I'm not going to leak private messages.
Yeah. Okay. So it's taking the childish route, as per usual.
That's the respectful route. Is that childish?
That'll be the childish route.
Respectful is childish. Okay, got you. I DM'd Old Hoss as well, yes. But that's besides Old Hoss.
So yeah, no one's proving globe today,
I can tell you
exactly.
Two flat earthers message, 2 globetards, as you'd say, message me. That's all I'm going to tell you. They'll be to leave because they're just dogpiling you. It's going to get worse. Exact words from several of them. And I was being chilled before.
No, we don't. We don't dogpile. We don't dogpile anything like that. We ask you questions. You were not able to present. You weren't able to present your case.
Told me to dogpile.
You weren't able to present your case because you don't have any proof. You have nothing going for you at all. You're sitting here being a nuisance. You think you're listening, but you're not listening because when we ask you, you don't give the answers properly. So you don't know anything. You're a useless eater, I think, is the expression they use for people like you. A useless eater on the server. There you go. See? Oh, yes, I happened to mention yesterday that in the Black Heavens server, ladies and gentlemen, there's a guy, reckoned he measured curvature of the Earth through 800-meter laser beam test. I said, that's not sufficient to be picking up curvature, really. Half a mile, 800 meters, and you're going to see curvature that you're not. Okay, that's 2 inches of a drop. You're not going to notice that with the eye. You're going to need a very precise instrument to do that. But why only 800 meters? Here's a 28-mile laser beam test. For when you increase the distance, you will most certainly encounter that curvature. The curvature will be well pronounced. It's like you're hiding from the curvature with your little 800 meters. That's not what we call a laser beam test. No, and you didn't measure curvature anyway. Extend it. Do it again and extend the distance. Minimum 10 miles. Come here with your little 800 meters. You never measured curvature, and that is not sufficient. A laser beam test, 800 meters. So I'm not accepting that. And I still didn't know how you did it and where you did it. Still waiting for your location. 800 meters, ladies and gentlemen, laser beam test. We've got 28 miles. He's giving us 800 meters, half a mile. You know, the standard is 8 inches per mile squared. He's halving that. See, this is what the Globers do. They do this stupid strategy where they reduce the numbers and claim the most. You're talking about radiation, they look at the small numbers and go for that. And then when you actually explore those small numbers, they're actually magnitudes of all the large, and you're getting severe doses. But they mention the small numbers to delude you and make you to get you to be misinformed. Basically, they misinform you, so you go off thinking that the doses that the astronauts supposedly got was low. No, see, and that's what they do. You know, little 800 meter. So why didn't you do a 28 meter? Sorry, 28 miles, or 10, or 15, 20? Why 800 meters? Don't you want to see the curvature? 800 meters laser beam test. I laughed. I just laughed. But there you go. Typical globe tactic.
Hey,
And remember what?
I got a
Yeah.
quick question. You guys always say that, oh, this is being streamed out and clipped out. Can I get a link to one of these streams that has the audience that you guys
Easy.
are talking to?
Click on the bot.
On the bot, YouTube bot.
It's very
Click on the 2 bots up the top. Click on them.
Yeah.
The YouTube channel is within his bio.
There you
Upload
go.
the bots list all of our channels.
Watching. It's all in the Discord.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then when people visit, they're always glad, because I'm always addressing them. I make them be part of the show. We include them because their time is precious, of course. We're not here wasting their time. So the fact that we acknowledge them means, yes, they know I'm here. Good. It's very important when you're delivering the truth to people. People's skills. We have a lot of that here in the 24/7.
Yeah, so on YouTube bot 2, I see the Flat Lord Right channel and the Twitch 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Twitch.
Yep.
And then on the other one, I see the 3 Discord links and then another YouTube link, which is
there you are.
Yep. Plenty to choose from.
Exactly.
Okay, so that is
explore every avenue.
Okay, so there are in total 29 viewers on YouTube and 1 viewer on Twitch.
Thank you
and
very
that's
much.
assuming
that.
that's assuming that between the 2 YouTube
Okay,
videos there aren't any
we don't care. We don't care if there's 1,000 viewers or 3 viewers.
And when you go to the YouTube channel with
he's
all
not
the
listening.
archives.
Yeah, but why
We
do you think
don't
other people
care.
would care if there's any? Why do you use it as like a threat that you hold over people? Like, this is being viewed, like, that's embarrassing, haha.
Well,
No one
it
cares.
is.
Actually,
Well,
one of the main reasons for it, Strudel, was for protection of the people that are in here. So let's just say, for example, you do something stupid and I ban you right now. But it finds out that it's not a bannable offence. So the first thing you're going to do is go back to the main server and go, whinge, whinge, whinge. This guy banned me for no reason. And they're going to go, you know what? Those guys record everything. Let's find out when it happened. They'll play the recording. I get a kick up my ass and you come back in.
Alright, cool. Good.
That's what it's
Accountability.
for.
I like accountability.
Yep, for posterity's sake.
And yeah, if it's only 29 and 1 in Twitch, welcome all of you 29 and the 1 in Twitch. We appreciate you being here. And if you stick with us, something will happen soon. And you will see the display of the psychology of the Globers not being able to present their case. I know you love that, especially as the way we pressure them with the right pointy questions. Did you measure the curvature? How did you prove the rotation? Can you explain to us how you have a pressurized system in a vacuum without a container, a barrier of some kind? Can you explain how we are moving at 2.2 million miles per hour? Did you confirm that? Did you confirm the universe? You see what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? When you start to hear that, you begin to think, wow, there's a lot we believe in, isn't there? With no proof. Right, there you are. So we appreciate you coming in, and I'll always address you as ladies and gentlemen, okay? Because we appreciate you being here. Thank you. Like I said, I operate under my standards. My standards is respect the listeners. It's for them that's going to take the message on to the others out there. And no Wally in here will ever try to stop me. Well, they try it, but it won't work.
I just want to refer to the stream and the earlier point of him not interrupting the guy. I want you to go back exactly 37 minutes and watch about 5 minutes through. It quite clearly demonstrates the guy explaining the Cavendish experiment and him jumping in and interrupting him, and that's what led to the outbreak.
So let
It's
me
there.
get this straight.
I'm right.
You're more interested.
No, I'm not answering questions. You can go look at the evidence.
So he's just headphoned himself because he doesn't want to listen to anything.
No.
So
I've listened to you guys plenty. And I'm happy to
just
listen,
I
and
want
was
to just
listening,
you to
but
acknowledge something. I've just come to the conclusion that you are more interested in being a fucking pain in the ass than listening to the information being put down. Is that true?
You asked me to. You asked me to get the clip. Someone did.
No, I didn't. I personally don't give a shit. So with all that time that Jin spent explaining stuff to you, and the time that I wasted explaining stuff to you, you just basically went, I don't give you, and you've headphoned yourself again. I better inform him when he comes back around.
He's like a fucking hall monitor with nothing better to do.
He's probably jumped over to YouTube or something so he can sit there and think he's all clever and shit. Yeah, I forgot to mention something, Strudel. Just so
hello.
You know.
So yeah, every time
yeah, that's great.
I'm
Shut up
gonna
for a
do
second
that.
so you can learn something important. Yep. It's going to get banned in a minute. I can see it happening. Now, Strudel, I forgot. I don't know why you keep doing that to yourself. You look fucking stupid. You know that, don't you? If you headphone yourself, yeah, great. Just so you know, if you headphone yourself out of some kind of dispute because you think you're fucking clever, most people normally just get banned from the room for 2 days.
Yeah, I don't do that one-sided conversation thing. So
yeah. I'm just informing you that when you chuck a little temper tantrum and you decide you want to have a fucking meltdown and you headphone yourself,
So
you will get banned. Yeah. Do you understand that?
I'm happy to do that. Are you?
I need you to understand what I just fucking said. I don't want your bullshit. I need you to comprehend that. Do you understand you will get yeeted if you carry on like a tool?
I haven't been a tool once.
You have been. You just headphoned yourself.
Yeah, because you're having this one-sided conversation.
The reason you get yeeted is when you headphone yourself. Don't do that.
Why? If you can mute me
because it's childish.
But so muting people when you don't like what they're saying.
No, you get muted because you keep talking through other people.
You just did it to me.
And also, I'm not really big on the meta. So if you're not putting forward any data, perhaps you should shut up and listen like you said you were going to earlier. Yeah, I know, it's coming. So if you're listening, all well and good, pop yourself on mute. Other than that, stop being a menace.
So hypocrisy, okay, that's fine, yeah. I got you.
Two days, still hasn't produced one single piece of evidence.
I've produced several.
Yeah, cool story, bro.
Yeah. He hasn't presented any proofs, ladies and gentlemen. He may have presented evidence, but those evidences are not proofs. Proofs.
What was that?
Yeah, true that. Thanks, Jen.
You've forgotten that I'm like a Picasso. Deliver the flat earth truth in a great style.
So to the nice, kind, honourable people watching, I know you aren't all like this, and these people don't speak for all of you, and they don't. And I'm not going to judge the other flat earthers based on
Less
these
meta,
minute.
more data.
Okay, I don't hear you guys talking. And he's addressing the audience.
I was addressing you.
I got a question for you, Strudel.
What's
Wiener
the question,
Strudel?
brother? Oh, Wiener Strudel.
Is your bathtub water, the surface, is it curved?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Totally.
How come yours is and mine isn't?
I got that special bathtub.
Oh, the retardation bathtub.
For a special boy.
Yeah, exactly. More double standards. It's fine.
You're the one that said you had a special bathtub, bro, not
The
me.
other one complaining about ad homs, then immediately ad homing me. It's fine. It's all good.
You sunk yourself, you doorknob. Don't blame me.
Sunk myself. I said it was a special bathtub. I didn't say I was special.
We only have a special bathtub if you're special. No reason to have any other.
What? Wait, so there's no types of like specialized bathtubs without being retarded?
You can have your special bathtub. Don't feel bad. We're
What
not
if it's like a
stopping
jacuzzi
you.
bathtub? Is that a retard's bathtub because it has a jacuzzi?
Then it's a
function?
jacuzzi.
But that's a pretty special bathtub, you have to admit.
Oh, look, if you want to call it special, then someone give him a cuddle. Here's a cookie, here's a glass of warm milk, and your favourite pillow, and your teddy bear's in the corner.
Oh, thank you, Grandpa. Appreciate that.
Fucking hell.
You should do like you were doing last night. You'll go take a picture of your bathtub and then use your credit card and show us the curve.
Yeah, dude, I will. I love that you guys complained that I was heckling and just sit doing nothing but heckling. Great.
Yeah, you're actually bringing nothing forward to the table.
Oh, neither are you right now.
Yapping shit. No, actually, I'm patiently waiting for the next Glover to come in with his epic
Well, I'm
claims.
waiting for the conversation too. Can I not do the same as you?
Well, at the moment, you're not. You're being a nuisance.
I mean, you're addressing me and I'm responding.
Because you're being a nuisance.
How am I being a nuisance by responding?
By responding with no data that we've been waiting for.
I mean, you asked me about a special bathtub. I wasn't really taking that seriously.
You said it was special. We said you were special. See?
Yeah, but I'm sitting here waiting to listen, and you're addressing me to ask questions where I'm not really taking questions right now.
So how did you come to the conclusion the water in your bathtub was curved?
That was a joke. I don't know if you're familiar.
Oh. Ha! Now, how did you come to the conclusion you're living on a ball tard?
Was that one word?
ball, tard. You can take it as two if you like.
I'm not taking questions right now again. I'm listening. I don't know if you understand consent.
But so you were joking? Silence. You think your bathtub's flat? Surface?
Yeah. You want to talk to him via Kingsley? I can unlock him. If he's listening, I don't think he'll matter if he's muted.
Nah, he's fucked.
Yeah.
Time waster.
Actually, I might grab from the other channel. Hopefully the playbot thing works in here tonight. I might see if I can grab some songs and we'll play a couple of them. When I find the music channel. And hopefully that one... No, I put it in there, didn't I? So Strudel, when this song's finished, if it works, we'll unlock you and ask you what you think of it.
Kingdom made of ink to quiet down the noise so I didn't have to think. I drew a line to stop the tide. I built a wall to stay inside. Every mountain was just a shape. Every exit was just an escape. I thought I held the world in a frame, but the wild wind doesn't know my name. The colors bleed, the edges fray, the perfect picture falls away. Tear the paper, touch the stone. We walk a world we cannot own. The map is not the land we see. It's just a cage for you and me. So let it break and let it rain. Let the wild world break the chain. Yeah, the map is not the land. It's just dust inside my hands. Path the paper showed, I found a river where the road ran out. The compass spins, the needle lies. There's a fire here that never dies. We chase the truth in black and white, but lose the colors in the night. The grid is gone, the ground is deep. I'm waking up from a paper sleep. The colors bleed, the edges fray. The perfect picture falls away. Tear the paper, touch the stone. We walk a world we cannot own. The map is not the land we see. It's just a cage for you and me. So let it break and let it rain. Let the wild world break the chain. Yeah, the So let it break, let it rain, let the wild world break the chain. I feel the earth, I take my stand, because the map is not the washing out into the grave. Into the grave.
As promised at Unlock. Yeah, what do you think about that, Strudel?
So, I wasn't listening to that because I don't have music bots unmuted.
Why would you do that?
I don't listen to music on Discord.
Huh?
What an idiot.
You're joking. That song is fucking awesome.
I didn't listen to it, sorry.
You should have.
Huh? Sorry? Were you saying something? I'm going AFK.
You should have.
Well, I didn't.
Your loss. Anyways. Yeah. Wow, what a numpty. Since everyone loves this one.
Step in the lab, I'm a falsification hunter. Models break fast when the numbers pull asunder. Optical G on the climb, altitude test. Signal shifts sideways, but the theory under stress. Hold up. If Earth spins constant, drift should stay tight, but the waveform bends when I change the flight height. Why though? Empirical strike, I don't care who said what. If prediction don't match, then the premise gets cut. Snip, snip. Snip, snip. I don't claim what it is, I expose what it ain't. No data over doctrine, that's the realist saying. Facts hit harder than the models you paint. Boom. If the curve don't curve, then the scales feel faint. Too flat, no hypothesis flex, that's the stance I maintain. You can't crown a theory when the math shows strain. I'm the signal to noise king, clean domain. Empiricism only let the rest go drain. Pendulum swing, yeah, I clock that phase, but anomalies pop in eclipse time haze. Call it alleys, alias, whatever the craze. But the system misbehaves in repeatable ways. Accelerometers chill when the orbit should bite. No tangential pulse where the model needs might. You can't conjure motion from a theory and fry. You test it on the ground in the dark and the light. Let's go. Jealousy flatline, baseline too pure. Survey chains closed with a radius unsure. What radius? If the ground stays level way beyond the brochure, then the comment stack cracks, no foundation. I don't claim what it is, I expose what it ain't. Data over doctrine, that's the realist saying. Facts hit harder than the models you paint. If the curve don't curve, then the scales feel faint. That's right. No hypothesis flex, that's the stance I maintain. You can crown a theory when the math shows strain. Yup. I'm the signal to noise, king, clean domain. Empiricism only let the rest go tame. Fall back. Non-circular logic, yeah, slice through claims. If the premise loops back, then I torch those frames. No assume spin, no narrative gain. Show me raw data or retire your aim. Facts only. Framing variant truth, that's the path I chase. Rotation relative, not a trophy for the play. If the cause ain't fixed, don't force it to the case. We revise, refine, never fall from grace. Keep sharp. it's epistemic discipline. Scrutinize the roots till the false breaks thin. Yeah. Foundation cracked and the tower caves in. Cosmic scale trembles when the earth's not pinned. I'm a flat status, but the real definition. Empirical, bigger, not a faith-based mission. No belief, follow data, conviction. That's the one true position. I'm the falsifier general, science not tradition.
I wonder if Strudel listened to that one. Hey, Strudel, did you listen to that one, or are you just still going to be a clown?
Do I get unmuted if I listen to it?
Just mute him and then he'll listen on YouTube.
I've not got it open, but I did listen to it for a little, like 10 seconds. I like the saxophone.
Yeah, it's a pretty mad song.
I like saxophone.
Well, put yourself on mute then, and I'll keep playing music, and we'll stop annoying you. Except for in between songs, we'll ask you if you like them or not.
Why are you using me as like the gauge? I don't.
Because a lot of the other guys don't really care. They're just happy to have background noise. So when you consider a lot of these guys are from the United States, it'd be what? Early morning for them. So they're just happy to have some kind of noise going while they're chewing on their breakfast or whatever's going on.
It's early morning for me. In the United States, it'd be like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Right?
Well, that's all right. They're up. They're happening. Some of these dudes are delivery drivers. They do night shift. There's all sorts of stuff going on.
I don't know. I'd probably just listen on music.
Yeah, we'll keep playing music then. You're good. Click your microphone button. You're good at that.
Entering the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Stand by for continuous argumentation. Step into the grid where the circuits spark. We're live in the server and we argue in the dark. Critical minds locked in, ready for the thrill. Empiricist crew dropping logic with skill. Clubbers rolling with the wildest takes. And we catalog every claim that breaks. Voltage rising, truth colliding, tune in, the streams ignite. We got logic on loop in the 24/7 zone. Debates so constant they vibrate your phone. YouTube buzzing, rumbling tune. If you wanna learn physics, we'll hand you the room and the Glober talk. Yes, comedy gold. Watch it unfold. Watch it unfold. This the place where the questions land, where the evidence speaks and the arguments stand. Plug in, tune up, bring your mind online. Let the truth refine, let the truth refine. Every angle tested, every premise weighed. We break it all down like a life upgrade. You want real discussion, this is where that lives. Not noise, just analysis that actually gives. The mist gets clearer when the data's tight. Stay a minute, stay an hour, stay all night. Static fading, insight waiting, step in. Feeds vibrate. We got logic on loop in the 24/7 zone. Debates so constant they vibrate your phone. YouTube buzzing, rumbling tune. If you wanna learn physics, we'll hand you the room and the Glober talk. Yes, comedy gold.
Anybody here?
Watch it unfold. Watch it unfold. Reason in motion, a perpetual coast. Dial in the channel, we're already host. If you're searching for a place where the claims get checked, drop the link, join the ring, earn a little respect. Session active. Debate continues.
Yeah, there's people here.
24/7. Flat Earth Discord transmission ongoing.
Why is Quantum Mechanics muted? I imagine he'd speak to you guys.
Because he's a muppet. But anyways, Alex wanted to say something. Hello, Alex. How are you?
Why was I muted, man?
Because you were yapping through the song.
Do you guys still want to listen to the song? I could wait 30 minutes for the song to be over.
The song's over, dude.
Interesting. Okay. Well, yeah. Do you think the Earth is flat?
We know it's flat because it's measured that way.
What about the center of gravity?
What about the center of gravity? What's this center of gravity? Like,
But
I've
then,
got
because
I draw a circle on the ground. The gravity's in the middle of it. No.
no, because when you jump up, you go down, right?
Yeah, that's just relative density.
But how does that measure to circumference interface?
Say again. Sorry, sound like you were chewing on something.
I said, how does that measure to circumference interface?
How does that measure to circumference interface? That's what it sounds like you said. Stop mumbling, please.
I said...
You're the one claiming gravity. What do you expect your gravity to do?
I said, how does that measure to the Earth being flat?
Your gravity? Or specific gravity?
Am I the dumb one in the conversation here?
Yes.
Because I don't know what's happening.
Right. Let's try again. Why do you think you live on a sphere?
Well, because I don't think I live on a sphere, but what I'm saying is...
Well, excellent. That's good. This is good. No, don't wreck it. What do you think you live on?
Well, what I was going to say was, I think that there's the same probability of the Earth being flat that it is of, like, it being a pyramid, right? Or it being, like, a ball, or, like, a square.
Oh, so this is just down to probability. And how did you equate this probability? Where did you get your facts and figures from?
I'll tell you why. Because if we say the Earth is flat, right? We can just say we're on one flat side of a giant pyramid.
There's a reason for that.
Okay, well, hold on. Right,
Alex, you're in here the other day with your dumb shit pyramid stuff. When are you going to learn?
I'm not. No, nobody's learning anything. What I'm saying is, right? Think of it
no
like
one's learning anything. We've noticed.
Hold on. Never mind. I shouldn't have said that. But what I'm saying is, if you have like a flat sheet of paper, right? Like you have a flat sheet of paper. You're saying the Earth is flat sheet of paper, right? You realize we can be on one side of we could be on one flat side of a giant pyramid, right? Like I'm not saying we are, but I'm saying there's a probability of that, right? Like how would you even debunk that?
Well, tell us about the edge. Where's the edge?
The same spot where the edge is on the flat Earth.
So, what you're claiming is, I think I live on a flat surface, but that flat surface could be a component of some other geometrical three-dimensional shape. Well, I'll tell you how it's going to work. You can imagine all the cool shapes under the sun, but until you find the edge and verify or validate that you're on one of them, it's just flat.
Well, how is the Earth flat if there's no edge?
Because you haven't gone far enough to find the edge yet.
Then how come you can fly from West Japan all around the world?
Okay, check it out. There's no necessity for there to be an edge in order for me to claim something is flat.
Hey, nigger, can you shut up? And I want to fuck that Aussie butt of yours.
Hey, clown show, go away.
This guy was, yeah, wow, that's funny. I can't, like, I'm sorry, but I can't take this room seriously. And then this guy comes in here and he says that, and it's like, all right.
You can't take it seriously, and he just got his ass banned for dropping an N-bomb on channel.
Dude, it's just, man, it's funny, dude. Like, was that not funny to you, man?
Not really.
I guess
you've got to understand that we get piles of clowns coming in doing dumb shit that's TOS worthy, and you know it's just another day. You think it's funny? I just go, duh, another idiot. Click, gone.
Have you I think this happened. Actually, it did happen. So I don't know if you heard what happened. Like it happened about I think over a year ago. but somebody like went on a voice call, or like they sent a video or something of like someone's penis getting chopped in half, like with like.
Yeah, you
Is,
put
is
that on
that
video in here and you'll get banned also.
has someone like done that kind of stuff in this call?
Yep, we get all sorts of stupid shit like that.
Like, has somebody like
It's nothing new.
shown pornography on this call?
Yep, seen it. Banned him for it.
Does it like it has to bug you a little bit?
Well, considering the channel is very well named 24/7 Flat Earth, it's not 24/7 gay porn or any other weird shit like that. You know, like there's probably if you this server has got shit tons of channels. Scroll down, you'll probably find the applicable channel to display that kind of stuff. I'm not stopping you from going to their channels. I am stopping you from doing dumb shit in here. Pretty easy, huh?
I don't know, dude. I just think that was kind of funny when the guy came in, because I don't see that stuff happen a whole lot.
They only do it in here because we react as efficiently as what we do. So, Alex, is there any curvature in your...
No, so I
I
think a
live
lot
on
of people
something
come
random.
in. A lot of people come in and they'll say like, "Oh, you need to like," they'll have this big curvature debate. But I'm not here for that. I'm here for.
If you think you live on a ball, then you should be producing some kind of measured curvature. See, a lot of people still think they live on a ball tard. You don't seem to want to think about that. You want to talk silly things.
Because I'm not entirely sold on the ball thing, right? But
well, that's
I'm also
great.
not sold on the flat earth.
So if you're gonna, well, here's you claiming it's flat, but I think I live. Unless you can produce evidence of a cube or a pyramid or a something other crazy shape, then you can only prove that you live on a flat surface.
Do you think
Earth be flat?
Do you think there's an ice wall?
There's one in my fridge. I've got a freezer. I've got to
No,
clean
I mean
that
like
shit out.
there's like a big Antarctic ice wall surrounding the flat earth.
Well, I'm pretty sure you and me spoke about this last week, how Antarctica is a continent and how it has the highest elevation of all the continents, and it's pretty bloody cold down there, and it's probably more of a ice shelf as opposed to an ice wall.
But do you think if you go past like Antarctica, you'll get to like a whole other civilization that's been hidden?
Oh man, there's probably penguins with laser eyes and shit too. I don't know, dude. This is what we call speculation. Have you been down there? Yes or no?
No, okay, no.
Excellent. So you haven't been down there. I haven't either. So any claims that either of us make is just bullshit. Hopes and dreams.
I don't know. I just think it's silly. I think that one day.
That's what I think too.
I think someone's gonna go down there and they're gonna see like.
Most probably.
Yeah. What if they see like an alien ship?
Well, that's good for them.
Dude, come back to reality, man. Holy shit.
I think that conspiracy theories. I think conspiracy theories are very valid. I think a lot of people try and discredit them, but I think they're extremely valid.
Awesome. They're extremely valid. Yep. High five for you. If you want to be a conspirator, no one's going to stop you.
But for arguments,
interesting how that works. You know what I think, Alex? I think you're a flat earther and you're a conspirator and you're lonely and you come in here just for someone to talk to.
You think I'm a flat earther?
Yup.
What makes you think that?
Because every single shape that you've mentioned, it could be a cube, it could be a pyramid, and you mention all these stupid things, every single one of them have a flat surface. None of those flat surfaces you've ever made it to the edge of to validate the claim of your shape. And you just come in here and spit that stupid stuff out as a conversation starter.
But it does keep me memorable, right? Because you like all the other dudes, they come in with their curvature argument, and I come in like saying the Earth is like an ice cream cone, and like.
I actually remember your voice, not the dumbass arguments.
It's a very masculine voice.
Who, me? Thanks.
Do you think I have a masculine voice?
No, you sound like you're about somewhere between 17 and 24.
Oh man, that's not good. Like I said, it might be good. I don't know, but yeah. I don't know. I think that the Earth can be anything. I think that we just, I think there's a firmament above us, and I think that's important to recognize. But I think that besides that, what is the Earth?
Measured as flat. What it is, don't know.
Are you Christian?
I don't know how that's going to prove the shape of the ground.
So I'll take that as a no. Okay. So then you don't believe in the firmament?
How did you establish no? Because I've chosen not to tell you if I'm Christian or not. How did you get a no out of me refusing to answer?
Well, because one of the core values in the Bible says not to be ashamed of saying you're a Christian, and I feel like you would tell me, yeah, I'm a Christian if you were a Christian.
Well, if you're reading the Bible, how the hell did you come to the conclusion you live on a ball? Nowhere does it state in Genesis, hey, one day there God was playing with spheres and he threw the bastard out into space and one of them became Earth. That's not how Genesis goes.
No, but the Bible talks
exactly.
about...
Good boy.
Hold on. The Bible talks about a firmament. And so do you believe in the firmament?
Oh, the container for gas pressure.
No, it's like the container-like thing above us.
Yeah, it holds all the air in so you can breathe. It's containment. I've got no problem with that. It's a container.
So you do believe in the firmament?
You need it. It's a requirement of gas pressure.
So is that yeah, no, maybe so?
Well, you can call it whatever you want. I'm good with that. It's just a container to me.
I think this channel is about the flat earth, so why don't we talk about it?
Excellent. Daniel, are you a flat earther or are you a ball believer?
I am half man. I am not entirely a flat earther, or I'm in the middle.
You're in the middle? In the middle of what?
I'm agnostic in that issue.
You're agnostic? So, how can you be agnostic? What is leaning you towards the ball or the sphere?
Because people who know better than me, the scientists, the educationalists, the people for 400 years say that the earth is round, man.
So because someone says the earth is round, you're just going to do your best lemming impersonation and just line up.
So because they know better than you also, because they wrote books, they are
How do you
academia.
know? Excuse me. The ability to write a book does not make you intelligent.
Oh, you are better than all of them. You are saying to me that you are
so who
smarter
are you
than
comparing
Neil
to?
deGrasse Tyson.
Hey Daniel, slow down. Now, question: who are you comparing me to?
I'm comparing you to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is nothing more than a media mouthpiece.
So you know more about him, man. Every dumb guy says that they are experiment genius. So we can shut up our brain and believe you.
Neil deGrasse Tyson just says exactly what he's told to say.
Neil deGrasse Tyson sucks.
There you go. That's coming from a Glober.
Can I ask a question?
Who was asking? Alex or somebody? Apple? There was someone
Alex
at the top. I saw a thing.
The big Alex?
Big Alex. Okay, little Alex, ask your question.
Alright, so why is there like a bunch of flat earth mods in here?
Why is there a bunch of flat earth mods in here?
Moderators, yeah. They're like, if I click on like the accounts, like almost half of them are like moderators and they don't even do anything.
They do things at different times of the day.
Yeah.
So it's like a job, like you guys take shifts?
Can I ask you something?
It's a hobby.
Sir, I have a question.
Ask.
Who?
Yeah, I have a question. Sir, I want to ask that you are flat earther and you know that, but what it has benefit it give your life? I mean, what meaning does it give your life to means say that scientists are wrong and you are better?
Well, number one, let's just get the scientists and we're going to kick these clean out of the stadium. This is not a question of science, Daniel. This is a question of geometry. So when you come in here and say you think science is wrong, this is false. There's quite a lot of science that I do agree with. There's quite a lot of scientists I do agree with. There's also some stuff that I don't agree with. But the problem we've got here, when we're talking about shapes, this is a question of geometry. So if scientists want to be complete numpties and say that spheres have no curvature, then, well, that's just broken in the head. A requirement of a sphere is curvature. There's no measured curvature outside in the real world. So, if your scientist friends want to say that spheres are flat, well, okay. See, that's where you've got broken yourself. You seem to think that this is a question of science. This is not. This is what we call a category error. You are mistaken, my friend.
You know that they have answer for your question also. They have answer for your doubts
So
also. They are
what
smarter than
answers?
you.
No, yeah, you keep telling us they're smarter than us, but yet you're not bringing any in here. You're not bringing anything to the table except for you believe that these guys are smarter than us. That's it. That's all you keep offering. I believe these guys are smarter than you.
No, Mr. Geniuses. So what
So
you have accomplished in your life to say that?
Hey, Apple, can you mute yourself? You're feeding back. I just missed what Daniel was saying.
Sir, what? They are super smart people, man.
That's what you're assuming. How do you know they're super smart?
Sorry about that.
Because they got a job and you didn't?
Sir, they have proved theories. They give science, man. They have wrote physics, man.
You missed exactly what I said, Daniel. What did I just say about science beforehand? This is not science. This is geometry.
It's about geometry. But for your
so
geometry,
not science.
They are, sir. They have a question for your answers also, man. They are not.
Yeah, that's great. We're not talking about science. So somebody's ability to be some astrophysicist, pseudoscience, or some other form of scientist means absolutely nothing in this conversation. You can't comprehend that because obviously you're not the smart one and you keep preaching to them about being smart. So
I accept I am not smart, but I trust who are smart.
Well, we've just helped you out. You've now learnt something. You've learnt that shapes aren't a question of science. They're a question for geometry.
So just
so now
tell
you
me
can be smart too.
I want to learn from you. So tell me one thing that recently they went to the moon. The team from Earth, they had pictures of the Earth released from our modern cameras, and they were perfectly round, means like a ball. So what will you say about it, Mr. Flat Earther Genius?
Okay, Daniel, how are you going to verify that those pictures they're showing you are true and correct?
How can you verify that you are talking from smartphone? They are scientists.
No, I asked you a question. Don't be a fucking smart ass, and that's what you're trying to do. Yeah. It's a very simple question. Your claim is these people went up into space, went to the moon, turned around and took a photograph. And you saw the photograph of Earth as a circle. Okay? Now, I'm asking you, how do you know that that is true and correct? The only way you can prove that is true and correct, hold on, the only way you can verify, validate, or prove that that image is true and correct is to go to that location that they claim to have been to with a camera and take a photo. Now, who has done that to verify, validate, or prove that your little moon mates are telling the truth?
Oh, every picture since the 1960s from Russia, Japan, Indian missions, every everybody is wrong.
All
you are
fake.
right.
All fake. Every single image is fake. Every image.
They have a astronautical.
The astronauts are lying. The astronauts are lying, and the images are fake.
You know, Soviet Russia, they release same pictures of the Earth that USA did. Means they are wrong also. India
They are
did
also
also.
they are also lying. They are also giving you misinformation. Yes, that's what we're
Why
saying.
every single person, every single scientist from every country lie?
Because they gain money and they gain control. That's what they're doing. They're controlling your mind, and they're making monies, and that's why they're lying. Okay,
What
they're
will
keeping.
they earn, sir, please? What will they earn telling a lie, man? What will make it
They are
different?
earning money. They've got your mind under the control because you trust them without checking anything. So they're working, and that's what they're doing. They're fooling you. You have been fooled, okay? And they're making their money, and they are keeping the globe alive by this lie. They're keeping you thinking you live on a globe by fake imagery.
Okay,
Okay.
okay. But do you think that the people that build the rockets, they go to space missions, means that they have not contributed to society, man?
Hold on, hold
You
on.
are saying that.
You're conflating two different groups of people here. This is something you can't comprehend. NASA is extremely compartmentalized. Every little group does their own very specific job, and it doesn't involve the next group. So, there's one guy that does all the computer work. He has absolutely nothing to do with the guy that builds engines. There's another guy who makes little triangle things. He passes them to the next guy. That guy drills holes in them. He passes them to the next guy. The next guy attaches them to something else. It's
You are,
very compartmentalized. Don't just assume because you're the triangle guy maker that you
no,
know
thank you.
about
Thank
flight
you.
dynamics and all the rest of the bullshit.
Thank you. I didn't know that. But you are just means contradicting yourself that every department, everybody in
No,
NASA
I'm not.
are.
I'm explaining to you that it's compartmentalized. It's broken up. They all
Yeah.
don't know what's going on.
So you know what's going on. They don't know what's going on.
Well, yeah, we
Yeah, I
know.
know it's all bullshit.
Yeah, we know that.
What you want
Unfortunately,
means you want you basically you want NASA to shut down, and
absolutely, yes. Shut down NASA immediately, yes, because it's a waste of the taxpayers' money, perpetrating falsehood, misinformation, fraudulent documentation. That's what they've been doing, and they've lost some of that documents recently. But the other thing is, the personnel who are working in NASA don't realize that they're contributing to a lie. So they're all contributing to the lie, but they don't know that. That's the problem there. Okay. They're not aware. We are because we've checked
so
it.
you are, sir. And you also like don't like Dr. Fauci, means you are conspiracy
Well, we
theorist.
don't need to talk about Dr.
Well,
Fauci
Dr.
because
Fauci has got absolutely fuck all to do with the shape of the ground.
That's right.
No,
So
I
we don't
just
talk
want
about
to.
that.
I just want to know you guys, man. I want to know what type of people you are, man. Are you logical
We're
people
flat
or you are
earthers.
wackos?
Hey, Daniel, check it out. A lot of people have this idea that you're better off talking about flat earthers as opposed to flat earth. You're talking about us because you can't prove you live on a ball. All you've got is
No,
appeal to scientists,
no, because
appeal to NASA.
you
You're just appealing to all these groups
because
that you know absolutely nothing
no,
about, and you are
I
assuming
don't
that
know.
they will
But
save the day for you. And now you're
at
chanting through me because you know I'm
least
right
I'm
and
being
you
humble
need to
about
shut
it.
it down.
At least I'm being humble about it.
Well,
No,
no,
you're
you're not.
not.
You're not. You're
Sir,
interrupting when we're trying to talk. You're trying to talk through us. You're making a lot of horrible noises, and that's not humbling for me. Thanks. Stop that.
sorry, but sir, but because
Yeah, and don't
all
call
of
us
you
genius.
guys,
Don't call us genius as
anti-vaxxers,
well. That's an insult.
anti-vaxxers, and means
That's
COVID
got
deniers.
nothing to do with the
What
shape
are
of the
you doing?
ground.
Yeah. What are you talking about?
Because you guys are one size fits
Excuse
all.
me. Excuse me. Why are
Jen,
you
hold
talking
up.
about
Jen, stop. Thank you.
that?
Okay, Daniel, I don't know if you've read or not, or if you are capable of reading, but this channel is 24/7 Flat Earth. There is no necessity to mention anything about vaccines, doctors, or any other bullshit that is not Earth related. So, This is your first and final warning. If you want to try the vaccine shit out again, you're going to get yeeted.
Okay, sir. I'm sorry, but can I ask one question, please? It's
Yeah, as long as you're not attacking us. Don't attack us.
it's not
Just ask
attacking.
questions.
Sorry,
What he's
sorry.
trying to do, he's got this idea in his head that because we're flat earthers, we probably believe in aliens, we probably believe in all these other weird shit, and he's just trying to pigeonhole us into one great big lump sum to make it easier for his own mental construct. That's all it is.
For his own coping mechanism because he can't prove his
Probably.
globe at this point. Yeah. That's silly.
Sir,
Nonsense.
my point was the people who deny everything, they means they made
We
it's a
don't
life.
deny everything. You've just assumed that. How about instead of assuming things, you ask us?
I want to
That'd be
ask
much
you
nicer.
because people.
No,
What?
it's much easier for you not to ask. It's much easier for you just to assume. Oh, you're a flat earther. That means you deny everything. You deny science. That's what your thinking is. That's why you were appealing to the scientists earlier, because we deny science. No, we don't deny science. This is not a
Please,
question of science. No, we
I
don't
understand
deny
you.
doctors. A couple of my friends are doctors. See, look, you are making all these assumptions just because we say the Earth is measured flat. Here's an idea. If you disagree with the Earth being measured flat, go out and measure it yourself, and when you get the results, bring them back in here, lay that shit down, and tell us all about it.
Exactly, Daniel. Why don't you go and check it for yourself instead of trusting, because that's not a smart move, trusting NASA and the scientists. Why don't you go and check what they're telling you is correct? Then come back and say, oh, you're right, it's flat. Or here's my evidence and my proof that you're wrong. Okay?
Sir, I don't want to attack, but why media says that you guys are a wacko shit?
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, the media is misinforming everybody. Why don't you go and check the Earth for yourself? I'll ask you again. Why do you not go and check whether or not we're wrong by going to check the Earth? Why don't you do that instead of following the media? Yeah? Can you do that? Thank you.
I
Care what
can't,
the
man.
media
I'm not.
says. You're not what? You're not what now? Now you're not what?
I'm not that capable, man. So I don't have
Okay,
instrument.
so you don't know how to measure the surface of the Earth. That's what you're saying. You don't know how to
Yeah.
do that. Yeah, yeah. Ah, and we're not smart, and you're smarter than us, are you? You're
Sir,
silly.
I'm not a scientist, sir. I'm not a physicist, sir. I'm not
It's
a
not a
physicist.
requirement. It's not a requirement. Children, do you know children of 8 years of age can measure the surface of the Earth? Do you know that? It's that simple. Children can do this. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, clearly this man does not know his model. Knows no numbers, doesn't know the radius, the curvature. He doesn't know, clearly. And yet he's trusting the scientists. Remember this, we have the right to check what the scientists, so-called scientists, tell us. We have that right
There,
to check it.
one thing. There is a video on YouTube of 5 scientists, prominent NASA scientists, sit in debate with 5 flat earthers. And
Yeah, we saw that. It was a load of shit. If you want to post it in the side chat again for us, that'd be swell.
It was a Jubilee video. It was a Jubilee video, YouTube.
Oh, I don't care who made it. It's just data to me.
Yeah.
The King of
So,
England himself could have signed his name on the back of it. It is still just data. So how about you
Did you
post
say-
it? Hey, Daniel, this is the problem. You have been indoctrinated. So it doesn't matter what I tell you, you are going to naturally switch back to what you've been force-fed when you were a kid. Okay? The yucky feeling that you're getting when we say the Earth is measured flat is called cognitive dissonance. So the way it works is very simple. Number one, you have been preloaded with a data set. Okay? Number two, a second data set comes along. Now, logically, you look at data set one and go, hey, this is good. Then you look at data set two and go, hey, this is also good. But they conflict with each other. And it's the yucky feeling that you're getting with these two lots of data conflicting with each other. Now, this data set number 1, you were told you live on a ball. Data set number 2, we're telling you it's flat. Now, you know when you go outside, you don't see any curvature. So you agree with data set 2, but it conflicts with what you've already been taught. The only way you're going to get over this is if you actually go out and check it for yourself, measure it, and then you'll go, oh dear, the original data set was wrong.
Okay. I completely understand. Just presume I'm on your side. Just for a second, I'm in your side. So what is your life's mission means to prove flat Earth? What means you
Okay,
want?
I can answer that one. I can answer that. First and foremost, knowing that the earth is flat has given me such an emotional uplift, second to none. Okay? All right? Okay, well, maybe my children being born would be the best, but obviously I'm getting an emotional uplift. Secondly, I want the rest of the world who have been indoctrinated, to come to the same understanding. When that happens, what will happen then next will be the education system will have to change for the better, because people will not stand for their taxes being used to misinform the children. When the earth is indeed flat, they're learning it's a globe and they don't go to space. All this money that's being wasted will be properly used, properly applied. Yeah, that's one change. That's what I'm hoping. That's why I do this. So it's good to tell the truth to the children. Let them go and ask their teachers and check it for themselves. And then they realize that they're not living on a ball. And then slowly but surely, that will stop. Okay? Is that all right? Is that nice?
Wonderful. Wonderful. So you want scientists, prominent academics to live and sit in a home, don't do
And
work.
you're going back to the scientists again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You see, you know what? I want those scientists to be fired. They don't have a job. Thanks.
Here's a better idea. Instead of telling us how great these scientists are, why don't you grab one of them and bring them in here so we can have a chat with them, and we'll test and see how smart they really are.
I have seen YouTube videos when they destroyed flat earthers.
That's because it was staged.
Yeah.
How about we unstage it? You bring your scientist in here, Daniel. We're going to unstage it. You bring your scientist in here, and we'll see how smart they really are.
So, sir, you talked about cognitive dissonance. That one thing
Daniel,
that
that's great. Daniel, you've just jumped to another subject. This is your coping mechanism.
I'm coming to the same subject. That if I bring scientist and he proves you wrong, you won't believe him also.
Okay, Daniel, remember what I said earlier. This is not a question of science. So when you bring a scientist in here, he has no skill set. He has no ability. Are you a race car driver? No. So if I chuck you in a car and expect you to drive it like a race car, you're not going to do very good because it's the wrong skill set. You bringing a scientist into this conversation is like it'll be like us taking candy from a baby. He is not going to be prepared, or she will not be prepared for what's coming, because this is not a question of science. You can't understand that yet. When you do understand this is a question of geometry, then you will understand your scientist has no skill here.
He or she will lose every time.
If he or she will lose, how come in 1 hour debate, our 5 scientists, NASA
because
scientists...
it was staged.
Yeah.
Okay, Daniel, do you know what a staged event is?
Yeah, I know it because they are...
Excellent. Your video with the 5 scientists defeating 5 flat earthers is staged. It's a mockumentary. It is designed to push out a false ideal. You believed it. That's not my problem.
Yeah.
I'm informing you that it was wrong.
Yeah, it was misinformation. keeping people believing in the globe. They're trying to protect the globe because the flat earth is revealing that we're not living on a ball earth and anyone can go and check. So to stop people checking, they do this event and people are so lazy anyway. The flat earth has lost. It must still be a globe, you see. That's what you're doing because you don't want to go
So
and check.
you are saying that I will tell my school going son that don't be like Richard Dawkins, be like a flat earther.
Just know the truth is what we. My children, all my children are flat earthers and my wife, because we know we're not on a spinning ball, and my brothers and my nieces and nephews and my Japanese students and their parents know that they're not living on a ball earth. Okay, the number is growing every single day of the week.
I want my son, my kids, my brother's kids to be like Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, and Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Richard Dawkins is just another useless human being.
No, he was a genius. He is a genius.
He's not a genius at all. He's a damn fool, is what he is. Okay? He's an idiot.
Yeah. Whole world respect him. So you are live in bubble. You live in bubble.
No. I don't live in a bubble. Look, if I live in a bubble, I was born in England. I'm talking to you from Japan. I've lived in Africa and I'm traveling around about. How am I living in a bubble? No, I do not live in a bubble, sir. You're the one that's living in a bubble. You can't even be bothered to know the model. I'll ask you some questions. What is the supposed circumference of the oblate spheroid? What is the circumference? Do you know?
I don't know.
Shut up then. What is the radius? You don't know that. What is the spin at the equator? You don't know that. Shut up.
Can you please ask the same question in this problem?
Shut up. What is the supposed angle tilt of the globe you believe in? You don't know. So shut up.
I don't know, but Richard Dawkins knows it. So I love him and I respect.
That's great. Get him in here then.
Yeah. Richard Dawkins. The man is a fool.
Hey, Daniel, I'm going to offer you some peaceful advice. Learn to think for yourself. Don't carry someone else's water.
I worship these scientists, man.
We know.
Don't carry someone else's water. That was a good one.
Because of them, we live in modern society. If it was for you guys...
Hey, Daniel, stop. Because we live in modern society, that's why you worship scientists.
Yeah.
Because of their contribution. They have a contribution
What
to
have they
society.
contributed? So what has this scientist, so pick one. Which scientist are you going to talk about?
I'm talking about Stephen Hawking.
Excellent. So what has Stephen Hawking contributed to society?
His quantum theories and his...
So quantum theory. So how does that help me go to work, drive home, make my dinner? How does that help me pay my bills? So a theory was... He derived a theory. A theory. That's what he came to, is a theory, and this is a contribution to society. Please, enlighten us how.
Because of his work is studied by people in the NASA and other things.
You've got no idea, mate. Seriously.
Oh, wow.
This is great.
The way you guys treat people, if you guys are Christians, you're going to hell.
At least people know him. At least he's famous. He was rich.
Look, Allah is watching me right now. You know, God is watching me right now. I'm not doing, and I'm trying to help this man, Daniel. I'm trying to help him. What I'm saying to him is for him to go. I am saying to him, go and check the model he believes in. He doesn't even know the model. He's come here. He doesn't know. So how can he begin to say I'm wrong? He doesn't know the model. So if you don't know what you're talking about, you can't go around saying somebody else is wrong. Do you understand that? You cannot say somebody is wrong when you yourself don't know the model. Okay? Bloody hell, you're so lucky.
Uncle Stephen Hawking and Uncle Neil deGrasse.
Okay, hold on. Hey, Daniel, we're going to do this the easy way. How about we find Stephen Hawking? So look, check this out. He said you're wrong. Shut up. And he said, "Don't laugh. That's not funny."
Daniel,
I'm not
you are
laughing, man.
wrong, Daniel.
Yeah, that
Can
proves
you
gravity,
please go
actually.
and check
I heard what he said.
the Earth properly for yourself? Because you've got to think for yourself so you know whether or not you're on the globe. Don't trust
I
the
don't have to think
scientists
for myself because Uncle Richard
they are
Dawkins knows everything.
misinforming you, Daniel. Try again, Daniel. Thank you.
Because I trust my Uncle Richard Dawkins, and that's enough.
Great.
I trust
It
my
sounds
Uncle
like,
Richard.
Daniel, you're just a brain in the jar and you trust everyone. That's great. We're not going to fight you for it, mate. But please think for yourself. We're trying to help you here.
Yeah, don't accuse us of being wrong when you haven't checked anything for yourself. Okay. Okay. We're checking. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, you have the right to check whether or not the scientists are telling you the truth. That's your right to check. Okay. So, and we've done that. We're exercising our rights to check. And when we've checked it now and checking them, we're finding anomalies. Okay. For example, no curvature in this oblate spheroid that we're meant to be on. Daniel doesn't even know the size of the Earth, its radius, its circumference, its supposed angled tilt, the rotational speed. He knows nothing, ladies and gentlemen, but yet he's so adamant we're wrong. We've checked, so we know the scientists or the so-called educators
Okay,
have
okay, okay.
misinformed.
You are an amazing guy. But if you
Thank you very much.
someday,
I'm glad you're beginning to see that now. Thanks.
if someday you will meet Richard Dawkins, he come to your college or where you teach, and
Why
you want.
don't you, instead of praising this guy up, why don't you tell him to get his ass in here? And we
Yeah.
can just get it over and done with.
Yeah. Can I tell you something?
You think
This
you will
month,
beat him?
hang on
You
a minute,
guys think
Daniel.
you will
Hang on a minute,
in
Daniel.
realistically?
This month and last month, we've done nothing but Richard Dawkins. And you know what we're doing? We were teaching what in Japanese is called Shinri Sosa, which means psychological manipulation. That's what we're studying for the last 2 months at the school that I teach at. Okay. That's what we've been studying. Richard Dawkins and how he psychologically manipulates the students. And they're pushing back with their religion. They don't accept the evolution theory. And one girl asked a question. She said, "Sir, why do I have to put down evolution is a fact when it's a theory on my examination paper? It's a theory. It's not a fact, is it? Okay? So don't give me this Richard Dawkins. I've been doing this now for the last 2 months. Thank you.
So you
Get
think
out of here.
all the evolutionary scientists are wrong?
Absolutely.
Are we
They're
steady
completely
talking to this
wrong. They're
Daniel
so
guy
wrong,
because no one
they'll
else to
never be
talk to?
right.
So you are the dumb one, man.
Looks like it.
I
Yeah,
just thought
Daniel,
you
Daniel,
cannot be
please.
teacher.
There's no one else
Daniel,
to talk to.
Yeah.
is there anyone else that's got any sensible questions, Scott? Because Daniel's just yibbing on with shit at the moment. Still me, Eddie.
But because this guy should not be a teacher, he should not be
Stop.
teaching.
Be quiet. Stop talking.
Daniel, just click the mute button for a second before someone does it for you. Someone else might. Has anyone else got any sensible questions? It seems Appo. We got an. Oh, Appo's got his headphones on. See that?
Hey, I'm curious to know if he was satisfied with those Artemis pictures.
Oh, he was very well satisfied with those.
Oh yeah, he was
satisfied.
100%
He was elated.
satisfied. Yeah, welcome Gregory, by the way. Yeah, welcome Gregory. Nice to hear your voice again. Things will get even more interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Buckle up. Gregory in the
I
house.
love Richard Dawkins. I love Richard Dawkins.
Yeah, we heard that before, dude.
Yeah, I hate Richard Dawkins, ladies and gentlemen. I hate him with a venom.
So because he teach kids,
Daniel,
he
stop
has
chanting.
done.
Stop chanting. Stop.
You hate Dr. Fauci also.
Stop.
Yeah.
Do you hate Dr. Fauci?
Yeah, he's a fuckwit. That's great. Stop it. We don't care.
So you hate all of means educated people. So
Oh
you
my
are thinking
fucking
that.
gosh. Stop
Hey,
chanting.
Daniel, you're not bringing anything to the conversation. You're just chanting at the moment. That's all.
Yeah, sir. Because
Okay,
you
Daniel,
are not
Daniel, let's just step this out. Person X. We're going to call them Person X. Matrix hates Person X, so therefore we live on a globe. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
It does make sense to you. Okay. Matrix likes Person X, so therefore we live on a globe. Does that also make sense to you?
Yeah.
Wow. No wonder
There
you
you
appeal to these science guys. Bro,
there you are.
how about...
So, yeah, I was going to ask
I got
Daniel a
nothing.
question. I was going to ask him a question. Daniel, okay,
Yeah.
listen to this question, please, and give me your answer. Is it correct for somebody who knows nothing of a given topic, nothing at all, to say the person that knows on the topic that person is wrong? Is that a good thing to do?
You know more about me. I respect that. You are
Excuse me.
teacher.
No, you're not answering
Yeah.
my question. You're not answering my question. I asked you, is it good for somebody who knows nothing of a topic matter at all to say that the expert is wrong?
Yeah. It is my bad. It is my bad.
Thank you. So can you now shut up and start learning? That's why Gregory said, stop chanting. Go and do the research, please, and go and check. We're not wrong, okay? You're wrong. Thank you. Wow. Yeah, I got that concession at last. My bad, he says. Get out, go and check. Telling me I'm wrong when you don't know anything. Terrible. And that's what happens often, ladies and gentlemen. 9 times out of 10, they don't know their model.
Now, he was agnostic, Jim. He didn't know if it was a ball or flat.
Well, if you're appealing to all those clowns, you wouldn't know much either, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, no. He was adamant. He was adamant he was on the globe. He trusts the scientists. He knows nothing
I
of the
know.
model. Yeah.
I know, but
Yeah.
he claimed he was agnostic when he came in here.
I
Which is
never heard him
laughable.
say that. I never heard him say that at all. Never heard that at all from his mouth.
Oh, you
All
didn't?
right.
Oh, okay.
No.
I thought he came in there and said that right away.
No. He never said that at all. Never used those words. When I asked him, does he know the model? He doesn't know the model. I knew it. He didn't know the model. There you are. He conceded that. My bad, he said. Exactly. It is your bad.
Yeah, most of them don't.
That's right. 9 out of 10 of them will not know their model. And yet we are wrong, okay? And they don't know the model and they're saying we're wrong. And they haven't checked anything. There you are. That's the psychology of these and the depth and length and breadth of their indoctrination. Yeah, the indoctrination. That's how deep it goes. Sorry, yeah, and I do apologize for raising my voice, telling Daniel to shut up, because I had to in the end. Remember, he was insulting us, calling us geniuses, and, we are dumb. We deny this, we deny that. He threw a lot. So in the end, I had to tell him to shut
is
up.
not an insult.
Yeah, I told him to shut up.
Guys, that was my brother. He is retarded. Please don't waste your time with him.
Okay, thank you very much.
He is very retarded. Please don't talk to him, please.
Okay, fine.
He has taken my phone and he is talking to you with my phone.
Okay, what's your position anyway? Are you firmly live on, or are you on the flat earth
What?
side?
Firmly what?
Oh yeah, are you firmly on the side of the heliocentric globe ball that we do not live on, or are you firmly in the camp with the flat earthers? Earth is measured flat, utilized flat. Where are you in this? The shape of the earth.
I think the earth is round.
Okay, what is your best proof for this decision?
NASA.
Oh, that's not a proof at all, is it? That's not proof. NASA is an organization that's been misinforming the world from the 1950s.
Talk to my brother about it, but please be brief about it.
Yeah,
we're very-
don't put your brother back on, man. Please don't do that.
Yeah, we don't need to talk. His position is he has to do more research because he doesn't know anything at this point. Okay.
I think the evidence, if the Earth was flat, why is the sky blue?
Well, we don't look. Well, the color of the sky doesn't prove the shape of the Earth.
They are not related.
Yeah.
Because in a flat Earth, there would be no sky.
Hey, Daniel, did
blue.
you listen? Hey, Daniel, how is the shape of the ground linked to the color of the sky? Please enlighten us.
Because if the Earth was flat, the sky would be dark, just like the space.
Why would the sky? Okay. Why would the sky be dark? Yep. Hold on. Why would the sky be dark if the Earth is flat?
Because listen to me. Because if the Earth was flat, you'd have no way, like you'd have no, what do you call it, sphere to make like to
No.
hold
You
the
said that if the Earth was flat. Yeah, you're all over the place, mate. Let's do this one step at a time. You're trying to overcook yourself. You trying to equate the color of the sky to the shape of the ground. I personally don't see how they're linked together. Then you said if the Earth was flat, the sky would be dark. Okay. The Earth is flat. We've measured it. That's how the results came out. The sky is only dark at night time. So is this a sun moving problem that you don't understand? Or do you think that curvature causes colours? I'm trying to just establish the linking factor here. Shape of ground versus colour of sky.
Okay, another question related to it.
So you're going to concede to the fact that you really don't know what you're talking about and you want to jump to the next subject.
No, I do know what I'm talking about. Like,
excellent. So help us understand. Earth is flat, therefore sky equals dark. How did you get those two tied together?
because if the Earth was flat, there would be no like sphere to like the round Earth. It keeps the atoms, the molecules together for it to make, for it to be a, sky color, like sky color at daytime.
So
if it was
sky
flat,
color
it
daytime
wouldn't have.
comes from
If
spheres.
it was flat, it wouldn't hold the molecules or the atoms together for it to be sky color.
Excellent. I'm happy with that. Hey, Gregory, I bet you're glad this shit's recorded, bro.
I'm very glad that it's recorded because this is very stupid.
So let me get this
Why are you
straight.
talking in,
Spheres
why are you
equal
talking
spheres equal blue sky. How?
why are you talking in Indian accent when I'm from Pakistan?
I'm not.
Why are you talking with a Pakistani accent when I'm from India?
Are you from India?
No, I'm from Australia.
I'm talking about him.
Why are you talking with a Pakistani accent when I'm from Sri Lanka?
Are you from Sri Lanka?
I'm from Sri Lanka.
Pakistan.
Anyways, yeah, that's enough. I'm trying to establish how our friend here thinks spheres equals blue sky. What part of the curvature causes the sky to be blue? Like, seriously, bro.
A related question: if the Earth was flat, why don't we have like? Why don't we make it across and fall off to the edge of the like?
I have a question.
where'd you
Why
get this
do
edge
you
from?
always dodge questions when I ask to you and not answer them? Why?
You know
You
what,
shut the
Daniel? Put
fuck
your
up
brother
and
back
let me
on. Seriously,
answer.
bro. I think this is genetic.
Say it again. What did you call me? What did you call me? Say it again. Say it again.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. And then what did you say after that?
I didn't call you anything. I said shut the fuck up. And why do we not fall off the
No,
edge
you
when
did.
we like
You did. You're
when
lying.
we
You
when
did.
we when we
Because you
drive
don't
off
want to get punished and censored.
when
You
we
didn't
drive
want
off
to say what you
into
said the first time.
a
You
flat
mumbled
earth.
under your breath so you couldn't escape censure. You coward.
What? What?
Yeah, completely and utterly lost on this earth. No connection to nature. He might be making good tea, okay, and a good curry, fine. But as for knowing what the earth is doing and that, he's completely not there. Absolutely not. Wow. Can't believe that.
Why don't you
He's a,
fall off into space when you drive in a flat earth?
Why don't you answer questions when they're asked to you? And why do you expect others to answer your questions when you don't answer other people's questions?
I answered other people's question and don't talk to me in that accent.
You haven't answered a single question every single time Matrix asked you a question. You don't and did not answer.
he answers with another question.
I'm gonna mute you.
That's no good.
And now the mod will mute you because you will cause audio chaos. That is a big no-no.
Yeah. Anyway, the color of the sky has no relationship to the shape of the earth, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, this statement is as bad as a guy called Brinder. His name is Brenda. I call him Brinder because he's a man, really. Okay. He stated that when somebody walks around the corner, okay, you're standing in your position, your friend has gone round the corner on a street, round the corner, refraction will bring him back so you can see him. That's what he said today. That a man goes around the corner, your friend walks round, and if you keep looking, he will reappear due to refraction. Okay, there we are. Has that ever happened to you, ladies and gentlemen? You see your husband drive the car around the corner, and you stayed there. Did you see him come back from around the corner due to refraction?
If we are in a flat earth, then how do molecules and atoms hold together to form a sky color?
If we're on a globe Earth, why can you not answer questions? Why do globers always avoid questions when they're being scrutinized about their worldview?
Yes, you didn't answer my question. What is the connection? The color of the sky, how does that prove a shape? How?
I want you to answer my question. How
You're
do
not answering my
molecules and
question.
atoms
You're not
come
answering
I want you to
together
answer my
in a flat
question.
earth to form
I want
a
you to answer my question.
sky-colored
Answer my
sky?
question. Nope. Answer my question. Nope.
See?
Answer me. Answer me now.
That's right, because there's no logic in what you're saying. There's nothing logical there at all. There clearly is no connection between a color and curvature. And Matrix has made a good note of that one. I liked it. He's marked that down. That's something that's going to be discussed later on. Today we've heard some right up absurd statements today. Wow.
How do you not fall off when you drive continuously in a flat earth into space?
How do you always dodge questions when people ask good questions to
Because
test
it's
if you know what
flat.
you are talking
It
about?
has like a linear
And
road,
your
like
replies are like
linear
squiggly
space.
lines swirling all over the place.
Yeah, he doesn't understand the globe model, and he clearly doesn't understand the flat earth reality. Remember, you have at sea level 14.7 psi, pounds per square inch, air pressure. Now, how do you get air pressure? You need a container, don't you? Right? In order to get gas pressure, that requires a container. So if you're inside a container and you're breathing in the 14.7 psi, the molecules that are colliding with each other, thus colliding with the container, thus giving us this pressure, there is no chance you're going to fall off of any edge because you're contained. Okay? There. So you didn't know that, did you? You couldn't think that one through. No one is falling off of any edge because we're in a container where the air is. Okay, where we have our air pressure. Thanks. All right.
Since you believe the Earth is a
So
globe,
why don't you prove the
show us.
scientists wrong? The NASA scientists wrong.
No. I was talking before you. Stop interrupting me. Since you believe Earth is a globe, show us the measurement of its curvature.
He doesn't know that, and his brother doesn't know it. That's the problem. But yet we're wrong. That is the height of total insult and ignorance. You know nothing of the topic matter, yet we are wrong, and you are right. How can that be? How can you be right when you don't know the model? How can you be right? It's just wrong, isn't it? No logic there. We ask you for the circumference, you don't know the number. The radius, you don't know the number. The supposed angle tilt, you don't know. The supposed rotation at the equator on that tilt, you don't know that, yeah? Okay? Then the yearly orbit, you don't know that. Then you don't know how fast you are moving in the solar system, you don't know that. You don't know how fast the solar system is moving through the... You know nothing of your model at all, which means you haven't investigated, but you're coming in here telling us we're wrong. We eat, sleep, poop this nonsense into the toilet daily, okay? Because it's not worth keeping this knowledge, but we have it there. This man doesn't even know the knowledge, and yet we're wrong, and he's right. Does that make logical sense?
I'm gonna assume you don't even believe in evolution, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, you see, an
I'm going to
assumption.
assume you don't have the measurement of the curvature of the Earth you believe to be a ball, right?
There you go. Yes. Yeah.
You're a
Is that a
you're a
correct
teacher and you
assumption?
don't believe in evolution and you believe in a flat earth.
Is that a correct assumption? We answered one of your questions, now answer one of ours, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, come on, answer the question.
What question?
You fucking idiot. I'll ask one more time. If you ignore my loud and clear question, you will be identified as a
I
troll.
muted the other guy. He's like mocking my accent.
Shut up. Shut up.
He's not contributing to
Shut
the
up.
conversation.
Stop talking. Shut up. Now, once again, if you believe, and you do believe it all, show us the measurement of its curvature.
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Are you silent every time I tell you this?
So is the Earth flat or round?
Your silence every time I ask you this question is a
I will
dead
silence you.
giveaway. A dead giveaway that you do not know the answer, that you are just a believer of a doctrine, not a knower of knowledge. You don't know.
Yes, his silence is very noisy, ladies and gentlemen. His silence is very noisy.
Richard Dawkins, everybody respect him. Nobody respect this.
I don't respect
phony
him at all.
teacher.
If I met him, I'd slap him.
You
He
met
wouldn't
him,
get
you will
any.
slap him.
He wouldn't get a handshake from me at all. Not Richard Dawkins. He would not get a handshake. I'll destroy him verbally, intellectually.
Why do you guys gotta be so aggressive and crude?
Yeah.
Why are you so concerned?
Be friends. Friends.
Thank you. Right.
Why must you be so crude and aggressive? I'm just asking a
Are
simple
you
question.
me? Are you me?
No,
Mind
but
your
I'm
own
asking a
business.
question. You seem to
Mind
be
your own
very
business.
aggressive to the question.
Mind your own business. what you do there,
This
mate.
guy
You're
thinking
not,
he's
sounds like you guys
smarter
are
than
being
Charles
very good
Darwin.
Christians
Your business,
here.
our business.
I'm not a Christian, thanks. I
So,
was born under the Muslim religion, although I'm not a practicing Muslim, so I can't even call myself a
so
Muslim. Really.
you are smarter than Charles Darwin.
I am definitely smarter than Richard Dawkins. If you put him in this server, he would be destroyed intellectually, no doubt
He
about
is
it.
not that.
Okay,
He
because
is not a jobless.
he's bringing forward a theory that can't be proven, evolution, and then he can't prove the globe. He wouldn't be able to prove the globe. He can't prove it. Okay.
So you are smarter than Charles Darwin. You are smarter than Richard Dawkins. You are smarter
Charles
than
Darwin was a
Stephen
dunce.
Hawking.
Charles Darwin was a dunce. Einstein was a dunce. Okay.
You're talking to a revisionist.
And then what's his name? Sir Isaac Newton went mad and didn't get married, and then ended up going berserk and mad. I mean, come on, man.
You are smarter than Newton, man.
Pseudoscientists.
You are trying to
You
say
believe in
that you are smarter than
pseudoscientists
Newton.
is what you believe in.
Look, how about we move on from the Daniel guy because he has nothing of substance.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
these
we
other
can
guys
move
that
on.
just
No,
joined
no. I have a
something that
question.
resembles something.
No, sir, please.
I'm sorry.
No,
you
shut
have
up.
nothing. Yeah,
No,
you have
wasting
nothing
our
for
time.
us.
Sir, I have a valid questions.
No, shut up. No, shut up. Moving on past you.
No, please, buddy, give me a chance.
No, shut up. We're moving on past you. Been talking to you for an
No,
hour.
sir, please, no.
Giving nothing of substance.
Yeah.
No, sir, give me a chance.
You are damaging the intellect on this server, and you're dropping the standards. So bye bye.
No, please,
Let
sir.
us move on
Please
past this
don't
guy.
do.
It's literally not even funny anymore.
Yeah.
Please,
Move on
we are
past the freaking user.
debating, sir. It's a part of a debate. Disagreeing is part of a debate.
Yeah, debate or discussion, fine, but there you are.
We will not use a foul language from now on.
No, we
Let
never
us move
did.
on past this Daniel guy. He's giving no
Yeah.
substance at all. Won't answer
Yeah.
any questions. He keeps chanting his scientism belief over and over again. Move on past him.
Yeah. Is there
Sir,
any other
Gregory-
glober here who
Gregory-
has any question? The gentleman who was concerned that I was being aggressive when I wasn't, but do you have any questions or anything that you want to put forward in the way of the heliocentric model and how you confirmed it? Do you have anything in that line? Okay, you don't. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. You see, they come in, they heckle from the back benches, and then they have no substance or any proof of the heliocentric model and how they confirmed it. You see, it's a regular pattern. Regular pattern.
I wonder how did you got a job in Japan? Can you please talk about it?
It's not a requirement to learn about flat Earth.
No, just talking about one thing all the time. It's, I think,
Well, this
very
is a
boring.
flat Earth server, you see. That's what it is. And my students are very happy to have learnt that the Earth isn't a globe. They laugh about it whenever I see them in the supermarkets, in the park, or if I'm going for a jog, I'm cycling, motorcycling. Is the Earth flat? Yeah. Is the Earth flat? Yeah. Is it a globe? And they laugh their heads off. No. That thing's ridiculous. But you won't know that until you go and try and measure for the curvature.
I will do whatever you say I will do, but what I think you need to learn is that you are an older person. I mean, I assume you are older than 60, 65.
Yeah, what about that? What's that got to do with anything? So what?
So you are about to die, man. So you are full of, means you didn't learn anything.
Unfortunately, that's not going to be true for you, yeah? I'm not dying anytime soon. Okay. I'm going to be making this kind of noise when I'm 70, 80, 90, 100. The older I get, the louder I'm going to get.
You are already 65 years old.
That's my plan. That is my plan.
You are already 65 years old.
Yeah, I'm happy. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm enjoying myself. Fantastic. I'm enjoying it.
Uncle Richard Dawkins is 84 years old.
Richard Dawkins is a fool. If I see him, he will be destroyed intellectually.
And he debated very, means religious nuts. He destroyed, he destroyed very, very highly intellectual people.
I'm just going to hit him with the basic knowledge, and he has to follow integrity. Basic questions, nothing.
Oh, you have more
because
integrity than him.
I want
He was a
8-year-old.
professor
I
in
want
Oxford.
8-year-old
He was
children.
a professor in Oxford.
What I'm going to do is this. I'm going to show you that all his professorship is worth nothing because the questions and the level will be at 8-year-old elementary, and you will see
So
how I will
you
tear
don't.
him apart.
How come you are a teacher?
You're not
You don't
listening again.
respect
You're
Isaac
not
Newton.
listening. You're
You
panicking.
say that Isaac Newton
You're
was stupid.
panicking. You're
Who will
panicking,
prove?
sir. You're
Who will?
panicking. You are panicking
Who?
and interrupting what I'm trying to tell you. I will use elementary terminology and questioning, and I will destroy this Richard Dawkins, and he will be so embarrassed. Tell him, bring him on.
I pity your students that they have a teacher like you.
My students are enjoying the Shinri Sosa. You know what that means in English? Shinri Sosa, Shinri Gaku, psychological manipulation coming from Richard Dawkins. They're
talked
they're
about before.
learning the technique from me. Last 2 months we've been doing this. Okay?
Yeah, So you are teaching
It's
them
on
that
the whiteboard.
Isaac Newton. You are teaching them that Isaac Newton was a dumb guy. Yeah.
I'm teaching them that Sir Isaac Newton didn't prove gravity first and foremost, and he indeed became mad in the end. He never got married. Strange man, definitely. Yeah.
Your
And
great
then
criteria to
I'm
judge people.
citing where Albert Einstein was called dumb. Yes, they called him dumb. He wasn't intelligent, actually. Okay.
At least by my means, I am least educated guy, but I will not challenge these kind of people.
Well,
You
no,
are
you don't.
genius than Einstein.
Know the model. You can't challenge me.
You are
don't
genius.
know the model.
I accept you are
Shut
genius. You are
up whilst I'm talking.
look,
you are
next
still
guy,
intelligent than
So
Newton.
you
You are
can't
very
challenge
guy.
intelligent.
anybody.
Someone else is here.
You have no
Next guy,
knowledge.
someone else is here.
Yeah.
Someone else
You are
is
more
here.
clever than Einstein. You are saying.
Pope Booster.
Yeah. Hello,
Let's
Booster.
engage with Pope Booster.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Hello.
Go ahead, Gregory. Your turn, Gregory. Mike is yours.
Did you say the Earth's a ball?
What?
You sound very muted. You need to fix your microphone.
Hey, Gregory.
I heard somebody say Pope Rooster. Hello, my child.
Oh, Rooster.
Pope Rooster, you're here?
Did you say the Earth's a ball?
Yes, I am here. Where's the ball? Excuse me?
You said, did you say the Earth's a ball?
Not recently, no.
No. Didn't you say the Earth is round like 30 seconds ago?
No, I haven't said anything since I came in here until my name was addressed.
Someone said the
So
Earth
there
is
is a
round.
woman in here. There is a girl in this mod.
I would like my
Hey,
eyes open to this theory, though.
Yeah. Who's the girl here?
Bro.
Yeah. You. So what do you think about this?
Okay, if you wish your eyes to be opened, do you have any questions?
The Earth's not flat because if you take a plane to another continent, you have to curve.
No, you don't. If you have any
you have
questions,
to curve. What do you mean you have to curve? What do you mean?
The trajectory. Also, yes, Pope Rooster. Yes. Bro.
What's up, motherfucker?
Right.
What's wrong?
Look, curving the trajectory doesn't equal flying around the ball. You can turn.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, but it's still it's not flat, bro.
So if sure, yeah, then your argument is non sequitur.
Are you
It doesn't follow
transgender?
your conclusion.
You know, if the church says it's not flat, it's not flat.
Well, funny you mentioned it. You know Augustine, yes? You recognize Augustine, yes?
Sure.
Okay, let me show you a quote from the great Augustine. You know he's one of the 39 Roman Catholics ever, even in the Roman Catholic worldview, to be a doctor of the church, right? You know that?
Hey, Res. Hey, Res.
Right? Okay, yes. So
Hey,
let me
Res.
show you what one of the 39 doctors of the church taught
Hey,
back in
Res.
the late 3rd century, early 4th, late 4th century, early 5th
Hey,
century.
Res.
Let me show you.
Hey, Res.
Daniel, show some respect. Somebody's talking.
Yeah, I want to talk to Race. One thing about him.
Very interesting that you said that. So here in
Hey,
the open
Race.
chat, you can't miss it.
Race.
The quote is at the bottom of the open chat from Augustine.
RES, Race.
What, man?
Race. Yeah. So, are you trans?
Drunk? No.
So, what's your age?
Bro.
Shit.
Don't interrupt conversations, Daniel. You're being muted now for a little while. I'll unmute you in a while.
Okay. So read here what Augustine said. The church has been teaching the earth is a ball for at least the past 500 years, especially since the Reformation in West Europe, right? And the formation of the Counter Reformation and the Jesuits and promulgating all sorts of false doctrine with their evil garbage. So here, read what Augustine said. As to the nonsense about there being antipodes, that is to say, men living on the far side of the earth where the sun rises when it sets for us, men who have their feet facing ours when they walk. That is utterly incredible. Incredible as in not believable and without credibility. No one pretends to have any factual information, but a hypothesis is reached by the argument that since the earth is suspended between the celestial hemispheres, and since the universe must have a similar lowest and central point, therefore the other portion of the earth which is below us cannot be without human inhabitants. One flaw in the argument, that is, but now he's moving on to a secondary issue. One argument, that is, even if the universe could be proved by reason to be shaped like a round globe, or at least believed to be so, it does not follow that the other hemisphere of the earth must appear above the surface of the ocean, or if it does, there is no immediate necessity why it should be inhabited by men. First of all, our scriptures never deceive us, since we can test the truth of what they have told us by the fulfillment of predictions. Second, it is utterly absurd to say that men from this side of the world could sail across the immense tract of the ocean, reach the far side, and then people it with men sprung from the single father of all mankind. Let us be content then to limit our search for the citizens of the pilgrim city of God on earth to those races of men which, as we have seen, are made up of 72 nations, each with its own language. The city pursued this pilgrimage as far as the flood into the ark, and its progress among the sons of Noah is revealed in the blessings that they were granting. Trying to find this city if we can, we turn specially to the eldest of those sons, to Shem, seeing that the blessing
Hey, buddy.
given to
Hey,
Japheth
buddy.
was that
You
he was to
sound very
dwell in the
smart.
house of his brother. So that was a contextual reading of the passage. Notice how one of the doctors of the church, right, the Roman Catholic Church, said it is nonsense and no factual information is known about the earth being a ball. So why is your church contradicting itself? Why is your church contradicting one of the great 39 doctors of the church?
Is anyone here?
That's my question to you, Rez, question mark.
Anyone here?
I have a
Can you
question.
repeat the last sentence?
The very last sentence of the quote,
Yeah.
he said,
No. Your question of like what your question was after the quote.
oh no, I said, why is your church contradicting itself? Right? Because Augustine, one of the great 39 doctors of the church, said it is nonsense and no one has factual information about the notion the earth is a round globe. But then, several centuries later, 15th century, 16th century
And
onward, start
there's
promulgating the notion the earth's a
talk
ball and all the
that
rest.
like no man can see God, but then Samuel sees John meets God, so like, there's some contradicting stuff sometimes.
Okay, so you think there's contradictions in the Bible, which would be false, and furthermore
No, I
exposing that
don't think
your
there's
Roman
I don't
Catholic
think
worldview, yeah, it
I
would
don't
further
think
expose your Roman Catholic worldview is incoherent too. So why is your Roman
No,
Catholic
I
Church
think I
contradicting
think
itself?
I think that the Roman Catholic Church isn't contradicting. I don't think the popes are contradicting. I think that the popes want to say one thing, but then they can't.
You're being incoherent. Augustine said it's nonsense to believe that the Earth has antipodes, the Earth is a round globe. But then several centuries later, the same church is then promulgating one of the main institutions that promulgates the notion that the Earth's a ball. So why is the Roman Catholic Church contradicting itself? That's not a reliable source of information.
The Roman Catholic Church is one of the most reliable sources of information on Earth.
If that's true, then we have no reliable source of information because it's contradicting itself.
Because here's the thing: we never even go back to the source of the religion and the matter. The first pope was Peter, and Peter was an apostle.
Okay, so you're just talking past the fact that Augustine said one of the 39 doctors of the church. Right, this is one of the 39 doctors of the church. That's not something to shake a stick at in the Roman Catholic worldview. So why is one of the 39 doctors of the church, right, saying this? And why is the Roman Catholic Church contradicting one of its own 39 doctors? Because there was no such concept in the days of Augustine. This is a posthumous award, an honorary title given to Augustine by later generations of clerics, centuries later.
I don't know why we started attacking the Catholic Church here, but I'm just chilling.
What do you mean attacking the Catholic Church all of a sudden? She mentioned that if the Roman Catholic Church says it's a globe, then it's a globe. But the Roman Catholic Church is contradicting itself when it was just saying earlier in her own Roman Catholic worldview that, according to one of the 39 doctors of the church, who would know better and does know better in the Roman Catholic worldview than any given current generation of clerics who are not doctors of the church, is saying that it's nonsense to suppose that there has antipathy and that's the round globe. I just quoted him in his magnum opus, The City of God, Book 16, Chapter 9.
Yeah, thanks for that. That was a very, very informative piece of text there. So what's the other guy's response? What's your response?
I stopped listening after like the third sentence. There was a lot to
So
take in.
listen to that, right? Like, take note of that. Once again, right? He's talking as though he's intelligent, and then when
No, I
given a
didn't talk.
scrutinizing reply of his worldview, he just tunes out like an adolescent child.
I didn't talk intelligent at all. I just said, "Why are you attacking the Catholic Church?" That's not me talking intelligent. It's me asking a question.
So again, right? Just showing what actually happened, right? I gave the quote. Someone said, if the Roman Catholic Church says it's a globe, then it's a globe, right? Then it's true.
I agree with
He's
that.
another Roman Catholic that espouses, right? He's another Roman Catholic that espouses this worldview, but they have a self-contradictory epistemic standard. The clerics of the Roman Catholic Church, which of course would include one of the 39 doctors of the church, is contradicting subsequent generations, or rather the subsequent generations of clerics, is contradicting one of the 39 doctors of the church.
I just don't know why we're attacking religion right now, but okay.
Right.
Well,
so again,
we're not
every time I
attacking.
say the
We're not
clear and
attacking.
specific critique that
It
exposes the
kind of feels
error,
that way.
he just feigns ignorance. That's what he's doing. I'm
No,
saying a very
I might
clear
be.
and simple
I might
critique that
be.
exposes self-contradiction in his worldview, and then he feigns ignorance. That's what he's doing.
I mean, I might be hearing you wrong, but it just feels that way.
What are you missing? What are you confused
In a
about?
curved trajectory. They're not curving. Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
Reds.
what are you confused about? Hello, what are you confused about? Why are you being silent?
Because I didn't even ask the question to start with.
You just said maybe I'm hearing you wrong. So what are you confused about?
I just want to know like why we're saying that like because I'm
Right, you just
Catholic. I
keep
believe
repeating the
this.
same asinine question over and over again, stultifying the
Yeah.
conversation, not trying to engage
No,
scrutiny. You hear the plain and simple critique that I'm saying to you, dude. You hear it.
Yeah. Okay.
You're not so stupid you can't understand. Your current generation of clerics of the past 500 years has been teaching the earth's a ball, but in the same institution, they have one of the 39 doctors of the so-called
Okay,
church that has
I got
been
the real answer, okay?
clear that it's a nonsense to suppose that it has antipathy and that's the round globe. So why is your Roman Catholic Church authorities
Bro,
contradicting
even
each
Hitler
other?
believed that the Earth was a globe, okay?
Stop. So why are your Roman
I
Catholic Church
would.
authorities contradicting each other?
I don't know, man. Things evolve over time, I guess. I
Okay,
don't work for
then.
the Roman Catholic Church.
Okay, then. Right. So what you have is a self-contradictory authoritative institution, supposedly, and you think that's a
Every
reliable source
institution?
of geodesic information.
I mean, the Catholic Church really doesn't have a lot of authority over the general man, but okay.
Even worse. So now add that to the equation. Now this monolithic institution, supposedly, that doesn't really have any authority according to you, is self-contradictory.
doesn't.
And you think that's a reliable source of geodesic information.
That never came out of my mouth, but okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
he's
okay.
lying
I think
again.
we
We all
we
heard him
reached
say
How did
earlier,
Gregory.
yes,
We
I
did
reached
agree
a
with Rez
conclusion
that if
now.
the
You
Roman
won
Catholic
this
Church
one.
says it's the globe, then it's the globe.
Let's focus
Yeah,
on the
because
Earth now.
I'm a pious Catholic and I believe whatever the Catholic Church says. Yes, absolutely. I
Right.
believe in my.
So you did say that.
So I'm a bad guy for that guy.
So you affirm a self-contradictory institution to be a reliable source of geodesic facts. That's
Whatever
the
helps you
problem.
spin your narrative. Yes, I agree. Whatever helps you spin your narrative, dude.
Right. So
All right.
just patronizingly and
That's
condescendingly
very
concede.
good. Let's move on.
Right.
Yeah,
This
acting
is what
like
you
you
get
don't be
when you give
condescending.
when you give a serious scrutiny and critique and refutation of their errors. They just throw a tantrum like an adolescent teenager.
No one's throwing a tantrum. I just said whatever helps you spin your narrative.
Stop talking
I
back. You have
agree
no
with.
substance. We all heard
See,
you.
why are
There's
you getting
nothing you
hostile?
can say that's gonna change what we just heard from you.
Well,
Why
I
are you
have
getting
I've
one
got
thing to say. I have one thing to say. Okay, Gregory. I'm white. Thus I'm right.
this is true. Yo, Gregory, I found your Facebook.
No one cares, and stop sending bullshit to me. Shut the fuck up.
By the way, I'm pretty sure in the Bible it says treat on others how you would have them treat you.
Shut the fuck up.
I
I don't
think
want to hear your
double
voice.
standards are vehemently against the
why are
Bible
you
standards.
why are you pitching a fit right now?
Yeah, why are you getting upset and flustered
Don't
and
worry
pitching
about
a
it. It's not
fit?
your business.
So you are,
Well,
right? You
you're
admitted it.
casting it upon us, so it is our business.
Yeah, it
I'm
is.
not casting shit upon you. Shut the fuck up.
And you did.
You
You
telling me to
just
shut
did.
the fuck up and cussing
You
at
just
me is
did then.
casting it upon me.
Not casting shit upon you. Shut the fuck up. Show the measurements for the
No.
globe or be quiet.
No.
Exactly. So you have no substance. Shut the fuck up.
You're a little man talking on
You have
Discord.
no
Shut the
conviction,
fuck
bro.
up.
You're
Show the measurements for
Christian.
the globe or be quiet.
You're a Christian, right, Gregory?
Pole to pole, it's 24,000.
So yes, you are.
The equatorial diameter is 7,900, and the polar diameter is 7,000.
And so the moderators are tracking. I tagged in the open chat why I'm being very harsh with this strudel pest. I'm gonna send that
You're being
garbage to
harsh
me
with
in my PMs.
everybody.
I'm gonna
I don't
peacefully
know,
converse
dude.
with you.
Don't
No,
you know,
shut the fuck
like,
up.
don't you know geometry? Like, can't you get the diameters of the Earth? It's not a
Yeah,
perfect.
but Rez, you haven't quoted those numbers correctly anyway. And by the way, for
It's
your
roughly
benefit,
around there.
hello, I'm talking to you. Just hang on. For your benefit, I've posted a 3-hour documentary. 28 pilots confirm flat Earth, and they don't talk about curving at all. Okay, please. You brought up about flights. Well, there's a pilots telling you they don't fly in a curved trajectory. All right, please enjoy. Thank you, Rez.
There's a flight path right there.
It's an illustration of an idea. Learn the difference.
Any
So-
good Christian would condemn Gregory's behavior.
On God.
So let me just put it that we're taking to heart teachings from the Middle Ages as compared to modern science, correct?
What teaching from the Middle Ages?
That was a question, yes or no?
What teaching from the Middle Ages about your question?
So as I'm looking through what you're saying, in your chats over here, you cite Augustine of Hippo, right? The dates on
Do you
that
think he's in the
are-
Middle Ages?
Okay. I'll let you finish.
Do you think he's in the Middle Ages?
Bro, all I'm saying is that flat earthers make every other conspiracy room bad, and it was set up from the government so
Why do
that
you always blurt out
they
some digression away from what you hear?
No, I'm just saying that the flat Earth was
Right, you're just
to
saying
like.
another blurting digression away from what you're hearing.
He's gonna cut you off every time.
Outside and look and measure. It's not a conspiracy. You're ridiculous.
Anyways,
So again, you asked a question, right? So again, what Middle Ages doctrine are you talking about? Because if you think Augustine, you can clarify. If you think Augustine is Middle Ages, you're sadly
well, it
mistaken.
even
That's
well,
late
well,
antiquity, not Middle
it
Ages.
even says people in the Middle Ages, especially Catholics, believe that the Earth was flat,
So just
and that
blurt
is
my correction. So just blurt through me, right?
you're blurting through me.
No, I wasn't. I was talking when no one else was talking in the past 5 seconds. So again, you're asking about some doctrine or teaching from the Middle Ages. Then you connected that to my quote from Augustine, one of your 39 doctors of the so-called church. Augustine was not in late antiquity. He was not in Middle Ages. He was in late antiquity. So again, I'm going to say this correction, right? Because you're incorrect. If you're trying to insinuate I'm trying to cling on to some Middle Ages doctrine, that's false. He's in late antiquity, not the Middle Ages.
Okay, regardless.
So while you condescendingly blurt that question at me, like we're so ridiculous, you didn't even get the same category correct.
I didn't even come at you sideways in the first place, so this is wild. But anyways, it even says people in the Middle Ages, especially Catholics, believe that the Earth was flat is mostly a modern myth. By the Middle Ages, many educated Europeans already accepted a spherical Earth.
Why are you quoting the machine as though someone said something contrary to that?
You're quoting my belief. You're quoting my church, so I'm just quoting my church right back to you.
Why are you quoting a machine, the computer, as though someone said something contrary to that?
Because I don't have a fucking book in front of me.
But no one said anything contrary to that. So why are you emphasizing that content as though someone did?
It sounds like you are. My apologies. Jeez. Fuck, dude.
Learn how to interpret what's actually being said.
Well,
You
when
didn't
you
hear
talk
anyone
10
say the vast majority of medieval people believe the earth is flat. You didn't hear anyone say that. Maybe you heard it in your imagination.
No, but you said the Catholic Church is contradicting itself. And here it
Yeah.
just specifically says that everyone's saying that the majority were Catholics. That's a modern myth.
What?
Yeah, it says
How is
people in the
anything you're
Middle
going to say going to refute what I just said?
because what you're quoting is a myth. You're saying that the Catholic Church contradicts itself.
What do you mean a myth? It's a quote from Augustine in the City of God, book 16, chapter 9. The fuck do you mean it's a myth?
I'm just reading what I see here, man.
Right, you're just reading what a machine told you, not actually learning any facts and trying to exercise any self-discipline to discern any facts.
Okay. Hey, man. Good on you, bro.
Look,
You
we
thought you were
can
just
all
so smart. You
agree.
thought
We
that
can
was
all
just
agree
so
that
tough
the
for you.
people have thought the Earth's a globe for a certain amount of time, but we should be getting into why. Why do people think it's a globe? How did they validate that, or is it just a belief system that people have? What's it based on? Where's the empirical evidence? That kind of thing. Not just saying, "Oh, this is what the radius is." Oh, people used to believe it 500 years ago. Blah blah blah. Why? Why is it a globe? Who worked out that it's a globe? How'd they do that?
And didn't I ask you that just earlier? Right? I told you, since you believe the Earth's a ball, send the measurements of its curvature, of its convex curvature.
Let the man
So
answer now.
why else did you come in here?
I just came here to hang out at first. I didn't say anything first.
So just a vague, just come to hang out.
Yeah, pretty much, man.
Okay,
Jesus
then why
would
did you
have
speak up
flipped
in the
this
first
stall
place?
over.
Yeah, well, we welcome you anyway. We welcome you here if you want to hang out. Questions are being put to you, and you're not really forthcoming with any answers at the moment. All right. So just bear that in mind. You're here to learn because that's what it's all about. Okay. And DJ and Gregory have asked, "How is it a globe? Who proved it? Why do you think it's a globe?" Etc. Etc. Let's have this conversation. Let's have this
Okay.
discussion. Go for it.
Well, so I mean, clearly, sun rises in the east and sets in the west. I mean, where does the sun go for the rest of the time if it's flat?
Okay, so what you have in your head is just because this is what you're thinking. What you have in your head is Earth disk and vast black void with a bunch of other humongous balls. Like, that's a presumption. That's not our position, nor is that a fact. So
I
rather
don't know. I
than
mean,
presuming a bunch of lore we've been told about the celestial bodies and an aspect of the cosmos no one has ever experienced, and even in the
so why?
scientism worldview that you've learned in school, only about 700 have ever actually left the Earth so far away to actually possibly right testify that they've seen the black void of the cosmos, the cosmic black void. Right?
So
So we
why is it
actually
whenever
see. So we actually see. Right. What you've actually seen your entire life is you have experienced a stationary flat surface of the Earth with the celestial bodies orbiting above the surface, not under the Earth, not on the side of the Earth, all above the Earth. This is what you've experienced your entire life.
so why is it whenever it's daytime in Afghanistan, it's nighttime in the United States?
I think we should
For the
answer the
same reason the
gentleman's question
flashlight,
here. The
for the
sun
for the
moves,
same
right? I want to answer
yeah.
this question. It's my turn now. So, Pope, you asked why the sun goes away, right? You can't see it anymore if Earth
Hmm.
is flat. Yeah.
Hmm.
Listen, we can do the warehouse analogy. It's easy. You're in a big warehouse. You have a little light in the ceiling. It's on a rail system. When that thing moves away from you, it's going to be dark where you are, and it's going to be light at some other part of the warehouse. That's basically how it works. You're not in a solar system. You're in an Earth system. Earth is like the foundation, the floor of the system, and the sun and the moon, they circle in their paths above us. It's like if you're on a really straight road and you see all the street lights, after a while you're not going to be able to see any the last one, right? But there is still lights a couple of meters, yards further down. You can't see their light because they're far away from you. That's how the sun works. Does that answer your question?
Still, why does it rise in the east and fall in the west?
Well, it's called perspective, right? Everything looks like it's coming from a low point, going directly above you, and it leaves. It doesn't actually change height. Same as the street light example I gave you before. The lights looks like they're going into the ground, far away from you, but they don't actually. Just how human vision works.
So what about stars?
Same thing
What
there.
about them?
If you're on the North Pole, right, and you look straight up, above your head is Polaris. As you move out, you move south. That Polaris is going to move away from you as well until it finally touches the horizon and you can't resolve it anymore. You just look up and you have other stars above you. So that's it. But you need to ask another question. There's a better question for you to ask. What is our evidence for the Earth being flat? Have you ever asked in this before? Because I scrolled the chat and I couldn't see any laser tests or anything. Did anybody
Well,
tell you already?
what's your evidence?
Yeah, very good. Yeah, let's do that. Are you able to do look at the chat?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a second. Hmm. So has anybody in here told you the radius of Earth, the claimed radius?
Nope.
Do you happen to know?
Nope.
All right. So NASA and other people have told us that there is a radius of Earth of 3,959 miles. So because we know this number, we can use math to figure out how much water needs to curve around the Earth, right? You've seen the pictures of Earth from NASA. It's the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So when you look at those pictures, I'm going to paste one in the chat. This one. Look at it. All the blue stuff there, that's water. We agree, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it curves around that ball and it has a specific rate. So using math with the claimed radius of 3,959 miles, we can easily figure out that over, let's say, a small distance of just 10 miles, there has to be 66 foot of curvature over that distance. And you can pick any point of the ball because it's a ball, right? So it's valid everywhere. You can go to a lake in Sweden. You can go to a lake in America. You can go to a lake in Australia. Over 10 miles, it has to curve 66 foot. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Right. So there's an example here, right? Because we have been told that Earth's radius is for 3959 miles, we can use math to figure it out. So we have. Now, if you want to check this, because they sent us all these pictures from space and they said, this is the globe, you live on this ball in space. And I was thinking, dude, I can see my own country in a couple of these Earth pictures, Sweden. And Denmark is right next to it. There's a strait, like there's a water between those two countries called the Ura Strait, and it's about 10 miles wide. Now, on the ball picture that they showed me, it looked like that water was curving. But when you go to southern Sweden and you look over to Copenhagen, to Denmark there, you can see the beach. You can see the white sand on the other side. Over those 10 miles, there should be a curvature high as a 6-story building, 66 foot, but there is not. So that's an observation you can make yourself locally, wherever you can find a lake that's 10-mile wide, right? You can also bring a friend. You can buy one of those cheap signal mirrors on Amazon, and you can have your friend flash that mirror. Now, if you see that flash, either your friend is over 30 feet tall or water doesn't curve. You got to pick your option there, right? But if water doesn't curve and Earth is covered by 71% water, which is their claim, it cannot possibly be a ball. Do you understand the logic of that? Right. So what we have done, when people in here tell you, and they will tell you this, they just say, how do you know Earth is flat? They will say, because we have measured it. But sometimes they don't explain why, how we've done that, right? But if you want to check yourself, and multiple people have done this, you can place a laser 1 foot over water on beach A, where you're at. You shoot it 10 miles over to beach B, where your friend is at. If you live on a ball, that laser should end up about 50 foot up above your friend's head on the other side, but it never does that. You shoot it 1 foot over the water on one side, it ends up 1 foot over the water on the other side as well, because water doesn't curve. You understand? So that's our evidence. And Jin has posted someone who did this laser test 28 miles out, and there's one 21 miles out. On the 21-mile one, you should have a curvature of 266 foot. That's almost 100 meters. That's like a 26-story high building, right? But we see the beach 21 miles away. We can zoom in. We can see little houses and lights and everything because water doesn't curve. And in the wintertime, if you ever gone skating, you don't have to skate uphill on a 10-mile wide lake, right to the midpoint there, 66 foot up, and then slide down to the other side. Ice is completely flat because water is flat. So that's our evidence. Now go ahead, ask your questions.
I don't have any questions. I just came here wanted to have my eyes opened.
All right, good. Yeah, it's something to think about.
So have your eyes been opened now? We're saying too that we're not able to measure the curvature of the Earth. They've given us the numbers: 3,959 miles circumference. Radius, which will then go on to make the circumference of 24,901 miles. So from point A, my position, point B, the object I'm looking at, should be some curvature there. We are unable to measure that curvature. We're measuring horizontality everywhere, constantly everywhere. Do you get it now?
Yeah, he gets it. Sometimes we just to have people a little silence to think. A good comment,
Yeah.
though. Thank you.
Let him soak it in. Yeah.
Yes, we have to. We all been there, right? So you got
Yeah.
to give him time to contemplate it.
Yeah, digest. That's what we say. Yeah, of course.
Hopefully that moment of digestion will lead to some good questions, right? Because naturally there should be some follow-on questions to what you've said.
Yeah, welcome,
A good
Roots.
question would be
Absolutely.
why is the Roman Catholic Church, especially its sub institutions such as the Jesuits, why have they been, if not, why have they been one of the most prominent people who've pushed the globe doctrine, if not the most prominent institution that's pushed the globe doctrine in light of these facts? That'd be a good question.
I mean, I'd agree with you if this was the Roman Catholic channel, but we're going to talk about Earth and the evidence we have for or against it. So, if we have any more Globers in here and you want to ask questions like that, go right ahead.
Well, it's not just for the Roman Catholic channel. I mean, we're talking about the people who have promulgated the doctrine in the first place. So, in light of the facts, why did the institutions say what they say?
Yeah, the historical content is very important.
Right? That's a question that we've all asked ourselves, right? In light of the facts that refute the SE doctrine, we then said, well, why did the institutions who supposedly knew better, why did they not understand this? Why did they not acknowledge this? Why did they promulgate this false doctrine that they've been promulgating for centuries in the first place? Right? The thing that I thought was informing me.
You know, Gregory, I'm not sure that's a question you can ever get proper clarity on. It's basically, why would they lie? What's the cause? And as you're aware, some of the guys in here don't even entertain that. You know, some of the guys in here will say nobody's lying. It's a natural inference and a natural development from A to B, and a lot of people just sort of assumed it, right?
Well, I didn't mention why would they lie. That is a good question. That's another good question. I was just talking about why did they say what they said? Maybe they did lie. Maybe they didn't lie. Maybe they're just sincerely deluded and they've been promulgating the same delusion that they've inherited their entire life. So it's one of the two.
Yeah. Now, I struggle with that one, but I understand how you should be unbiased and impartial, and yeah, that should be taken into account. Although I do struggle with that, the idea that, you know, all these people just sort of fell into the globe. I find it a little bit more realistic that there's some nefarious elements, but obviously that's speculation.
It doesn't have to merely be speculation either. I mean, there's a lot of facts to learn about that. I mean, and then even when you learn the history from their perspective, from their worldview, it began with Pythagoras. So what was Pythagoras' motive and reason? What did he do? What happened with him for him to then assert the notion the Earth's the ball? Like most people are already
Well,
familiar
did
with
that
that.
even
Some
happen?
people aren't.
I mean, there's no
That's a valid
evidence
question.
that. Yeah, but there's not really even evidence that Pythagoras did anything at all that he was claimed to have done. And even
Well, we can't say
mathematical
there's no evidence.
historians, yeah, there's no evidence, right? That could all just be made up bullshit.
Well, no, we have 6th century, 5th century contemporary testimonies. You can't just say there's no evidence. You may doubt the sources, but you can't say there's no evidence. It's not factual.
Well, there's no evidence Pythagoras, right, said or did any of the things that he's accredited with. That's what I'm saying.
Well, look, there's a difference between saying there's no evidence versus you're incredulous to the sources. They're two different things.
Right. So people could have just made up a guy named Pythagoras, right? The Greeks like to make up these mystical figures, like Pythagoras, for example,
Sure,
and credit
there's
them
a
with all
possibility,
of
right?
these. Well, there's no evidence that he said that the Earth was a globe ever.
But look, you keep saying that there's no evidence, but like that's easily refuted by anyone who just studies a little bit of the history. The historical
Okay, so
sources
what
that are
evidence is
about
there that
Pythagoras.
Pythagoras suggested that the Earth's a globe? What evidence is there?
Hang on. There's a difference. This is my third time saying this fact. You're saying there's no evidence, but there is historical sources about him, even contemporaries that were alive during his days.
Not
So then,
primary. No, there
like you,
isn't.
it's valid
There isn't,
valid to
Gregory.
express.
Even mathematical historians claim that there's no evidence that he, like they say probably, maybe, right? Maybe there was some guy named Pythagoras that lived. Where did he live? What
Yeah,
was his first name? When was he born? Who were his parents? Who were his siblings? Nobody knows any of this. And he goes on to explain how the Greeks love to make up these characters. And he said there's no way that he could have even come up with the Pythagorean theorem, because they had a completely different concept of numbers and that kind of thing. So
Well,
look, all I'm saying is,
I'm trying to refrain from cutting you off because I didn't finish the answer. But so, like, I get it. There's those who are historians who are more skeptical of the sources, which is valid. Like that's my point, right? To say that there's no evidence is not factual to the historical data that is there about him. So
yeah,
then
yeah.
one
That's
can then
just a
look at that
story,
and be
though.
skeptical about its veracity. I'm saying
yeah,
that's
there's
valid.
stories
My
there's
fourth time saying
stories
that.
that say there was a guy named Pythagoras that did this and that, but that's all that is.
Yeah, like his first biography, there wasn't a biography for 700 years. There is no direct writings left from Pythagoras. Everything we know about him come from later authors. We're talking like 600-700 years after. There isn't any writings, primary source writings about Pythagoras or from Pythagoras from his day.
Well, that wouldn't be factual to the data unless someone has a refutation of this. But when you do a little bit of the digging on the internet, you have 6th and 5th century contemporary testimonies from Theophanes of Colophon and Heraclitus of Ephesus and Ion of Chios and Empedocles and Herodotus.
So
Yeah,
people
but
that lived.
that's like 300 years after, right? That's still 300 years
No,
after.
no, that's 6th century.
Yeah,
century
that's
to
1,000 over 1,000 years later.
No, 6th century to 5th century BC.
Oh,
BC,
BC.
yeah.
Right.
This
So
one,
everything
I just want to say
that was
one thing
claimed
real
about
quick.
Pythagoras is just secondhand information. Right. There's no primary source material that he said or did any of the things that he's claimed with doing. They don't really even know when he lived, right? What were his actual, birth date and date of death or anything like that.
Yeah, so there's that. Like, there's a difference between there's no evidence versus there's no autographic
There's no
evidence.
primary evidence. There's no primary evidence whatsoever. It's just secondhand
There's no
stories.
second-hand evidence from the days where he was alive, like the 6th century BC. I'm interested to know who you're quoting, because I imagine you'd be quoting someone, I don't know, like an Aristotle, who is in the same situation. We don't have the primary source evidence for him either. So I'm saying that what they do have, or what they claim to have, those people are also in question under the same circumstances, lack of evidence. So I know Aristotle was supposed to have written about him, but there's no direct evidence for Aristotle either.
Yeah, I
Just as
just feel
we
like a lot of
empathize
our
with people about geodesy and measurement, we have to make sure we have to be accurate and disciplined when approaching history, not just be hyper skeptical.
no,
Well,
we're just being
if you
accurate
approach
and
it,
logical.
yeah, if you approach it with the same methodology you approach flat Earth, which is we need that empirical data to call something a fact or true, then Pythagoras, Aristotle don't fit the description. If we're going to use the same approach as flat Earth, those
Now, just
are
so
anecdotal stories that we have.
we're not equivocating the term, right? We understand primary source isn't only autographs, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's any
primary source. Yeah.
and anything that he wrote down himself, for example, right? Any of his works, it doesn't exist.
No,
Anything
primary
we
source is not
have
only
regarding him
autograph.
is just okay. So what is there? What primary source is there for Pythagoras? And where did he
Yeah,
live? What was his first name?
well, look, primary source in history, right? Because that's what I suspected. That's the sense in which you're using the term, but in history, primary source is not only the autographs. Right? Primary source is an immediate first-hand account of a topic, event, or time period. People who had direct connection to it. So, like I just read earlier, there were those who lived contemporary with Pythagoras who wrote about him,
Like who?
like I just named. So, just to go back
Who?
here so I
Name
don't miss
name a
anything.
good example.
So,
Just refresh
like I
our
just
memory.
mentioned earlier, Theophanes of Colophon or Heraclitus of Ephesus or Eon of Chios or Empedocles or Herodotus. Herodotus talk about the Pythagoreans in this case.
Right. The
See, when you
Pythagoreans existed.
I'm interested to know the sources that you got that from, because when you just do general research, like using AI or using Google, you're not going to be able to find links with sources to these contemporary, um, primary source
Testimony.
quotes or whatever that you said. Yeah, because the bottom line on AI and Google is that there's no surviving written from Pythagoras or about him in his lifetime, describing him or his actions, and that the earliest account came hundreds of years later.
Yeah, like I
So that's
said, right, there may not be autographs from Pythagoras, right? But primary sources are not only autographs.
yeah, but what Google's saying. Google is saying that there isn't any surviving writings about him or describing him at the time of his life.
Okay, I mean, be that as it may, Google may be saying that. So I'm reading from Gemini. So I mean, I guess you may be reading that source. I mean, it doesn't conclude with that. And what I'm saying here, I asked it, show me the succinct and exhaustive list of all the historical sources that contain facts about Pythagoras. Then it says, because Pythagoras left zero authentic writings behind, right? He didn't. We don't have any of his autographs. Maybe he wrote them and they didn't survive, or he never wrote them. Because Pythagoras left zero authentic writings behind, we know of it, what we know of him is gathered entirely from later historical figures. Here, the exhaustive and chronological list of all the major ancient sources that record his biographical details, philosophy, or testimonies regarding Pythagoras, and then it goes to one through four categories, and then the first one, like I just read, is early contemporary testimonies. Like those names I just read, and it links you to Wikipedia, and of course, Wikipedia has other links within it.
I'm going to try look that up, because I've just jumped onto ChatGPT and I've asked if there's any primary source evidence about Pythagoras from the time that he lived. From a history context, it needs to be considered a primary source. And it says for Pythagoras, the short answer is no. We don't have any surviving true primary sources written by people who directly knew him or clearly recorded his life in a reliable contemporary way. And then it goes into what counts as a primary source. The closest early references we do have, some later ancient authors are sometimes treated as near primary or early secondary sources because they are relatively closer in time, and that's where you get Herodotus, Heraclius, Xenophus. So this is still not considered primary source from a historical point of view.
So we're getting two different answers from two different AI systems.
Yeah, strange, isn't it? I'll post the full response in the side chat so you can read it. That's directly from ChatGPT.
I also posted my conversation with Gemini. There it is, at the bottom of the open chat.
That is interesting, though, how you approach the question, because I approached it from a very much this needs to be primary source from the context of historical standards, and it says, well, no, we have.
Yeah, I just tried to catch it all in my prompt, my reply to Gemini. That's why I said, show me the succinct and exhaustive list. I want it all, right? Show me the succinct and exhaustive list of all the historical sources that contain the facts about Pythagoras, right? That catches it all.
Right.
And then it gave me, like I just explained.
Just wanted to say it is interesting that as we haven't really had the technology until the last few decades to so thoroughly falsify the heliocentric model. Like it's a whole different ball game with the optics.
It's more like more persons can do that because there's always at least been at least one person who knew, right? One nerd who
Yeah.
knew all the facts.
Well, I'm saying like, of course, along a lot of the ancient societies, they all, before the heliocentric model came around, it made sense that the Earth
Yeah.
is flat and stationary, as we all experience. But since the heliocentric model, in the last couple hundred years, few hundred years, what have you, has, you know, usurped these older models or the older stationary model in society, people could easily go along with it when we're limited, without these tools.
Yeah.
But when we really have the means to measure, to see further than we could see before, you know, it it completely changes everything, and it makes a lot more sense to the timing of it all. That's all I wanted to say.
So look, even that's because I did take a big deep dive into the history of the globe. Got a whole section on my server dedicated to it where I was going into all these figures, and yeah, it does say that these people that you mentioned spoke about Pythagoras, but then when you look up each of them individually, right? So, right, is there any primary writings from these people? And every single one that I've just put in, right, the same Gemini says no complete books or manuscripts exist from Xenophanes of Solophon or every single one that I put in, right? The next one, Heraclitus, is that his name?
Yeah, Heraclitus.
Jesus. All right. No, there are no surviving primary writings, manuscripts, or books written by Heraclius himself. And then every single one came up with the same thing. So, I mean, it's just it seems very shady. These ancient Greek characters. That's all I'm saying. All the way to Eratosthenes and that kind of thing. It's almost as if they. No, I'm not saying they are made up. I'm just saying maybe a lot of aspects of them are made up. I'm not sure, like of what they would claim to have said and did and that kind of thing. Later on, to push narratives. Who knows what for what reason? But
There's
And you said
a bit
what?
a bit of
You said it's saying which to you? You said the what? The AI said to you that there's no autographs from these men. Is that what it said?
yeah, I wrote, are there any primary writings from? And then I added the name of all the people. I copy pasted the name of all the people, and every single one of them said no. There are no primary writings or any surviving. The things came from people later on that said this person said this and that.
and that alone
Or they
doesn't
say
mean
there's
that
like
they didn't
fragments
exist.
of a poem. They'll say there's like fragments of a poem or something like that that they managed to scrape up. But who knows if that's even true.
And I understand the the skepticism from you, Gregory. Like, why would we just assume or think that just because there isn't any direct evidence that would mean that they didn't exist? That's not the main reason. The when you
No.
really
My
look in,
my point was we don't want to confuse no evidence with our skepticism of the evidence and or there being no autographs. Those are all three different things. That was all my point.
and that's fair, and that's fair. But when you dive into this a bit more, you'll find that a lot of these characters have counterparts in the Dark Ages that could fit the description of these people. So, for example, Platonism, you have no actual direct evidence of Platonism until Neoplatonism. And the person who was accredited with introducing Neoplatonism back to the world, because remember it was forgotten, was a guy called Plotinus. Now, Plotinus fits the description of Plato in a sense that he had a teacher that fitted the description of Aristotle, and he had a student who fit the description of Socrates. Very similar names, but slightly different, with very similar lifestyles. And the more you dig into this, you start noticing a pattern that some of these Greek characters who they're using as sources to justify some of the other Greek characters are copy and paste lifestyles of people who genuinely bought these ideas in, but further down the line. But the claim is being that no, they were rediscovered in the Dark Ages, and actually this original source material is from ancient Greece, and they use these other characters that they've created as verifications when they create their writings to say that he spoke about him and he spoke about him. So they've created a whole network of Greek philosophers and scholars who are all used to verify each other, but none have primary source evidence.
You think Platonism never really was a thing, and that it was a notion contrived by Neoplatonists in the Middle Ages?
No, what I'm telling you is that Platonism was completely lost and forgotten until Plotinus reintroduced it under the term Neoplatonism. There was no Platonism that was that was known of before then. It was forgotten. So it's like a reintroduction of something new that was completely forgotten, but they claim that it was rebirthed or whatever from ancient Greece. But the guy who rebirthed it fits the description of Plato himself, with his teacher and his
Well,
student and some of the writings.
well, the history of Christians refutes that notion alone, because Christians throughout the past 2,000 years have basically subsumed Platonism more or less into their worldview to whatever greater or less degree. So it wouldn't be factual to say that Platonism was forgotten. Even
Yeah,
the
it
Muslims
was.
subsumed aspects of Platonism since the 7th century.
No, it was completely reintroduced by Plotinus, and this was considered completely forgotten. Nobody had writings or was teaching anything near to Platonism. You might argue that yes, we had something similar in Christianity, but
But not like
not
Christians since the
Platonism.
1st century AD were explicitly appealing to Plato. And then before the 1st century, I mean, Platonism was the dominant uh, systematic worldview from the Grecians for since what was it, the 4th century.
Yeah, that's how the story goes, right? That's how the story goes. But the problem you've got is Christianity was very, very different up until Ptolemy created the Septuagint Bible. Um, this Septuagint Bible could have been this was just before a dark age, right? There could be something wrong with the timeline, and it could be that Plato or Plotinus from the Dark Ages actually existed a lot closer to the time of the Greeks, even though we claim him in the Dark Ages, or the Greek time of the Septuagint Bible was a bit closer to the Middle Ages. And there's a lot of evidence for that. There's a lot of evidence that this could all, make sense. That actually this Platonism idea came about with the Septuagint Bible, which is the first Bible.
That doesn't make any sense. The Septuagint predates Ptolemy, and Platonism predates the Septuagint.
Say
Ptolemy
that
is the
again. Sorry.
1st century. That doesn't make any sense. Ptolemy is 1st century BC. The Septuagint began being written in the 3rd century BC, and Platonism began, if I remember correctly, the 4th century BC, or even
Well,
5th century.
Plotinus, the guy who I'm speaking about, is credited to the 3rd century CE. This is the time of, and then the Septuagint was commissioned around the same time. When was the
That's not correct. The Septuagint began in the
Yeah,
3rd century BC.
commissioned? Yeah, so 3rd century BCE. Yeah, so then Plotinus was 3rd century CE. Okay, yeah. So you're right. it was 3 years from Anno Domini each side. Sorry, 3 centuries each side of Anno Domini. So yeah, you're right. The Septuagint came first, but that doesn't mean that they built that off Platonism, and that Platonism actually existed as a standalone philosophy created by this guy called Plato who lived in Greece.
Well, that's my point. The Septuagint isn't the source of Platonism, right?
No, I'm not
Nothing could
saying
be
the
further from the
Septuagint.
truth.
No, I'm saying the source of Platonism is the same source of the Septuagint, which is the scrolls and texts that were taken from the temples by Ptolemy a few years before. Right? So they
Well,
went
like you just learned,
they created
the
the
Septuagint
Septuagint.
predates Plotinus by centuries.
Yeah, that's fine, but there's a problem with the timeline. There is a problem with the timeline, and it wouldn't surprise me if one, these two were closer, but two, just because the Septuagint, even if the Septuagint was a couple of centuries before, doesn't mean that was sourced by a Greek guy called Plato, because they were
That's my point.
creating they were creating the Torah came after the Septuagint, the Quran came after the Septuagint. There
No,
was a lot of
the
new
Torah is
there
the
was a lot
Torah
of
is the source text to make the Septuagint. The
yeah
Septuagint is a Greek translation of the Hebrew scriptures, which includes the Torah. The Torah predates the Septuagint by at least a millennia.
I mean, I want to question you on that because there's lack of primary source evidence. But DJ, what's your thoughts? Are we getting too deep into this? Shall we pull this back, or are you happy for this convo to
Oh,
continue?
I'm enjoying it. Yeah, I mean, it depends on what anyone else. Maybe other people want to get it back to Earth, but I find this interesting personally. And
I mean,
no one's having a go
we're
at
on
you
this.
either, Gregory. We're not having a go at you or
I get
anything
it.
like that. Yeah,
I get it. Yeah.
just
I knew
question
Yeah,
all things,
that was obvious.
and together we can try
Yeah,
to get
that was obvious. That
at
was my
least a few more jigsaw puzzle pieces put together. Of this crazy mess of a jigsaw that we're trying to work out.
yeah. I didn't feel attacked. I mean,
Cool.
so
That's good.
the Septuagint was made in the 2nd century or 3rd century, began in the 3rd century BC. The Torah itself predates the Greek translation thereof and the other Hebrew scriptures by millennia, since the 15th century BC.
yeah. So that's how the story goes. So the story goes that Ptolemy commissioned 72 scholars, because the book was called the LLX 70, but it was actually 72 scholars to read these so-called Hebrew scriptures and convert the scriptures into the Bible, the first Bible, right? That's how the story goes. The problem is we don't have any evidence of Hebrew texts before the Septuagint. Now, in the 40s, we got the Dead Sea Scrolls fiasco, where they told us, oh, look, we found some primary source texts in Hebrew of the Torah. It was called the Pentateuch at that time. The problem is, if you don't buy that archaeological discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls, then you're back to zero. You have no evidence that Hebrew was even used or a working language at that time. So to say that we had the Torah and that we have evidence that that was where the Bible is sourced from is not true, because those scriptures were lost. All we have is the Dead Sea Scrolls now.
Yeah, and those Dead Sea Scrolls, were they not found by a child, or is that just a joke?
Yeah, that's what they said.
Yeah, there we are.
The Dead Sea Scrolls
Some of them weren't
date
even
back to the
in
2nd
jars.
century, right? But besides the Dead Sea Scrolls, you have the Meta Stele, or something stele. Right? There's plenty of evidence that Hebrew was a language and that there was Hebrew text before the 2nd century BC. It's written on
Yeah,
coins, it's written on walls.
the problem you've got is, even if the Dead Sea Scrolls was Hebrew, we had no original Hebrew to confirm what is being said in those texts. So for all we know, they could be
What do you
saying,
mean there was no original Hebrew?
Well, because we've got no original Hebrew,
What does that
when we
mean?
we've got no primary source documents or texts in Hebrew that predate the Greek Septuagint Bible. We got no
But
evidence that
but you have a
Hebrew as a
people who's been
language.
speaking that language for centuries before the second century.
That's how the story goes, dude. But when you go into the history and you look at the the language of Israel at these times and before, it was Aramaic, dude. There was no Hebrew speaking nation. They were trading, they were communicating, everything they were writing themselves was in Aramaic, not Hebrew.
Dude, the Aramaic is from Aram, not the Ibrim.
Well, why
They
would
got
the
Aramaic
why were
from the
why,
Aramites and the Babylonians since the
so what
70-year captivity in the 6th century BC. And the 6th century BC captivity is one of the hallmarks of history that no historian questions unless they're a radical skeptic. Even Bart Ehrman is going to admit this.
your bias just fell out your pocket, dude. Your
That's not a
bias just fell
bias.
out
I
your
just
pocket.
told you
That's how
Bart
the
Ehrman is
story
not even going to
goes.
contend that.
But dude,
That's
that's how
not
the
a
story
bias.
goes.
You're,
That's how the
you're
story
not
goes. But
listening.
when it comes to
You're not listening. You're
primary
not listening
evidence,
to what I'm saying to you. You're letting this slip past
Israel.
you. Bart
But dude,
Ehrman.
you're letting it slip past you
Bart
that
Ehrman. You're
Israel
not letting it. You're not letting this stick.
wasn't writing
Bart
Hebrew.
Ehrman. Bart, dude. Bart,
Israel wasn't
dude.
writing in Hebrew.
Let this stick. Come on, dude. Bart Ehrman, who is not a disciple, is not a professing believer, he's an apostate, is not going to challenge that. The 6th century BC Babylonian captivity is a hallmark of history that informs people of many other historical aspects.
Look, you're quoting a guy that I haven't looked into, so I'd have to look into him. I'm trying to have just a general discussion here with you that there was no Hebrew records being kept, there was no Hebrew literature being circulated, and Israel itself was not operating or keeping records in Hebrew at the
Dude, you're
time.
just repeating the notion after I
The
just
only
said some
evidence,
counter evidence you're not familiar with, right? You're contradicting what unbelieving atheist historians are going to tell you. They're not going to agree with you. Atheist historians are not going to agree with you. This is not it's not an informative reply.
dude, I don't care whether somebody's an atheist or a Christian. I just follow the primary source evidence, and the primary source evidence
But
of
you just said I have a
Hebrew
bias
of a
as
Hebrew.
though
Stop
only people
interrupting.
who
Wait,
have a
wait, wait, wait,
bias.
Gregory, stop interrupting. Right, the
But
primary
no,
source
like, you just said I have
evidence,
a bias.
dude.
He does
Stop
that.
interrupting. I'm trying to respond to what you said. There isn't the primary source Hebrew texts before the Septuagint. There isn't anything. Yeah, and if you read the history, it all got burned. Okay, so you can claim there is, but unless you use the Dead Sea Scrolls, you don't have a document. You don't have anything. There's one parchment, and I think it was written on. Can't remember the material it was written on, and it's supposed to be in Paleo Hebrew. And if somebody knows, and they say it, I'll remember. But the point is that Paleo Hebrew that's supposed to be there, there's no reference or context to be able to translate it to be able to know what it says. That's the
Look, dude,
challenge you have with the Dead Sea Scrolls as well. We don't have any contextual comparison to be able to tell you what that says. So we're just trusting some people know this language, this ancient dead language, with no confirmation of what's being said.
you don't know how to do the historical method. You're whistling past the fact, first and foremost, that the Septuagint is known to be a translation that necessarily entails and presupposes there's another language from which it's being translated, and it's known to be a translation of a Hebrew text. And the
Right.
people
But isn't it
who have been
strange?
transmitting
Isn't
that
it
text, but they then translated it into Greek, is known to be a people by all the nations over there in West Asia and beyond to exist and have spoken in Hebrew. The word that they used at the time was Yahudit or Ivrit. Well, the more primary word was Yahudit.
listen,
And the
you can't
Babylonians, when you ask them, which is modern day Iraq, they know they know that Daniel and his people were captives under Nebuchadnezzar the Great in the 6th century BC. You're not doing history. You're doing a radical skepticism, not understanding the historical critical method.
No, I am. I'm looking at all the sides of it. Like linguistically, it doesn't even make sense because you're talking about a language
How does
with
it not
what
linguistically make sense?
Hebrew. Well, if you shut the fuck up, I'll tell you. You fucking weirdo. Why'd you have to
I
speak
mean,
through
were
me
you going
every
to
time I
explain what
start
that
speaking?
means?
Dude, I would like to if you shut the fuck up. I was literally in the middle of explaining it before you interrupted me, Gregory. I know you're triggered, dude, right? But at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck
Dude, you
about
don't have to
whether
start projecting a
I don't.
narrative about me.
But
Just
dude,
act
but dude,
normal.
you're beginning to become annoying. You act normal, dude, because you can't even let me finish a sentence. You're so triggered. Yeah, you hate this
It's
as a
just a
Christian.
conversation.
You
You don't
hate
have to
this
be that
because
petulant.
yeah, well, dude, stop interrupting me then. I've asked you 4 times. Yeah,
It's
linguistically,
not like I'm trying to
is a
stop you from
far
talking. I'm just conversing
Greek
with you.
Greek is a far advanced language compared to Hebrew.
Can't mute him,
Okay,
Gregory. It causes chaos.
what was that?
He said he'd mute you, and he said earlier no one can mute people. It causes chaos, so he's double standarding again.
I didn't mute anyone, so he's just spouting off a lie to be spiteful.
If you want to
You
mute me,
just
then
threatened to.
I'll just. You don't need to mute me. We'll just stop. I'm not gonna.
I didn't
I'm not
say
gonna
anything
keep
about muting
pushing
anyone.
this. Okay. Well, look, what I was trying
Like
to
he's just
say was
lying.
linguistically, dude, let's get back on track. Linguistically, I think Greek, I can't remember the numbers here, but let's estimate Greek has 10,000 unique words, right? It's not correct, but let's say it is that. In Hebrew, you've got like the equivalents of like 3,000 unique words. Okay? So what you're telling me is they translated from a far less superior language the Septuagint into Greek with I think like I said, the word count, unique word count in the Septuagint could be like 10,000 in comparison to the unique word count in the Hebrew version. You've got a way more descriptive book here, so it's no longer a translation. What you're dealing with, how can this translation have more unique words than its original? That
Dude,
doesn't
number
consistently
one,
follow how a translation would work.
number one, you do not understand how translations work. Dude, number one, why are you even using this rhetoric of superiority and tacitly
He's a
implying
language
inferiority?
expert. I'm pretty sure you know.
What even sense does
You know
that
what,
make? And
Gregory?
number two, wait,
Don't
hang
worry
on.
about it.
Number two, number two, right? It's like, why does the quantity of unique words in a given language make it superior, right? And number three, translation is to convey the meaning of the source text in the target language. How does there being less words prevent that? And number four, it isn't as though you must have. It isn't as though there's even a one-to-one equivalent between any given word of any given language. Every word in every language has a semantic range, at least two or more senses. And then with any translation, it has to be inevitably an idiomatic translation given the context the word is in or the whole body of literature is in. Like no linguist would agree with anything you just said. Not one translator would agree with what you just said.
No, this. I got this from a Greek
Appeal to authority.
linguist. I got this from a Greek linguist who basically was explaining how it's very hard to get a direct to call it a translation when it has more unique words than the original. It becomes a transliteration. It becomes something unique unto itself.
That wouldn't be a transliteration either. Like, there's nothing about
There's
the
interpretation.
target language having
In order
more
to use
words
all these
than.
in order
Oh,
to use these
can I
new
finish?
words, you need to
Can I finish?
interpret.
Can I finish?
I've
Is that
kind of
okay?
got past waiting for you to finish now, Gregory, because your
So you're just gonna
style of
contradict your
communication.
own moral.
You start.
You're
No,
gonna contradict your own ethic.
I'm trying to close the convo actually with you because I'm not really
So you're
interested
trying to
in
make me
trying
not
to.
talk.
No, I'm trying to finish the conversation, Gregory, because you
Well, I
are
mean, you
clearly
can not
triggered.
talk while I talk.
You are clearly triggered
That is
by this,
possible.
and I don't want to trigger you on this. This is not
I'm
fair.
not
Gregory's bad
triggered. You're
faith.
projecting a narrative. I'm not triggered. whatever triggered means.
You
Okay,
are,
so
because
if
I
you
can
don't want
tell
to
by
talk,
the way you respond. You're like
we don't have
ad
to
homming
digress
at
to
the
that. That's
beginning
not
of your
interesting.
responses.
We don't have to digress to that. That's not interesting. So as I was saying,
But why
right
do you do it then?
before,
So why
because
do
I
you do
wasn't
it then?
done.
If it's not interesting,
Because
then why do you do it?
I want to reply. That
So
why else?
why
Because
do
I
you
want
ad
to say the
hom? If
reply.
it's not interesting, then why do you ad hom? Why do you do it?
What ad hominem? As we
why do you
digress from my
seem
reply, like you're
about
pushing a
my
digression from my
approach?
reply. So what ad hominem?
About my approach? Why do you ad hom about my approach if you're not triggered?
But
Why do you
criticizing your
assume
approach is not
why
criticizing
do you
you.
assume my lack of understanding before you've understood fully what I'm saying? Because
Because I
you're triggered.
understand these bases about language from doctors who've done translations, right? So given what I know, given what you said, I know you don't know.
No, the fact that there's more unique words in the Greek than what it was translated from means it's not a translation, Gregory.
Right, again, like that's not an entailment. No linguist, no translator, not one single Bible translator, which is not only professing disciples, right, is going to agree with that. That's not a thing. It isn't as though the target language having more words than the language of the source text, if it just disqualifies it or just annihilates it from being a translation. That's not a thing. Translation is to convey the meaning of the source text in the target language. That's what it is. That doesn't prevent that.
Yeah, well, linguists do disagree.
Yeah, you'll
There
find
are
disagreement
linguists.
in every area of knowledge because there's always factions that try to contrive and push a rhetoric because they are emotionally committed to whatever they're emotionally committed to. But to pretend as though it's only those who are not Bible believers that don't have an emotional commitment to some notion to push whatever they want to believe is just to expose one's bias, to use your own rhetoric.
Not really. If we're finding that actual linguists who this is their field of study, are suggesting that it makes more sense that the Hebrew Bible were influenced by the Greek rather than the other way around, and that there's actual linguistic mechanisms that they look for, and they're fitting that description. This is just a sub point against all the other points that I made earlier that kind of highlight that there wasn't an actual translation from a Hebrew text before the Septuagint. The linguistic elements is just one small part of the bigger picture.
Okay, you're just generally reiterating some general rationale, right? I specifically refuted every one of the points you just said so far. Not one translator, and there's not only Bible believing translators of Bible translations, including translators of the Septuagint, right, and historians translating the Dead Sea Scrolls or the Septuagint. Not one translator is going to agree with you. You can
Yes, they
look at the
will.
work of
Yes, they
Dr. Dan
will.
Wallace. No, they
Yeah.
won't.
Yes,
You
they
can look at
will.
the work of
No, they
Dr.
will.
You
They
can
will. There's something
stop
called.
interrupting me.
There's
Stop
something
blurting through
called.
me.
Yeah,
You
well,
won't allow
because
me to
you're
do
just
that. So why are you
spouting
doing that to
nonsense.
me?
Because you're just doing that insecure fucking defensive
So
shit, dude.
so
There's
you so
something
you're
called
just gonna contradict your own
historical.
ethic.
No, there's something. No, but you're making a claim that isn't true. There is something called historical
So now you get
linguistic
to contradict your own
development.
ethic because you disagree.
Gregory does this all the time, by the way, and now he's claiming you do it.
Yeah, but you know what? I've got to the point where I'm not respecting and waiting for him anymore. I'm just going to respond as I feel, because there is a thing called historic
So he's not gonna
linguistic
critically consider my
development,
replies. You just heard
and
him.
Gregory
he's
earlier said
talking
about
through
You
it.
just heard
interrupting,
him.
and he just did it
He's
again.
talking
So
through
he's
it.
just gonna
Yeah,
blurt what he believes at
but he's
me and not
talking
critically
through it
consider my
because
replies.
he's
You just
trying to
heard him.
claim that Gregory, you're trying to
You
claim
just heard
that
him. Live stream if you're listening.
Gregory,
You just heard him.
Gregory,
Glass
you're trying
houses.
to
I
claim
don't talk like that.
Gregory, you're trying to
I did.
claim
If I had said I'm not
Gregory.
gonna
I'm just
actually
going to mute
critically
you.
consider
I'm
Ruth's
just going to have to
replies,
mute you. I'm just going to have to mute you,
right?
dude. If this is how it's going to be, I'm just going to have to mute you.
No, go
Right?
ahead,
Or you can
finish. I mean,
sit
you just
and
said it,
listen to
but go
my
ahead,
response.
finish.
Yeah. Then you should
I don't have
listen
to
to my
listen, but
response.
you don't
Sorry,
have to listen,
guys,
but I
I'm
have to
going to
listen.
jump
Yeah.
in at the moment, yeah, because I think that this discussion is off topic anyway for the room.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
let's move it on to something else, eh?
Good shout, AJ.
I hope in the future you don't do that, right? Because when we try to talk about the subject of the channel,
To
and you
drop
just say
it.
to the other guy we're trying to talk to, I'm not going to listen to you. I'm just going to keep waiting for you to.
Yeah, put a sock in it, Gregory.
Bro doesn't understand. It's okay.
Yeah, just to smooth things over, ladies and gentlemen, both of these characters are very important assets to the community.
That would be Roots and Gregory, both very intellectual. It did get a little bit fiery there, but their community worth and standing hasn't dropped a single degree in my eyes. It's sometimes we do clash, but it's not to be taken in any other way but just a slight disagreement, and it does happen. Okay, two very, very learned men just had it there, and it was interesting. Thank you very much.
Anyway, how are you, Roots?
Yeah, I'm all good, mate. I'm all good. I do apologise. I did kind of get the feeling that it was going to end in this sort of way, so I should have restrained a bit. But yeah, no, all good over here, dude.
Oh, good.
Can't complain.
So did Aristophanes live or not?
No bloody primary source evidence, mate. I'm going to stand by that one. I'm not dropping that one.
Yeah, I think DJ had a good video, and I was looking for it frantically as you were speaking. I couldn't find it. It was with Aristophanes and how a man by that name didn't even live. That was a good video. Maybe DJ's got it. He can send it to me again. I can't seem to find it. Bloody idiot! I must have.
I want to behave in a way that
go ahead.
in a way that's acceptable to the mods. So that's why I'm asking, why was I muted just then? I want to understand so I don't behave in a way that's not acceptable.
I muted you, Gregory, because AJ stepped in and said drop it, and you immediately picked it back up. So I unmuted you.
I did, but I didn't.
I unmuted you just because it was a short-term mute to just stop you from doing what the mod just asked you not to do. Now you're free
But
to
I
speak.
didn't.
If you keep this up, I'm gonna have to mute you again.
But you did.
Just drop it
Okay,
now.
like I'm trying to reply, so I didn't do that. I moved on to a different subject.
Yeah, so I've muted you this time. Alright, so just stay on mute for a while, dude. You literally tried to get a final jab in after AJ tried to drop it. Right, so just stay on. I just told you why. I just told you why, and now you're trying to drag it back up again.
But Gregory,
I'll mute you, Gregory. Can we just move forward from this whole thing? Like, just forget it.
Yeah.
Move forward.
I'm happy to
that
move
cool?
on, DJ. I just want to give Gregory an offer. Gregory, if you want to come to my server now, my history server, and finish the discussion because you want to finish it now, I'm happy to drop out and we can go over there and discuss it. Because I'm not running away, but I'm trying to respect the channel. So if you do want to continue, we can continue in another server.
The Earth is flat? Really? How do you know? Huh? How do you know? Huh?
Well, we've tried to measure the curvature of the Earth. You know, that ball Earth that you believe you live on, that doesn't exist. That curvature that's meant to be there. We've tried to measure that and found the horizontal constant constantly in our faces.
Yeah, but
okay.
but what if you mean that it's a big shape? It's not a sphere. It's like a circle, and well, technically circles are two-dimensional in this case. So you can sit on the edge of the circle and you'll have curvature.
Look, if you're being given, let's just answer this question. If our educators gave us the numbers 3,959 mile radius, circumference 24,901 miles, should we not be able to confirm those numbers? Should we not be able to confirm them? Yes or
Yeah,
no?
but it should have an edge. Okay,
No, you're
so
not answering the question here at the moment. Should we not be able to validate the numbers they gave us? That's a yes or no at the moment. Can we? Yes or no?
I don't think. I don't know. Maybe I
See,
don't
you
have
don't
the
know.
knowledge to
Okay,
answer
hold
this
on
question.
right there, please. The fact that you
Yes.
don't know doesn't give you the right to say that we're wrong. You don't know.
Well, I'm not
and
saying
yet,
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying
okay.
I'm talking about the edge.
Well, what edge? What edge now?
I mean,
See?
you can always go to
Excuse me, what edge are you referring to?
He thinks
What
it's
edge?
a disk in space. You need to
I
tell
know.
Yeah,
it's not
like
a disk in
space.
Well, that's not what we are. That's not the Flat Earthers' position. That's a straw man from the Flat Earth Society and other idiots
Okay,
like that.
Okay,
But
what's
you
on
see,
the
hang
other
on.
side?
Hello.
What's on the
I've
other
just
side?
told you. You're not listening. I've just told you that that's not our position. Okay. I also said to you that we actually tried to measure and confirm, validate the curvature of the Earth. We were totally unsuccessful in doing that. We found the flat Earth. Okay. That's what we've
Yeah,
done.
but if you go one way, if you go one way
Okay.
and straight
Okay.
line, you're gonna
Okay.
come back to the place where you started. No.
That can happen in your neighborhood where you live. You go out of your house, you go to the clothing shop, you get some new clothes. You go to the food shop, supermarket, DIY store, stop up at the convenience store, and then you're back at your house. Is that a sphere? You see? Okay, just going around in a
That's not
circle.
what I'm saying. No, that doesn't make sense. No, I'm saying
Optional.
going one way, only one way.
In one direction, yeah.
He's
One
Okay, but
direction,
you're still.
exactly.
compass, Jin. He's talking
Excuse me.
about using a compass.
Yeah, he's using the compass, but he's still going to go around in a circle. You see, the only way you could go in one direction is to hold a heading and then not turn left or right and go straight.
I can use you know those things you play with your cat, a laser pointer. Yeah, I can use a laser pointer to go straight
Yeah, it will
one way.
not bend. It will not bend and come back on itself. That will not do that at all. You see, this is what I mean.
Exactly.
You
So
don't.
if I go one way,
Hold on.
I'm gonna go forever one way.
What again? It's not our position. We're not saying that. You're bringing things in that it's not flat Earth related at all. Okay, you don't know the model again. Another character, ladies
Yeah,
and
but
gentlemen.
I mean, let me ask you something. A piece of paper, okay? A piece of
Okay.
paper is flat, okay?
Yes. Yeah.
A sheet of paper, okay?
Yes.
So we're basically right now we're living on one side of the paper.
Right.
Is that correct?
No, ladies and gentlemen, when we say the Earth is flat, what we mean by this is that we're not able to measure the curvature. Now, what we're saying to you is that, of course, there's going to be the mountains are there, the valleys, the lakes,
Yeah,
the
but
rivers, the streams, the ponds.
Let him
You're
finish.
interrupting me.
Let's
You're
go back to
interrupting.
the sheet of
Let him
paper.
You're
finish.
interrupting me. I'm going to finish what I'm going to say. Thank you.
Hold on,
Right?
can I just speak it as a mod? If you're going to interrupt him, we're going to have to mute you till he finishes, and we don't want to do that optional. So just let him finish. Go ahead, Jin.
Okay.
Right, thank you very much. So when we say the Earth is flat, we do acknowledge that there are mountains, valleys, lakes, rivers, ponds, oceans, streams. Now that whole shebang is not curving at the rate it's supposed to be, which is 8 inches per mile squared, which would go on to make a radius of 3,959 miles, and then continuing on to make a circumference of that ball of 24,901 miles. We're not finding that curvature anywhere. Okay, that's why we say flat Earth. Now, with the sheet of paper, actually, ladies and gentlemen, if you put that sheet of paper under a microscope, you will find it very bumpy and uneven and rough. All the fibers are not level, actually. Thank you.
Like the mountains.
Okay, do you have anything else that's going to lead you to conclude that you're not on a ball because you're not going in the right direction
That's
at the
what I
moment?
wanted to ask. You didn't answer my question. Like with the sheet of paper, it has two faces. Like it has two
Yeah,
parts.
we do not
Okay?
know. Okay, here we go. We're not
What's on
living on a
the
ball Earth.
yeah?
Okay,
What's on the
A
other
sheet of
side?
paper. We're not living on a
Yeah.
sheet of paper, my friend. This is
That's
what he's
right.
trying to tell you. What he's trying to explain, and you really, please hear me here now. We're not making a claim to the shape of the Earth.
Thank you.
People get confused because people think that flat is a shape. Flat is a description of the surface, and most of the Earth is water. So what Jin's trying to tell you is that we are empirically measuring the surface to be not curving, i.e., the flat water is the base orientation of this world, and there's no measurement you can show to contradict that.
Yeah.
No direct measurement you can show.
Okay. Thank you very much, Roots. That's it. That's exactly it. And for the young man, he would need to measure the surface of the Earth so he can know whether or not he's on a ball. He hasn't done that yet. You see, that's the problem.
To be fair,
the
no one in
International
here has
Space
explained to him how
Station?
to do that.
I will get there in a minute. I'm going to get there. I'm going to
Sorry.
get there. Don't worry.
Also, we need to, when the Glober asks a question, we need to let him finish the whole thing out because there are new listeners. Even if we can deduce exactly where he's going, and we often can, right? We know what they're going to ask before they ask it. So we just let
Yeah.
him finish when he asks his questions, and then we answer. Thank you.
I thought he
Go
did,
ahead,
but
optional. Go ahead, optional.
Well, that, my analogy with the sheet of paper, it doesn't make, like, you guys are saying that it's flat, but how do if you go one way, you're gonna end up coming back from where you went, like, for the
Again,
point,
you're
from
speaking in a confusing. You're
you're gonna
speaking in
get back to the point where you started from, and
we can
I
actually,
explain
who
that.
understand
is saying
that.
that? Oh, here we go. Look.
I understand
God
that, but
almighty.
it doesn't make sense. Like, if
We can
it's like
explain that, dude.
if it's like a sheet of paper, we go on the other side of the paper when we're
Why
folding
would we go
around
on
it.
the other side of the paper? Hold on a second. You see, you're putting things forward. That's not our position. We don't make that claim.
I'm trying to
No,
picture
he's
in your mind, your a
No,
sheet
we
of
live on.
paper.
Look, I think you're not understanding us here. We're telling you that we're not living on a ball because the Earth's curvature cannot be measured. That's it. Whatever you're putting forward now is not coming from our side. That's not our position. You're talking about things we don't put down. Do you understand?
optional. It seems that you're confused about the fact that if you travel east and west using the compass, that you'll make a circle. Okay, is that where your confusion is when you say you can travel in one direction and go back to your original position? Is that what you're highlighting?
I wasn't, that's why I used the laser pointer analogy. Like, you don't need
Straight line.
the magnetical energy to travel in a straight line. You can just use a laser because it's gonna be straight. So you just go
Right.
straight by using the laser.
Great, but if you do that and go straight by using the laser, you don't end up in the same position.
That's right.
Why
You're
not?
going in a straight line and just keep going like that. But you don't go on forever. No one's making
Forever?
that claim. Yeah.
If you go in a straight line using a laser pointer, that's called a true direction, right?
Yeah.
As
Yeah.
opposed to using a compass, which would be a cardinal direction. Cardinal directions are fully explained on a flat Earth. If you're claiming that we can use a true direction and end up where we started, I would say you need to prove that because there's no evidence of that. What evidence we have is if you go in a straight line, if you started, let's say, south near the equator and you start going in a straight line using a laser pointer, you will then eventually start, instead of being east or west, you will start deviating to the south. Eventually, you will start via the compass. The compass will tell you you are now eventually headed south. And that's the evidence. In the real world, you'd have to show other evidence to show us otherwise if you're claiming that.
Mhm.
Because in reality, a true direction doesn't follow a circle. It will take you further and further away from the magnetic center.
Yeah. And
That's what
from
we
the point that
experience.
you're at, it'll be just a straight line away from your last known location, heading in one direction, not circular. Because in order to come back to the same point, you would have to go in a circle. And a straight laser beam line just takes you in one direction, straight, no curving.
But it doesn't have to be a circle because, like you explained, like with a sheet of paper, if you put it under the microscope, the edge, it's also flat. So you will go for a plane, then you go through the edge, you travel the edge, then you go to the other side of the sheet of paper, then you get again to the edge, you go to the side of the paper, and
Yeah, he's just humming in on the edge. He's
Yeah,
not really contributing it. You're
there's no
confused.
edge. There's
Yeah.
no edge that we're claiming, my friend. So what we have in the known world is we have a continent they call Antarctica, which is supposed to be at the bottom of a ball. If you head south, if you use your straight line laser pointer navigation and you head in a straight line long enough, eventually you'll be headed south. What do you get when you get to the edge of the water? Yeah, as far as the water will take you, you're going to reach what they call Antarctica. Okay, so what is Antarctica? Is it a continent at the bottom of a ball? Well, it can't be. It can't be because we're not measuring the curvature or the motion. There's no evidence we're on a ball, right? So what do we experience? We experience the higher elevation of this place that we call Antarctica, and that's where the
I'll go
water
now.
ends.
I'm sorry.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, somebody's calling.
Apologies, Jin.
No worries. It's always welcomed. It's cool. Excellent. So he wasn't really getting it, was he? You know, he's bringing straight lines, and we're ending up where we go with a pointer. Or do we go on forever? Who said that? Sheet of paper. We don't live on a sheet of paper. So they're coming in with all kinds of nonsense, ladies and gentlemen, and we've got to sift through that and overcome the little bit of language barrier and try to get them to understand. And I was going to get there with him and then take him through how we're measuring this lack of curvature. But they don't know their model. Yeah. That's the problem. They just don't know their model.
That's it. To say that you can go in a straight line using a laser pointer and make a circle is just incorrect. You know, it is just incorrect.
Now, yeah, and now we don't know if he's trolling here. What that's the other thing. It could be just trolling, trying to get us triggered and get onto some other railroad. Kept homing in on the edge. Yeah.
DJ called it straight away. He's like, he thinks we're a disc in space. Sort him out.
Yeah. I knew that as well. But it's good to let them get to it. See, and you confront them, and then you can say, well, that's not our position. You see, that's from, and I said to him, it's from the Flat Earth Research Society. It's not us. And what they seem to just disregard and forget and ignore that they themselves haven't done any investigation. Oh, amazing.
Investigation. I'll be ridiculed if I do investigation.
Yeah. They don't know their model at all. And you explained it to him nicely, but he still didn't get it. Still didn't get it.
There's a block. I've
Takes
noticed
a
with a
few
lot of the
goes
guys.
though.
Yeah, I call them skipper step earthers. It's my little thing that I'm trying to coin, skipper step.
Yeah.
Because
I've heard it.
yeah. So because they come to their conclusions and they don't need to fulfill all the steps. When you start explaining there's a problem with one of the steps, well, they're not aware. They skipped that step, right?
Yeah,
So you're
exactly.
talking about something that they're not interested in whatsoever. Do you know what I mean? They don't realize how important it is to the conclusion.
Yeah, they'll just skip over that one. Exactly. And move to the next one. Yeah. That's exactly what they do.
Skipper step earthers. They're not even globers, dude.
Step.
Like that guy's not a glober. He's a skipper step earther. He's
Yes,
like,
he's a skipper
whatever
step
sounds the
earther.
most convenient, to his little worldview.
Yeah. Trying to get in there. Yeah, we've had a lot of that into them. We welcome them anyway. It's good because again, the listeners get to learn. But yeah, today they've learned that they don't know their model, and then they're accusing us of being wrong to the extreme point where we're denying science, etc. You don't like Richard Dawkins, you don't like Stephen Hawkins, and would you know about Fauci and all this coming out of one guy? He's getting that was earlier on today, just before you came in, about an hour.
I had a guy trying to tell me how great Bill Gates was yesterday.
Oh yeah. I heard that.
Like he's some sort of doctor or medical professional.
I know what's going on. Today we had someone bigging up Elon Musk today.
Yeah.
Right. Again earlier on. Yeah. And then we had I call him Brian Day. I'm talking about Brenda. Brian Day. Yeah, he came in, right? And you know what he said? He said that if you had a friend go round the corner, just walk round the corner, refraction can bring him back, and you could see him from your position. He said that today.
He has to say that, yeah. He has to.
Yeah, a friend goes round the corner. He drives around the corner. Boom, he's gone round the corner now. But yet refraction can bring him back. It's madness. Yeah. You know, because he was saying that the 28-mile laser beam was due to refraction. And then I've quoted DJ, because he brought that to my attention, in that we don't have images of lights bending downwards following curvature of Earth. Bending upwards, yeah, I've seen that myself, but not bending downwards, you see. And I try to put that across to the listeners, of course, and to the people arguing over the laser beam tests. And in comes Brinder with an insult. Well, Jin is the dumbest person on the internet, blah, blah, blah. You know, and he's absolutely wrong. And then, yeah, I didn't shout at him or anything. I just said, look, my statement still stands.
He tends to come in, throw a few grenades, and then get kicked or muted. It's like, I think he enjoys the idea
attention.
of
The attention.
Getting kicked or getting muted so that he can claim victory and leave. That's his little. I think that's his little game. To be honest, pretty sad.
Muted him. No one kicked him. He left because he just wasn't going anywhere. And he made that stupid statement, yeah, that you can walk around the corner, you know, in your town where you live, right, and your friend will reappear because of refraction.
Wally,
Come
what
on.
a Wally! That's so dumb.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
dumbest thing I've heard him say.
Right, there you are. Yeah, yeah. He talked himself
Wally.
into trouble. Because I said to him that if we're hitting targets, ladies and gentlemen, we're hitting targets 28 miles now, and someone shouts at refraction, then it's for this individual who shouted at refraction to prove it's refracting. We don't have to prove that. We're hitting the target. So we don't have to make a proof of refraction, because it's not. And he would have to account for the refraction right across 28 miles. How is he going to do that when the air we breathe and the air that the laser beam's going through is constantly changing by the second, by the minute? How are you going to account for that? How? You can't pin that down.
Jin, I think you'll find we have standard atmospheric models we can use for that, Jin.
You know, yes, special acetates that you bring in and pin to your computer screen. Yeah, thanks. So it's just ridiculous, ladies and gentlemen. We're hitting the target 28 miles. Welcome to Flat Earth. Thank you. Yeah, I like to take my time with them and, get a concession here and there and then deliver our proof. I used to deliver the proof first off, but then I got told off by our group, the community. No, don't give them the information straight away. Do you remember that back in the day? We weren't allowed to just give them how we're measuring just straight off the bat. Got to let them work for it.
That was the golden days, mate. The wig snatching days, yeah? They were the great days. Where
That's
the
right.
Globers,
Yeah.
it was a time period. I was reminiscing about this yesterday. I was saying that little period where the Globers were claiming the geometric horizon, then the Black Swan came out, and they couldn't claim the geometric horizon anymore. That was chaos for the Globers. They were
It
red
was.
alert. They didn't know what to do. Everyone was saying different stuff. That's when we were having fun. It was just fun to hit them with the wig snatching approach.
Yep. That's right. Let them talk themselves into trouble, Jim. You're giving them too much too soon.
The good old days.
Yep. Yeah.
That was when it was fun to speak to the anti-flatties. Now it's just like, yeah, they've just got to a place now where they know how to play the forever debated game. This will forever be debated, and they want to just keep it there.
Yes, that's right. But we're not allowing them to do that now.
It's over.
Because, we fine-tuned our game, and now it's just, we're winning, and even I keep mentioning it, these challenges that have been put out there where you can win 20,000 in one place, 15,000 in another, and it's still there waiting. You have to ask, where are the educators who are teaching that the Earth is a globe on a daily basis. Why haven't they picked up the challenge and taken the money? And if they don't need the money, they can donate it to a charity. I mean, come on. What is going on here, ladies and gentlemen? How can it be that, the challenges are still there? So clearly the Earth isn't a globe. They're not able to prove it. Doesn't prove flat Earth, but it definitely means that the globe cannot be proven. So therefore, how do you know you're on a globe?
They don't. They just pretend they do.
Yeah, nobody knows. Nobody knows they're living on a globe. Yeah, so the flat earthers have done a good job. I'll tell you, Samuel Rowbotham and what's his name, Charles Johnson, right? These two characters will be, they'll be very proud of what this generation of flat earthers has achieved. Okay, because we've shut it down. It was when the Black Swan came out. That was the death knell for the globe. Anyway, it was dead before that. It was dead at Samuel Rowbotham. He won a court case anyway. But this generation, yeah, totally smashed it out of the ballpark. That thing's gone. It's dead. Dead in the flat earth water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of young people on TikTok and X going live, debating. Some real powerhouses out there. Yeah, there's some idiots as well, but there's some real good young men out there, man. Just spreading
Yeah.
good information.
Great. That's what we want. That was our target, is to get the young, because they're the ones that are going to then feed that back to the next generation, and that's what we want. That's exactly what we want. So we're scrubbing away the bad education. Do you know what I mean? And that's good. And it's going to get to a point where the kids are going to be going to school and saying, "No, I don't want to learn about the heliocentric model, miss. We're on a flat Earth, and I don't want to learn about that. That's pseudoscience." I'm not interested. That'd be nice, wouldn't it, if you could say that to your teachers?
I was going to teach my son to educate his teacher about the difference between a soft and a hard science, because they came back and told him that all these different subjects were science. They tried to say archaeology was science recently.
Oh.
And I was like, look, you need to go back and you need to explain to her that it's a soft science and that she should make that clear. And then I said, hold on, don't bother. Just don't bother, mate. Just be aware that that's a soft science and that there's a difference. I thought, I don't want to put a target on his back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. Whereas my kids, I told them to ask the teacher, how did they measure the curvature of the Earth? And I told them they're not going to be able to do it because they've never done it. Okay, so they're going to say they've never done it. Then when they say that, then you ask them, how do they then know they're on a globe then? And the answer should be they don't know. Okay, then we don't know we're on a globe. There you are. So why are you teaching it then? Huh? And whenever there was a parents' observation day, most of the 99% of the parents are wearing a suit. Jin comes in with flat earth t-shirts, camouflage trousers, and boots. Yeah. Welcome to the flat earth truth, people.
I love that. That's awesome, dude.
Yeah. Big fuck off map on my chest. Dare to research flat earth.
I bet your son walked in with his chest out, with it next to his dad. Like, yeah, this is my dad.
Exactly.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And then on a sports meet, the teachers were asking me, "What do you feed your children?" Because they were blitzing all the 100 meters, 200 meters, all the athletics. They were killing it, right? So they asked me, "What do you feed your children?" I said, "You know what? Hang on a second, right? Boys, tell them what you don't eat. Remember? Yeah, tell them what you don't eat. Oh, we don't drink milk." I said, "Did you hear what he said there? They don't drink milk, right? And look how big they are. Okay." So I was trying to say to them that milk isn't the way. Side, and they said, "Wow, they're very powerful." I said, "Yeah." Yeah, they were winning.
You're breaking
Really
you're breaking up, Jin, quite badly. No, we've lost you. I can see you lighting up, but we can't hear you.
Kind of a figure. And
Oh, you're coming back.
you
Did you hear me, Jin?
okay?
We haven't been able to hear
Yeah,
you for the
I
last
can
3
hear you
minutes.
now. Yeah, yeah, I can
Yeah, I
hear.
can
I
hear
was
you now.
just saying that my third son is like Usain Bolt, and he does a 200 and 100 meter blitz and kills everyone.
Nice. So is he?
Yeah,
Does he do track then? Is he in a team?
yeah, yeah. He's doing track and field. He's at a university where he's learning economics and accountancy and that. Okay, and then they have an athletic team, of course, and he's tops. He can even dunk the basketball in the basket as well. Because that's the first member of my family that can do that, dunking the
Nice.
basket. You know, yeah.
Yes, bro. What's their diet then?
Oh, it's Japanese diet, of course, and then mix of African with a European flavor. So so they eat all the sashimi the way I do it, raw, and then they have the ramen soups, chicken and vegetable ramens that I make, and then shepherd's pie comes in now and again. Roast chicken now and again I do that for them, or if I don't do it, I buy it from Costco. We eat that with lots of vegetables, seafood galore.
Yeah.
So yeah, and lots of water.
Yeah.
Main drink, yeah.
Nice. Keep it up, man.
Yeah, and you know what? What my third son, the one who's the athlete, because the other, my second son, he's black belt in judo. Okay, so he loves judo. The oldest one is a football crazy. He's watching the World Cup now, and the youngest one is at a baseball academy school. Okay, so he loves baseball. Now the third eldest son, yeah, he's got a scale and he weighs all the food before he cooks it. He's that fanatical. Okay. He's got a digital scale. He's watching the calories and the grams and everything when he's cooking. Yeah.
Sounds disciplined. I wish I had that
Yeah.
discipline.
Yeah. Yeah. He's that disciplined, man. I see the other guy didn't come back after that phone call. Interesting chime, though.
I know the timings. The timings are hard to believe sometimes. Some of these phone calls, right?
Yeah.
Just as you make a grand point. Oh, sorry, I've got a call. Gotta go.
I noticed that. Yeah. Yeah. And someone was saying the earth can't be flat because the sky wouldn't be blue. Matrix had
Wow.
a field day with that and had a big laugh at that one.
Wow. That's a new
Yeah.
one. I heard
Yeah.
that one before.
I said the color of the sky has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. How do you make that connection? And then, Matrix tore him a new one.
I think we need a topic. We should put the topic of the room. What reasons are there why the Earth couldn't be flat? I feel like that would bring in a few
Yeah,
people.
yeah, yeah. That's a good title, actually. Yes.
What reasons do we have why the world couldn't be flat?
Yeah.
I think that
Yeah.
like a bait.
Yeah. Exactly. Clickbait and that. Yeah. Why is the earth not flat? And how do you know that?
That's all right. Thank you.
Yeah, that'd be a good title. Yeah. Watch how they come in now.
Yeah.
Stand by, buckle up, because when they come in, and they usually come in from the Asians, India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and they come in fire hot, we're completely wrong. You should not be a teacher, they were saying earlier on. You should not be a teacher.
You place
You
your
don't.
bets now. Place your bets now. How many people are going to say gravity? How many people are going to say the compass? You know, I
Okay.
think we've only got 3 or 4 subjects that they're going to come with. I think.
Yeah.
That was funny. I heard that guy before. He was talking. He was saying, "I love who was it? Who was the guy, Jin? He was
Oh
talking
yeah, yeah.
Richard
He was
Dawkins.
talking
I
about
love Richard
Stephen
Dawkins."
Hawkins and Richard Hawkins. Yeah,
Yeah. I was listening
you
on
gotta laugh,
YouTube.
haven't
I was making dinner. I was pissing myself laughing.
you? Yeah. It was
Yeah.
really funny. I said,
Uh,
I said, I hate Richard Hawkins with a venom, and it sent him.
yeah, yeah.
It triggered him
I
completely.
love him. I love him.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah, I said, and by the way, we are for the last 2 months, literally, for the last 2 months, I've been teaching the students about psychological manipulation, because it's very important how they trigger, teach us about the globe, but it doesn't exist. And the method they use, it's called in Japanese Shinri Sosa. Shinri Gaku means psychology, and Shinri Sosa means psychological manipulation. Okay, this has been a 2-month course that I've been doing. Okay, and Richard Hawkins is the guy in the classroom, right, in England, and we're teaching Darwinism as a fact when it's not, and here we are. Yeah, so it was just perfectly timed.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking that because I was thinking, as far as I know, he doesn't teach anything about the globe. He teaches atheism and Darwinism, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Or he argues against Christianity. You could
He
just say
certainly
that.
does. Yeah, he
Yeah.
certainly does. Yeah, yeah. And he called God like a monogenistic and whatever. So many superlatives. It was unbelievable. From Richard Dawkins.
Dawkins, yeah.
Yeah, he hates God. A megalomaniac and so forth and so forth. And I thought, how could you say that about the creator?
Even his own community turned on Richard Dawkins after like his 3rd book. People were like, "Yeah, this is a bit like hate speech and less scientific." You know, it just became
Exactly.
personal, didn't it? After a bit.
Yeah, it was extreme, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a I think something must have happened to him, and he blames God instead of someone else, right?
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
feeling I got. How
Yeah.
could you hate God with such a venomous to make such a long, negative, anti-God statement? He goes, "Let me just get this ready," and then he went on a rant on how God was this, and this, and this, and this, and he's this, and he's this, and then he finishes with megalomaniac at the end. You think, wow, really? Crazy. Yeah, and he states that Darwinism is a fact because we have all the scientific evidence.
Yeah, I'd like to see that someday.
Yeah, you know what I'll do? I'll post that documentary that I've been watching. It's what I'm using for my material education for the students. I'll post it in there. It's called Darwin. Darwin in the classroom, or Dawkins in the classroom. I'll get it now. Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah, we have we have Darwinism because this bird has a longer beak. What?
Yeah.
This is your answer to how life started? There's a bird on an island that's the same bird 1,000 miles away. It's got a longer beak. Come on, dude.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You know, you cringe when you hear him speak about it like this.
There's no scientific evidence.
No. He went through how we were. One kid asked, "How did we become human?" and that, right? The evolution bit, and he spoke about it from some kind of soup, kind of self-replicating liquid thing, to a fish that's walking on the earth, and so on. And he described it like that all the way through. I thought,
Yeah,
wow,
and
man.
the fish had gills, and then because it went on the land, and then it got lungs. Yeah. Well, how did it get in between that, right? So it came out and it had gills and it fucking died. Like, how did what it lived for 1,000,000 years and grew lungs? How does that work?
Yeah, this is it. You
Hmm.
see.
Yeah,
it's just
it doesn't make any sense. There is no evidence that a mutation can improve the
Yeah.
effectiveness of an animal. Yet they want us to believe that random mutations have been improving us throughout millennia of time, millions of years, but actually we don't have any evidence that that's possible. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, because mutations get bred out, right? So
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
usually a loss of information, not a gain of information.
That's right.
ISIS.
What?
What was that?
I pledge my allegiance to ISIS.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah. Alhamdulillah.
Yay.
Welcome to the Flat Earth Discord, 24/7 Flat Earth Truth.
Who wanna
Welcome.
go with me and fight? Let me know.
Well, we've
Nah,
got a
mate.
child. We've got a
Jesus
child in the room.
Jesus is king, brother.
I know
Jesus
all
is
y'all
king.
niggas have ass lives and nothing to do, bro. Let's just go fight.
What are you
I'll
talking
be
about?
fighting against you.
Bro,
Most
all
of
you
us are
niggas
working
do
now,
with your
dude.
fat ass is sit on Discord and just talk shit, bro. How about we go fight and shit?
That's a wild accusation. Maybe you're unemployed with nothing to do, but the rest of us have got
Yeah, I
jobs.
agree. That's why I'm going, bro.
We're
It's
working.
8:30 at night here, so
The
I'm
rest
about
of
to
us
go
are
to bed.
working.
I'm just trying to find people to take with me and shit.
Listen, you
Why don't
degenerate
go and get
guy.
Muhammad.
The flat earthers
Bro,
are
Muhammad will go with
educated
you.
working people,
we're
yeah?
gonna,
You need to
bro,
get
we're
that
gonna
right.
finish Israel, bro. We're gonna kill Jews and shit. Y'all don't want that.
If you speak about that again, we have to mute you, dude. I'm sorry, you can't
Oh,
just come in and say that
my fault.
nonsense.
Are you a Jew by any chance?
No, but we need the channel. We don't want it blocked. We don't want it banned. And
Gregory
we're
is.
streaming on YouTube.
Oh.
So you can't say that kind of thing.
Oh, y'all right. My fault. But if anybody trying to go,
That's
bro,
cool.
let me know, bro. DM me,
Yeah.
Gregory is
Strudel.
one though.
No,
You said
Strudel,
what?
you don't want to be doing that, Strudel.
Gregory
You
is.
might get banned if you keep doing that. Shut up.
You can talk to him.
Somebody
Strudel
just
here.
DM me,
Strudel's still here. Why
Yeah,
Strudel
being a
still here?
nuisance.
I was listening.
bro.
No,
Bro,
you're
Park up. Did
insulting.
you get a doona and a pillow and just park up and say, I'm gonna just sit in Flat Earth channel for 3 days?
we're
3
gonna
days.
die on the battlefield. Think about that.
I've
Yes,
been in
that's
here since like
Like
I've been here
imagine
for
bleeding
a
out in
fair
fucking
bit
desert
of
or some
hours.
shit.
Not a day.
Bro, modern men are just ass, bro. Like just pussies, bro. But not me though. I'm about to.
Shut up.
Sounds like you're mumbling,
Just
dude.
mute the guy. He's not.
Speak with your
This is not
chest.
good. Terrible audio.
I'm gonna do something. Yeah. Sounds like fucking Boomhauer off King of the Hill.
He probably weighs 120 pounds.
Probably.
He sounded
Okay, I
like
posted.
16.
Yeah, I posted that Richard Dawkins. It's in the side chat. Really good. You're going. If you do watch it, you will find that the students they are religious. They're pushing back against Dawkins. Okay, they do push back a little bit. I won't spoil it, but it's worth a watch. I'm using it to show how psychological manipulation goes on in the schools in Britain when you have someone like Mr. Richard Dawkins in the classroom pushing Darwinism. Okay, so there you are. Japanese schools' lesson styles are beginning to change, and they're starting to encourage this discussion and debates in the classroom, which is not happening. It wasn't happening when I first arrived in 1999, but they seem to be getting there slowly now. Right, so that's a good thing, I would have to say.
It's time limited evolution. I truly think they're going to replace it, natural selection, with something new, something more rooted in epigenetics, because it just goes against natural science so much that it just can't hold up.
Yeah, I don't know how
Hold
it's
up.
held up this long. Yeah, it's true.
Whereas epigenetics, that's very real. Do you know what I mean? The idea that the environment is impressing on you and
Yeah.
you're coding your DNA through the environment, that's very real. But people get that confused and think that's evolution, right? I think there will be a distinction and there will be some sort of change. I just don't know how
Yeah.
it's going to come.
It's going to come from the generation who are now on the TikTok. They're the ones that are going to bring that forward, you see, because they know the Earth's flat and that, and then they may become teachers, and they're the one that's going to push it. Yeah.
Forgive me for my skepticism,
Wouldn't
but
that
if
be manipulation as well, though? Indoctrination, like you said, Richard Dawkins did, because said that they're going to push it on the kids.
Everything's going to be fact based, though. It's not going to be theoretical.
I
It's
know,
going to
but
be real.
Facts are based on current science, right?
Again,
that
it will
changes.
not
That's
be.
always changed.
There's a lot of pseudoscience out there currently. If it's going to be anyone from the flat Earth community educating, it's going to be fact based. If it's theory, they're going to say this is theory. You don't have to take it as anything, because we can't prove anything here. So really, it's of no use.
It's the same logic of like alchemy. That was supposedly
of
fact-based
no
at
use.
the time, but then it was no use. Yeah.
Yeah, it's of no use now. So that's what's going to happen. We're already there. We, the flat earthers, are already there. We will tell you that the theories that these cosmologists are giving you are of no use. It's a cup with a hole in it. You're not going to have a cup of tea, for sure. So sorry, Roots, you were going to say something.
Oh, I was going to say, I was just going to say, forgive me for being skeptical that the Gen Z guys are going to be our saviors. I'm not sure if they will. I'm not sure if they've got it in them, mate. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I am hoping. You know what I mean? Come on, you got to have some hope there.
They get distracted by shiny things, dude.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard. When the new chips come out with the VR headset that allows them to live online, they might just forget about it.
Yeah.
While they're playing Matrix Online.
If they can magically develop an attention span, though, maybe.
That's right. That's a good point.
No, I agree. I agree. There's enough. If we go far enough in one way, people will just start pushing the other way, right? That this is naturally built into nature. You can't just dominate people with force. Eventually, people push back, right? Fingers crossed, man. The question is, how far do they need to push us before we push back? Because we haven't pushed back yet. I don't care what anyone says.
No, we
COVID
haven't pushed back yet.
Was not a pushback. Yeah, there was no pushback there.
99 being controlled by 1% is certainly not a pushback. It's an embarrassment.
Now, 9/11 was a bit of a pushback. I'll take that, but it didn't last as long as I thought
but there was a zero result in that. Congress has found in favor of NIST. So the plaintiffs have lost at the moment.
Yeah, it was like a limp-wristed pushback. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a pushback, but it didn't result in a. It was a valiant effort all the way, and they still haven't given up, mind you, but they're still losing. Yeah, unfortunately. Yes.
And what
No
are you
justice.
referring to about 9/11?
Oh, just the justice, the lack of justice for the plaintiffs and those who lost their loved ones.
Oh, so like in what regards? Like who were they?
Well, I mean, they at the moment, those who lost their loved ones and the ones who are still alive, haven't got justice, right? They haven't received justice. No one's been found guilty of that crime.
Well, was it not Bin Laden that they found guilty of that crime and then killed him?
Not really, no. And we can't talk about that on this server anyway. So there you go.
Wait, we can't talk about Bin Laden on this server?
No, not because it's not flat Earth related, unfortunately.
Oh, so is 9/11 flat Earth
Although
related?
the event did happen on a flat Earth, mind you. Yes. Okay, we'll
No,
say
but
that.
so why is 9/11 flat Earth related in general?
It's not.
Oh,
Only that it happened on a flat Earth. That's it.
I
Doesn't
thought you were
prove the
talking
shape of
about
the Earth.
the flat Earth pushback, and it was the 9/11 was a pushback.
Wait, so that means we could talk about anything that's ever happened.
Yeah.
It happened on a flat Earth.
It happened on a flat Earth, yes, in that sense. But you need to be careful because you've got to talk about how the Earth is flat and not a ball, you see. 9/11 doesn't prove shape of Earth, even though it happened on a flat Earth. Okay. And flat Earth is not a shape.
I don't know. I reckon if it was a sphere, they would have felt different. You know? Like why didn't it fall to one
They definitely
side?
would have fell. They definitely would have fell asymmetrically. Yes, due to the rotational spin in New York, which would have been in the region of 5, possibly 450 miles per hour.
Well, that's contained. That's explained by contained momentum. It's like if you fly a drone in a car, is the drone flying to keep up with the car, or is it at the same speed as the car because it's in the car?
Well, yeah, obviously it's going the same speed as the car. It's keeping, like it's tracking the ground. Like so, like both answers are true. Like it's keeping track of the ground and which is going to be the surface of the car right there. And he has, I know what video you're talking about. And he has like a tracking thing where the drone is following him. So like, yeah, like it looks like the drone's hovering, but no, the drone is 100% flying at or hovering. Like it's not flying because it's not like pushing air. Like it's just hovering at that same spot. But the car's momentum is what's, you know what I mean? So like
You said
both
that
answers are true at this. Both answers are true at the same time. Like
but I was saying in response to him saying that the tower would fly off at 450 miles per hour because of the rotation of the Earth's spin or something.
If the Earth stops spinning like immediately.
No, it's spinning, so the tower would fall at 450 miles per hour. It's spinning at 450
No,
miles per hour.
I said that the tower would fall. Well, you said it yourself that the tower would fall differently, and I said yes, due to that 5 to 450 miles per hour. Yes, so you're going to have a different type of collapse due to that rotational speed. Yeah.
It wouldn't because it's contained, right? Though that's what I was saying.
Where's it contained? Contained where?
In the atmosphere.
Again, you'll have to demonstrate
Either
that.
way, we
because gases are omnidirectional. Hence, we have
we're not
winds.
gonna.
We have
the
the jet
reason I'm just
streams.
listening mostly is because it's not worth really talking
We
about,
have
'cause we're gonna get
jet stream.
conversation that's not provable
That's
on
what we
either
know
side,
too
right?
much. You see, that's the problem. We've got the jet streams. You've got the east winds, north winds. So you know, you got to prove that the atmos is a container. It's not.
If
Well,
AI was here, he would
the way I'd
just
go
say
with
that.
that, they don't believe in gravity, so you can't even argue through that route. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, because it's the explanation for the phenomena of the downward vector and the upward vector. The explanations
What
don't
about
match the observation.
things coming into the atmosphere?
Sorry?
Burning up, like things coming into the atmosphere and burning up. Like, so
From
there's
where? From where? From
from
where?
outer space?
Space isn't
Again,
real
that's
either.
second. None of us in
He's
this room
gonna
can that actually happens. What you there actually happens.
So
Okay?
space is fake, the moon is flat, Earth is flat, every
Who the fuck
scientist
said the moon's flat? Nobody
Yeah.
said the
Okay,
moon's
so the moon
flat.
is round.
Nobody said space is fake either.
Right.
No, loads of
Space
people said
is
space isn't real. Loads of people said space.
well.
isn't here.
Okay, so if you think outer space is a vacuum, right? Like the heliocentric version of outer space. We're saying that you guys can't validate that. It's just a theoretical mathematical concept you guys believe in. You don't have any evidence for it.
So
The
photographic
cosmic black
and video
void.
evidence is like null and void here.
That's the
You're
most
just seeing
accurate label for
you're
this
seeing
notion.
this.
So
Yeah, you're seeing the same
and we
thing that
can
we
end
all
the
see in the
debate right
sky, and
now.
you've been fed a story about what you're looking at.
Okay,
You're just
so
regurgitating the story.
we can end the debate right now. If I had enough money to actually put you on like a spacecraft or like a rocket to go up and orbit Earth, like go up and orbit Earth, and you could actually see it for yourself, would you actually believe, or would you say like, oh, it's a video screen on the windows?
Yeah, you knew I was going to say that. You knew I was going to say that.
Did you validate? Is this how you validated it?
It's just what you guys do. It's like there's no.
How did you ask me this
You said, well, if you did something that I've never done, if you did something that I've never done before,
only thing
that
I'm
would end
sorry.
it. How would that end it now? If you said something that you can
he's
never.
asking if he got
so this
you
is what you
there.
said. Shush. Right. So this is what you said. You said we can end the debate now, and then you said something that you could never achieve, and something that you've never done. How would that end the debate now?
I want your honest answer, because like conversation, I should say, not debate. I should say
Yeah, of course,
conversation.
dude. Of course. Yes. Yeah, if you could send me up to some magical place that you've never been to, right, and I could orbit around a globe Earth and validate that it's a globe Earth, sure, of course, but that's never going to
EJ,
happen.
even if he'd been to it and he was an astronaut, you'd
How does
tell
that
him he's
even end
lying
the
and he's in on it.
conversation? He said that was
Really, would I?
I already
Is that
acknowledged
what I do?
spoken like
You can't win because they just deny
You can't
anything that
win because
could
we've got
prove the point
empirical
exists.
measurements of Earth not being a globe here on the surface of the Earth.
Alright,
You
so
guys
you-
have just a fantasy about outer space because you heard about it and you don't have any measurements. You guys have never gone and tested the Earth. I bet you guys don't even know the basics about the globe. You just have this space fantasy in your head. Yeah, I
mean, I'm
have.
trying to
Give me your
I'm trying to
evidence.
do a conversation with you like you just suggested, and I'm asking you about what you said. How does that end the conversation?
Gregory, why don't you let him talk
And
to the person he
also-
was talking to? So
Also,
interjecting.
give the evidence. Like, so you guys are so hard up on us proving that the Earth is round. Like, how about you prove the Earth is flat? Like, what the hell?
But I'm asking you about what you said, and you're not engaging my reply. You said
He was talking to someone else.
Listen, can we do one-on-one? If DJ was talking to this guy, just let him finish.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry, Nick, that's very good of you.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, we have hundreds, if not thousands, of observations that have been done now, laser tests, observations, actual measurements in reality that show that there's no curvature. So when we go out and test the claims that you guys make, We can't find any sign of that in the
Can't
real
just
world.
say that. Give me a post. Give me an example.
All
Give
right.
me something. You can't just be like, "Hey, we're using lasers
Yeah, yeah.
over here."
All right. So let's go over a test. All right. So all of what I'm about to show you is out of an 1.5 hour long video done by a guy named Dr. John D, who
Bro,
is a scientist who was actually trying to debunk the flat Earth originally. And he
I'll watch.
became a flat earther in the process.
I'll watch the whole thing, bro. Like, send me the whole
You,
thing.
okay, so you wanted me to present evidence, but I'm about to present evidence, but instead you want to go away and watch an
No,
hour
no,
and a
no.
half
All
video?
right, yeah, my bad, my bad. Go ahead and give me a clip. My bad.
All right.
You're right. You're right.
All right, so here's a clip of the main part of the observation, or one of the main parts of the observation. Here's the basic math. Right, so what he did in this particular observation, he went and he found a wind farm that we know the distance to. It's called Rampion Wind Farm. We've got 6 different windmills that we can see out in the ocean. The closest one's 8.4 miles, and the furthest one's 11.2 miles on the right-hand side. Right, if we focus on one of them, right, focus on the 11.2 mile one, for example, and do the math behind that, the bottom 52 feet of that should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. The horizon should be at 2.29 miles.
You sent it on side chat or in personal message?
Side chat. Can you see it?
Oh, you're talking about the okay, the numbers. I thought it was going to be like a video. I didn't think it was going to be like a calculation.
Yeah, there's a video above it. Yeah, it's just there's a video just above it. So he's got the camera set up at 3.5 foot height on a tripod. That means that on a globe, the horizon should be 2.29 miles away. Right, so any water that's beyond 2.29 miles should be physically obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. Physically obstructed.
Well, what if
And then
the
bottom,
lake is not elevated, but the opposite of that, like de-elevated? Like, you know what I mean?
yeah, so this is the ocean. This is the ocean, but even if it was a lake, any large body of water, like let's say we have a 10-mile body of water anywhere on the Earth,
What
right? And
ocean is that? Because that,
this is Worthing. This is in the United Kingdom. This is Worthing Beach, Rampion Windmill Farm.
bro, that's the most shallow ass beach ever. It's,
Yeah,
dude,
it's
that,
look,
how
it's
are you
it's low
calling it a
tide.
beach?
It's low tide, and the reason he did it at low tide is because when it's low tide, you can see the black paint has stripped off the bottom of the windmills, so it makes it very easy to see that we can actually make out the bottom of the windmills. Okay, the whole 52 feet of the bottom of the windmill should be hidden behind the
Okay, no,
horizon.
this is one of my biggest questions is like, so what is everybody getting out of keeping this a secret if this is true, right? Like you have, like you'd have to have so many people in on the secret and just dedicated to keeping the secret. Like what is in on it? Like what do they have? Like what stake do they have? Like what
Who are you talking about?
what value is there?
Yeah, who are you talking about? Who are you talking about?
Everybody can keeping the secret away from you. Like all
Yeah, I
the
don't think there's a big
scientists
grand.
and
Yeah,
astronaut,
hiding.
politicians,
Right.
governments.
Okay.
Not just
Hold on a
one
second. Let me
government,
answer.
all governments. It's in any satellite, but yeah, like what are they getting out
Okay.
of?
Okay, so lying about going to space, right? Lying about space travel is not lying about the shape of the Earth. So if NASA is lying about going to the moon and that kind of thing, right, that's very different than lying about the shape of the Earth. If they're lying about going to space, that doesn't mean that they actively know that the Earth is flat and that they're telling everybody it's a globe. So I don't think there's a grand conspiracy. I don't think Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or Donald Trump necessarily knows that the Earth is flat. They've not tested it. People that work at the government just go there, they do their job, right?
Well,
It's
can we take
it's
our hats
everything's
off to Trump because, like he said before, like I will say this is on his first term. He said that he was like, someone asked him about UFOs and aliens. He's like, I'm going to do my best to get that information out. And here we are, in age of disclosure. It might have been on his second term, interrupted by Joe Biden, but here we are. The Pentagon's releasing all this information
Yeah,
slowly.
cool. Who cares? We got some blurry images being released. It's no big
Not
deal. I mean,
blurry images. I mean, there's not much you can do, like, unless you are sitting there with a high def camera. Like, you never know when these things are gonna freaking appear. But
yeah.
oh wait, are you
Look,
saying that you
it's not. Is this your way of avoiding the observation?
don't? I don't. I mean, to be completely honest, I think that that video is just someone zooming in on a lake. Like
Right,
you're.
right. So, okay. So
I don't
if
know.
the Earth's a globe, if the this is where
That's not
you
far
need
enough.
to pay attention. Really, if it's not far enough, what distance should the horizon be from a 3.5-foot observer?
I haven't done the math, but if I had to guess,
Hmm.
just thinking about space, I would think it'd have to be a couple 100 miles.
Okay, it's 2.29. 2.29
No,
miles.
2.29 to where you can notice the surface, like the curvature
The
of
horizon. The horizon. The furthest distance you can see the water, right? Where the line in which the sky and the ground appears to meet, the horizon line. That should be at 2.29 miles, and anything that goes beyond that should start to become hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. For example, all the water should not be visible. It should be hidden behind the curvature.
But
And
like
then
you
the
said,
bottom
it's
50,
low tide.
doesn't matter what the tide
That
is,
means the
right? Over,
water is lowered. So if the water was
no, no,
higher,
no.
you wouldn't be able to see that.
No, if the water was higher, we would see the water higher. No, dude. Think about this. If the water was higher, it's all going to rise up. So it's
Yeah,
still
we
going to
would
be
want to
flat. It's
see
still
the
going to be
undersea.
flat, except you're going to see it higher. So there will be less of the windmills visible. You wouldn't see the bottom bit. It would come up to the top, right where the yellow and black meets, where the paint's stripped off, right? That's when it's high tide. It gets up to that high. Okay, so then the camera would be 3.5 foot above the high tide mark instead of 3.5 foot above the low tide
Wait a
mark.
minute.
It's still
Wait a
3.5 foot above the surface.
So how do you explain Antarctica and
Wow, see?
what's the one that's like below there? We got the two polar ice caps, one beneath, one below, or is it one whole one? Like, how do you explain that? And then also
Yeah, I don't
tide
need to.
or
Yeah.
currents,
I
and
would
then
have to
also
teach you how ridiculous tides are on the globe first, because I don't think you know how
but for
tides work
tides,
either.
but for
Yeah,
tides,
tides.
jet
What
stream,
causes the tide to change?
like temperature, water pressure affected by temperature. Same thing with jet
So that's what
streams,
causes
air
tides?
currents.
That's what
Jet
causes
streams, air
tides?
no, I'm not sure, to be completely honest, but jet streams,
Okay.
100% air pressure.
What, jet streams have something to do with tides?
Yeah, it would have to no, it'd have something to do with a round planet. You'd have to have a round
Why?
you can have because you couldn't the way air
So
pressure
now you jumped from the long distance observation, and then you tried to jump to aliens, and then I got you back on track for a bit, and then you jumped to Antarctica, and then you abandoned that, and now you've gone to tides, and then you've abandoned
Alright,
tides,
so let's
and
go
you've
back
gone to
to
jet
I wasn't
streams.
trying to abandon anything. I was just trying to throw in a couple of different ideas that you know, because like well, no, you already told me, you already asked me if I believe in this. I told you I don't. I said, yeah, the reason why you're able to see that far, even though I haven't done
Hmm.
the math, is because the tide's low, right? So if the tide was high,
No.
you wouldn't be able to see that far.
Do you,
So
do you
we
think
already
do you
buried
think when the tide goes low, it flattens out the curvature?
no, when it goes higher, you mean to say?
No, if it goes lower or higher, does that mean there's less curvature over 10 miles distance? If the tide
Oh,
is up higher or
10
lower?
miles? I thought you said it was 2 point something.
No, no, no. 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature.
So
66 feet,
then,
like a
obviously,
7-story building.
the water is being pulled to the other side of the planet. So yeah, you can see further. It's like
What?
the water's going lower, so yeah, you're going to be able to
Okay,
see.
so over 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature, but we see zero curvature over 11.2 miles here. And you think that that's because the tide is low.
Well, no, what should happen is you do a triangular measurement of that distance that you're saying and see if everybody can see each other. That's how you properly measure distance, not just one
Okay,
point.
why can we see no obstruction at 11.2 miles, where there should be the bottom 52 feet
11
missing?
miles is nothing.
Okay, so over 11 miles, there's over 80 feet of curvature. That's like a 9-story building.
But you already asked me what I think. I think 200 miles, I think, is where curvature of the Earth.
No, over, right, but over 10 miles, there
Your
should be
eye is not,
66 feet of curvature.
dude. The Earth is huge. Your eye,
Yeah,
you're not
yeah,
able
but you
to.
don't even know how big it is,
Yeah,
right? But
I have
we're
to
doing math based off
understand.
the radius. Over 10 miles, you should have 66 feet of curvature. That means that if I set the camera up at a certain height, something that's 10 miles away should be hidden by a certain amount behind the curvature of the Earth. Or if you have a 20-mile lake, it's 266 feet of curvature.
All right, here's one for you. I got one for you right now.
Mm.
If you are watching the sunset and you have I was lucky enough to do this experiment. So the sun was setting and there was a set of stairs right behind me. So as soon as the sun set, the last bit of sun disappeared. I turned around and I ran up the stairs as fast as I could. And then boom, I saw the little bit of sun again. So how does
Right.
that
So
happen?
if the
If the
Earth's
sun's
flat
round,
or if the Earth's a globe,
or yeah, if
right,
the
you're
Earth
gonna
is
find certain
or the Earth is
things.
flat.
You're gonna find certain things that are gonna work on both. You can explain how certain things work on both. Right? On both, the distance to the horizon is dependent on the height of the observer. So if the sun is going into the horizon, which is the vanishing point, if you go higher, you're going to have a greater horizon distance. So you're going to be able to resolve things further if the horizon's further away. So it's not something that proves a globe. You can explain it just fine on a flat surface. You move up higher and you have a greater angle of view. The way our perspective works is everything converges into a vanishing point. It looks like the
What about
ground's ramping upward,
satellite?
right? In the
Like
sky.
Starlink
Oh,
satellite?
now
Like,
back to space.
well, yeah. How do satellites
Cool.
work? You can't sit there and go like, "Oh, the Earth is flat." But hey, if you want to talk about satellites, hey, nope, we're not changing the subject here. Satellites are a huge part of the Earth being a globe. Like, how do you explain satellites with a flat Earth?
Okay,
Yes, you're using
pick a
them right now.
single satellite and validate that it's in space orbiting around a globe.
Well, Starlink is a perfect example because you
Okay,
can see the trail
pick
of
any
satellite.
Starlink and validate that it's circling around a globe.
Well, how would it circle around a disk?
No one thinks the Earth's a disk, right? And things can move in the
If the Earth
sky.
is flat, then how
Yeah,
is
things.
it have to be using like it'd have to be whirling around like the water in a toilet, like a whirl, like it'd have to be like orbiting the top of the flat Earth, or like it'd have to like go over the disk and then have to go under the
Yeah, we don't claim the Earth's a disk, dude. We don't think it's a
well, if
flat
it's
disk going
flat,
around
all
in
right, well, if it's
space.
not round, like, dude,
Yeah,
flat
you've
Earth
got it all
debate.
mixed up in your head. We
Okay,
don't
well,
think
the
that the Earth
channel
is a
is
flat disk.
literally called Flat Earth.
Yeah, flat's not a shape. I'm sorry to break it to you, but flat's just the description of the surface of the water. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about the flat Earth.
Okay,
Most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water, 70-something%, right? The known area of the Earth, water, 72%, something like that. And if that's not curving, then the Earth can't be a globe. It would have to be curving at a specific rate because gravity should be pulling everything towards the center of the globe. And that means that we can calculate exactly how much the water should be curving. That's why we can test over 10 miles, over 20 miles, over 50 miles, for example. We can see things. We can zoom in and we can see things that are 50 miles away that should be hidden behind 600 feet of curvature. Consistently, we can see these things that you shouldn't be able to see them at all. And we can't find any curvature. And then when we look throughout history, we find that it's all just assumptions and calculations based off those assumptions. And the only evidence people have is pictures from space and things that they can
So what
never
do we got? What do we
validate.
got? So it's like the shape of a mushroom, the top of a mushroom. Like, what are we talking about? Like, what's the shape of the
Well, I
Earth?
don't know what shape the we're not when you guys are the ones claiming to know the exact shape
You
and
don't
the
even
exact
have
size of
to.
the Earth, right? So sure, while the Earth may have some kind of shape, what even would you describe that as?
Listen,
Like, what
you
if I
can.
look? Listen. What if I asked you what shape is a lake? How would you answer?
I'd say it depends on the lake. It could be
Right.
small. Usually it's oval or
Could be any
round.
shape, right? Lake shaped, maybe.
No, normally a lake is an oblong oval shape. It's
Really.
very rarely perfectly round.
Only man-made lakes are a particular
Sometimes it looks like a bean.
average shape. Only
Sometimes it
man-made
looks
lakes
like
do
a.
that generally. Most of the time, lakes are just random shapes. Like just it's not even a particular shape. It's just a random shape. Every single one's completely different. Like the Great Lakes or something like that, right? Look at the shape of them. They're all just whatever shape. So maybe the
Well,
Earth is Earth
no, I
shaped. But
think
look,
it's
we're not claiming to
really.
know the
I
shape
think
of
it's
the Earth.
really
You are.
funny that no. I think it's really funny that yeah, I am backed by all of human civilization. You're just a random dude
Really.
who goes, "Hey, guess what? The Earth's not round. The Earth's not a globe." And I go, "Okay, well, what do you think the
Mm-hmm.
shape is?" You're like, "I don't know, but it ain't round." It's like you can't sit there and say that something is incorrect without having a
What are you
replacement.
talking about?
You can't go like, "Oh,
If
the
you
Earth's
think
not round.
if you
Oh, what
claim it's a
shape do you
shape,
think
if I
it is?"
say I'm not sure what the shape of the Earth is,
Like, I don't know,
because
but it ain't
I
round.
don't want
It
to
ain't globe.
say something that
You're
I
like,
don't
"Okay,
know.
well then what the fuck are we
Okay, and
debating over?"
right,
What the
okay,
fuck?
because
Like,
this is
you
what we're
have
debating. This is what we're debating over. You claim that the Earth is a globe, and when we go out and test your claim, it doesn't match reality. So you have the problem.
doesn't match reality.
Yeah, it doesn't match reality, and you're not able to even focus to
Video
pay
evidence,
attention to the tests that are being done. You asked me to
satellites.
present evidence. I could sit here and present evidence constantly,
Dude has a
empirical
cell
evidence,
phone
and you
in
don't have
his
any evidence.
pocket.
You don't have any evidence that it's a globe.
You have a cell phone in your pocket using
Hmm.
satellites.
No, it uses
Yes.
cell phone towers.
Yeah, good.
Uses cell phone towers, dude. I don't know. 99% of all communication is done by undersea cables. Right, we're talking to each other right now through undersea cables on the internet.
No, we're not.
99%.
Well, Wi-Fi.
Yeah, that's
I'm not Ethernet.
yeah. So the Wi-Fi is connected to your router, and the router is connected to the phone lines or whatever, and then that's connected to the undersea cables, or as it goes back through your
Starlink.
network provider, they're getting a direct connection, and it's sent via undersea cables. You can look this up. This is not
Starlink.
some
I'll look it up. Yeah. So
not
Starlink.
Starlink. 99%
No.
of
All
all
right. Starlink
communication
is a
is done
perfect
via undersea
example
cables.
of people in
I
the
didn't say
Amazon, people
Starlink.
in
I
Africa.
didn't say Starlink.
Starlink is an example of the internet, is it not? A new free example of using satellites as the internet. So you don't need to be
Yeah, satellites
hardwired to the
exist.
internet.
While satellites do exist,
So
I'm
how
not
do they
denying
exist on a?
Okay, did you know that NASA's first satellites were just big balloons up in the sky that could stay up there for years? Project Echo, right? They have satellite balloons. We have satellites crash to Earth sometimes. And all of the footage we have of satellites crashing to Earth, they're connected to balloons. Now, you claim that there's these little boxes up there orbiting around a globe, but if I ask you to validate one of them, you won't be able to.
Yes,
Right? You just
easily
have to
with a
trust. You just
proper
have to
pair of
trust.
binoculars. Yes, you could
Oh,
see.
really?
You can actually see them, like just like the
Okay.
planets,
No.
just like you
Okay.
can
What are
see
you seeing though?
Mars.
What are you seeing? What are you actually seeing?
A
A
little
light in the sky?
dot.
You're seeing a little
Yeah,
light in
a
the
little
sky, right?
dot shooting across the sky. Yeah.
Yeah, a light in the sky.
Unless you
right? And you've been told a story about that it's a satellite, right? So satellites don't have lights on them, right? So you're seeing a little light flying
not
across the sky.
actually light. It's reflecting the sun's light. It's not actually lighting up.
Yeah, and you can't confirm how far away it is, right? Or that it's orbiting around the globe just because there's some technology up in the sky that you can't confirm, and
So
you've
I
been
don't.
told a story about it. You think the Earth must be a globe.
Did you never heard of a laser, a rangefinder? When you fire a laser at something, and it shoots
You think
back.
that people are gauging the distance to satellites using
Yes,
laser rangefinders?
yes, they have those. Those actually.
Really? Show me anyone. See, this is where you guys just start making shit up, right? I don't know why you guys do that.
No, I actually think this is super funny, man. I don't want to
Dude,
laugh.
what's funny is your inability to provide any evidence that the Earth's a globe, and how you're just gish galloping from topic to topic. And whenever it gets too tough for
That's
ground-based things, you start talking about sky fantasies again.
well, no, because like if I hold a rock in front of you and I go, "This is made out of like matter," like this is a rock made out of matter, you go, "No, it's not. It's made out of like like nothing." I like.
Yeah,
That's
this
why
is
I
what
The
it's
always.
one with
like.
the
I'm
actual
showing
rock in
you.
your hand.
I can show you completely flat water that should be curving. Right? I'm showing you can go out and see the flat Earth, and you're like, no, man, really, it's a globe. Really, it's curving, and really, we're spinning. We're spinning at 1.5 million miles per hour in all of these different directions, even though we don't detect any motion at all. Right? But you've been told that you're going through space, flying 1.5 million miles per hour in all these different directions, and the water looks flat, but really it's curved. And what about space, man? You know, like you don't have any evidence. You experience a flat stationary Earth, but your common sense has been replaced with nonsense. Right? And now what you're doing is
That's
you're going
what I
through a bit
want
of
to
cog
hold
dis and you're
here.
giggling about it.
You have like it's called proportional space, where say if you
Mm-hmm.
inflate a balloon, like you don't like notice that, like say you had a microscopic human being on a balloon, they're not going to
Yeah.
notice that the balloon is round. They're going to perceive it as flat. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, cool. So we experience the Earth as flat. You experience the Earth
Yes.
as flat, right?
Yes, 100%. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
not arguing
Right.
with you.
But what about boats? What about the things that should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth?
Your eye can't see that far, and yeah,
Yeah, we can see that far. So something,
with
right? So the
telescope,
horizon should be 3 miles away. Do you think that you can't see 3 miles?
you don't you think if this was groundbreaking, this would be groundbreaking, revolutionary
Yeah,
evidence?
it is. It is to the point where it was the number one searched topic on the internet in
Okay, so then
2015,
why don't you
2016.
go to
And
the?
Congress had a panic and got together, right? Congress had a meeting in 2016 and they decided that they're going to have to censor Flat Earth and they shadow banned it. The government got together with the heads of
So you guys
YouTube and
think you're
Google and
on
Facebook.
it?
This is all on video.
Alright, well, I mean, I'm gonna be completely honest, bro. Like, let's just agree to disagree. I mean, I love talking to you guys, but like, we're just gonna have to agree to disagree. Otherwise, we're gonna go a whole fucking night and just sit
Well, this
here.
is the thing. Yeah, look, we can agree to disagree, but I'm the one presenting evidence, and you
No,
you
you're
don't
not.
have any evidence to present.
You're not.
Okay,
No,
so why can we see the bottom of the windmills 11 miles away? Why can we see the bottom? Do you know how big the globe would have to be able to see the bottom of those windmills? It would have to be 23 times larger. 23 times larger. Yeah, it would.
Yeah, well done, DJ. I'm currently backing you up with some material anyway, so
Gregory,
just
come
carry
handle
on.
my
Right?
lightweight,
You've got the
Gregory.
evidences coming in as he speaks.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So
Why are you
for that
invoking me? You're the
observation to
one that's
work on
not
a globe,
doing your part.
Gregory, come handle my lightweight. I
Why
mean,
are you invoking me? You're the one not doing your part.
this ain't about
You're not
religion.
disciplining yourself to be logically sound.
Gregory, come handle my lightweight. I want to be a brother.
Why are you invoking me? You're not disciplining yourself to be logically sound.
I invoke the power of Gregory. Gregory, handle my lightweight.
Loax, the rhetorical question is obviously to get you
I'm
to
just
stop using this
fucking with
rhetorical
you, bro.
device.
Just calm down, bro. Like, you gotta get all
The point of my reply is to get you to stop trying to do this reprehensible behavior where you're being invincibly ignorant.
Oh, I
It's
forgot that
reprehensible.
you believe the Earth is round.
I don't believe the Earth's a ball. I don't believe that false doctrine. Look in the open chat. DJ mentioned to you that, and then Ron H also posted a clip. Right, I posted the full source from which you get the clip from Breitbart.com. So take a look at that. Look at Capitol Hill
My boy
discussing with
Gregory.
heads of media. I mean, dude, you hear me talking? Look at the evidence, and you can see Capitol Hill in the U.S. discussing how to censure flat Earth content and other things they don't want promulgated in the public. It's right there.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I'm just pretty sure the Earth is round or a globe. That's what I was saying
Hey, look,
earlier.
so what,
Like,
so what you've been doing for the past several minutes is chanting your belief that it's emotionally painful and mentally painful to come into contact with a belief that's contrary to evidently one of the most precious beliefs in your belief system. It's inevitable. But what's not condonable, what's reprehensible, is to be ignorant, to decide to be ignorant, to be bigoted.
yeah.
So it's either you decide to be critically considerate of the refutations to this belief that you're clutching to, or decide to do the reprehensible thing, which is decide to be bigoted, to refuse to be deliberately ignorant.
I wouldn't say deliberately ignorant, but yeah, I'll choose to keep believing that the Earth is round.
So you're deliberately being ignorant. You're refusing to scrutinize
According
this
to
doctrine
you,
that you believe.
yes. According to you,
Y-
yes.
y- You're deliberately refusing to not know. That's not a mere opinion. That's what you just said. You're deciding to not know, deliberately ignorant. You're deciding to not scrutinize, to not critically
Well, I
consider.
already
That's a
know.
deliberately ignorant.
Yeah, according to you, I'd be deliberately ignorant. I can see what you're saying. I could see your
You just said you know, but we just took you through the
I can see how
conversation.
you're confused. I can see how you're confused.
You just said you know, but we just took you through the conversation to give you the
And you
floor to
gave me
demonstrate
your
that you do.
opinion.
I'll repeat again, okay? We took you through the conversation to give you the floor to prove that you do know, and everything you said was non-arguments. The only way you can
Yeah,
prove
that's
that you
why I
know
said
is to actually present the evidence, to actually present the measurement of the alleged convex surface of the Earth, and you
yeah,
have
we
not
already
done that. So you
that's why
have
I
not
said
demonstrated that you know. You've only proclaimed that you know.
disagree. That's why I said that like let's just like you have your belief, I have my belief, let's agree to disagree.
Yeah, so you're deliberately ignorant, and you don't have the means to prove that you know.
Well,
That's
I
the
could say
conclusion.
the same thing about you. I could say you're deliberately ignorant.
You
I
don't have a
have
reason to say the
actual
same thing about me.
science and books and libraries
You
and
don't
like
have a reason to say the same thing about me. Just ricocheting my objective description of
well
what you
yeah, of
just admitted
course.
to is not some sort of
And we
refutation to
have
me.
two different beliefs, don't we? So I mean
Just
if
ricocheting my critique to you back at me
yeah.
does not refute anything.
Well, you believe the earth is flat, don't you?
Look, you're just whistling past what I just said to you.
Shut him down.
Ricocheting my critique to you that you just
You believe
corroborated
the earth is
is
flat.
not a refutation. That's the conclusion.
If you believe the earth is flat, let's agree to disagree.
Right, dude, you're being obnoxious and childish. You don't
I
have the evidence
disagree
to
again.
prove your belief. That's the conclusion.
Neither do you.
You're just ricocheting. You're doing exactly what the Muslims do. Just a tu quoque fallacy.
Well, you don't have any proof to prove the earth is flat.
So again, if you have a refutation, then present it, not just childishly blurt back a reply.
Well, I've said before multiple times, I'm not going to sit here and go into the entire debate over again, but
So then why are you
yeah,
talking
there's
here?
actual
The channel is
pictures
designated for actually having the debate
globe.
We're into a discussion. So why are you talking in here?
I'm debating with you, am I not?
No, you're not. You're not debating.
Well, I have a question. I have a question for Lux. Do you believe in gravity, Lux?
Of course.
All right. So, according to your own globe, right, model, the gravity should be pulling everything towards the center of mass, right?
Technically, we don't know what gravity is. It could be pushing. Like, we don't really know what
So
gravity is.
everything should be drawn towards the center of mass, right?
As far as we know, like, gravity is still a huge mystery.
All right. So is there a downward constant?
Gregory, calm down. Like, grown men, calm grown men are talking. All right, Gregory.
I'm
Look,
just
if I had said
asking
something
you.
like that, I would be censored.
I'm sorry, DJ. What was that?
Said something like what?
If I said something like what he just said the past 10 seconds, I'd be muted. So what's going on?
And we're having a conversation. We're trying to understand.
What? Who said? Who should have been? What did he say?
He just said, "Sit down.
He's
Grown
on.
men are talking to spite me and belittle me."
I said,
Yeah, Lux. Good point, Gregory. Lux.
Did I
Try to be
violate?
respectful.
Did I violate? My bad. My bad. My bad.
Well, clearly, you sound drunk and stoned.
A little bit. A little bit.
Yeah.
An astute observation. My bad. I just because we just came fresh off an argument, and so not an argument, but heated discussion. So Gregory, my bad. I apologize, bro. I mean to offend you. I'm sorry, dude. I honestly.
Yeah. Okay. Look, Rock. You haven't presented your case. You haven't defended your case. You haven't been debating. You've done nothing but be an ass at the moment. You haven't done anything constructive for your side. We've approached you with evidence that you can look at. Methodically, DJ was taking you through step by step, but you abandoned it. And you make the claim that we don't have any evidence. You're not looking. You're running away from it now. Can you now just shut up and get out, or apply yourself with integrity? Can you do that? That's what Gregory was trying to say to you. It's just simple. Okay, you're getting off very lightly because if it was me, you'd be leaving.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the leniency. My apology.
Right.
I'll just
Okay,
shut up
good.
now.
Okay, yeah, I think that'd be the best thing because you failed to present your case. Thank you. That's it. So just you're well out of your depth intellectually.
All
You're out of
right.
your
I
depth.
said I'd shut up. You don't have to sit there and try to
No,
drive
I'm
it.
just going to make sure the listeners know exactly what's going on. You're out of your depth. You didn't present your case. Now you're going to have to sit down. All right. Good luck. Thank you very much. And DJ, thanks for the patience and the unwavering fortitude that you always display, even though when things are going wrong on their side. Thank you. It was good. Again.
Thanks,
Just
I didn't see the whole situation, but it's nice to hear the humility coming from Loax. I don't know how bad he was before, but I appreciate the attitude and humility, the response.
Yeah. Apology accepted. Yeah, but he failed.
I mean, basically, all that happened was he wanted some evidence, and then once we started giving evidence, he wanted to divert into what about satellites and stuff like that. So
yeah,
I mean,
we showered him with evidence, and I mean, I did it in the side chat there. He was showered. There was no escape. Polite, and he just kept being silly. Anyway, like I said, great effort, DJ. Thank you.
Can I say one thing? I didn't have side chat open, and so I'm gonna look through all this, everything that you sent. But the entire time we were talking, I didn't even know you were posting all this.
Yeah, well, that could be part of the problem. I mean,
Miscommunication.
you were talking to me about it, though. You said, "What is this? I see the numbers," and then someone else said the video is just above it. And this happened.
When I said see the number, This is, let me see, way, yeah, that was at 3:42. And then, yeah, when he started posting, like I closed side chat, and then I was just like, I'm playing my game on my phone, and so yeah. Anyways, my bad. I didn't mean to offend anybody. We're just out here having a good time, bro. Like, let's all live
Well,
together.
no, we're not having a good time, actually. No, we're not having a good time when you're playing your game. We're
Shit.
trying to be serious. You come in, you're half cut, you're half drunk, you're half cut,
Shit.
playing games. We're not having a good time with that. The listeners are thinking, what is this guy doing? Is he serious? What's going on? You know, you're
I am
making a
serious.
mockery of a serious topic, is what you were doing. Okay. All
No,
right.
not at all. Actually, I
Look,
actually
if you
resent.
want to be,
I
if
resent
you
your
want to
lack.
be the best and you want to beat the rest, dedication is what you need. You don't have that. Okay? Thank you. Don't mess with the best till you pass your test. Why? Because the best don't mess. Now get out of here.
How long
Ooh,
have you been waiting to do
bars.
that little Dr. Seuss rhyme?
It was good though, ain't it, Loax? You got to respect it. It was good.
I guess it was a little good.
It was smooth.
Thank you.
But yeah, Loax, if you are going to go back through the links that DJ sent you, you'll probably find everything that you spoke about was addressed. Maybe you didn't think it was, but you'll probably find that a lot of these address the questions you have.
Heard. Yeah, I'm gonna look through it. I mean, I'm
We get
interested.
we get a lot of trolls, dude. We get a lot of trolls, but for us, this is a situation that if somebody approaches this with honesty and logic, there's only the same conclusion that can be found, which is that every so-called proof for the globe is an interpretation. We don't actually have direct evidence that supports the globe. The Earth presents itself as a horizontal reference and a non-rotating surface. That's what all of the experimentation and observation will show you.
No, I totally get it. That's why I was saying before, like as an example, like if like taking like you would have to get into a space shuttle and go out into space and see the Earth for yourself. Hypothetically, assuming that it's a globe, right? Like
No. If it's a
that's how it would
globe,
take you.
dude, listen. If it's a globe, there has to be a certain amount of curvature over a certain amount of distance over the surface of water. There has to be, because that's how gravity is claimed to work. According to the mainstream, over 10 miles, you have to have 66 feet of curvature. Over 100 miles, you have to have 6,666 feet of curvature. These are the numbers that are given to us by your side. It has to be there. If it's not there, then it can't be a globe. Now, you've never gone to space, right? You're more than welcome to believe Buzz Aldrin or whatever,
Yeah, I'm
okay,
taking
if
their
you
word.
want to. Yeah, but I don't know if you've really looked into that deeply. I mean, I could show you footage right now from the so-called Apollo missions, and you're probably going to laugh at it and tell me that there's no way that that's real footage. Yeah, I'm going to do that. 1 second.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm about to piss myself.
Careful you don't piss yourself.
Yeah, it's just not good coming in half pissed and drugged up and that, to
Bro,
a
all right, give
serious.
me a break. We're having a conversation. I have to take
Yeah,
a
I'm still having a
pee.
conversation. You know what I mean? Having a nice, trying to
You
have a
still
nice server, but people are coming in drunk, talking about a serious topic matter that they cannot defend themselves. They can't present a case. It's no good, is it? It's just no good.
you've
Making a
still got
mockery.
work. You've still got work to do if you're going to rebuild rapport with Jin. By the sounds of it, Luax. Be patient. Rapport is a slow burner. Yeah.
Well, anyway, I'll be right back.
Yeah, go on, get out of here.
I do like it when we try and build bridges between these guys.
Oh yeah, so do I.
Call me
You
call me
still
a
got,
softie.
no. You still got to give them a bit of ribbing though. At the same time, no, you're doing a good job. Nothing wrong with building bridges. Got to let them know though that we don't mess around. You know.
Yeah. No, I like to play good cop when there's like a potential bad cop. It's like I feel like you need, they just
Yeah,
need a
yeah,
little good cop on the back, just making them feel like it's, it's not just a
yeah.
lambasting.
You got hold of the balance right there. You're doing, like I said, another asset. You're doing it right. No problem. We're all playing our roles, you see, and I think it's good.
I know when it's my time to step down, Jin. Trust me, I know. Let some of the frontliners handle it. Yeah, I know when that's due.
Yeah. I'm glad you said that. Yeah. Memories of Dawn getting triggered every time I go in there. Do you remember that one? Dawn used
Yeah.
to get flustered.
I'm like the guy. If we were like an army, I'm like the medic, and I'm like helping treat the injured soldiers on the other
Yeah,
side. And I'm like, listen, guys, I know I'm not on your side, but trust me, like we've got more in common than you think. Yeah.
yeah. We're living on a flat earth together.
Yeah. I'm the soft one. I know already. I know. That's why I really like. One of my favorite guys is, and I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. He's an absolute legend. Oh my God, he hasn't been around for so long. Who's the guy who
Well,
records
not
the
not
videos?
Miggy. You're not talking about Miggy, are you?
No, he's like the nicest guy ever. Kembo used to meet with him. He records the videos and he did the Eric Dubay interview for us. Why is his name gone out my head?
Flat Lloyd.
Flat Lloyd. Yeah.
Oh, Flat Lloyd. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I like that style. Flat Lloyd's
Yeah.
so patient.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, if he's listening, he's missed. Lloyd, you're missed,
Yeah.
dude.
What the hell are you not? Why are you not
He
here?
was in here. He was in here yesterday talking to a global.
Oh, was he?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, okay.
He runs the YouTube stream as well.
Ah, he's a great man then. Well done. He's
Yeah,
still there
legend.
then, Ruth. Oh, yeah.
I know
Well done,
he's still in
Lloyd.
the background. He's more like an engineer now in the background, but I do miss him being center stage.
Yeah.
He has the right vibe, man.
Yeah, completely agree.
Well, it's been a good day today, flat Earth wise, and that on this server. We've had some really good action. I think the people are listening in the live streams are really picking up the psychology very well. How the Globers are unable to present their case and defend it, failing every time. So it's good. And you can tell that Lart's got drowned with all the evidence. He needed a life jacket. He got so much deluged. And it's hard
I
to
think
come back from
he
that.
was drowned so much he's starting to ferment. I think, mate.
Yeah, well, he had to go to the toilet. Here we go. There you go. Clean up.
I think his bloodstream will have an alcohol percentage level connected to it now going forward.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been very forthcoming with the evidence and walking them through it. And a couple of them have responded well. And then, obviously, some do not respond well. But yeah, it's been good. Been absolutely marvelous today.
Hey DJ, this is random as hell, dude. But is that a newer picture of you? Because you're looking hench, dude. You've been going gym.
Oh no, I don't go to the gym. I just have like dumbbells at home. But
Yeah, like
thank you
me,
for
I've got 3 sets of dumbbells, 2 of which I run with when I run. Obviously when I go jogging, I've got 2 different weights, 2.5 pounds, and then 6 kg that I jog with, and then heavier ones that I use in the house. It's
Oh, you
nice to have
run
some
with weights.
dumbbells.
You run with weights
Yeah,
on your leg.
I run with weights on my
That's
ankles, yeah,
hardcore.
and then
That's
I
super
also
hardcore.
run with dumbbells in my hands.
Yes, Jin.
Yeah, that's called resistance training. So I can throw that punch, as they call it in Japanese, agiyuki, which is a straight punch, and you get it straight. And can you imagine it's going to come at you quick because I haven't got the dumbbell there to slow it down.
Hardcore.
I was doing that when I was doing karate. My sensei said I had the fastest hands in the dojo because I used to do boxing before, and I used, you shadow box with dumbbells. And when you can do that, right, your hands are quick. So yeah, it's all good, and I'm still able to do that, and that's that. It's all part of my routine. I am getting older, but I want to retain what I know I can do, and that's that. I'm doing it. If you can imagine, 100-year-old man climbed Mount Fuji. He's in the Guinness Book of Records now. And then you've got 100-year-old men swimming and women swimming in the sea in Okinawa. Canoeing and everything, rowing boats at 100. Okay, climbing trees at 95. So there's a lot going on in the world. Physical is just that. I'm just scratching the surface, mate.
How do you feel that all of these globers that come in and call you a dumb flat earther will probably die before you, dude, and they're a lot younger?
Yeah, I said to them, they're living that accelerated lifestyle that I'm not living. Images of coffins overtaking me into the grave. Be a good meme, that one.
Morning, Jen.
Morning to you, sir. How are you?
I'm doing good. I was going to say, regarding those Glovers dying earlier, that's what happens when they're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. Feeling sweet today. This morning I beat my time for jogging by 10 minutes. All the lights just fell into place. So all the green lights was I was jogging this morning, all in my favour. No need to wait. The Pelican Crossing. Yeah, it was all in my way. So I knocked off 10 minutes off my time today. Earlier on this morning, I was feeling really good. Paying the price now, though. Lactic acid. I did all my stretching, but it's still there. So there you go. But that's how I know I'm alive. Yeah, all that pain and that. Yes.
That's all right, mate. I've been lazy for about 3 years. No gym. Started playing football and golf. And oh my God, am I getting injuries, dude? I need to sort myself out. How am I not able to play golf for 2 weeks because of a elbow injury? It's just ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, you've
Ridiculous,
got
mate.
golfer's elbow, not tennis elbow, but golfer's elbow.
I've only been playing for 3 months, mate. How fast does it develop? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Is that expensive, or because I've heard of mad prices you pay in the UK to go golfing?
Yeah, I'm spending a lot, mate. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's worth every penny, mate, because some of the best days out I've had this year have been, 2, 3 mates, grab a buggy,
Yeah.
grab some beers, and
Yeah.
just spend the day in nature, in the sun, playing golf,
Yeah.
having jokes. You can't replace that, mate. It's awesome.
No, exactly.
That's so.
Enjoying life in the nightmare that's England. But great, yeah.
Yeah,
especially
you know,
especially with
it's
playing
just
golf.
you. It's just you, your clubs, bunch of trees and wildlife and a green, and you've got all these different clubs. You got to figure out how to get there. There's nothing better, mate, than just doing a slow. It's just enjoying the slow pacedness of the game. It's really good.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you doing 18 holes then? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. All
Most
right.
courses. There are some short courses that we do. My son
All right.
started playing as well, so I'll occasionally go to the pitch and putts, which are like, they're very short holes.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course they are. Yeah. So how long you out there for? What, 3 hours?
Oh God,
Yes.
last week I did 4.5.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
4.5, but we took our time. But yeah, you could get around in 3, but really it's 4 to
All right.
4.5.
Okay.
It's great, especially when you've got a buggy. Good fun.
Yeah.
You're racing around on the buggies. It's
And you
great
got
fun.
you got those lovely golf shoes with the little studs underneath. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I got all the gear, mate. No idea, all the gear.
Wicked, man.
Yeah, but I'm happy. I'm happy to spend on it because
Hey, what's going
it's
on,
like
guys?
a lot of people spend on the beer.
Yo, Flat Earth isn't real, by the way.
Yeah. Golfing is cheaper in Japan than it would be where you are. My wife plays golf with her friends. Yeah. She's a golfer.
Okay, so we've got somebody joined who thinks flat
A
Earth is
new
not real.
contender.
Shut the fuck up,
Finally,
nigger.
someone who isn't me.
So we were
Let's
gonna
get him.
start an event. The question was gonna be, what evidence do we have that the Earth is a ball? So I guess we could start there. Do we have evidence, direct evidence that we live on a ball?
You ain't got nothing.
Yeah, you wanted to come in and interrupt our conversation, so now you need to
Oh,
speak
Flat
up.
Earth isn't real. Just go on the NASA website, bro.
No, but I've asked you a specific question though. What evidence do we have that we live on a spinning, curving ball?
Rocket ship, go into space. All is curved.
Oh, damn it. I did the same thing. Are we gonna have to relive this shit?
Yeah. Well, no,
Like,
rockets don't go to space because they
do you know what
don't
I
work
love?
in a vacuum. Yeah.
I
They
love
just.
it when the Globers come in, they ask the questions, then they hang around and wait for the next one, and then they start seeing the pattern recognition. It's great.
Yeah. There you go.
Well,
Yeah.
no, I figure you guys would get bored, like, eventually.
It can get boring, but if somebody is open-minded, it can be a great conversation, right? Like,
Oh,
you know,
100%. Like we had.
it's only if that person's just like, no, we've got NASA. What are you talking about, idiot? That's when it becomes a bit of a waste of time.
Yeah. When you look
I
into the
mean,
vacuum
how
of
many people
space.
are in here right now? 21? Why don't we all invest in a weather balloon and send a camera up to space, you know?
Been done, brother.
Yeah, it's
You
been
think
done.
you think you think that
Yeah,
we
and the Earth
haven't done
is
that?
curved.
We've sent rockets up, we've sent balloons up, cameras up, and at the highest altitudes, I'm going to share a picture in the side chat, at 200 miles above the Earth, even from the ISS level, 250 miles above the Earth, we get completely flat horizons, dude.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put something in the side chat from a weather balloon showing you a flat horizon.
And then I'm going to put one of the best high altitude balloon camera shots from a balloon. It's about 20 odd minutes long. Lovely little melody in the back, and then towards the end, a couple of questions asked for you. It's absolutely beautiful and very therapeutic just to watch and listen to the melody as you're looking at the flat Earth from 24 miles off the Earth's surface. Very good.
Cool.
I'll put it in a minute.
I mean, I've literally been to space before, but it's chill.
In your dreams, yeah.
And I've been to Narnia. Yeah, mate. Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I paid over $500,000 to go to space.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Katy Perry? Is that you?
We don't believe you. But anyway, in the side chat, weather balloon, high altitude footage, flat horizons, my friend. The only time they won't seem flat,
It's
I put
clearly
another
curved.
picture
What are
in.
you talking about?
No, that's a flat horizon, my friend.
That's curved.
That's not curved. It's a 360 panoramic circle that goes around you at the same level. It's a circle. If the horizon, listen, if the horizon was curving, then when you do a 360 turn, the horizon wouldn't meet, right? You're not seeing. We're seeing a 360 panoramic view where the horizon meets. If it was curving down at a rate, an exponential rate, they wouldn't meet. But they meet on the same horizontal plane.
They don't meet on the same horizontal plane. It's clearly curving. What are you talking about?
Oh fuck, dude. Where's the curve then? Why don't you tell me where you're seeing the
Oh,
curve?
the curve? Oh, the curve is in your mom's ass.
Yeah, I thought so.
See what I mean? Now you're being
Dude,
rude.
you're a joke. You're just a joke. The fact that you
Yeah.
can't
Now
be
you're
honest.
being rude. See, just making a mockery of a serious topic matter. You
See,
see, that's all
to
they
all the
do.
other Globers, this is why we get a bit short with people, and we're not very tolerant because we get this kind of behavior 24/7, and it's hard to figure out
Yeah.
who's genuine.
Yeah.
I get it.
So forgive us if we get defensive or if we get a bit short. This is what we have to deal with.
Yeah.
Well, you
Got
got
to deal with all this buffoonery. Just prove your case. That's all. Drop the buffoonery and get on with it. But you can't, you see, because you can't prove your globe, and that's an embarrassing situation
Hey,
to be in.
Luax. Is that Luax I heard?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up? I was waiting for you to get back, right? So check out this footage in the side chat. You can actually bring up the side chat this time?
Yo, what's up?
Yo.
What's up, man?
Does anyone believe in flat Earth in here?
Here we go.
You don't need to believe in it. But yeah, check out this footage in the side chat. Does anyone here think that this is real footage of a spaceship in space?
Yeah,
in the
that's just
60s?
ridiculous. That thing. It's a joke. Honestly, it's a cartoon, isn't it?
It's not even car. It's like Thunderbirds.
It's like a little
What's
Thunderbirds
that
level.
from?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just
Skyline.
took the
So
words out of my
this
mouth.
is from NASA. This is official NASA footage
Wallace and
what?
Gromit's better.
from Apollo 16.
What year?
So that's
Well,
clearly
that would be
real.
probably 1971.
That's
So
clearly
it's
So there we
clearly
go.
real.
That's
Someone said
clearly
it's
fucking
clearly
real.
real. There we go.
That's clearly real.
Well, no, that's
Phil.
sped up.
Phil.
The footage is sped up, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you think it would look less fake if we slowed it down for you?
Yeah, it would be even worse for
Probably.
you.
I think it's like digitally edited a bit to like, make it more
Here
clear.
comes the cope.
All right. Let's
There's
slow one
definitely
down.
like
Right.
there's
So here's another
definitely
one that
Yeah, let's
so that
pause.
one was going too fast.
like
Right.
there's
And
definitely
for some reason, yeah,
CGI in
people
it
think
more.
that looks realistic, which is a bit of a litmus test here.
Well, no,
But all right.
docking takes like an hour. Like that's.
Like there's
Oh yeah.
definitely CGI in
All
it,
right.
but
All right. Here's a slowed
it's
down.
fake.
Here's a slowed down one for you. You buying this one too, or is this slowed down too much for it to
Thunderbirds
be
Well,
are
to
that's
look
go.
fake?
slowed down too much. Yeah, it's like slow motion.
Oh yeah. So that would
Look at the special
wow. So
effects.
I mean, they could just show you anything at this point, couldn't they? And you just believe it. If you think that most people that I show this footage to piss themselves laughing, and
This
then
one does
accuse
look
me
realistic.
of just posting some random fake footage that's not from NASA.
Yeah,
The
Bill
The
Casey said
rainbow
instantly, "Where's
particles.
the exhaust plume coming out of the rocket's engine for the
They're
ascent
about to
module?"
put that bit in.
Yeah, this is Bill Casey says, "There's no way I'm looking at a moon lander and then the ascent module with no exhaust plume. They didn't go to the moon." Bill Casey worked for Rocketdyne.
Do you guys think that Bill Gates likes child porn?
We don't care, dude. We really don't
Yeah,
care.
yeah, we know.
He probably does, the little slimy bastard, but that's the end of that. Who cares,
Do you
right?
guys like child porn?
All the elite are into dirty, nasty, horrible, degenerate shit. We don't talk about it because it's
Yeah,
pointless.
it's not what we talk about on here. It's, do you know?
We're gonna talk
I
about it
haven't
'cause
looked
we
up
like it.
any
Wait, that
articles
last one you just
regarding that.
post is like 100%. Like, how can you not? Like, it's obviously, yeah, it's sped up, but like, how can you? Like
It's
that right
just that
there.
you couldn't have that precision movement in a vacuum. You
Yes,
couldn't.
you can.
No, you
It's
cannot.
called air
No,
compressors.
no, you can't do that. It's impossible. As an
Air
engineer,
Hold on, air
it's an
compressors. Hold on,
insult to
let's
engineering. It's an
wait.
insult
Yeah.
to
What did you
engineering.
Go back to
So
explain the
instead
air
of
compressors?
yeah.
Explain the air compressors, bro. How do
so
the air compressors work?
In a
so it,
vacuum. In a
I mean,
vacuum.
in a
honestly, I think the
vacuum,
moon
it's
landing was
pressure.
probably
It's
fake,
pressure
but
being.
Hold on,
So
dude.
let
Hold
me
on. Let him
explain.
explain the air
Thank you.
pressure
Thank
thing.
you.
Go
Let me
ahead.
explain. Everybody be
like, I think
silent.
the moon
I
landing
have
was
the
fake,
floor.
but
Yeah,
I have
Please,
the
dude.
floor.
Let him finish.
Okay. So with air compressors with compressed air, you can easily do that because even in a vacuum of gravity, you're like you let out some air, like
Uh-oh.
you don't need. So the compression of air is gonna like push you sideways. Just the compression of air. You don't need the air to interact with an atmosphere, anything like that. Just the physical force of that compressed air being let out is going to give you, it's going to generate some sort of force. Okay. So that's how spacesuits work.
What's
Like
That's how
spacesuits.
spacesuits work.
Absolute
No,
hogwash.
spacesuits. Okay, no, like walking
Absolute hogwash
space,
that was.
like space
you've got
Nothing
walking,
you've
was
like
you better
spacewalking.
end well. You better end strong because you've got some tough questions coming your way,
All
man.
right, I got you. Heard, I got you.
wait, do you guys like
That's how
popcorn?
spacesuits, like on spacewalks, like, do you ever see the little like compressed air? Like it's like that's how that works. You don't
it's
need an atmosphere. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
okay.
And another thing. All right, I'm just kidding.
All right, go on, Rich. You got any questions?
Well, I didn't know. I
Okay.
was giving space to DJ unless he. I was just going to ask. What's the air pressing on? How are you generating a force in a vacuum like that
Yeah.
without
And note
without
the
something
sudden.
for the
Well, that's
gas to
just
press
simple
on?
physics. Like that's not even flat Earth. That's just physics.
Yeah.
No,
How do you
again,
make
it's an insult to physics, that is, because you wouldn't have that. You cannot achieve the precision stop. I'm gonna stop like you're turning a Rubik cube, and you can't do that in a vacuum.
Yes, you
There's
can.
no way. There's no way your thrusters would give you that much precision. A body
So
in motion
true.
remains in motion unless hit by another force. Remember.
Here we go.
So once you hit that thruster, that's going to send you catapulting. You can't stop suddenly
You
and then
ever
do a
heard
left
of a
turn. Suddenly
reverse
then do a right
thruster?
turn. You don't have that level of control.
Yes,
Don't
you do.
understand.
It's called a
They
reverse
don't have any
thruster.
thrust. It's worse than that, Jin. They don't have any thrust in a vacuum unless the vacuum has walls. And DJ has just
Exactly.
posted. The DJ has just posted how thrust would work in a vacuum. You need a surface for the gas pressure to press on to
Yeah, it's
create
got
the
to have a wall to
pressure.
push
Not
off of.
yeah. The
Exactly.
surface is the actual vessel or the vehicle or the craft that the com- compressor or the source of
Sorry,
thrust
you're
is
murdering.
attached to. I'm not murdering anything. Yeah,
You're
but
Just
murdering
look
the
in the side
principle.
chat.
Yeah, look in the side chat.
Luax. Luax. Just look, there's actual examples in the side chat.
Yeah, look.
so if
Notice,
momentum,
Loax. Notice how the thrust doesn't begin until the gas starts pressing against the container.
that's a
Notice how
rocket.
that. Yeah, but notice how there's no thrust until a certain point. What is that point?
Wait, what's
That
the top
point,
one?
the top one is the idea of thrust. Yeah, gas pressure, gas being pushed out and used as a thrust, right? But there's no thrust until that gas hits the wall and develops some momentum,
Yeah.
and then the thrust begins.
Okay, yeah, that's a good
If your
point.
argument
Yeah, that's a good point.
was
That's
that
a
the
good point.
spacecraft itself, your argument is
Wait,
that the
that's in the
spacecraft
vacuum
itself.
chamber.
Yeah, in a vacuum chamber. But your argument is that the spacecraft itself is the surface, but we don't see that in this example. There's no thrust being generated
Oh, that's
by
a
the
pretty
gas
good
pressing
example. I'll
against.
give that to you.
Thank you. This is what we're trying to say to you. We scrutinize it very well indeed. So when I say to
I'll
you,
have to try to dig up a rebuttal, but
yeah,
yeah,
you try,
pretty
you
good.
can try it. You can try. You won't get it
No,
because
that's a
you
pretty good
can't.
example.
We're debunking the original images from NASA. So that's what we've got here, and they look atrocious. You don't have that precision of movement in a vacuum. You don't, because the thrust wouldn't thrust out, and if it does thrust out,
Right. Actually,
it's got
not
no
just
medium to
saying
push
it,
off
I'm
of.
thinking
No
about it.
medium to
That
push
actually
off of.
makes
That's the
sense.
problem. No
Yeah,
medium
the
to
Yeah,
push
side
off
chat.
of.
Keep an
I'll
eye
have
on the
to look
side chat,
into that.
dudes. The side chat is used to give you examples of everything that we're saying and
Yeah,
every
yeah.
topic that's being brought up.
Nah,
We're
I
putting
like
the
to
evidence in there.
argue wildly and just like sit here and just start pulling racial slurs and.
At least you're honest.
Yeah, well, you're making a mockery of our server, basically.
No,
I mean,
I'm
you would have been muted ages ago.
joking.
If it
I'm
was me.
joking. I'm joking. I'm joking.
You would have been muted ages ago, mate.
You're good, bro. You're good. You know you humbled yourself. You're coming with the better attitude. I've got no problem with you being drunk at this point.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
But just be aware that you're probably not the best representation of the globe if you're coming in here to debate flat earthers, right?
100%, dude. I've been in here multiple times, and every night I come in here and I listen to you guys, it's more fascinating trying to understand your frame of thought, like the way you're thinking, and like that, like that last post with because that kind of lightweight blows my mind because
Mhm.
I always figured compressed air would work in a vacuum.
No, it's got nothing. It's got nothing to push off of. You see, there's no medium there. That's why rockets don't work in space. If you could get them there, because they've
And
never been to space. Remember?
yeah, that's something that we're trying to expose. That the actual formula for gas pressure, PV equals nRT, embedded in the
Yeah,
formula, that you'll need a volume, and the only way you can achieve a volume of gas is if that gas is under containment. Otherwise, there's nothing for the gas to press on to create the pressure. So one of our core arguments is that this world must be contained. The gas must be contained because we have a steady PSI. We have a steady
Yeah.
PSI, which means we have a volume. There is a volume of gas that we are living in. In order to have the gas pressure equation to work, there must be a volume. So just by definition, gas pressure needs containment in order to create the pressure.
Right. Otherwise, that naked blue ball that you see in the solar system wouldn't be there. It would be a grey ball because all the blue water would have evaporated, in other words, outgassed, and life would cease on Earth because there's no container on that ball, is there? So that is a violation of natural law. That globe ball in the solar system, right there, behind bars. Second law of thermodynamics violation.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to highlight here, that the globe is violating the natural laws of physics. And we can prove that with, just by going through it, going through the data, going through each observation, and then, asking you to, how do you demonstrate that? How do you demonstrate that a rocket can push off a atmosphere-less,
well, so yeah, you'd have
non-contained
to.
area?
I'm sorry. Yeah, like you'd have to push off, like you're saying, with the Earth and the atmosphere, and then you'd have to what is that thing called? Boomerang. You'd have to boomerang, basically use a planet or like the moon's gravity well or another planet's gravity well to like kind of rotate and slingshot. And then that's why they do
It's
that
never been
because there's
proven.
no way to.
That's what you put forward, sir, has never been proven that you can go past a
Well, that'd
planet,
be the only way.
right, and then there's a gravitational pull that will pull you around to slingshot. It's never been proven.
Well, no. Okay, so what I mean is like when you like you use your initial thrust to get off the Earth, and then
I
you
use my initial thrust into your mom.
aim. Well, like we can all agree that you get thrust off the Earth, right? Or
And we
thrust
can all
off
agree that I can thrust into your mom.
rockets. Okay, is this guy for
He's
real?
for real. Basically, you're saying your rocket is lifting off much the same as a giant firework. Yes.
Yeah,
Going
so
into the vacuum.
you can launch something past, and then you like match like gravitational wells, like because like
They
that
don't
actually
exist.
blew.
They don't exist. What you just mentioned doesn't
Gravitational
exist.
wells don't exist.
Don't exist.
Okay. Well, all right, that's another baby
Right,
step
because you've got to
because
prove these things. You haven't. They don't exist.
well, you kind of like already blew my mind with the whole like vacuum and like rockets in a vacuum and air compressors in a vacuum. It's like so. Like, I don't know. I don't even know
Yeah,
what to believe
exactly.
anymore.
You don't know. You got to do more research. I'm glad you said that.
Hey! Don't say his words out of his mouth. He's just saying I don't know. Like don't be like, oh, exactly, you don't know. Like stop acting like a stupid
Exactly. He doesn't
do that
know,
shit.
so he needs
No,
to
I hate
do
when people
research.
do that shit. You know exactly what he means when he says I don't know.
I know exactly what he meant. He doesn't know. That means he doesn't know.
No, it means
Okay?
he doesn't. No, you know
Thank you.
you know exactly
Right,
what
so
you're doing.
behave yourself. You
No,
don't
you
even know what
behave
you're saying.
yourself, motherfucker.
Phil, I feel
Listen,
like you're commenting on Jin's
Stop
confidence.
using the foul language. Okay, no need for that. You father fucker. You.
Whoa.
Jesus Christ.
There you
I'm
go.
gonna
There you
fuck
go.
your
You
dad
see.
if you keep talking to me
You
like
sister
that.
fucker.
I'm
You.
gonna fuck your
See
dad
what I
real
mean?
good.
Hey,
See what I mean?
guys, chill out, man.
Yeah. You cousin fucker. You.
Phil,
I'm gonna
it
fuck
feels
your
like
dad real good, buddy.
Jin,
See?
stop,
You
dude.
better
Okay. Yeah, I'm
watch
not saying
your
any more
fucking
now.
mouth.
I'm not
All
saying any
this
more now.
over
Just
little
remind
old
him.
me.
Let's stop this now. Right. So Phil,
Yeah. Behave
I just
yourself.
feel like you were more critiquing Jin because of his confidence. It wasn't that he was putting words in his mouth. It's the confidence that this small moment that he's had, where he's, the truth has kind of hit him. Oh, there's a problem here with what I'm saying. This is a very small drop in the ocean. We could talk about gravity. We could talk about relativity. We could talk about the Coriolis effect. We can talk about several different subjects where it would be as profound as this for someone
Have
who
you taken
didn't
an
know
IQ
the
test?
truth.
Huh?
Don't worry about IQ test, dude. We're
No, I'm
talking
just
about
curious.
we're talking about physics, and we're talking about whether the globe is consistent with physics. And the more
Yeah.
we
Is
explain
the globe
physics,
consistent with physics?
no, this is what we're
Yes.
trying to tell you. No, the globe isn't consistent
Yes,
with
yes, it
physics.
is.
How?
It just is, bro. Like a globe.
No,
Okay,
it
okay,
just is because he says so. Because he
okay.
says so. Really.
So you guys
Wouldn't
claim
a
that
flat
that
disc
rocket
like break
thrust.
apart? You know what I mean? Like a flat disc would just like break apart.
We're not a flat disc. We'd never put that as our case. It's not our position
What's
at
the
all.
case then if it's not a flat disc?
The case is this: we do not know the shape of the Earth, and we've never made the claim that we know the shape of the Earth. But we know what shape it isn't, right? And describing the Earth as a leveled surface doesn't mean that's a shape. Okay?
Flat's not a shape, dude. Flat's just a description of the topographical plane that we live on. We live
Thank you.
on the water all around us. The majority of the Earth is water. The water is not curving, and the mountains and
It's being held together by gravity, bro.
the
Come on,
topography
bro,
doesn't
gravity.
change. Hold on. The topography of the Earth doesn't change the horizontal orientation. So when we say flat Earth, we're talking about how this world is oriented horizontally and that the water's not curving. Do you understand that when we say flat Earth? We're not talking about a disk. We're not talking about a shape. We're just talking about the orientation of the surface.
Yeah.
How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast today?
I generally don't have breakfast generally, so I
I
feel
didn't have
okay.
breakfast. Yeah, what's that mean?
Yeah.
I don't eat breakfast. What's the point?
Yeah, but how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast today?
Like I do
I
now.
generally don't have breakfast generally every day. So what?
What's your point?
How would you feel if you didn't have lunch today?
What's your
I
point?
still feel okay. I only eat once a day anyway.
Okay.
So there was no point. Thanks for that.
Oh,
Don't you miss me?
No, you're coming around slowly, so you're slowly digesting what we've told you, and some realizations are kicking in. That's good. You're gonna get there. You're definitely gonna get there, and it's gonna be we're not on a ball. That's right. Give me a pint of lager. My biggest surprise was when I found out that the outgassing phenomena destroys anything that you can put in a vacuum. And I thought, wow, really? And then I saw smoke coming off of film canisters. I said, vacuum is a dangerous place. No air results in outgassing. Wow. See, the creator of this earth, clever design. We're never going to be able to go up there. We got to be on the surface of the earth and get on with it. We got no business up there. We don't have any technology that can help us be there. God's very clever. That's why the air as well. It's, what do you call that? Gradient. Yeah, has a gradient. It's all to keep us on the earth. Okay, clever design. God doesn't mess. Love the earth even more now when I look at it. Yeah, it's just
I mean, would
yeah,
you argue the same thing about the ocean?
absolutely. As you go down, the pressure
We're not
increases.
supposed to be there. Well, what about on top of it?
Oh, on top of it's fine because we've created vehicles to do that. But naturally, you know, you can swim around near the coastal regions, go diving for fish and what pearls, and that's fine.
Have you ever heard
Yeah.
of a submarine?
Oh, of course, I've been in one.
All right, so that's a vessel created by human beings.
We're not disputing that, but they operate horizontally. That's the thing. They don't follow a curved trajectory. When they fire their torpedoes, they go horizontal and hit the target and destroy it to smithereens. All right.
Well, I thought you were talking about human beings not being able to venture off into new horizons because they're
Well, no, that
technologically
was your assumption, you see. That was
ill-equipped.
your assumption. Yeah, I didn't mean that at all. I was referring to space only at this point. Space only. We're never going to be able to go there. You've got the air gradient. Yeah, that's there to keep us on Earth, you see. That's why I say it was a clever design. God doesn't mess.
That's for damn sure. And he's got a sick sense of humor. It's a
Yeah,
really good one. God's got a hell of a sense of humor.
yeah, he has. Definitely. It's like a tease.
No, it is. Sometimes you're like, are you fucking with me?
Yeah, it's just fascinating that, you know, the molecules begin to separate because there's no air pressure up there. So whatever you
Well,
put
you
up
know
there will
what?
just separate. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, let me finish chewing.
Yeah, I was just saying that, you know, the molecules that make up whatever object you may have subjected to the vacuum begin to separate. And then due to the heat of the sun, that's where they start to just turn into gas. Just amazing. In a vacuum,
No, it
no
really
air.
blows my mind more than the astronomical, like, it's easy to look up and like you see like all this big shit, but like looking inwards, microscopic on the atomic level,
Yeah,
subatomic level, like
yeah,
how small does shit get? Like
yeah.
the scale of the universe is mind blowing. Like it goes so tiny you can't even fucking imagine, and then it goes so big you can't fucking imagine. It's like,
Mm.
alright.
The scale of the
It's
earth.
like,
Yeah.
alright, I throw in the towel, like, bro, I'm not even trying to lie.
You know what shape do they claim the universe is, Luax?
The universe, I'm pretty sure people are under the people are under the general understanding that the universe is basically a bubble just with a big bang kind of thing. But then also nobody actually knows because you can see universes or not universes, it's so focused. You can see galaxies when they're moving away from us, they're red. If they're moving towards us, they're blue. And kind of if they look normal, it's like, all right, they're moving the same speed. And so, like,
Yeah,
using
so they claim it's
light,
flat, bro.
the universe.
Yeah.
Yeah, they claim it's flat.
Well, here's one thing that really blows my mind is what is like, so you have the like gravitational well of the sun, and then you have all the planets orbiting around the sun. But like, what makes that gravitational well flat? It's like you go up, like, all right, so you go north of the sun, you go south of the sun. Like, why is the gravitational well, like, why are all the planets orbiting the sun the way it is? You know what I'm saying? And then also, all right, so you go outside of the sun's gravitational well to another star, and its orbit is orientated a completely different way. It's like, so, like, I don't understand that. Like, that blows my mind.
Yeah, man. And
You're not
did you
supposed.
know it also rains diamonds on Uranus and Neptune, and on
Yeah,
exoplanets. On exoplanets, it
there's
rains
like
glass,
entire
but the
planets.
rain is going sideways. And then we have black holes, and then we also have hairy black holes as well. And Uranus smells like farts, and it like opens up at certain times throughout the year and releases farts. Where it's also raining diamonds, bro. Space is so cool.
Wait, are you
So
being
cool.
sarcastic?
No, those are
No,
claims.
it's
Those
not
are claims in
sarcasm, bro.
science
I mean,
magazines. Yeah, you can go to Scientific American and hear some of this shit. Like they do these
Uranus, well,
articles.
no, well, Uranus smelling like, I don't know about it being hairy, but it might smell like
No, that's
rotten
black
eggs.
holes, right? So some black holes, there's hairy black holes.
Yeah.
Like actual
But listen,
human
I just
hair,
want to
like it's
address.
got fur.
Who knows, right? But I just want to address something first before you start assuming gravity wells exist. You're going to have to find a way to prove that space-time can curve, because this is all based on the idea that space-time is curving by mass. So that's why we're taking what you're saying
Oh,
with a bit of tongue in cheek, because
no,
you've
no,
got to
no, no,
prove that
no.
space-time can curve first.
No, like humanity hasn't even proved this. That like is like uh physics, like
Astrophilosophy.
theoretical
It's philosophy.
theoretical astrophysics. Uh,
Yeah.
so yeah, like theoretical being the hard one on that. Like no one actually knows. You know, it's like it's kind of like
Yeah. 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 It's just their best guess, which is not the truth, is it? The best
I
guess is
mean,
not the
well,
truth.
is like it's a belief, and so that's why I don't
It's not
discredit.
the truth.
Like,
The words I'm using are crystal clear. It is not the truth. So there's no truth there. It's bunk. It's not worth anything. Can't use it.
would be like your belief, wouldn't it?
I don't do any believing. That's the thing. I don't believe in anything. I either
All right.
carry knowledge or I carry no knowledge. I
So
know the earth
say,
is flat.
Well, all right, so you know the Earth. All right, so I mean, all right, like
All right.
we're not gonna go in this circle, but yeah, I
Thank you.
But
understand
when
what
it
you're
comes to
saying.
general relativity, my friend, general relativity itself cannot be proven in the sense that space and time are just two concepts that cannot be manipulated in a way to do an experiment. So basically, what you're doing is you're building theories or models off this theoretical assumption that cannot be proven. That's layers and layers and layers of self-deception, potentially, not you personally, but people who start, really putting thought into gravity wells and stuff. They don't realize they're just building on a theory that can't be proven. It's almost a waste of time to a certain degree. Because for all we know, those lights in the sky are just lights and cannot be traveled to. I don't believe that you can leave this place. This gas pressure is contained. So speculating on gravity wells involves a hell of a lot of belief, dude,
Wait,
with
so
no
what are the
evidence.
stars?
What are they? Nobody knows because we can't go there. But
Yeah, they're little lights up in the sky, dude. And this is the thing. I can hear myself echoing through someone's mic. Any light from a distance looks like a round light, right? Like if you look at a car off in the distance and it has a bunch of headlights on the front, it just looks like one round light. You look at a street light, it looks like a round light, even if it's a long, high pressure sodium bulb. You look at a 4-foot tube light from a distance, right? All lights just look like a round light from a distance. So you would have no idea what they are, what shape they are, or anything like that. You just see some little lights in the sky. All lights look like that from a distance.
now we can replicate. We can't replicate a planet. We can't replicate any of the globe model, but we can replicate a star in a lab setting. You get a vacuum flask full of liquid and you run a frequency through it. That sorry, if you put a bubble in a vacuum flask of liquid and then you run a certain frequency through it, that frequency causes the bubble to collapse in on itself. It's called cavitation. And when that bubble collapses on itself, it creates a light and supposedly a heat that would match what our description of a star looks like. Now, please, I am not claiming that the stars are sololuminescence, which is what this phenomenon is called. But we can replicate something similar in a flask of liquid. That's the closest I would say we have to be able to say, what could the stars be? And there's probably flat earthers in here who are like, shut up. You know what I mean? This is just opening yourself up for scrutiny. But, from just an honest point of view, it's probably something more like that than planets in a
Wait,
vacuum
when you say
violate
you could,
science.
when you say you could recreate, like for how long? Like a second, a fraction of a second, nanosecond? Like how long?
So it's a good question. It's no, it's not. It can definitely run for the duration of the experiment, which I believe will be, longer than 15 minutes. I don't know how long they can hold a sololuminescent cavitated bubble. That's a good question.
Well, the ability to pretty much recreate and harness, like recreate. Okay, wait. Now let me stop myself right there. Because I was gonna like, I'm under the impression you're talking about them making an artificial sun, which would
No,
require, yeah, an insane amount of energy. That's why I had to like, yeah, catch myself there. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
it's called cavitation, and you can get a bubble to collapse. It's the same mechanism that the pistol shrimp uses.
I
The
was
pistol
just
shrimp.
about to fucking bring that up.
Yeah. And it's when a bubble collapses in on itself, and it can create immense light and heat.
Hella
And you
heat,
can see the
yeah.
flash. You can see the flash when a pistol shrimp does it, but you can recreate that in a lab. So what I'm trying to say is there are other explanations for the stars. Yeah. If up in the sky is a superfluid, which seems to be where all of the leading astrophysicists are heading at the minute, space is a superfluid. There is a fluid up there. Then if there was a bubble and a frequency went through it, then why couldn't these things cavitate and create the phenomenon we see in a lab? Why not? Do you know what I mean? And I'm not saying that to say trying to replace the theory. I'm just trying to give you the idea that there are alternative theories, and we've been limited by what we've been taught in school as to what could be possible, especially when it comes to electrostatics and electromagnetisms.
No, 100% like thinking outside the box.
This whole realm could be explained, and there are plenty of flat earthers who really are trying to build a model. We don't push their models and we don't talk about it because we can't verify any of this additional information needed to be believed in order to build the model. But there's plenty of us who have got our own thoughts and feelings and may even, lean towards one of these models, but we're not going to share it with you because until you've established the fact that the Earth is measured and experienced as flat. Once you've achieved that, and it's not a debate anymore, that's just how we measure the Earth. But it could still be a ball, but that at least we accept that's how the Earth is presented. Then I think you could start asking those deeper questions. But first, we've got to establish that we experience a flat Earth empirically. That's got to be established before you can start philosophizing.
Wait, what do you mean empirically?
Empirical as in the raw first-hand data, measurements taken across the Earth would be considered empirical data, direct measurement, right? So not an interpretation, not bringing in assumptions and then assuming that there's refraction and that that would match the globe, so that would make it likely. No, just straight up measurements and direct evidence. The Earth presents itself as a flat, stationary topographical plane. Now, that doesn't mean it's a flat, stationary topographical plane. It just means that is what all empirical data will bring you to. And that's something we don't budge on because the science speaks for itself, the geometry speaks for itself.
Yeah, it's the integrity of the situation. That's take it to court and win your court case. Empirical evidence, yeah, not assumptions and theories. Because when you build upon a false premise with theories, then whatever you build will be deemed as null and void in a court of law. You can't take it as the truth. You see.
Yeah,
Okay.
empirical evidence makes more sense. He said imperial, and so I started thinking of like Warhammer 50K. Like
No, he said empirical.
card.
No, he said empirical perfectly. He did.
Okay, well maybe I misheard.
I said
I'm sorry.
empiricism.
My bad.
I said
Wait,
empiricism.
you definitely didn't say empiricism. You either said empirical or... Anyways.
No, I definitely, I says, I'm pretty sure I said empiricism. I don't know. Maybe I didn't. I thought I did.
Because we both misheard that one, but yeah.
Well, I definitely didn't say
Imperial.
Imperial. I didn't say imperial.
I'm pretty sure you said imperial because it's not important. But yeah, like, well, my mind went to 50K, Warhammer 50K, like Imperial, like the Imperial Guard.
No, the overall point I'm trying to make is the raw data to make the globe is flat Earth data. Okay, when you're doing your geodetic surveying, when you do your angle measurements to stars, you're establishing the Earth as flat as step one in the process. So they've built a globe off flat Earth, and we can say that comfortably because we know how they measure the Earth. We know how they do the geodetic surveying. We know how they do plane surveying. We know how an aeroplane flies. We know how ballistics work. They're all in relation to a stationary flat Earth. You can't build or create aircraft without knowing this to be empirically true. Now, that doesn't mean all of the aircraft builders know the Earth's flat, but that means they have to build the plane in respect to a flat Earth. They build the buildings in respect to a flat Earth. The ballistic rockets are being aimed as if the Earth is flat. They're not accounting for the drop over distance in artillery fire, for example. We've got rail guns that can hit a target 100 miles away, and they are line of sight instruments. Functionally, the Earth operates as a flat stationary plane. And we just need you to concede on that, and then we could speculate with you in private. But we won't speculate with newbies until they understand this empirical statement that we're making. Earth is experienced as a flat topographical plane in every industry.
The problem for flat Earth is that you guys don't have the science.
But that's an assumption, because all of our arguments are coming from, laws of science and laws of geometry. So we would argue and say, you don't have science, you have pseudoscience. We have actual raw empirical science and geometry backing our claim. The fact you said that means you don't understand what I've been saying for the last 5 minutes.
I think you just joined.
That was someone else.
People come in here all the time and say you don't have science. That haven't you globers who are here watching now, haven't you noticed we're only talking about science, geometry, laws within those fields? That's what we talk about. Science backs the flat earth.
Yeah, just because a bunch of us, scientists say that over a 10-mile lake, the water is curving at 66 feet, right? They could all say that as much as they like. But if we go and check it over and over and over again, and there's actually no curvature there, it doesn't matter how many of them say that there is. And none of them can provide any measurements that it is there. They just say it is there based on their model or whatever.
Their
Right?
religion.
If we're going out and actually checking it and checking it and checking it in all different ways, and there isn't any curvature there, then there isn't any curvature there until someone can prove that there is.
Yep. You guys actually have, if you're going to stay as globers, you have a burden of proof if you want to debate a flat earther, because the flat earther is only quoting to you what's experienced through your senses, right? We experience the flat plane. So the burden of proof is on the person who wants to convince you that what appears as a flat plane is actually a curving ball.
Oh my god.
And what you see in the distance is a mirage. You're not really seeing this thing that you see, 10 miles away. It's actually just a mirage. That's your burden of proof, because you're claiming something that we can hit with a laser isn't there. A Glober's in 2026, a Glober is pretty fucked. You don't have the empirical evidence.
Wait, what about ships who sail away past the horizon?
I'm glad you said past, because that's what happens on a flat surface.
Yeah.
When something goes beyond the limitation of your view, it merges into what's called the vanishing point. Where the sky meets the ground, your ship will merge into that, and it will always disappear unless the weather conditions are strange. It will always usually appear like it's disappearing from bottom up. It's not disappearing from bottom up. It's the convergence and the heat haze above the water, and it's a little bit harder to see just above the water. That bit all gets merged. All the information is being merged into a single point.
Oh no, this is my favorite one, and this is one that I've always wondered. Alright, so circumnavigation, going around the globe, sailing across the globe or flying around the globe. What about that? How do you they just did a big circle?
Which way? Which direction?
Either way, west or east. North or
east.
south is not the most popular because that's not the way the wind blows, but yeah.
That's the excuse they give. It's not just that it's not more popular.
Oh
It's never been.
no.
It's
Okay,
never been done.
back it up. So what about west and east? You can't just go,
Yeah.
not north or south. So they
We
must have never done it.
We expect east and west to be a circle on the flat Earth too. From what we know about the Earth, we would expect circumnavigation in east and west to be a great circle around the magnetic attractor, because you're using a compass, right? And the compass is attracted to the magnetic center.
How
So
would
if
a
that
ship do that?
by using the compass, you're following a coordinate system called a cardinal coordinate. That cardinal coordinate is all based on magnetics. So if the magnetic, what's it, not Mount Maru, what's it called? What do they call the big rock at the North Pole? The magnetic. Anyway, the magnetic pole isn't a fixed position, they say. But my point is that on a flat Earth, if the magnetic north, let's say the North Pole, yeah, if the North Pole is in the center of our orientation and all the countries are around it, then east and west would just be a circle around that magnetic north. You'd expect to circumnavigate a flat Earth.
Alright, I guess I understand. Yeah, what you're saying. Yeah.
That's what we would expect with a magnetic attractor in the center of the Earth.
That's what I said. I mean, bro, like that's why I wish I had a rocket ship, man. We can go up and fucking go up there and be like and
And just
see
and
and
see how
see
flat it
what's
is.
really if it's flat, bro. I will sit there and I'll be like, hey, bro, like you're 100% right. I'm not, dude. You're right. I was wrong.
But dude,
My
listen,
bad.
we put the pictures in the side chat earlier of the horizon at over 100,000 feet, yeah? And that horizon is a great circle around you. There's a 360 pan view. If you scroll up, let me find it. This is all the confirmation you need, my friend. The Earth isn't curving at the edges of that frame. Because if it was, when you do the 360 view, you wouldn't see this perfectly, eye level line where the ground meets the sky. You wouldn't see that meet behind you at the other end. But that line is consistently at eye level in a full 360 circle around you. How could somebody claim that there's curvature when we do the 360 and we see that horizon at eye level all the way around? Just think about that. Think about that. That's not what we would have experienced at high altitude on a ball. The horizon would be curving away from you as you look straight. And as you pan round, you're going to get an adjustment of that horizon based on the limitation of your view where it's coming back up again. But you don't. You see a perfect circle at eye level because the horizon is an optical phenomenon based on your limitation of view. The horizon is always a circle around you. And the higher
I
you
think
go, the more apparent that becomes.
the biggest thing that really blows my mind is that like everything like all right, so everyone's lying, like literally everyone's lying. All right, so
You're not lying.
like scientific, like the books, like scientists, like literally everyone's lying, or they're being misled, or they misunderstand, like I don't, but like
Well, are you
so
lying? Have you been lying today?
me.
When you first came
I
in
don't
and
lie.
you were
No, 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 I
debating.
don't lie. No, 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 I don't lie. I don't
Yeah,
lie,
but you
dude.
still,
What you
you
see is
still.
what you get. Like, so if like,
What I'm trying to say is, you still made arguments for the globe. They weren't lies. They were just assumptions that you believed to be true, right?
yeah, 100%, yeah.
So that most people aren't lying. Most people believe that Earth is too big to be able to detect any of the characteristics of a globe. So they buy any cockamamie story that they're given because, oh, of course we have Aristophanes. Oh, of course, Ptolemy made a model. Oh, of course we got
But wait, what is
Newton.
the? So this is what kills me. Like, what is the payoff for lying to the public? So like, what's the payoff? Like, what's
Why would they
the?
lie? Why would they
Yes,
lie?
exactly.
We
Dude,
made a song.
lying,
We got a flat Earth
lying
song
to
for
the
it.
public, lying to the public is the basis of all civilizations.
No, but we're talking about what is the payoff about telling people it's flat when it's actually round. The amount of money and energy it would cost to keep this going, the amount of secrecy, like the amount of levels of government, like every single government that's ever tried to launch anything into space, like what are they getting out of it? Like, what are they getting out of it? What's the like? I don't understand why you would spend so much energy trying to convince the population that the Earth is flat, or that the Earth is the Earth is round when it's flat. I don't understand. Like what's the payoff?
A
Not
lot of the guys
necessarily.
can answer that. Yeah, go ahead, DJ.
Yeah, I mean, if you ask me to give you a list of names of who I think's lying about this, I wouldn't be able to give you a single name, right? Because you would have to put a name on the list and then validate that that person's actively lying, right? As if they know that the Earth is flat and they're lying about it being a globe. I think, like Roots was saying, that most people just generally believe that it's a globe. They're not lying, right? You're a university professor or you're a teacher or whatever, right? They're not lying to you. They learnt that from a textbook, and that dates back 500 or 600 years. So it's more like a tradition. It's not like the scientists are lying about it or people that work at the government are lying
I
about it.
see what you're
If you look
saying.
in,
Okay.
yeah, if you look into the history of the globe, you can see that it's potentially just a coordinate system mistaken for reality, and a coordinate system that was taken from the way that we view the sky, because the sky looks like a big sphere, hemisphere above us, right? And the ancient cultures needed a convenient way to map out the sky, so they made up the celestial sphere. And then over time, throughout history, people came along and they took that celestial sphere and they inverted it into a terrestrial sphere. And that's a
No.
coordinate system. Yeah, literally. So Pythagoras, according to
happened.
the history books, Pythagoras was, you can say no, but I'm about to back what I'm saying up, and you can check this as well. Just check it online. Pythagoras is the first person credited for saying that the Earth is a globe, right? Not because of empirical evidence at all or anything like that, but through philosophical reasoning, he argued that because we envision the heavens as a sphere, therefore the Earth must be a sphere because spheres are the most divine shape. The Pythagorean cult worshipped spheres and numbers, and they thought spheres were the most perfect shape, so therefore the Earth must be that. And then other people took that idea and they basically took the celestial sphere and they inverted it into a terrestrial sphere. That's why the equator, right? That's the celestial equator became the terrestrial equator. The celestial poles became the terrestrial poles, and so on. You can look into all of this, right? If you look at a model of the celestial sphere and then a model of the sphere or the spherical coordinate system of the globe, it's the exact same thing. It's just an inverted coordinate system, and that's what all of the maps that we use now are based off of. The WGS 84 spherical coordinate system. It originates from the sky, from taking angle measurements to the stars and coming up with a convenient coordinate system. Now, if you look up what is the celestial sphere, is the celestial sphere imaginary? Google will tell you, yeah, it's 100% absolutely imaginary. It's a concept. It's a conceptual way of mapping out the sky, a convenient way of mapping out the sky. So the spherical coordinate system is useful. We use it for all sorts of different things, but that doesn't mean that the coordinate systems are reality. And the maps are coming from the coordinate systems as well. And you've probably heard that term before. Don't mistake the map for the territory. Maps are not the ground. Maps are not the reality.
Well said.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah,
crux of your issue.
I'm sorry.
you're
Can you
making it.
repeat that?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
You're making it sound like it's all just like happenstance, but the big boys at the top, they must know what the truth is, right?
I
So
believe that.
whatever, so there
I
has
do
to
Yeah,
be a
believe that.
maybe.
Can I just finish?
Hey,
There
hey,
has to
just
be a
hey,
reason.
Candace, just let me like add to my point really quickly, right? So I'm saying that if you asked me to give you a list of people who are lying about it, I wouldn't be able to do that. I didn't say that I don't think anyone's lying about it. Okay, there could be tons of people. It could be a big grand malicious thing, but I wouldn't be able to validate that. And I think that the general majority of people are not lying about it when it comes to professors and most scientists and people that work at the government and even most people that work for NASA. I don't think that they're
Yeah,
lying,
but
although there could be a bunch.
I understand what you're saying. You're saying there's a perpetual lie that is. It's not like people are directly lying; they're just indirectly like misleading the public. But he's asking you for a rudimentary reason. Like, what is the first starting point? It's not just that there was a map and then all of a sudden the Greeks did this and then boom, it's a sphere. No, like there has to be something, right? So that's the
Yeah,
question.
it was through philosophical reasoning, not through empiricism.
So I'm happy to share. I'm happy to share why I believe that. But I think first I want to read what Dr. Yoda's put in the side chat. I have a slightly I agree with this statement, but I also have a deeper suspicion that I'm willing to share. But let's just read what Dr. Yoda said. They're not lying, dude. They think they're telling the truth. That's the problem. It's actually worse that we are dealing with a worldwide religious conviction in a globe that doesn't exist than it is to deal with some conspiracy theory. It reveals so much more about the true state of civilization's progress and how society views that progress. The technological hubris is off the charts. People are mad with the idea that we are advanced when we are really degrading backwards. So the globe is a symptom of that cause. Maps are not reality. Don't eat the menu at a restaurant. Delusions and lies aren't the same. So what he's saying there is it doesn't necessarily have to be a lie, and most people today are not lying. Most people today just believe in the story, right? But like he said, it's a map, it's a coordinate system. All we're telling you to do is don't eat the menu at the restaurant. Yeah, that's not reality. The menu is not the food, although the food is written on the menu. That isn't representation of food. And that's what we're telling you. That map is not a representation of the empirical world we're measuring out there.
That's fair. Why do you
That's
think they're spending so much time and energy implementing these things into like the public schooling system, for example, and all these kinds
right.
of things? Like, why is it there?
Yeah, so that leads me on to the second part, which is I said I would share with you my reasoning. I personally believe that they're hiding a lot, right? I believe they're hiding potentially extra resources. I think they could be hiding more land. But more importantly, I think what they've managed to hide, which has changed us fundamentally, is God. They have managed to hide the fact that this world was created and is actually perfect. And they've managed to hide that, and they've removed God from the average person's psyche, which means now we have this belief in this nihilistic materialism. They couldn't have got us under the level of control they got us to with the belief in God. And I'll tell you that that was known in Egypt, okay? Because they couldn't rule the populations who had a strong belief in the Creator. So they had plenty of incentive and experience to learn
Mm.
that with this framework, this idea that God created the earth and the man, that humans couldn't be controlled as easily. So they've hid God. They could be hiding more land and more resources for all we know.
I know what you're saying, but I think it's kind of contradictory because in ancient civilizations, religion and the belief in God was actually one of the main reasons and one of the main ways they control the public by the fear of God. So I don't really buy that, to be honest.
Well, the problem you've got is when, for example, the Greeks invaded Egypt, their law and their spirituality was all bloodline, and the history was preserved through the bloodline of the people. So they had kingship. So this story of the religion that we had was connected to certain peoples and certain identities and certain ways of thinking and being, and it was very much about righteousness and spiritual growth. This was a direct contradiction to what they wanted to achieve, which is they wanted to take over all of these countries and they wanted to basically reset the world. So, yeah, I'm getting off track here, but there's plenty of incentive as to why they might need to remove spiritual, religious teachings as they are, and replace it with some atheistic values, because the atheistic value system is based on what they're calling, the soft sciences. They can just direct your moral compass. They can tell you how to think and how to be, because you've got no guidance, you've got no foundation anymore. So they needed that foundation removing, and the perfect one is materialism.
I mean, they want to control the public. So whether they use the method of naturalism, scientism, atheism, or they use the religion spiritual way is not that important, right? The outcome is ultimately the same. My point is that the God concept is just as much of a control factor as its allegedly freedom, as you believe. Because as I said,
No,
you have the fear of the God. The God tells you to do this, do that. All the religious teachings, it conditions your mind, and having to have a sort of conditioned response to the way you live your life, rather than living life on your own terms. So I don't
right, but
think.
we had hundreds of years of civilization and spirituality where spiritual ideas were really fleshed out well, to the point where the ideas were around how you act and how you are and how you think and how you be, and be a moral, upstanding human and respect the fellow human. This is a problem for extreme materialistic capitalism. Okay? If you're fundamentally putting people first and believe that this world was created for you by a creator, you're going to treat other people and the earth differently. So if you believe you're on a spinning ball on the edge of some universe that is really insignificant to the grand scheme of things, and actually you should be lucky that you're even here. So what we're going to do is we're going to tax you for using materials or living on the earth, because you are an animal, is what they want you to believe, and that you are not special, and that this place wasn't created for you. You're a burden here. That puts you in a position where now you need to pay them to leave you alone, because you're a burden. So you can say that it's the same, but it's not the same. People's fundamental polarity without God leads to nihilistic materialism, and it's proven that those types of people are more easily controllable, moldable, and directable to do sin, Satanism, and change the values of the society. Can't change the values of a society who believes in God.
I don't think it's the same. I think the outcome is the same, so it's maybe different. But you don't think humans are animals?
Oh God, no. No, I think we're human beings, and I think we've always been human beings. I don't believe our ancestors were anything else, because why would I believe that? We've got no evidence of that.
Oh, but that's a different conversation, though.
Yeah. Why would I believe that I'm the same as a monkey? That's my great great
That's
great ancestor.
that's a, what is it called? Like it doesn't follow. Non sequitur. Yeah.
Well,
Humans
you
are
you
animals
ask.
just by definition, right? It's like
Yeah, they
biological.
categorize us as animals, but it's built off the framework of evolution, right? Darwinism. That's when that category came in, not before.
That's
They
not.
reclassified us as
I don't
animals.
think I don't think that animal and evolution necessarily goes hand in hand. You could just say humans are animals by default,
Well,
in
we're
virtue
living
of the
beings.
definition. Yeah,
If you're defining an animal as a living being, then yeah, like we are
like
a
it's a
living being.
mammal. We have a heart, we have blood, we have bones, we have a nervous system, we have instincts, we have
And
desires.
most living things do. Most living things
Right.
do, yeah.
That's animal, right?
No,
So
but what I'm saying is I don't consider humans animals in the sense
Guys,
that
can I
we're all
ask
the
you something
same.
else?
anyway, that's it's maybe a semantic issue. So whatever.
Hello?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, what do you think about
No,
facial cosmetic surgery?
couldn't care less, mate.
Why? So you just care about arguing about the earth being flat versus getting treated better your whole life?
I don't care about a lot of things, but facial surgery isn't on my agenda. It's not
What
in
about
my
leg
interest.
lengthening?
What about what?
Leg lengthening.
I don't give a shit, dude.
How tall are you?
Just wasting my time.
How tall are you?
5'9".
Brutal. You should consider it.
I don't give a shit, mate. Quite happy with my height.
I wouldn't
I'm a
be.
lot taller than my missus, and that's all that matters, right?
Yeah, well, how tall is your girlfriend?
Shorter than me, don't worry.
What am I gonna do with that information, bro?
Why are you asking?
I'm just curious.
Yeah, so when it comes to the...
So you're just gonna DNR me, huh?
You're not really saying anything, dude. I'm willing to talk to you, but you're not
Well,
saying
I asked
anything.
you a question. You didn't answer me, so.
I did answer.
No, you
Said I
didn't.
don't give a shit.
Well, that's not an answer.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, do you
Definitionally,
know what
that's an
room
answer.
you just walked into?
Who was that dumb low IQ southerner that just spoke? Couldn't understand you over your retarded
Did you
accent.
see the title of the room you walked into?
It's over. Are you fat? Yo, Ken Kips, are you fat? What's your body fat percentage, buddy?
Phil, you're going on mute for a bit, mate. You're a bit annoying. You're acting like a child, dude. I'd rather sit in silence.
Good evening and welcome to 2026 Flat Earth Debate on Discord. Ladies and gentlemen, for tonight's event, we have... No, I'm kidding.
Flat Earth debate number 8,966.
It's not a debate anymore, guys. We're not here really debating. We're just here to share the news. Physics matches a flat Earth. Geometry matches a flat Earth. Don't shoot the messenger, right?
Let's say that the Earth is not a sphere, and you figured it out. The Earth is a planar surface. So you have figured that's the truth, right? Let's say that's the truth. You figured out what the Earth has always been. What is the net gain for you after the fact to keep like arguing about it or talking about it?
Okay. So the net gain is the ability to recover the critical thinking skills that we've lost in order to become globers. You apply zero critical thinking and logic to get to the globe. You're going to have to partake in pre-assumption, interpretation, and belief. So the best thing out of flat Earth is the ability to discern information and take it for what it is without being biased or impressed upon because of like authority or whatever else. That skill set that it takes to be able to stand there on your own 2 feet and say, oh, I get it now. We're measuring the Earth as flat. The Earth appears as flat. Regardless of what the shape is, that's how the Earth appears to me. You have to use logic and critical thinking in order to get there because everything else and everybody else is telling you different. And it takes a lot of resilience and focus to be able to say, okay, that's very compelling, but that's not the direct evidence I'm looking for, and keep looking. And that approach can be you can apply that, take that with you, that critical thinking skill that you develop through the flat Earth process, start applying that to other areas of science and claims that are being made in reality.
So do you think there's ever a realistic scenario where there's going to be a large number, maybe even a majority of people who think Earth is flat? Because if
I hope so.
not, then what's the point, right? Because
No,
that's
I hope
probably
so,
not
yeah.
going to happen. Because as long as the educational system teaches a certain framework, that will be the framework. So you talking to people on Discord about it is not really going to make any difference anyway. So that's why I'm asking, like, what is the
It's not about
overall?
it doesn't really matter to us. I'm not speaking for anybody else, but it doesn't really matter to me whether for you, for example, become a flat earther. Like it has zero effect on my life. But what I do
Right.
think has what I do think has an effect is that more average people have critical thinking skills because there are other situations happening within our society that we're in the same situation. We don't have the evidence, but we believe it because it's always been taught to us. But actually, is it true?
But you
And there
see,
are
I don't know.
other subjects as big as flat Earth that would blow your socks off, dude, when you apply this methodology.
I don't know how much research you've done on how civilizations rise and fall and all these things, but always when the civilization gets to a point where the public starts to, in a sense, regain power, before it ever gets to a point where they get more of the power, what happens is the civilization collapses, it falls down, and it resets and it starts all over again. So no matter how much you push the information, they're never going to allow it to get to that point regardless. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of like there is no hope in that sense. So that's
Yeah, but
how
it's
I
a
see it.
case of, but it's like it's a case of it's not really, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It's not about
Exactly.
no, but what I'm saying is once you've seen something to be true for yourself, you can't unsee it. So what we're saying is once you've seen that we're measuring the orientation of the Earth as flat, there's no rotation that can be measured, so we're experiencing a flat Earth, and that gas pressure can't exist without the container, and gravity is just an explanation of buoyancy and density, and once you start putting all this together, you start to realize that actually we don't have a working model of the globe. The globe is being presented as this fix-all solution. This is how the world presents itself, when in reality that's not the case. So once you're aware of that, it's not like you can just go back to believing NASA or believing pictures from space. It's something that you've been exposed to. So for me, it's not really whether people believe it or not. It's once you've figured this out, then you'll be in the same boat as us, which is we're not making claims that the Earth is a disk or anything like that. We're just telling you this is how the Earth's experienced, and in order to believe it's a globe, you're gonna have to assume some things. That's fine if you want to be a glober, as long as you can accept that you're assuming things and that you think that it's the most likely scenario, then that's fine, that's up to you. But in reality, the globe is not a slam dunk. We don't have evidence that the Earth is curving or spinning and that the sky is a vacuum with all these rocks suspended in a vacuum. We don't have the evidence for that. And people assume we do, and that's all we're doing. We're just reminding people, don't jump the gun here and skip some steps. I've coined a phrase, skip a step, Eartha, because a lot of people just skip the steps. They don't care that they haven't looked into the empirical evidence. They don't care that there isn't a force called gravity to be measured. They don't care that time and space cannot be experimented on to prove that it warps, that attracts the matter between two objects. Like, all of this is theoretical, all of it. And that's all we're highlighting, dude, that if you want to be a glober, fine, but at least admit it's a belief.
Ooh, just roasted his ass.
And that's not me trying to win a debate or anything. That's genuinely how me talking from the heart. That's my perspective. That's what I'm doing. And other flat earthers might be, they might be actually hoping that there's going to be a disclosure at some point. For me, it's not about that. About being on the side of truth, right? Like, I'm just saying true statements. We do measure the earth to be flat. We treat it as flat. It just is what it is. Could it be a ball? Possibly, but to me, I don't see how it could be if we're not measuring curvature.